Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Be Strong. 1. Li Hien-woo exhaled deeply and stared blankly at the screen. A serene illustration filled the screen, depicting beautiful heroines embracing each other with gentle music playing in the background. I was worried it might be just another Yuri game. But it's not bad, actually quite fun. Heroic Academy, a Yuri Harem Academy game that tells the story of Ariel Volkanov, the second child of the Volkanov family that protects the Empire, and a hero who works with the heroines to stop the demon god. Although it was played as a time killer due to the lack of other games to play nowadays, it wasn't too bad. So, I wasn't expecting much. It wasn't bad. It might even deserve a passing grade. This surprised even myself, who had reservations about Yuri. Well-made main story with rich subplots to add interest. To prevent rapid content consumption, the developers included content such as farming, fishing, exploration, and territory management. With no serious bugs or balance issues, anyone could be satisfied as long as they didn't have an aversion to the Yuri genre. In fact, didn't the ending still linger calmly in Li Hien-woo's heart? Everything was good. The charming heroines were good too. Even the narratives given to NPCs that could be easily overlooked were good. I also liked the events that could be obtained through interactions with them. Except for one thing. Li Hien-woo shook his head as if he couldn't understand, staring blankly at the screen. Wasn't Ariel Volkanov's goal to surpass her brother Ian, who is also the antagonist, and become the head of the family? Why did she suddenly abandon the position of the head of the family and join the Imperial Knights? And what's the reason for not killing Ian, who is practically her enemy? The protagonist, Ariel, harbored hatred towards her brother, Ian Volkanov. To put it mildly, while playing the game, I felt like Ariel hated Ian more than the Empire's archenemy, the demon god. Her older brother, Ian Volkanov, who is 1 year older. He, the owner of a cold-looking appearance, was also a person with a cold personality. Ignoring the parents who showered Ariel with love, as soon as her father fell ill, he took control of the family. From that moment, the Volkanov family lost its warmth. Ian erased all traces of his parents from the family and molded the family to his liking. And used his power to push Ariel aside. Ian's threat went beyond simple interference. Countless lives were almost lost, and the heroines also suffered, didn't they? The memory of the destruction of the heroines' families due to Ian's scheming remained in my mind. It was infuriating even in the position of a player. So? At least in the ending, shouldn't Ian Volkanov receive punishment, and Ariel, who had longed for the Volkanov family, take over? But why? Why would she suddenly give the position of the head to her brother and join the Imperial Knights? Does this make any sense? Rather than killing him, she even gave up the position of the head of the family? After handling everything so well until now, what's the reason for this strange ending? As he was pondering this, a new screen appeared before Li Hien-woo. The hidden story Ian's secret has been unlocked by clearing Ariel Volkanov's route. Would you like to play? Ian's secret? At that moment, as if possessed, Li Hien-woo moved the mouse. Yeah, there's no way something like this would come out of nowhere. Surely there was something he didn't know, which led to this absurd ending. I have to do this. He couldn't just stop here. It felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't know the secret. Without hesitation, he moved the cursor and clicked. The monitor began to emit a white light. What the fuck? Once upon a time, he used to think such thoughts. Imagining living as a character in the games he played or the novels he read. Isn't it interesting? Of course, it's an absurd story, but it would be quite exciting if it happened in real life. What would you do if you were incarnated into a game? Would you find hidden pieces that no one else knows about and become the most powerful in the world? Or would you be born as a member of a prestigious household and try to grow the family? Such trivial fantasies. And when the monitor started to glow, Li Hien-woo was convinced. Damn, am I getting incarnated? This is possession. It must be, according to the cliché. At that moment, Li Haiyan-Wu recalled all the information about Heroic Academy. If he were to be incarnated into the game, that would be invaluable information, worth even 10 million. He had to memorize it thoroughly. Thinking so, Li Haiyan-Wu closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he would fantasize that this world would unfold before him. But reality wasn't as easy as he thought. Possession my ass. Backlight phenomenon? Oh, I'm going to make money again. Looking at the monitor that had turned white, a sigh escaped him involuntarily. Possession, my ass. The white light emitted was simply because the monitor was broken. He was just deluding himself in front of a broken monitor. That's all there was to it. With a grumble, Li Haiyan-Wu took out a screwdriver from the toolbox and laid the unit on the floor. Well, then, does it make sense to possess? Reality was harsh. It wasn't as easy as he thought. With a newfound realization, Li Haiyan-Wu decided to put aside the idea of possession and focus on repairing the computer. After a quick search, he found there were two options he could take in the current situation. He could either replace the monitor or shut down the power, boot with integrated graphics, and find out the exact cause. Of course, calling a professional would be the best option. But what could possibly go wrong? If it completely broke, he could just buy a new one. As he was rummaging through the unit, there was a sudden moment. Crack. Sizz. Huh? The cup on the desk fell, and the water it contained spilled directly onto the unit. At the same time, the sparking electricity made Li Haiyan-Wu widen his eyes. Something was wrong. Even though he didn't know much about computers, he knew this wasn't right. This isn't insulated. I need to unplug it right away. Although he quickly tried to pull the screwdriver out. Unfortunately, he was a bit too slow. Sizz. Arg. A strong current struck Li Haiyan-Wu, and he lost consciousness. Ian Volkanov, the eldest son of the Volkanov family, who had guarded the northern region of the Kalos Empire from ancient times. Li Haiyan-Wu's perception of him wasn't good. No, it couldn't be good. When you play as Ariel, this guy is the only one who's a real pain. He interferes when you try to conquer dungeons and limits your actions using the family's status. He persistently harassed the player. There was no reason to like Ian Volkanov. Unless there were hidden facts or a reasonable rationale, such things weren't revealed until the ending. Thanks to that, Li Haiyan-Wu's feelings towards Ian had reached their worst. That's why he supported Ariel and the heroines. It was pleasing to see the protagonist party fighting against injustice. But in the current situation, he could no longer support them. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Li Haiyan-Wu opened his mouth wide. Why? Have I become Ian Volkanov? He couldn't close his mouth for a while. What on earth was happening? Did I really possess someone? Ian Volkanov? He rubbed his face several times, thinking it might be a dream, but nothing changed. With a height close to 180, black hair, and opaque eyes, he perfectly resembled Ian Volkanov. He possessed Ian Volkanov. The meaning of that statement was simple. From now on, I am a target for Ariel, the heroines, and countless enemies. He was placed in the midst of the enemy's territory. This wasn't a metaphor. It was perfectly reasonable to say that he was in the midst of the enemy's territory. Since the heroines and Ariel in the game considered Ian Volkanov as their enemy and genuinely tried to kill him. I could die. At that moment, there was only one thing he had to do. I need information. If I hesitate even a little, I'll die helplessly. Although it was a sudden possession, the fear of death was enough to bring out cold-headedness. Turning away from the mirror, Li Haiyan-Wu quickly began to rummage through the room. And from the empty corner of the desk, he took out an old diary. The steward, Viscount Shulkin, who serves the Volkanov family, reported Ian's actions to Ariel. Through him, Ariel could know what Ian had been up to. Ian doesn't do much while at home except for simple meditation or writing in his diary. I only know that he writes every day. It wasn't a particularly important dialogue. It was something like Shulkin laughing and saying, "Don't worry about it," when Ariel asked him how the family was doing. It was just simple interaction. But at least for now, it wasn't something to gloss over. In other words, the information that could be obtained by reading this diary was considerable. There was no reason to hesitate. Li Haiyan-Wu unfolded the diary and began to read each letter. I might have been better off not being born at all. Ian Volkanov, the eldest son of the ancient Volkanov Count family, which had guarded the northern region of the Kalos Empire from ancient times. People called him the Invisible Man. And that was literal. No one treated him kindly, and he had never received love from his parents. Was he untalented? That wasn't the case either. From the moment of birth, one was born with the dark attribute, one of the 5 attributes that are said to be difficult to possess. At the age of 6, he realized the existence of mana alone, and around the age of 12, he began to handle mana proficiently. At the age of 15, he honed his skills by hunting monsters alone, and since entering the academy, He had never missed being the top student. So was he irredeemable? That wasn't the case either. If he had been reckless, his nickname wouldn't have been the Invisible Man, but the Exile. He was just a child who was not loved. Kilian Volkanov's wife, Letitia Volkanov, fiercely hated her son, Ian, whom she had when she was in her early 20s. Although she still had many things she wanted to do with her husband, the sudden appearance of Ian stopped everything. She wasn't mentally prepared for the sudden arrival of a child. Her husband's frequent absences from the house to hunt down the last of the demons, and her depression and PTSD from the battle with the demons, had already left her mind tattered. Her pain gradually turned into anger towards Ian, and she eventually vented her frustrations on her own child. Then, a year later, during a lull in the demon attacks, she had a daughter, and she took better care of and cherished her daughter. My lady. Young Master Ian is a genius. Awakening mana on his own at the age of 6 is something no one in the Empire's history has ever done. I sincerely congratulate you. In that case, there's no need to teach him further. Stop the tutoring planned for Ian and instruct Ariel instead. Instead of providing support to her son, a prodigy who is suffering, she cut off assistance and blocked his path forward. Mother, I received a perfect score on today's exam. And since it's soon our family day, I wanted to give you a gift, so I made jewelry with magic stones. If you're my child with Kilian, aren't good grades expected? Do you want praise? Instead of making such things, you should focus on training. Mom. I got 70 points on the exam today. I did well, right? Really? Our Ariel is truly remarkable, isn't she? As expected of our daughter. The son who achieved excellent grades received a lukewarm response and did something he shouldn't have dared. Ian's suffering didn't end there. Even during meals, Letitia insisted on seafood that suited her daughter's taste. Unfortunately, the seafood her daughter liked were the ones Ian couldn't eat. In his childhood, Ian suffered from rashes, stomach aches, and chills, and the family members insulted him, calling him a cursed child. Once, Ian got burned when Ariel accidentally spilled soup while eating. You should have stopped her before she spilled. Ariel. Are you hurt anywhere? We need to call the priests quickly. Of course, Ian was scolded at that time as well. When a large burn scar appeared on his leg, Ian started to speak less. Unless it was truly necessary, he didn't ask for anything, and from the age of 13, he didn't speak to anyone in the family. Naturally, family relations deteriorated. Every time Kilian returned from his conquests, he scolded Ian, asking why he behaved that way to his mother, and Ariel taunted him behind his back, asking why he treated his parents that way. In the end, unable to bear it anymore, his parents left him alone, citing it as punishment. He became invisible in the family. Externally, he was treated as the eldest son, but within the family, he was thoroughly ignored. This fact shocked Li Haiyanwu. What is this? Confirming Ian's secret, Li Haiyanwu widened his eyes. I suspected there was a problem between Ian and Ariel. But isn't this one-sided? Ian is the one who's been enduring. Li Haiyanwu knew well how Ariel viewed Ian. Trash who coldly treats loving parents and ruins the atmosphere of the house, blocking the path of a hero. But what was the reality? It was the opposite. When Ariel received tutoring from a renowned professor, Ian had to train alone. When Ariel trained with good equipment, he had to train with a crude sword he made from wood. While she enjoyed warm meals, Ian had to go to the mountains to hunt for bugs or animals to fill his stomach. Ariel considered her older brother the worst person without even knowing it. Although his hands trembled with considerable shock, Li Haiyanwu endured and reached for the diary again. Imperial Year 234, September 4th, Ariel's Holy Sword Delision issued a prophecy regarding the hero party. Astelgia, the land ruled by demons, where neither humans nor non-magic beings could draw out even half of their original strength due to the influence of demon god. If blessed by the Holy Sword, they could overcome this constraint. But only those individuals who fit the prophecy of the Holy Sword were eligible for such a blessing. The party consisted of a total of 5 members, including Ariel. This had caused quite a stir in the royal court. Even in the academy, there was an ominous atmosphere. Information about 3 of them was as follows: a heretic of the Great Forest, a saint of the Holy Church, and a ruler of the wilderness. Up to this point, there was no problem. They were already within the categories predicted by the royal informants, and they were potential candidates. The problem lay with the last member. The one who had been watching over Ariel since her childhood. The imperial family has judged me to be the one. Ariel argued that it was not me, that the Holy Sword's chosen one deserved to die. The will of the imperial family could not be broken. Imperial Year 234, October 5th, the new party members were exceptional. With them, capturing the demon god would be much easier. Ariel, who I had been worried about, was also fitting into the party well. It seemed she had expected me to cause chaos in the party by joining, But as she didn't see any unusual behavior from me, she seemed to be gradually relaxing her mind. Seeing her smile, my heart ached. Soon, I would have to do what needed to be done. I couldn't bear to face her. He continued to check the information, but the latter parts were too damaged to read properly. What he could make out was only the last page. Even that had several damaged sections, but Li Haiyanwu took a deep breath and returned his gaze to the diary. Imperial Year 235, February 15th. Fortunately, just before the decisive battle with the Demon King of Sloth, I succeeded in banishing Ariel and disbanding the party. There was a strong backlash from our colleagues because it couldn't be done, but it was unavoidable. They told me to tell them the truth I had been hiding even now and that they would help me if I needed it, but I refused. If Ariel were to learn the truth, the emotional wound she would suffer would be immeasurable. Imperial Year 235, February 16th, the party members returned to their respective homelands. After gaining strength in their hometowns, they could be a great help to Ariel's future party. I heard Ariel return to the family in anger. But it's okay. We could avoid a full-scale confrontation with the Demon King of Sloth. The risk was too great to fight the Demon King of Sloth, who was on the same brute force level as the Demon God. There was only one way to cross his territory without all-out war. Offering someone else's as compensation. The reason for expelling Ariel was also because of that. The Holy Sword Delusion, which only she could wield, was the only way to defeat the Demon God. So, I had to protect her at all costs. That's why I decided to. I thought I could take responsibility for everything. Ariel, who didn't know the truth, wouldn't be saddened. But then a problem arose. The Demon King of Sloth proposed a new contract, different from what I knew. He proposed something different instead of. As a result, things went differently than expected. But it didn't matter. My plan to protect Ariel remained unchanged. It's what I must do. It's not for our family. It's for the Kalos Empire. That was the end of the diary. Li Haiyanwu carefully placed the diary down and shifted his gaze to the calendar. Looking at the calendar. Today's date is February 20th. Summing up, 4 days ago, Ian and the party were on the verge of a decisive battle with the Demon King of Sloth. He expelled Ariel from the party, and then disbanded the party. The reason was unknown. Why Ian made such a sudden move? Nothing could be understood. There were only two things Li Haiyanwu knew. Now I'm Ian Volkanov. He possessed him in this damned situation. And hidden story Ian's secret quest has been triggered. Defeat the demon god and find out the secret Ian was hiding. Success, happy ending, failure, eternal death. He had to survive somehow. Ian Volkanov's emotions and experiences will be assimilated. At the same time, Li Haiyanwu felt a surge of memories crashing like waves. It must be the fusion with Ian Volkanov's memories. When he finally lifted his lowered head, he could perceive reality. And he knew what to do. Let's give it a try. First and foremost, he had to survive. Chapter 2, Be Strong. 2. All around him, the hostile space was closing in, and his life was in jeopardy. In such a situation, what should he do? Some might try to persuade the enemy to join their side, while others might opt to escape to avoid the situation altogether. But Yin's chosen method was different. First, I need enough strength to protect at least myself. There's no running away. Instead of shielding himself, Ian resolved to wield his weapon and confront the challenge. In fact, there was no other way. In this family, or rather, in this empire, is there anyone who regards me favorably? Unless they're fools, they wouldn't. There's no such person. Despite not receiving proper treatment from the family, Ian received the prophecy of the Holy Sword. He was appointed to the hero party but hadn't even fulfilled the mission to defeat the demon god. By now, Ian must have been publicly branded as a human parasite. Despite being appointed as the leader of the hero party by His Majesty due to his exceptional leadership and combat skills, even though he's disliked by the family. But knowing he sent Ariel just before targeting the Demon King of Sloth due to his obsession with fame, His Majesty must be aware of that. There was fierce debate from the beginning about whether putting himself in the hero party was right. The holy sword Ariel uses, also known as an ego weapon. Elysian said, the person who spent the longest time with Ariel. Therefore, the royal bureaucrats put Ian Volkanov in the hero party just because of that. There are many people who have spent more time with her than I have. They arbitrarily put me in. Would they help him, considering the controversy surrounding his appointment to the party? No way. Rather than helping, they might even try to politically attack the Volkanov family. Escape. There's no need to think about it. It's just death if it fails. Sadly, he wasn't dreaming right now. He truly became Ian Volkanov, and to survive, he needed to uncover the secrets he had been hiding. That's why. First, I need to know my condition. As he started to brace himself, Ian approached the mirror, shrugging off his top. It wasn't a pretty sight. His body was covered with scars and wounds from his rough upbringing. But that wasn't what Ian was interested in. He looked at the strange tattoo near his heart. A mark of a broken sword entwined with chains seemed to be engraved on his chest. I hoped this wouldn't be here. But was hatred of the blade already engraved at this time? The red tattoo on his chest, hatred of the blade. Ian knew what it was. Haley Myler, the sword master, who was Ian's mentor, engraved the curse to prevent the use of the sword. As the Vulcanovs were renowned for their swordsmanship, Ian, being the eldest, also used a sword. Of course, Ian hadn't even received basic training in the family's secret traditional swordsmanship. However, with his exceptional talent, he was hailed as the next sword saint at the academy solely based on the swordsmanship he had learned on his own. That's when Haley Myler, who was an instructor at the academy, became Ian's mentor. Coming from a lineage that had produced generations of sorcerers, Haley, who hailed from the Myler Count family, also struggled to master the sword. Knowing how difficult it was to go through it alone, she pitied Ian and suggested he learn the sword from her. From then on, Haley taught Ian everything about the sword. It was the moment when Ian, who had been using mediocre swordsmanship all his life, finally learned proper swordsmanship. Even saying she gave wings to a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. Unfortunately, it was Haley Myler herself who broke those wings. Haley, having heard about Ian expelling Ariel from the party due to his obsession with fame, came to Ian and broke his sword and laying the curse. That curse was the hatred of the blade. Since the curse was laid, Ian couldn't wield a sword. If he did, his hands would burn from the curse. Thinking about it now, it's absurd. Surviving in such a cursed state? Back then, the game company was praised for suppressing Ian's talent in such a way. But now that he's experiencing it, he wanted to slap the developers with his own hands. What should he do? Should he find a new weapon now? If it's Ian's talent, it'll take a few years. No, considering things like hidden pieces, maybe I could improve my skills within a few months. The problem is how to endure that period. The academy will start in a few days. Since the academy focuses on practical training, sparring is inevitable. He needed to find a way to become stronger in a short period. That was when Ian was racking his brains. Wait a moment. Wasn't Ian born with a dark attribute? Among the 5 major attributes, which are all difficult to obtain, the dark attribute, along with the holy attribute, is considered the rarest. In Heroic Academy, there are numerous hidden pieces or artifacts for character growth. Among them, there are items that only those born with certain attributes can use. In the story, Ariel used an artifact exclusive to characters with the light attribute, the Holy Sword Delusion. An item that can slay enemies with just one true strike, exclusive to characters of different attributes like Elision, also existed. Ian knew the locations of all those artifacts, even those that could be used by individuals with a dark attribute. Knowing the locations doesn't matter if there are no characters with a dark attribute to use them. But now things were different. Ian was the appropriate person to use them. Yeah. With that, the hatred of the blade would mean nothing. And the location of that hidden piece is. As Ian was recalling the location, his eyes lit up. Ashland, one of the cities in the Vulcanov County. To be precise, it's the tomb where the ancestors of the Vulcanovs are buried. The Blue Moon Pavilion, where Ian currently resided, was in Ashland. Ian quickly put on his coat and left the room. For generations, the Vulcanov family had been the Sword of the North, guarding the northern borders against barbarian tribes and fierce attacks from other countries. For nearly 200 years. Over the long years, the ancestors of the Vulcanovs had protected the empire. To honor their sacrifices and glorious achievements, their descendants erected a memorial space in Ashland, a land with beautiful scenery among the county. Therefore, Ashland held great significance for the people of Vulcanov. It's meaningful to me as well. Of course, I have no interest in the ancestors. What he was interested in was the artifact. Honestly, the nobles who didn't care about anything other than surface appearances wouldn't know. Entering the memorial park, Ian couldn't help but scoff. I knew they treated me like a transparent person, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. He knew the artifact was in the memorial park, but he had hesitated on how to get there. Could someone like him, who was resented by the family, go there? That's what he wondered. Despite expecting to face resistance due to the negative energy I exuded. Contrary to Ian's expectations, no one from the family doubted his actions. Even the guards at the entrance of the memorial park simply stepped aside and let him in. It's actually better this way. Without anyone's interference, I can retrieve the artifact. With a deep breath, Ian moved forward. Passing by one memorial stone after another, he finally reached his destination. At the deepest part of the memorial park, there stood a monument with the following inscription: Alex Vulcanov, the first sword of the Empire, rests here. Alex Vulcanov. He had been the Empire's sword since the beginning of the Kalos Empire, and his achievements were too numerous to list. He had many accomplishments, but his greatest one was undoubtedly being an ancient god slayer. What caught Ian's attention was precisely that. Alex, once a mere common knight, had beheaded the ancient god Neltlian in battle, earning himself the rank of count. To ensure he never forgot his glory, Alex brought a part of the god's body as a trophy and always kept it with him. And if Alex were to die, he requested that Neltlian's trophy be kept in his tomb. Even in death, he vowed to never forget that glory. And so, the treasure of the family, or rather the empire, was buried in this land. Ian had his sights set on it. I guess what I'm about to do qualifies as grave robbing, right after possessing someone. What choice did he have? If he didn't do it, he would be dead. Perhaps even the ancestors would understand. Cheering on their abused eldest son who just wanted to live. Ian shook off all feelings of guilt. Now all that remained was to put the plan into action. Ian placed his hand on the monument. At the same time, he murmured, "I respectfully seek an audience with the great ancestor." It was then. Creak. With a faint vibration, the ground next to the monument opened up, revealing a hidden space. Shall we go grave robbing then? The tomb hidden inside was truly vast. Ian had known about the existence of the secret chamber through information, but seeing it in person elicited an involuntary gasp. Sure, the information from the game said it could accommodate about 20 people, but 20? What nonsense. Ian shook his head incredulously. What did he mean by 20 people? At a glance, it looked like it could easily accommodate 40. And this isn't just a room, either. The decorations are astonishingly detailed. The walls of the chamber were adorned with inscriptions detailing Alex Volkanov's achievements, accompanied by illustrations of him battling enemies. Although Ian felt tempted to admire the artwork for a while, he pushed aside those thoughts and continued walking. I didn't come here for sightseeing. His purpose wasn't noble, so it was best to finish the job quickly and leave. As he walked further, Ian's sought-after item came into view. A coffin draped with cloth bearing the Volkanov family crest, and beside it, a small box. Ian wasn't particularly interested in the coffin. He immediately went towards the box. After brushing off the accumulated dust, Ian grasped the lock. A lock with an engraved eagle, the family crest. There was no keyhole. The only way to open it was with blood. Strictly speaking, it only responds to the blood of the Volkanov family. If Ian were to spill his blood onto the engraving, the seal would be broken. Without hesitation, Ian swiftly bit the tip of his finger. Ouch! As a sharp pain shot through him and the taste of blood filled his mouth, Ian withdrew his finger and carefully dripped the blood onto the engraving. The crimson blood slowly filled the grooves, revealing the pattern. Rattle. As the seal was broken, the chains wrapped around the box fell to the ground. Ian lightly wiped his bloodied hand and stepped back. About 10 paces away from the box, he felt a sudden tremor. Whoosh! Grumble. A powerful energy storm erupted from the box. Simultaneously, something emerged from the center of the storm. CRR. What jumped out was a monster with 1,000 arms. The king of 1,000 arms, Neltlian. Once the only ancient god who brought the empire to the brink of ruin. It now stood before Ian. With its gaze fixed on Ian, Neltlian grinned eerily and extended one of its arms. Whoosh! A massive hand tore through the air as it charged forward. However, Ian didn't flinch. There was no reason to. Neltlian doesn't attack those with a dark attribute. Its targets were humans with different attributes. Given that Ian was born with a dark attribute, there was no way Neltlian would attack him. As if to prove the truth of those words, Neltlian's outstretched arm stopped right in front of Ian's face. Crackle? Halting its attack, Neltlian approached slowly. It was a moment where it seemed to scrutinize Ian. Thud. Contrary to its aggressive demeanor just moments ago, Neltlian now regarded Ian with a curious expression. Then, it reached out its hand. Ian knew exactly what that gesture meant. This creature is the last remnant of the ancient gods, and it seeks a contract with me. While it's widely believed that Alex was the one who killed the last ancient god, Neltlian, that's not entirely accurate. It was defeated, yes, but not completely annihilated. Neltlian gathers all its life force when he senses a threat to its existence, storing it within the body to prepare for resurrection. So long as a part of the body existed and enough time passed, it could be revived at any moment. Despite being an ancient god, that's been the reason for its continued existence. Alex Volkanov didn't know about that inclination, so after killing Neltlian, he stored its finger as a trophy and buried it with him. Thanks to no small amount of idiocy, Neltlian had survived until now, and it was Ian who had unsealed it. Finding things resolving more easily than expected, Ian smirked inwardly. Obtaining the power of the monster that once pushed the empire to the brink of destruction. Neltlian's value was immeasurable. It could harden the skin as tough as steel by absorbing it into the body. It could also utilize its arms using mana, and simple treatments were easily done. There might be other possibilities, but for now, this was the best choice, weakened as it was just resurrected. But it's still powerful enough to rival the illusion Ariel uses. To strengthen his own body, power was crucial. Therefore, he decided to accept. As Ian looked at Neltlian's outstretched hand, he intertwined his own hand over it. Let's make a contract. GRR. Chapter 3, Be Strong, 3. When he decided to obtain Neltlian, he harbored one concern in his heart. But what if this guy doesn't cooperate with me? It was quite an important issue. There could be troublesome situations if someone who isn't qualified tried to handle it. And there were even those who might try to kill their master. The bigger problem is, I know how to contract illusion, but I have no idea about this one. He only knew the location and the method of contracting. He knew nothing else. So, he couldn't help but worry. If this guy didn't listen to him, there was no solution. And from Neltlian's perspective, I'm just another offspring of the guy who killed it. Isn't it asking to sign a contract on purpose just to stab him in the back? He had thought about it. However, Neltlian's behavior was far from that. Ian had a tough life. Ariel, selfish woman. Even the family are bad people. Reading the diary in his arms, a slime jumping around, Ian couldn't help but smile when he saw Neltlian. It seems my worries were groundless. Fortunately, there was no malice left in Neltlian. Just to be sure, he asked, but Neltlian's answer was always the same. Don't worry. Different body from before. So, don't care. Different body from before. Does that mean it's a completely different entity? Yes. Lost the previous personality after resurrection, so no need to worry. We'll help diligently. Now, important part comes. Don't interfere. Ian didn't need to worry about dying because of Neltlian's different personality. With that said, Neltlian turned its gaze back to the diary. Where did the figure with thousands of arms go? As Ian petted the small slime that Neltlian had become, he looked around. Well, that went well. Ian, returning from the memorial park, came to the training ground to check Neltlian's strength. He had created this situation now. Armor shattered beyond recognition piled up around Ian's fists. And the maces he had wielded to test his defense lay scattered on the ground with their handles and heads separated. And there was another benefit. Ian checked the faintly visible system window in his eyes. Curse, hatred of the blade, curse weakened by Neltlian, curse removal 0.3%, it was still weak, but there was a possibility that the curse could be lifted. This much would be sufficient as an achievement. All that's left is life at the academy. The academy would open in 3 days. So, he would have to go there too. It's going to be quite a tough road. Having played at the Heroic Academy more diligently than anyone else, he knew better than anyone else what Yin's life at the academy would be like. I didn't throw punches at the academy. Still, I'll be a target of jealousy. As someone who hadn't received even a hint of expectation from his family, he had taken over the academy with his innate talent. Thanks to that, Ian was the subject of jealousy among the students. Those who harbored jealousy were always on the lookout for an opportunity to drag Ian down, especially now. Knowing that, Ian's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Becoming a fool blinded by reputation, and now turned into trash cursed by his mentor. And wasn't he also unable to use his most powerful weapon, swordsmanship? There couldn't have been a better time than this. Of course, Ian wasn't just going to be beaten up. He never had any intention of just taking them. I've never gone somewhere and just taken a beating. Whether it was in his past life or now, that fact wouldn't change. With his thoughts concluded, Ian flopped onto the bed. Feeling the cold air of the northern region and the cozy bedding, he murmured softly. I'm looking forward to it. Is Ian looking forward too? I'm also looking forward to the next chapter. Ian smiled as he listened to Neltlian's meaningless chatter. Time passed faster than expected. Ian, having hurriedly prepared, used the family's teleport to move to the imperial capital. In the blink of an eye, Ian arrived at the academy and looked around, raising the corners of his mouth. Being a noble has its perks. It's convenient to commute from home. Most academy students, unlike Ian, preferred to stay in dormitories. Unless they were high-ranking nobles, they couldn't afford accommodation near the imperial capital, and even if they were, they valued spending time in the academy together. Every day feels like a social gathering. Eating dinner together, sparring, and getting closer. That was a value that couldn't be ignored. Being able to make connections with future leaders of the Empire was of immense value. Of course, Ian found it irrelevant. Leaders of the Empire? I'm just a castaway from my family. Unlike Ariel, who was loved by everyone, Ian, who had never even dipped his toe into social circles, doubted that attending the academy would change anything. Just going there and living without getting cursed or insulted would be lucky. Ian knew his place well. That's why he chose to commute. I never thought I would live a lonely life without any friends. Friends? Ian doesn't have friends. I don't have friends either. They're all dead. Shall I be your friend? Yeah, what difference does it make when you're here? Anyway, I've already prepared for it. Ian stroked the Neltlian, who was trying to sympathize with him. Since he knew he would be fighting countless enemies after the possession, he had already made up his mind not to care. And with Neltlian around, there's nothing to be afraid of. With Ariel's holy sword and his own talent combined, if he obtained an artifact that could overwhelm them, there was no reason to be afraid anymore. With his thoughts concluded, Ian headed to the auditorium where the opening ceremony would take place. As soon as he opened the huge door, all eyes turned to him. Ian smiled as he faced the gazes mixed with envy, resentment, and criticism. The main stage of the Heroic Academy, ARC, was different from a typical academy. To be precise, its operation was slightly different. If a typical academy feels like a school, the Heroic Academy is more like a mix of school and military. The biggest difference was in how the classes were divided. Unlike other academies, they didn't divide into classes like first, second, or third. Instead, they divided into first platoon, second platoon, and third platoon. Unless there's a special reason, the platoon you're assigned to at the beginning is pretty much fixed until graduation. Ariel was in the first year first platoon, while Ian was in the second year third platoon. As Ian glanced around, Neltlian's eyes lit up. Ian. There's a pretty person over there. Are you talking about the one with the blonde hair taking the oath over there? That's right. There and on the left. What caught Neltlian's eye was Ariel Volkanov. As the representative of the first year, Ariel stood in front of the podium, taking the oath with representatives from other years. Seeing her, Ian couldn't help but furrow his brows. It's the first time I've seen Ariel like this. Ariel? Is that your little sister? Yeah, she's my sister. With her elegant long platinum hair, fair skin, and innocent expression, there was no mistaking it. The girl who caught the attention of both professors and students was Ian's younger sister, Ariel Volkanov. I've always seen her standing still. Seeing her move like this feels different. However, unlike in his past life, Ian didn't feel entirely fond of her. From Ian's perspective, she was also an enemy. His favorable impression of her had vanished long before that moment. There's no excuse for her ignorance. Her true nature was shocking. Ian shifted his gaze from Ariel towards the direction of the first platoon. There, a woman with a sky-blue ponytail was smiling at Ariel. Celia Wagnoran, the youngest daughter of the esteemed spear technique lineage of the Wagnoran Duke family. She was Ian's childhood friend. Born with a weak body, Celia sought permission from our family to reside in the healthy air of the Vulcan of territory. That's how she became close to me. The Wagnoran Duke earned the nickname Dragon Slayer by killing a red dragon. In return, his daughter had to bear the curse, resentment of fire. Born under this curse, Celia endured excruciating feverish conditions every day. Unable to bear her suffering any longer, the Wagnoran family sent their daughter there to the harsh climate of the Vulcan of territory. This marked the beginning of Ian's interaction with her. Both Celia, who suffered from congenital health issues, and Ian, who was rejected by his family, shared the common experience of being outcasts. This commonality quickly forged a close bond between them. In reality, they were not just ordinary friends. For the sake of the Duke's daughter, Ian worked tirelessly like a butler. When she was sick, he nursed her through the night, and he was so devoted that he would even go to the mountains teeming with monsters to gather herbs for her. Ian. When I get better, let's travel together. Not only in the Empire, but to somewhere else. We'll always be together. What kind of travel can we do if you're still unwell? Then. Ian, you can be my knight protecting me. You'll be the knight who will protect me for the rest of my life. With Ian's sincere care, Celia grew closer to him, even making promises to travel together if her body healed, while undergoing simple training sessions. It's a story that can't came true right now. As the empty promise came to mind, a bitter smile formed. The relationship between Ian and Celia began to change after she met his sister, Ariel. The main character, Ariel, was liked by everyone, and that energy engulfed her Celia. She distanced herself from Ian, despite his sacrifices for her. The more she remembered what he had done for her, the more uncomfortable she felt. She ended up just doing her dirty self-justification. What was it? I heard the truth about myself from Ariel. And I rationalized that I distanced myself only from people with bad personalities. Of course, it was sophistry. She never listened to her childhood friend Ian. She just believed Ariel's words. She abandoned him without ever listening to his words. She alienated her friend who helped her whenever she was sick and made sure she wasn't lonely. In the end, she harbored hatred towards Ian and declared their friendship over, thus ending their relationship. Leaving his bitter gaze behind, Ian continued to look at the heroines. Just like the protagonist in the original story, Ariel was surrounded by key figures. Beyond Calamity, who is a fallen noble but will rise to the position of Archmage. Reina, who is currently a commoner but will become a divine archer after receiving teachings from the elves. And Diaz, the childhood friend of Reina, who will become a mercenary king. Reciting their names almost elicited admiration. At the same time, he felt resentment towards the game company. How could they cram such people into one storyline? To uncover Ian's secret, he would have to compete endlessly with them, wouldn't he? Balance is seriously off. How on earth was he supposed to deal with this? While he was pondering, the school opening ceremony was underway. After the representatives took their oaths and the headmaster caught his breath, he spoke up. Dear students, everyone knows that due to an unpleasant incident in the previous battle, we were unable to conclude a decisive battle with the demon god. All eyes were on him. What could he say? Even if you look at me that way, I don't know either. He didn't know the exact reason either. He wanted to know what the Demon King of Sloth had demanded in return. Ian responded indifferently. Failure was a great trial for us, but it was not due to our lack of passion, courage, or faith. Rather, it was a kind of test for greater challenges and growth. You still have opportunities ahead of you. The headmaster spoke passionately. Our history has always been remembered as a remarkable story of overcoming challenges and difficulties. This defeat is just one scene in our history and a catalyst to make our resolve stronger. The demon god may be strong and fearsome, but we will be stronger and more tenacious. You will have the courage to rise again and fight against the demon god. Everyone started applauding at the headmaster's speech. There was no trace of gloom on people's faces anymore. It's always impressive no matter how many times I hear it. Although he had heard countless speeches while playing Heroic Academy, it always felt new and majestic. Having heard it countless times, he knew exactly what he was going to say next. To join a new party of heroes to confront the Demon King, many prospective students have come to Arkansas. Let's now evaluate their skills. Now, the transfer exam begins. Transfer exams. Arcade's random enemies for players to face as they advance to higher grades. It was supposed to be an opportunity to face new characters with new patterns in battles, but it was just a game company's whims to increase difficulty. While it might be a chance for others to see what enemies they would encounter in the future, for him, it was not. Since his swordsmanship had been sealed, there was a public opinion that Ian's skills needed to be reassessed. Therefore, he had to participate in the transfer exam to prove himself. As far as I know, the one facing off against Ian is that guy. Igor, the Iron Wall of Vision, a town in the southern part of the Empire with a reputation for martial arts. Even as if summoned by the mention of a tiger, a man covered in scars suddenly approached Ian. Baring his teeth, he stared at Ian. I'm Igor. Are you Ian? Chapter 4, You Can't Win Like That. 1. Vision, located in the southern part of the Empire, has been known as the Land of Knights since ancient times. Descendants of the warriors, they all enjoyed combat regardless of age or gender. The martial arts they developed greatly influenced the martial arts of the current empire. It's even rumored that one of the 5 pillars of the empire, Duke Bernagia, known as the King of Fists, based his martial arts on those learned in Vision. The Land of Knights, descendants of warriors. Because of this, they always held the pride that they were the best in combat. Among them, Igor, nicknamed Iron Wall, especially stood out among his peers. Igor was a genius. From the moment he took his first step into combat, he showed rapid growth. By the time he turned 15, there was no one who could match him. From then on, Igor's opponents were no longer human. Monsters. Beings born to kill people, skilled knights were fully prepared to hunt them down, and he took them down alone as training, and eventually reached the point where he was playing with them. It became a legend that he deliberately let himself be beaten by orcs to toughen himself up. Thanks to that, Igor earned the nickname Iron Wall. And it was because of that. Ian, was it? Seems like nothing special. The reason Igor wasn't afraid of Ian as his opponent was evident. As Igor smiled while checking his equipment, his comrade from Vision seemed relieved and asked. Hey Igor. Do you really have to win? Show the Empire's Lord what you're made of. No problem. I'll win anyway. Don't get too cocky, though. You know your opponent used to be the leader of the hero party. The hero party. At that, Igor chuckled. Indeed, becoming the leader of the hero party at his age was a remarkable feat. Failure or success, the position symbolized that he was the most accomplished warrior in the Empire. He acknowledged that. However, even so, the outcome wouldn't change. The guy now is not the same as the one who was active in the hero party. Rumors of the hero party's failure spread quickly, even reaching Vision, far from the Empire center. Ian's swordsmanship teacher, Countess Myler, had cursed him, rendering him incapable of using a sword. A guy who had held a sword all his life. Put it down. From that moment on, the outcome of this match was obvious. Ian's strongest moment is when he wields his sword. If he can't wield his sword, he can't be Igor's opponent. If he had prepared a new weapon, it didn't matter. He would still win. No matter how talented a person is it possible to show rapid growth in a short period of time? It's impossible. It might be harsh, but that's the reality of the world. Similarly, even he, who was called a genius, couldn't achieve the impossible. Well. Anyway, it's certain that I will win. Having finished his thoughts, Igor cleared his mind of distractions. At the same time, he looked at Ian on the opposite side. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. The plan was simple. To rush in as soon as it started and knock Ian down. Even if it was a simple and brute plan, it was the best respect Igor could give to Ian. By dealing with it quickly, he could send his opponent away without suffering and elevate the status of his comrades from vision. While Igor was checking his plan, the overseeing instructor cleared his throat. All right. Ian Volkanov. Igor Pentia. If you're ready, step forward. At the instructor's words, Igor and Ian stepped onto the ring. As Ian casually stretched his shoulders, the instructor approached with a smirk. Student Ian Volkanov? Yes, instructor. Where's your weapon? If by any chance you couldn't bring it, we'll provide a training weapon. A weapon? Although he appreciated the concern, it wasn't necessary. Ian raised his arm lightly and spoke. I don't need a weapon. You're going to fight barehanded now? Do you think that's even possible? Don't be arrogant, and if you need it, just say so. No, it's okay. Fine. The imposing instructor scowled at Ian, but Ian had nothing more to say. What do I do without a weapon? It's true, but what should he have done? Was it necessary to learn a new weapon in just 2 days? No matter how talented you are, 2 days are barely enough to master a stance. Ian wasn't foolish enough to cling to the impossible. Rather than clumsily wielding a weapon, it was much better to fight barefisted. And there was more to it. This is what I'm most familiar with. In his past life, Ian had learned jiu-jitsu and boxing. Just about 4 years, but if he could incorporate what he had learned, it would be enough to shine. And using Neltlian works best with bare fists. Neltlian could be absorbed into the body to enhance it. The reinforced body had an incredibly strong durability, turning even a light punch into a forceful blow akin to a sledgehammer. From then on, Ian's fists became both a hammer and a shield. As if to say there was no problem, Ian looked at the instructor. With a deep sigh, the instructor beckoned them both to the center of the ring. Fixing his gaze on Igor, the instructor explained the rules. Firstly, remember that this sparring isn't a matter of life or death but rather a judgment of skill level. Try to refrain from attacks that could threaten someone's life. Especially you, Igor, be even more careful. Understood. The instructor, who cautioned Igor wearing gauntlets, stepped back. Ian exchanged a brief greeting with Igor, then took his stance. As the instructor lowered his arm, signaling the start, in that moment, let's finish this quickly. Thud. Igor quickly approached Ian. Heroic Academy was a game praised for its captivating story. However, as with all games, it was impossible to satisfy all users. Some users expressed dissatisfaction. While it's understandable for characters who use weapons like swords, the combat for characters based on martial arts feels a bit dull. There's almost no authenticity to martial arts like boxing or wrestling that have existed since ancient times. The combat style of martial artists in the game was simple, concentrating mana in fists or feet to deliver powerful blows. That was all there was to it. The process of footwork or stances for build-up, or diving into opponents, was all omitted. So, some people who value combat scenes criticized it. How can it be called martial arts if it's just amassing mana and hitting hard? Ian, who prioritized story, couldn't understand their sorrow, but now he seemed to understand their sentiments. Watching Igor quickly approach, Ian smirked. What's up with that guy? Leaning forward, his center of gravity shifted excessively forward. His leading foot, instead of being at an angle, was positioned vertically. If your leading foot is like that, your center collapses. Even when he first learned boxing, he was scolded for not correcting the habit of placing his leading foot vertically. Look at him. Igor seemed like he could collapse at any moment due to the excessive forward shift in his center of gravity. But that was a good thing. It was a realization of the importance of no knee, with the leading foot angled at 45 degrees and the rear foot positioned vertically. And the confidence that he could easily knock him down. Neltlian, enhance my foot. Okay. Ian's right foot, reinforced by Neltlian, immediately surged with explosive energy. Then, Ian swiftly extended his leg towards Igor's chin. He didn't need to strike hard. Just this much would be enough to destabilize him. It was almost impossible for Igor, unfamiliar with martial arts, to counter Ian's calf kick that came up without any warning. Thud. Ugh. Ian's calf kick landed directly on Igor's chin. Thunk. An unpleasant thud resonated throughout the ring. Igor's leading foot, grotesquely twisted. Igor's body, which had been impervious even to orcs, was now shattered by a single light kick. Thump. Gah. What the? Experiencing pain like never before, Igor groaned as he rolled on the ground for a moment, but then struggled to regain his posture. Even in that moment, Ian prepared for the next move. Susk. He can no longer keep up with my movements. He constantly changed the elevation through level changes, alternating between orthodox and southpaw stances, confusing Igor's judgment. Due to the cruel level gap, Igor continued to leave openings. Thunk. Arg. Without hesitation, Ian threw a punch. After delivering a jab from an orthodox stance, he extended his right straight punch. Thwack. At this point, he would usually take a step back and take a turn to rest, but there's no need for that. He can't even read my movements in the first place. The expectation that characters in Heroic Academy wouldn't be able to follow modern martial arts movements was accurate. As evidenced by Igor's eyes not being able to keep up with Ian's movements at all. Ian didn't miss this opportunity. Ian, enhance both hands. Already did. Did I do well? Yeah, you did. I'll pet you after this is over. Pet. Yay. Smiling as he watched Ian bouncing on his shoulder, Ian readjusted his stance. Slish. Bending his upper body, Ian lunged to the left and delivered a body jab. As Igor raised his torso in response, Ian delivered a hook to his face. Thud. A sound that was hard to believe came from a fist echoed through the auditorium. In no time, blood was trickling down Igor's face. His injury slowed his steps, and the flowing blood obstructed his vision. Struggling to keep his distance, Igor wiped away the blood and looked at Ian. What's going on? Who am I even fighting? He was on the verge of going mad. Although he didn't boast, Igor considered himself to be at a considerable level. Wasn't he hailed as a genius? Even though there were many strong individuals in the Empire, he believed he had reached a certain level. He had a solid physique, and his combat skills were excellent as well. Hadn't he swept away all enemies with his fists even in vision? He thought no one in the Empire could match him when it came to fists. What are these movements? What kind of power is this? And that bizarre footwork? Is he some kind of ghost? He was completely defeated. He hadn't been able to read Ian's movements even once. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was toyed with. If only his front leg was intact. He didn't entertain the same thoughts. His accumulated experience had been speaking to him. Even if his condition was at its best, he was no match for Ian. My martial arts skills feel so inadequate. In that moment, Igor ignited his will. Ian Volkanov. Contrary to rumors, you truly are a genuine warrior. I'm glad I came to the Empire. How long had he wished for this? To engage in combat with a superior opponent. Born as into a fighting-obsessed land, Igor had longed for it, knowing how rare such opportunities were. So, he readjusted his stance. It was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Despite his trembling feet making his mind distant, Igor gritted his teeth and persevered. Go. The potent energy gathered in Igor's fist. Its target was Ian's jaw. With a fierce momentum, the fist reached out toward Ian's head, but... whoosh! It never reached Ian. In an instant, Ian ducked and dodged Igor's straight punch, then put force into his own fist. If it comes to this, he would return with equal sincerity. Ian, usually in the form of a slime, strengthens upon absorption into the body. But it's not limited to that form alone. Ian, manifest an intangible hand in my right hand. A hand? What kind of hand? Your original form. Manifest one of the King of 1,000 Arms hands. Got it. But it won't have the same power as before. It doesn't matter since we're not trying to kill. Manifest it at an appropriate level. Whoosh. The body that had been enhanced by Ian until now gradually returned to its original state. Instead, a gigantic hand was overlaid on Ian's right hand. The King of 1,000 Arms. The hand of the ancient god Ian, which had nearly brought the Empire to ruin, manifested in reality. The congregation in the auditorium all opened their eyes wide at the concentration of immense magic power. Ian swung his right hand without hesitation towards Igor's body. Body blow. The technique Ian had best utilized in his previous life now shown again. Gwang. Igor's body was thrown through the wall and out of the ring by Ian's body blow. Cough. An unconscious Igor. The ring is breaking? There's no way it should break, especially with the protective spells the professors cast. Ignoring the instructor who seemed to not believe the reality, Ian muttered. You can't win like that. Chapter 5, You Can't Win Like That, 2. At the moment when Ian was preparing for Igor's battle, Ariel and the heroines were staying in the auditorium, watching the transfer exam. Ugh. Why do I have to watch this? In her heart, she wanted to leave the match alone and roll around with her lovers in the dormitory, but then there's also the princess. I can't just leave my seat empty. She sighed involuntarily as she looked at the woman sitting next to her. A woman with white hair and golden eyes, symbols of the imperial family, the first princess, Elizabeth. Thanks to her staying to watch the transfer exam, Ariel also struggled to keep her seat. Of course, it's not that she couldn't leave her seat just because the princess was next to her. Unlike others, Ariel wasn't noble enough to worry about such things. Who was she? She was the beloved daughter of the esteemed Vulcan of Count. Wasn't she the chosen hero of the Holy Sword Delusion? Although her reputation had been tarnished by one failure, she was still strong. Even now, the nobles in the Empire treated her well enough. Not exactly the kind of specs that would make anyone want to fight me. On the contrary, even she had to admit that Elizabeth was an exceptional person to hold her ground like this. She's not just a simple princess, but a strong candidate for the future empress. The current emperor had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and among them, there were only 2 who could be potential successors. Second Prince Pendant Arcana and First Princess Elizabeth Arcana. The first prince, who was to be crowned prince, chose to serve the higher one, became a cardinal, and left for the Holy Church, and the youngest, the second princess, was now 10 years old. One might think that Pendant Arcana would become the crown prince. But if one knew a little about the palace's situation, such a statement couldn't be made. Princess Elizabeth is an exceptional spirit mage. And she works very hard. Compared to Pendant, who believes in the principle of primogeniture and behaves like a tyrant, she carefully built connections with the nobles. Thanks to her, everyone supported Elizabeth except for conservative bureaucrats and insignificant nobles. Just by looking at her surroundings, isn't it evident? The first princess sat comfortably with Duke Bernaggia, known as the King of Fists among the 5 dukes of the Empire, and her mentor, the Sword Master, by her side, watching the match with solemnity. Even these prominent figures couldn't help but shift uneasily in their seats, silently observing the proceedings. Ariel couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Ho! As Ariel let out a sigh, whether Elizabeth sensed Ariel's feelings or not, she looked on with anticipation. Seeing Igor with his menacing gauntlet, Elizabeth swallowed hard. Igor. He was known as an impenetrable wall. I'm looking forward to seeing how Ian will fight against him. As Elizabeth expressed her anticipation, Duke Bernaggia smiled kindly, as if looking at his granddaughter. I have high expectations too, Your Highness. Aren't you the King of Fists? When Elizabeth looked at Duke Bernaggia with a narrow gaze, he simply smiled kindly. I apologize, but I don't think it will be a very interesting match. Unless it's one-sided. If it's one-sided, I'm sure Ian Volkanov will lose. Since he can't use the weapon he's used all his life, he has no chance of winning. With the Duke's cold judgment, Elizabeth turned her gaze to the Sword Master this time. Countess Haley Myler nodded lightly in agreement with the Duke's opinion. I agree. It's going to be a pitiful match where Ian gets beaten up and it's over. You're being so cold. But I heard he was your former student? It's already over between us. He's just the karma of someone who did wrong. Though Haley's opinion was somewhat sharp, it was reasonable. To face a master without being able to use the weapon he had used all his life? It would be foolish to expect victory. Ariel also shared the same opinion. The thought of seeing her lovers and Ian being beaten made her turn pale, as if to say, when did she agree to this? Smiling, Ariel looked at Celia with a mischievous smile. Senior. Ian will probably use a spear, right? What? A spear? Ariel, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Haven't you and Ian had a duel with spears before? And spears are easy to handle. For a moment, Celia was upset at Ariel's joke. Ariel. Hee hee. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't joke like that. Memories with that guy are something I want to forget. Celia turned her gaze to the ring with a stern expression. In truth, Ariel's words weren't wrong. It was a fact that she had sparred with Ian, her childhood friend. For her, who was congenitally weak, a friend of the same age was a presence she imagined in her mind. The harsh air of the northern region toughened her, allowing her to endure the resentment of fire, but it also brought loneliness to her. As she was spending her days lonely, she met a boy, and that boy was Ian. Under the common ground of being alone, the two quickly became close, and Ian, not wanting her to fall behind in her family, had sparred with her using a spear. But no. Let's not think about that bastard. Recalling the past, Celia repeatedly lowered her head. Back then, she thought Ian was truly a good person. She liked him more than just as a friend. As childish as she was, she'd even dreamed of a future with him. However, after meeting Ariel, Celia came to realize the truth. To be precise, she discovered Ian Volkanov's despicable true nature. Once she realized the truth, there was no way to romanticize those memories. And there's no way that guy can handle a spear. Sure, a spear might be an easy weapon to handle. But that's among cold weapons, it's definitely not simple. As Celia seethed with anger, Ariel nestled into her arms, locking eyes with her. Senior. Can't we just forget about it and watch together? I messed up. Don't ever do that again, understand, Ariel? Hi. You're such a... Come here. As Ariel snuggled into her embrace, Celia turned her head towards the ring. Thud. An unpleasant sound filled the arena. A sound akin to bones breaking. What? Has Ian already been hit? Celia and Ariel turned their heads, and there it was. What? He's fighting barehanded? Ian Volkanov, fighting barehanded against Igor, who wore menacing gauntlets. But why is Ian winning? As Igor limped with a broken leg, Ian relentlessly unleashed violent strikes against him, almost resembling assault. King of Powers, Heidel Leon's Bernagia. He had predicted Igor's victory in this match. It was obvious from the start. No one would expect Ian Volkanov to win. Vishen is a strong nation. A man who had dedicated his life to martial arts, he had traveled not only within the empire but also to many cities in pursuit of strength. He had even visited Vishen. As descendants of martial warriors, the fighting skills of Vishen's people were even acknowledged by him. To fight against the strongest man in Vishen? The Duke thought it was a match that he no longer needed to watch. Just the basic fighting style of Vishen would be enough to toy with Ian. That's what he thought. What am I witnessing? Ian Volkanov won? Until Igor was completely defeated, that is. Igor, rolling on the ground, breaking through the ring's fence. In contrast, Ian Volkanov wiped off his sweat as if nothing had happened. He was one of the 5 pillars supporting the empire. Known as someone no one could defeat with their fists. That was him. He thought he had mastered every martial art in the world. What kind of martial art is Ian using, exactly? Ian demonstrated a martial art even he had never seen before. The power of a kick that shattered Igor's front leg in one blow is absurd. But those movements, what are they? The light steps bouncing in place, the repeated movements of lowering and raising posture. Even someone who had dedicated his life to martial arts had never seen such strange movements. But what was even more surprising was how incredibly efficient they were. Just by taking short steps, he strikes the opponent and then moves out of the attack range. And by repeating the lowering and raising of posture, he deceives the opponent. The way he extended his fist was different too. Most fighters condensed mana into parts of their body before striking forcefully. If their fist made contact, they would push forward with their entire body weight, pushing the opponent. But Ian was different. Just repeat hit and run. He wondered if fighting like that could deliver proper power, but seeing Igor sprawled on the ground, that thought vanished. It's beyond belief. Creating such a face with just a few punches meant the power was considerable. Duke Bernagia looked dismayed as he watched Igor. How? It felt like everything he had believed in until now was being shattered. He turned his gaze. But the reactions of others were no different from his. Huh? What? What happened? Ian won? How? Ian's former master, the sword master, stood up abruptly, her eyes wide. Sister. What am I seeing right now? Is this a dream? Ian won? I don't know either, Ariel. Ariel Volkanov, Ian Volkanov's sister and a hero, denied reality. Even the Lady of Wagnoran beside her couldn't take her eyes off the ring. Interesting. Even the princess is showing such a reaction. First Princess Erzébeth, evaluated to ascend to the position of Empress in the future, trusted by the high nobles of the Empire. She had a discerning eye. There were plenty of skilled individuals in the Empire, some even reaching the level of a master. So, even though she wouldn't bat an eye at most experts, it seems even the princess was quite surprised. Right now, she couldn't take her eyes off Ian's movements. In that moment, Heidel Bernagia closed his eyes in realization and recalled the scene just now. I might regret missing that. The moves Ian showed. He didn't want to miss even a single detail. Especially the decisive blow Ian showed at the end. I only heard about it as a legend from my family's ancestors. I think I'd believe it even if it was the hand of that legendary monster. He imagined the moment when the giant hand materialized and pierced Igor's abdomen, his eyes involuntarily closed. I'm shaking so much just watching from a distance. An attack that seemed like it could come from myth, even if it manifested a god's arm. Now, perhaps not, but later when Ian grew stronger. I don't even dare to think I could withstand it. The Duke finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. The gaze towards Ian was now filled with curiosity. After defeating Igor, he quickly left the auditorium. Since the test was passed anyway, and there was no one to congratulate him, there was no need to stay there. It's regrettable, But it can't be helped. Being attached to petty emotions is utterly useless. Ian decided he had things to do. He took out his device and checked the message with a stern expression. Meet me at the smoking area behind the auditorium. Short and clear message. As much as he wanted to ignore the message and go home, seeing the sender made him rethink. Sender, 3rd Platoon Commander. I would be in big trouble if I ignored this. Ignoring the meeting with the officer of the 3rd Platoon, to which he belonged, was unthinkable. If it's the commander of the 3rd Platoon, it's him, right? In the original story, the 1st Platoon, where Ariel and the heroines belonged, mainly appeared. However, the 3rd Platoon also had a considerable amount of content. Ian, being both the main villain and a member of the 3rd Platoon, had other reasons. The 3rd Platoon is led by a veteran platoon leader from the commoners. Generally, platoon commanders responsible for training platoon members are nobles. This is because they emphasize etiquette as nobles. But Emperor Isaac Verno Arcana broke the condition that platoon leaders must be of noble birth when he ascended to the throne. He said that etiquette and self-esteem should not be prioritized over skill. To overcome the attacks from the barbarians of the north or the demons, the empire was constantly in dire straits. To cope with such a situation, the improvement of the skills of the students was urgent. Those skilled, entrusting the education of the students to nobles lacking in experience was considered distasteful by the emperor. So, an imperial order was issued that for at least one platoon, a person with outstanding skills, regardless of origin, should serve as instructor. As an example, the emperor sent a knight he knew to Arkansas. He was currently leading the 3rd Platoon. Ian knew how strong the platoon he created was. If asked to list the toughest opponents he fought in the game, there would be several members of the 3rd Platoon in the top 10. The platoon leader who created those guys is even more of a monster. Recalling memories of the original, he headed towards the smoking area. There, a man standing alone caught his eye. Thud. At the sound of Ian approaching, the man turned his head with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and only then could he be seen clearly. Platoon commander. Despite being a commoner, he entered the Imperial Knights and single-handedly stormed a den of demons, wiping out all the monsters. How are you? Sit down. 3rd Platoon Commander Kyan. He looked at Ian. Chapter 6, It's Up, My Punching Bag. Who are the essential characters when it comes to the academy? There are probably many. Perhaps there's a noble heiress who fusses but takes good care of others. Or someone who is naive yet subtly charming. Or, there may be a heroine full of fidelity who devotes herself to the protagonist despite being of noble origin. Among them, Ian thought the student council president was important. The charm is that the person who always follows the rules and stands in the way becomes obsessed with the main character and becomes abusive. However, unfortunately, there was no position like a class president in this game. Instead, there were only squad commanders. Even if the members were divided into platoons, it was difficult for the platoon commander to take care of about 20 members each. The platoon commanders appointed outstanding students as squad commanders. The duties of squad commanders were similar to those of class presidents, such as understanding the squad members and assigning tasks. And I am also a squad commander. Ian was also a squad commander. After ranking first in the entrance exam, he was appointed as the first squad commander and had not missed that position since starting his second year. Now that I think about it, Ian was really lucky. Considering the reputation of the students, he shouldn't have become a squad leader. After all, being a squad commander meant being in a position recognized within the platoon. Ian was somewhat distant from that. His abilities might be acknowledged. However, his recognition was a mess. Not believing that Ian was a good squad commander was partly due to that. They say they appoint outstanding students as squad commanders, but, as with everything in the world, squad commanders are usually people with power. Just look at the other platoons and squads, aren't they led by those who carry a family's name? It was strange that Ian, who was invisible in his family, was a squad commander. On the other hand, there was a reason why he could be a squad commander. That's because of the platoon commander of the 3rd Platoon. 3rd Platoon Commander Kyan. A commoner who entered the Imperial Knights and made significant contributions in subduing the Empire's enemies, especially perilous demons. He was extremely meritocratic and appointed Ian as the squad leader. Moreover, he appointed him as the first squad commander, a position only the most exceptional could hold. It's like a gift. At least this person didn't hate Ian. That was why Ian had to act without military jargon at the platoon commander's word. Sitting stiffly, Ian felt drained. Ugh. It's frustrating. Kyan, who sat beside Ian, muttered. I've heard the rumors. You failed to kill the demon god. I apologize, platoon commander. Ian involuntarily lowered his head in response to Kyan's words. Perhaps Ian was frustrated. Kyan smirked. Even nobles make mistakes. Don't worry too much. You did well on the transfer exam, right? That should suffice. No. Still, It's my mistake, so I'll accept the consequences. Consequences, huh? You'll accept them. By the way, the punishment has already been decided. What do you think it is? There was only one punishment he could receive. I think it's being stripped of the squad commander position. To Ian's surprise, Kyan nodded gently. Stripping of position. Close enough. From today, you're not the first squad commander, you're the third squad commander. The third squad commander? What do you mean by that? Ian stood up abruptly. Changing from stripping of position to becoming the third squad commander? It was unexpected. Are you saying I'll continue as squad commander? The punishment is just changing to the third squad commander? Of course, the punishment was fitting. Compared to the important tasks of the first squad, the third squad performed more mundane duties, like looking after the platoon's rear. However, a squad commander was still a squad commander. Its weight couldn't be ignored. Isn't the punishment too light? Perhaps sensing Ian's thoughts, Kyan forcefully made him sit down. Still, it'll be easier than being the first squad commander. You won't have much contact with the other kids, and you just need to do your job well. Isn't that easier in this situation? Did you do this, platoon commander? Yeah. I pulled some strings. Even if I die, they can't strip you of your squad commander position, so I gave them a piece of my mind at the officer meeting. Sir. Squad commander, was there any discussion with the vice commander? The vice commander of the 3rd platoon was Haley Myler, who was Ian's former mentor. Would she let things slide like this? Kyan seemed to know that too. She was already going ballistic. Do you know what the vice commander said? Either she leaves the 3rd platoon or you get expelled. We argued about that. We couldn't come to an agreement, so we decided to part ways. She said she would go to the 1st platoon to teach your sibling, and we agreed to operate with a vacant vice commander position. Ian had only one thing to say to his candid remarks. Why did you do that? Even now, wouldn't it be better to exclude me from the squad commander position? Enough. It's done. And I don't want to work with someone who abandons their disciples. But still. Platoon commander, won't you suffer because of me? At Ian's worried words, Kyan chuckled and pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it up, he looked at Ian. Do you mind if I smoke? It's fine. Alright. It'll be tough as you say. Without a vice commander, my workload will increase. But Ian, I've never had an easy life. I've always struggled. When I brought you into our platoon, do you know what others said? They thought I was crazy. They said, what's the use of bringing that guy? He's useless. The words of the professors advising him still lingered in his mind. Bring in a noble child, nurture them well. That's the way to success, they said. But why do you keep an unwanted child from a family around, they asked. The way for commoners to succeed was to catch the eye of nobles. If they nurtured them well and placed them in suitable positions, it ensured a secure life within that family. Thanks to this, most instructors only took care of high-ranking noble students. Kyan hated that. Damn idiots. Seeing those in honorable positions leading students to success made his blood boil inside. Perhaps they were dim-witted. They stubbornly insisted on the difficult path while neglecting the easy one. But even so, Kyan never regretted it once. After sucking in the pungent smoke, he glared at Ian and said, do you remember what they said at the party when you joined the hero party after receiving the prophecy of the Holy Sword? They said, I knew Ian would do well. I recognized his swordsmanship skills. I knew he would do well from the start. They kept saying that. Did that even make sense? If they thought that, why didn't they take you in from the start and nurture you? Now they're saying that after seeing your success? They knew nothing about Ian's efforts. They didn't even try to understand how hard he had worked. They recognized his talents as soon as he succeeded. They knew he would do well. Those idiots don't know anything. Even though you worked so hard to achieve your success, they're downplaying it as just talent. But I know. I know how hard you've fought. That's why even if it's a gamble, I trust you and appoint you as the 3rd squad commander. It might be risky. It didn't matter. It might indeed be risky. If His Majesty the Emperor doesn't keep his promise after the agreed period, I might be cut off. So what? I'll just live with it. He could go to the fields and farm, train the neighborhood kids whenever he had time. That was the right path for someone born from commoner's blood. After exhaling the smoke, Kyan looked Ian in the eye and said, when His Majesty promised me a title for my achievements in the mine clearance, I refused it, even if I died. Do you know why? I don't know. Because the people who followed me died because of my wrong judgment. The world might think I went in alone and killed the demons, but it wouldn't have been possible without my subordinates. They died. At that time, he was at a crossroads. Should he return with his injured subordinates, or should he sweep away the demons? He chose the latter and successfully eradicated all the demons in the area. However, His subordinates had long since become cold corpses. He killed his subordinates with his misguided choice. And he was offered a reward. When I refused the title and came out, I vowed that I would take full responsibility for my subordinates. I told you that too, didn't I? There was a scene that came to mind at that moment. When he suppressed Ariel, who was trying to ambush Ian, she said to him as she screamed. Why? What do you know that makes you protect that guy? I don't know. What's going on between you and your brother, but why, even so? When my child is about to die, I can't just stand by and watch, I remember. Yeah. You're my subordinate. You're no different from my child. No matter how bad you've been, if you're my child, I'll take full responsibility till the end, right? Finishing his words, the platoon commander flicked his cigarette and put it out. As he turned away, he said to Ian. From now on, you'll have to prove yourself countless times. You need to convince not only the students but also the officers within the Arkansas. Can you do it? Yes. Then prove it. That's all. I'll go ahead first, so take your time. With those words, Kyan entered dark first. Ian blankly stared at his back. I have to prove myself. Walking towards the classroom, Ian echoed Kyan's words. It was probably an attempt to boost courage. However, it felt numbing, like being hit on the head with a hammer. In fact, he lived a rough life. He thought that he would only avoid death, a life of possession. Kyan's words gave Ian a goal. Yes. There is no reason to live half-heartedly anymore. Although he was aware of the possession, there lingered the thought that this was just a game. But isn't it clear that the person in his previous life was dead? From that moment on, this was the real reality. I shouldn't just strive to survive, but to live well. Although countless methods of proving himself lay ahead, Ian believed he could overcome them. Lost in thought, Ian found himself on the second floor of the main building. Turning away from the classroom of 2nd Platoon towards the right end, he spotted the classroom of the 3rd Platoon. The moment he opened the classroom door. Swish. Cold. The gazes of the people inside the classroom pierced through his heart. Even as he was engulfed by their intense stares, Ian remained expressionless. There was no need to give them fodder. In such a situation, there was nothing he could do anyway. Proving myself can be done gradually. According to the original work, rigorous training was scheduled at the beginning of the semester to discipline the new recruits. There was still an opportunity. Ian. These guys are giving us weird looks. Should I tear them apart? Neltlian, what on earth are you talking about? I don't like it. But there's no need to provoke them unnecessarily. We'll be the only ones at a loss. We'll show them when the opportunity arises. Patience until then. Okay. I'll be patient until then. While trying to calm down the irritated Neltlian, Ian made his way to his seat. His seat was at the far end of the classroom, by the window. Sighing deeply as he sat down, Ian pondered, but how should I improve my skills from now on? After the battle with Igor, Ian decided to adopt a boxing style for combat until he resolved the hatred of the blade problem. Using fists would be the best option until then. However, there was an important issue at hand. A punching bag. No, where can I find a sparring partner? Sparring was essential in boxing. One might suggest shadow boxing, but it was merely a process of practicing techniques by imagining an opponent. It wasn't training for real combat. Simply shadow boxing won't improve my skills. To hone his skills for real combat, Ian needed a sparring partner urgently. What should I do? I can't just go and ask those guys. Ian. That doesn't sound like a good idea. I think so too. It would be fortunate if he only received a dismissal when asking. It was at that moment when Ian was pondering what to do. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a sturdy voice. Hey, Ian Volkanov. Turning his head, Ian found Igor there. Ian was taken aback by Igor's heavily swollen face. It's not easy. His already menacing appearance, coupled with stitched-up wounds and purplish bruises, made him unbearable to look at. But why did he suddenly come to me? According to the original work, those from Vision are supposed to be assigned to the 2nd Platoon. Why would he come to a platoon that's not his own? Could it be that he's trying to make amends for the punch from earlier? He comes to a platoon he doesn't even belong to? Could it be that he feels unfair about being treated that way and wants to punish him? Do you have any business? Business? Of course, I do. You have no idea how much I've struggled since this morning because of it. Struggled? What are you talking about? Don't you remember? What does he mean? As Ian seemed to ponder, Igor casually spoke. You offered to teach me how to become stronger, didn't I? Did I say that? Surely, you said so, didn't you? That you can't win like that? Wasn't it meant to be understood as I'll teach you next time? So, I purposely came to the 3rd Platoon. To learn from you. Ian couldn't easily accept what the guy was saying. What's this guy up to? He had just thrown in some trash talk. But he took it upon himself to interpret it, even changing his affiliation. Despite feeling absurd, Ian felt a surge of joy in his chest. If only he's here. Couldn't the problem be solved? There's my punching bag. As things seemed to work out better than expected, a smile naturally spread across Ian's face. Chapter 7. Here's the foot. Ian walked out of the classroom and into the hallway as the students living in the dormitory were heading to school. Ian had a question as Ian went to the classroom. Ian, why did you suddenly come out? Is something wrong? I have to attend a squad commander summons. We need to go to the smoking area. Smoking area? Summons? Are you going to get hit by any chance? Where did you learn to talk like that? Ian's words almost made Ian cough. Ian's tone has become frivolous these days. The child who used to speak softly when they first met. After starting to read diaries, its tone strangely changed. He should confiscate the diary soon. Meanwhile, Ian just smiled widely, seemingly oblivious to anything wrong. I saw it in the diary. Ian says his father once beat him in the smoking room. I'm worried. Don't you have to go? I'm not going to meet anyone, just going to talk. Communication is a rule in our platoon. 3rd Platoon Commander Kyan emphasized communication. So, before starting classes every day, the squad commanders gathered and were summoned to the smoking area. Just because communication is important doesn't mean it's something great. At best, it's just asking about the current status of the squad members. How are things lately? Are the kids training well? That was the extent of it. Sometimes information about training was shared, but mostly it was about the current events. But this time might be a bit different. There are newcomers, and my position has changed. Since the composition of combatants had changed, it was time to talk about that. Heading towards the smoking area behind the main building, there were a man and a woman standing behind Kyan, who was sitting on a bench, smoking. They probably came straight from the dormitory without stopping by the classroom. When Ian stood next to them, Kyan finally spoke. Is everyone here? Yes. 3rd Platoon Commander, all present. Kyan faced the squad leaders at the words of Alan Kegan, who had been promoted from 2nd Squad Commander to 1st Squad Commander this time. You probably already know, but there have been a lot of changes in squad organization this time. Squad commanders have changed, and new recruits have come in. As cigarette smoke drifted with Kyan's rough breath, he spoke. They've come from Vision, and I heard some even came from rural areas. That's why being a platoon commander has been a bit tough. New people were coming in. It wasn't a pleasant situation for anyone. Managing the existing ones was already tough enough. With more to take care of, it was even more challenging. And we'll need to plan tactics anew. It's not that officers dislike new recruits for no reason. Because of this, platoon leaders used to do their best to accept fewer transfer students. Kyan was no exception. They behaved like nobles at meetings where nobles use the title of instructor appointed directly by the emperor to assert their influence. Fortunately, their efforts paid off. Originally, each squad received 8 members. But we managed to reduce our squads to 3 through some fuss. Well done, platoon commander. That's enough. Anyway, each squad will have 1 new transfer student. Ian probably knows who they are. And the 1st and 2nd squad commanders should get to know them immediately. Understood. Right. 1st Squad Commander. What do you think I'm going to say next? Alan, who had been promoted from 2nd Squad Commander to 1st Squad Commander, confidently responded to Kyan's question. Since new recruits have come in, it seems we need to train harder. That's right. We've received fewer new recruits, but it's not something to be happy about. It also means we have more enemies to analyze. The tactics used so far became ineffective because of the newcomers. Moreover, a midterm exam and a whole grade tactical training were scheduled for April. They had to start preparing quickly because of the urgency. Officers had to plan tactics, and training the personnel was the responsibility of squad commanders. I won't have much time to help you due to the absence of the vice commander. So, you'll need to help me well. I know it's troubling for you too, but try your best. Understood? Yes. Alright. Since there's training soon, make sure the kids train hard. Now, go. As Kyan gestured with annoyance, the 2 squad commanders headed to the classroom with a brief salute. Ian was also about to leave after the salute. Oh, right. Ian. Yes, platoon commander. I forgot to tell you something. There might be 1 more person joining your squad. More people are coming? Who is coming? The meeting isn't over yet, so nothing is decided. Just be aware that there might be additional people. Another person is coming? Is it okay? It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if more squad members were added, besides Igor, there wasn't anyone else, right? We're short on personnel anyway. Even if the tasks of the third squad weren't particularly demanding, it wasn't something that only 2 people could handle. And it's not like it would inconvenience me even if the squad members increased. There wasn't much to worry about. After finishing his thoughts, Ian asked politely. May I go back now? Yeah. Make sure to train Igor well. Understood. I'll make sure to prepare additional personnel as much as possible. With that, Ian turned and headed back to the main building. As Ian gradually moved away, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Kyan's face. I thought that guy was useless. Seems like the gods haven't completely abandoned him. When Igor came to the faculty dormitory in the early morning, asking to be assigned to the same squad as Ian, Kyan was puzzled at first. What had he done to make a transfer student want to be in the same squad as him? On the other hand, he also felt relieved. Looks like you've got a good subordinate already. For Ian, who had fought alone all his life, having a comrade he could truly rely on was a blessing. Now, his job was to nurture them both well. Kyan lit his cigarette again. The weather's nice. Today, he strangely enjoyed the taste of the cigarette. Then let's finish today's class here. Good job, everyone. After the instructor responsible for general education left at the end of the class, the students slowly got up from their seats and headed outside. Since it was the first day of classes, they were probably going in the capital to have fun. However, Ian and Igor headed straight to the training room. Normally, the training room could only be used after all scheduled classes were over in the afternoon. But during the early days of the semester, when only orientation was conducted without actual classes, the training room was available even in the morning. Igor, who wasn't familiar with the layout, followed Ian around, looking around curiously. This place is really big and well equipped. I've never seen anything like this in Vision. Don't just admire it, memorize the way. You'll be using this place regularly for the next 2 years. Why should I memorize the way? Don't we take the same classes? I'll be fine if I just stick to you. Stick with him? Ian was taken aback by the audacious statement. I'll tell you in advance, I don't like that. Out of nowhere, you sound like a dog. I'm sorry, but that's what I'm going to say. I don't pay attention to anyone who isn't at least 10 years older than me. I didn't ask that, you idiot. Igor's fiery speech, typical of someone from the southern region, shook Ian's spirit. When Ian touched his forehead, Igor, who was itching with curiosity, finally asked. So, what are we training this time? I'd prefer if you could teach me the martial art you mentioned earlier. You mean boxing? Boxing, you say? Then teach me that. Igor seemed quite pleased with the idea of learning boxing. Of course, Ian could teach him. But there was something he needed to do first. First, I'm planning to check your condition. My condition? More precisely, I'm going to see what martial arts you already know. If there are any similar movements, we'll try to incorporate them as much as possible to make it easier for you to learn. While it was conventional to start from the basics, the time available was too limited for that. To improve Igor's skills, there was no other choice. As they discussed Igor's preferences, they arrived at the basement training room in the dormitory. Igor threw his coat on the ground, indicating he was ready to go. At least, that's what it seemed. Ian looked at Igor with a glint in his eyes. Now, show me all the martial arts you know. Every single one. Every single one? Yeah. Use them all. With Ian's words, Igor reluctantly assumed his stance, his head bobbing in agreement. The most important thing in boxing is to release the power. But that didn't mean throwing punches without any power. More precisely, it's about releasing the tension in your shoulders. Most people throw punches with a lot of shoulder tension, thinking it will make their punches stronger. But the key is not to bring the fist forcefully, but to push through the target. Do you know why that's wrong? Because it's the difference between those who have learned and those who haven't. How do you swing your fist strongly? Ian knew how. To throw a powerful punch, you need to use your lower body. You have to rotate your hips and transfer your weight fully into the punch. If you can't do that, no matter how hard you try to punch, it won't be strong enough. Ian recalled the advice his boxing instructor had given him in the past. You have to break it. You have to release the power. It may not make sense now, but you'll understand its importance. As Ian observed Igor, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Ian thought Igor had only one problem, not following through with his punches. He thought fixing that would be enough. But Igor surpassed Ian's expectations. At the time, I didn't see it properly, but his issues are significant. The tension in his shoulders. And the way he fixes his feet to the ground. With that kind of stance, not only would his center of gravity be compromised, but his punches would become ineffective. Where should he start from? Ian tried to salvage as much as he could, but it wasn't easy to grasp. But at least I'm lucky that his footwork is usable. Even in the midst of Igor's terrible combat skills, there was one advantage. His footwork is decent. It's just that it's not very practical in real combat situations, probably because each movement is meticulously calculated. If the problem was aiming too high, lowering the aim would solve the problem. Ian decided not to touch Igor's footwork for now. He decided to start by improving Igor's punching technique. He planned to abandon the Vishen-style combat that Igor knew and introduce boxing instead. Although boxing steps don't really go well with kicks. That could be addressed later. Let's get started. Ian stood up abruptly from his seat and approached Igor. Afterwards, Ian drew a cross on the floor where he stood. Looking at Igor's puzzled expression, Ian calmly continued to explain. Stand diagonally along this line. Like this? What's next? When Igor asked what to do next, Ian nodded lightly. You run. Practice moving back and forth. 3 minutes, then 30 seconds of rest. If your feet aren't aligned after running, do it again. Got it? Run? Hey, Ian. I came here to learn boxing, not to run. Stop complaining and start running. It's basic boxing. I'm not sure if you'll get it right away, but if you succeed, I'll teach you how to punch. What? Do you think I can't even do this? Are you underestimating me? Igor's reaction to Ian's seemingly mocking response was one of determination. Where are you looking at to call this basic? Simple hopping back and forth? Do you think I won't be able to succeed in this? He has been called a genius his entire life. He was said to have the talent to become the best in every martial art he encountered, and he was confident in how well he could use his body. Could it be that he couldn't even run in place? I'll succeed on the first try. He would definitely flatten Ian's nose. Igor immediately started moving. 2 hours passed. Hook. Hey, your back foot keeps going backward? Didn't I tell you not to do that? Again. I can't help it. Spare me, Ian. I was wrong. If you want to learn, then try again. At Ian's harsh words, Igor massaged his burning calves and stood up again, determined. Chapter 8, Here's the Foot, 2, Training has been going on for 4 hours. Before he knew it, Igor's steps had regained stability, and he could throw jabs and straights. Wow. Impressive. Yeah, the progress of the training is quite good. Compared to the previous Igor, it was truly remarkable growth. But satisfaction couldn't be found here. He had only just begun to extend his fists. Ian looked back at Igor again. While remembering what I said, again. Got it. Puck. Igor's jab quickly struck the strengthened hand. Ian's expression quickly darkened. Igor, why are you pushing your fist forward while extending it? If you want to hit harder, you should use your lower body. Got it. Let me try again. Again. One more. After readjusting his stance, Igor extended his fist again. His legs were working fine, and he didn't push his fist forward. However. Tap. A jab with pitiful power. No matter how much it was called a jab, it couldn't do anything at this level. I told you to relax your shoulder. Did I tell you to relax the power of your body? Even a passing kid won't flinch at such a weak punch. Ouch. Unable to endure the harsh teaching, Igor yelled out in frustration. In frustration, he slumped down, and rough words came out of his mouth. Damn it. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Normally, exercising would clear his mind and make him feel better. But now, instead of feeling better, anger accumulated with each attempt. I'm going crazy because I'm so annoyed. Igor slapped the floor hard, as if he hated it. To put it bluntly, he hated Ian. But what frustrated him the most was his own body. Why can't I do this properly? I know what to do, but my body won't cooperate. He had dedicated his life to martial arts, thinking that not even the Empire could beat him in terms of physical coordination. But what on earth was this embarrassment? Failing to properly step on just one step was wasting precious time. Although frustrated, Igor was determined. But Ian continued to push him. Endure the hardship and get up. You'll get used until you die. Darn it. His teeth gritted. This wasn't the way to go. I need something more pointed. Time was running out. It was important to have a solid foundation during this time. To do that, he needed a proper explanation. That's why. Ian. I have one suggestion. A suggestion? If you're thinking of giving up, it's better to quit. It's not that. What I want is. Instead of vaguely explaining, explain it in detail. The reason for deciding to scratch Ian's ego was that he thought if he scratched him like this, Ian would give a customized explanation. Are you saying I haven't been explaining properly all this time? Ian was on the brink of losing it, but then Igor saw Ian's widened eyes and raised his voice as if he had been waiting for this moment. It's all about not getting the hang of it. If I have any issues, tell me straight up. Or explain properly. I'll follow faithfully no matter what. Well, it seems like I didn't tailor my explanation to your level. That's it. What I want is exactly that. Tailored education. I wish you'd teach me step by step from the basics, just like teaching a beginner in martial arts. Seeing the obvious intention behind Igor's expression, Ian swallowed his laughter inwardly. You won't get away with cheating. He always thought that. Igor couldn't hide his expression. If he was going to say something like that, he should have frowned or at least looked angry. If he laughed while saying such things, anyone could see that he had a different intention. Well, if it's his intention, then he'll try to provoke my temper while igniting my passion. He thought that if he scratched his ego by implying he hadn't been properly taught, Ian would put more effort into explaining. It was annoying, but Ian decided to let Igor's break slide. A passionate display. How could he torment him well? He was thinking about that when Nelthlian poked Ian's chest. Ian. What are you going to do? Are you worried? Yeah. Ian. You seem troubled. I'm worried. It's okay, there's no problem. Nothing's wrong. So, do you have a solution? A solution? Didn't he just say it? Treat him as if he's a beginner. He should do it his way. Approaching Igor, Ian suddenly lowered his posture. He pointed his index finger at his foot and began to explain. So, let me explain. This is called a foot. Now, what did I just say? What are you trying to do? What else? I'm explaining, aren't I? Listen carefully and follow along without needing to be explained twice. Now, what did I say? This is a foot. What? This. This darn son of a. Although he wanted to immediately explode with anger at Ian, who seemed to be teasing and playing with him, Igor knew he would be in trouble in that moment. Holding back his tears, Igor replied. Foot. Damn it. What did you say? Foot. Celia Wagnoron. As the youngest daughter of the prestigious Spearman Wagnoron family, she always attracted attention wherever she went. Whenever it was rumored that she would appear in social circles, even the most reluctant nobles would attend the parties, and people would crowd around just to converse with her. Beautiful and talented like no other, she had everything she needed to captivate people. She had never been alone except for when she was a child. She spent her time with her cute junior, Ariel, and when she had family duties, there were always guardian knights to accompany her. For Celia, loneliness was an unfamiliar word, and she was confident she would never live a lonely life. That was why seeing Celia wandering the corridors like a deflated balloon was so heart-wrenching. Ugh! Thinking her own image, Celia sighed in frustration. After having eaten with Ariel, she walked through the training grounds with a sullen expression. I made a big decision. Originally, she hadn't planned on training today. Traditionally, on the first day of school, it was customary to enjoy a small party with close friends while contemplating the future. That's why Celia had rented out an entire restaurant. It was a place where even the kitchen chef's food required reservations at least 2 months in advance. Even she, the Princess of Wagnoron, had to pay a hefty price. But she didn't regret it at all. Just spending time with Ariel, laughing and enjoying delicious food, was enough for her. However, Ariel Volkanov's obliviousness made it impossible to fulfill Celia's desires. I never thought she would invite her others to join. At Ariel's suggestion of inviting all their friends, the intimate gathering turned into a party with everyone. Really? Ariel, isn't that too much? I did all this just for her. Is she completely oblivious? In the end, after finishing the meal, Celia immediately headed to the training grounds. Although Ariel tried to stop her, she felt like she would go crazy if she didn't relieve this frustration right away. At least if I do this, Ariel will understand my feelings. Even if she was clueless, if she went this far, she would realize how wrong she had been. As a punishment, she decided to finish her training and then return to the dormitory to embrace the contrite Ariel. That's what she thought as she walked along the path. Ian. Celia Wagnoron? Her pupils trembled greatly upon seeing Ian in front of her. Why did she do that? Did she lose her mind for a moment? In that fleeting moment, Celia Wagnoron blamed herself countless times. She almost wanted to slap her past self for reflexively talking to Ian. Why did I react when I saw Ian? I could have just ignored him. No, more importantly, why is he here at this time? At the same time, thoughts raced through her mind about what to do. What should she say? She remained silent, trying to hold herself together, when Ian spoke up. Are you here for training? That's right. Training. I'm here for training. That I can't subdue demons like everyone else and don't get in Ariel's way. Despite Celia's sharp provocation, Ian responded calmly. Okay. Work hard. Ian didn't seem to mind at all, and he just turned around to go back into the training room. His indifferent response only aggravated her. Hey. Ian. What's up? Do you have nothing to say to me? Not really. Think again. Don't you owe me an apology? Looking at his emotionless face, Celia tightened her grip. Honestly, She hated Ian. She felt disappointed that the kindness he showed her in childhood turned out to be a facade. I always acted truthfully. Didn't he reveal his true self to her? She didn't like his hideous true self, but she disliked even more how he was only kind to her. It felt like he approached her just to play with her. It's not just me. How could he treat his own sister like that? She thought of Ariel, who had come back crying after failing to attack the demon god. Ariel had to distance herself momentarily because of her becoming a hero. However, she kept communicating through letters. Ian seems different now. Ariel's letter mentioned seeing a change in him, which she found pleasant. At that time, Celia thought she could reconcile with Ian. If he showed a repentant attitude, she could forgive him for deceiving her. However, Ian shattered her expectations completely. The image of Ariel being expelled from the party and crying in her arms still lingered in her memory. She intended to conclude things this time. She wanted to put an end to her ill-fated relationship with Ian. Apologize? What am I supposed to apologize for? Of course, Ian couldn't understand her feelings. Or rather, he probably didn't want to understand. Looking at her with a truly clueless expression, Celia trembled. No apologies to offer? Are you being sincere? If I've wronged you, I'll apologize. But no matter how much I think about it, it doesn't seem like I've wronged you. Well, you really are that kind of person. Not even knowing that. So foolishly. With her emotions welling up, she glared at Ian suddenly. A liveliness that hadn't been there before was evident in her eyes. I regret that I ever liked you. I regret it like crazy. With reddened eyes, Celia turned away and headed towards the dormitory. Ian could only watch her go. What does Celia Wagnoran mean to Ian? He had pondered countless times since she left. What was Celia for him? She used to be a good friend when they were young. She treated him with some humanity at least. The image of her happily suggesting they go out together, laughing brightly, was vivid in his memory. To the extent that he thought there was still a reason to live when he looked at her. So I took care of her with even greater sincerity. He lived like he would give everything for her. He endured her curses, healed her wounds, and nursed her through illnesses if she fell sick. As the first friend to Ian, she was an incredibly precious presence. But since meeting Ariel, I haven't had any relationship with her. To be precise, since she left him and went to Ariel. Now, he didn't feel anything even when he saw her. He didn't even think about trying to stop her leaving in anger. Perhaps I've become numb. Perhaps it's for the best. Looking at his status screen reflected in his eyes, Ian smiled bitterly. First encounter with the heroine completed, quest surrounded by threats activated, Celia Wagnoran will do everything in her power to crush Ian Volkanov. Survive her wrath, reward upon success, curse weakening, failure, eternal death. Do you accept? If there had been even a hint of lingering emotion, he might have shown her mercy. If the moment comes when Celia harms me. It's probably referring to the training in a few days. Tactical training involving the entire second year. Just show the gap there. I was going to do my best anyway. And if there's a reward on top of that, there's nothing he can do. Ian muttered softly. I accept. Having accepted the quest, Ian returned to the training room. Chapter 9, Difference of Class, 1. Ian finished his meeting with Celia and returned to the training room. His plan was to watch Igor's training today. But circumstances had changed, and he couldn't just stand idly by. I have to achieve overwhelming results against Celia Wagnoran. I can't just sit around. He stood in front of the mirror and concentrated mana into his fist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark energy began to surge around his fist. It wasn't something created with Neltlian's help, but Ian's pure mana. Mana infused with darkness continued to grow in size, gradually shifting from gaseous to liquid form. Once it turned into a slightly viscous liquid, the transformation stopped. Is this all I can do for now? Mana generally exists in 3 forms, gas, liquid, and solid. Those who have just begun to manipulate mana or have undergone some training handle mana in its gaseous state. Even then, they can only overlay the gaseous mana onto objects. Advancing further allows them to manipulate liquid mana. Mana that has taken shape showed a different level of power and utility, and those who reached this stage were called mana experts. And those who can manipulate solid-state mana are called mana masters. Mana condensed to its limit transitions from viscous liquid to solid. Solid mana possesses superior resilience and power compared to liquid, and it can be imbued into weapons or used to create equipment. At this point, only 5 individuals have reached this level. The Empire had a total of 4 masters, starting with Duke Bernagia, the head of the Wagnoran family known as Dragon's Lair, then the sage affiliated with the Magic Tower, and finally, Ian's father, Kilan Volkanov. There's even a rank beyond that called Grandmaster in Legends. At the pinnacle of mana, there were those who could not only manipulate objects but also overlay the space they stood in with mana. However, Ian knew he wasn't at a level where he could surpass them yet, so he decided to suppress his curiosity and focus on the present. Instead, he concentrated on his mana in his hand. The black liquid had a thick viscosity, but it began to evaporate shortly after. This level could be considered intermediate expert. Other academy students are top-level mana users, at or below expert level. While this made him exceptional, he couldn't afford to be complacent. When I wielded the sword, I reached the level of an intermediate expert. Was Ian Volkanov, the main villain, an intermediate expert? If so, then Ariel and her comrades, who opposed Ian, would also be intermediate or upper intermediate experts. For Ian, who had to compete with them, reaching upper intermediate expert status was necessary in the near future. That's why he couldn't afford to relax in the current situation. I didn't want it to come to this. Although he felt a moment of weakness, Ian regained his determination. I'll have to take a few hidden pieces. Originally created for Ariel, Ian decided to take them for himself to survive. There was no guilt. Ariel took what was his, so he would exact an appropriate price. Fortunately, there is a hidden piece where the training is taking place this time. He decided to seize it first. With a plan in mind, Ian adjusted his stance and extended his fist. Swish. Swish. He still had a long way to go. Doesn't the term prodigy seem to fit this guy? Whenever he looked at Igor, that thought crossed his mind. This guy was definitely a genius. He's got some bad habits ingrained in him, but his level is top-notch. Despite his considerable pride in the martial arts he had been using so far, Igor never expressed any dissatisfaction. Even though the training process might have been difficult, he never cried out in resignation. In the end, I managed to fix all the bad habits and bring him up to a level I can tolerate. All of this happened in just 2 days. Ian couldn't help but be amazed at his progress. Ian looked at Igor, who was diligently solving the test paper next to him. Igor was sweating profusely, gripping his pin as if it were about to break. Describe 3 ways to gain the upper hand in battle against a troll army. Just hitting them randomly might not result in victory. But I can't just write that as the answer. This is driving me crazy. Ian whispered quietly to the sweating Igor. Looks like you're having quite a hard time. What is it, Ian? Do you happen to know the answers? Do you think I wouldn't know that? Of course. I heard you're the top scorer. Can you give me the answers? Looking up at Ian with sparkling eyes, Igor asked eagerly. Hey. Dealing with a troll horde is simple. Firstly, trolls move in groups, but there's always a leader controlling them. So, you need to defeat the leader first. Once the backbone is gone, the rest will be confused and easier to handle. Secondly, trolls usually inhabit rugged terrain. Therefore, you can also cause landslides using explosives or mana. Oh. And the last method? Well, how much do you want me to give you? The last one is for you to figure out on your own. Ian's sarcastic remark made Igor clutch his head in both hands and groan. My head isn't working because I'm hungry. And isn't it partly your fault too? Igor hadn't forgotten what Ian had done to him. How difficult had the past 2 days been? They trained without rest from the first day of school. If they didn't show satisfactory progress, Ian even conducted dawn training sessions. Of course, if it were just training, he might have been able to endure it. But he wasn't an ordinary student. Train to death, do assignments, sleep, wake up, train again. There were assignments every day during classes. After the hellish training with Ian ended, they had to return to the dormitory to do assignments. Skipping meals was commonplace. I haven't forgotten about the meals I missed because of you. Are you so disappointed about missing a meal? Don't tease me. Hungry people are not to be trifled with. Grumbling, Igor challenged Ian with a stern gaze. Anyway, I must eat lunch today. It's Salmon's special day. Well, use your conscience and let me eat. After all, it's my salmon too. Are you feeling unwell? Igor's eyes widened in surprise at Ian's sudden concession. You seem very hungry, so I wanted to make an exception. Don't you want it? Now that I think about it again, Ian, you seem like a pretty decent guy. I'll follow you for life. Igor, who had just been sticking his nose up until now, started smiling as if nothing had happened and resumed solving the problem. Looking at him, Ian felt a little sorry for pushing him so hard recently. But it couldn't be helped. Igor's role in this training is crucial. The goal of the second-year tactical training was to hunt more monsters than any other platoon. The task assigned to the third squad was vital in that training. 1. The second squad builds a camp in a place where monsters are likely to appear and waits. When monsters appear, the 3 squads join together to hunt it. Monsters could appear anywhere. Therefore, the third squad had to move continuously between the bases of the first and second squads without resting. The reason Ian continued to train Igor was also because of this. If the battle took place at night, or even in rough terrain, it would consume a considerable amount of stamina. For Igor, who lacked endurance compared to basic fitness, Ian's best effort was necessary. Of course, I didn't just sit idly by. Ian began to use mana, avoiding the eyes of others. The viscous texture of the mana was maintaining its form longer than before, without melting away like before. This level can be considered close to an upper intermediate expert. With Neltlian's help added to this advanced expert, it would be possible to aim for that range. Ian stroked the Neltlian, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. Ian. Warm. It felt good to be in his arms, so Neltlian hugged Ian as if he were about to burst. I'll make you stronger soon. Stronger? That's good? Well, yeah. If you become stronger, you can be more helpful to me. Then it's good if I can help Ian. If they could get the hidden pieces in the training ground, it would be possible to further Neltlian's growth. With a goal in mind, Ian began to plan. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the day of the tactical training for the year was approaching. The training took place in the renowned mountainous region of Gahud. The breathtaking mountain paths and the barely visible night took a toll on the students' stamina. However, the excellent platoon commander, Kyan, led his platoon to the target destination first by taking the shortest route and combining it with appropriate breaks, thereby conserving the stamina of the platoon members. According to the prearranged schedule, the students began to set up their positions one by one. Positions, each consisting of 3 to 4 members. 4 in total. They would wait in their positions until the monsters approached, and then begin the hunt. Ian's squad positioned themselves 100 meters behind their designated positions. Igor, who was fidgeting nervously beside him, muttered discontentedly and tossed and turned. So, are we just going to wait here? I wanted to hunt monsters and see the results of our training, but I guess not. The assigned task was as expected. The first squad, assist the second squad in hunting monsters or eliminating variables that could harm allies. In this situation, the best option would be to send Igor ahead for reconnaissance and then move organically myself. But on the other hand, was there really a need to do so? Honestly, would there be any problem if he personally hunted monsters? Kyan never told the third squad not to directly hunt monsters. It was best to assist the first and second squads. But Kyan also said that the third squad could hunt monsters if they encountered them. Just to be sure, Ian sent a text message using the device, but Kyan's response was the same as before. Permission granted. Proceed under the squad commander's judgment, approval without any conditions attached. Kyan trusted his judgment. If he trusted Ian that much, he had to prove it with results. That was why. Igor, get up. We're going to the front to hunt monsters. What? Is that okay? Don't worry, even if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Ian began the hunt himself. Our platoon hunting monsters might face strong opposition from other squads. Ian didn't care about their opposition. At this point, his reputation couldn't get any worse. Rather than waiting like this and helping the platoon members, it would be better to show overwhelming skills. Whack! At that moment, a powerful surge of mana spread throughout the mountains. The spread mana soon formed a massive dome around the mountains. KRR. Suddenly, monsters hidden within the mana emerged one by one. Creatures with bodies like rocks and only a single club. Trolls. Maybe about 15 of them. Ian was surrounded in an instant, but he remained calm. Without hesitation, Ian made a quick decision. Igor, focus on the trolls in the rear first. I'll handle the front and help later. Igor nodded lightly in agreement and charged at the trolls. Observing his actions, Ian adjusted his stance. This is it. The trolls' strength lay not only in their ferocious club attacks but also in their tough skin. Their skin, as hard as rocks, could deflect any amateur attacks. To wipe them out in one fell swoop, a powerful strike was needed. Ian, fists have been strengthened. Well done, Neltlian. Ian began to condense mana in his reinforced fist. The mana with its dense viscosity seemed to engulf Ian's hand as if it wanted to swallow it whole. Previously, it would have melted away by this point, but now, thanks to the training, it held firm. Then I guess I should try it out. Boom. With a leap powered by centrifugal force, Ian approached the troll at the forefront. Crack? The troll, taken aback by the speed it had never experienced before, was defenseless against Ian's attack, and it's over. Without hesitation, Ian unleashed his fist. Chapter 10, Difference of Class, 2, A Storm Brewed. Mana emanating from fists created a massive whirlwind, and trolls were helpless against the intense pressure. The sharp wind, like black blades, sliced through troll flesh as if carving, and when the eerie scream ceased, all that remained were the lower halves of the trolls. Yeah. What I saw must be right. Igor rubbed his bewildered eyes, trying to understand the situation. A troll gripping his neck seemed to urge him to undo it, but Igor paid it no mind. Is that really possible? Having witnessed a human causing natural disasters, he couldn't care less about trolls. In awe of the spectacle, Igor's mouth hung agape. His gaping mouth closed only after Ian swept away even the trolls behind him. Only then did Igor realize he had done nothing and bowed his head deeply. I told you to take charge of those in the rear. No. That's not it. Igor, sweating profusely, argued desperately with Ian. He had tried to capture them. But then a loud noise came from behind, and witnessing the unbelievable, he froze in place. It's already done. Let it be. Though Ian acquiesced silently, he ultimately had to interrupt Igor's words. It was a luxury to listen to excuse after excuse when you had to catch at least one more fish. I was just as surprised. There's no need to say more. Ian looked at his right hand. The sensation of touching the trolls was still vivid due to the recoil. It's definitely beyond my imagination. He hadn't thought he could sweep them away like this. Even with Niltlian's power at the intermediate expert level, the opponents were monsters directly reinforced by instructors. The mana wall covering the mountain strengthens both the students and the enemies. Trolls, originally renowned for their robust defense, were further strengthened by instructors' power. Even if it were him, he didn't think he could easily deal with them. Putting aside his admiration, Ian shifted his gaze to the device. Second year, 3rd platoon, 3rd squad points status, 15 points. The rules of this training were simple. If a platoon accumulates 5,000 points first, that platoon will win, and the training will end immediately. 1 point is added for every monster hunted. Red monsters are hidden in the forest. These are special monsters, and hunting them yields 500 points. There were many other rules, but they weren't necessary to consider in the current situation. There was one thing to remember: to hunt monsters faster than other squads and accumulate 5,000 points. At this rate, reaching 5,000 points is possible. It would be tough. But if he focused on hunting without rest for the remaining 4 hours, it could be done. Yes, it's possible. However, Ian decided to handle the situation more cleverly. After all, he suffered from possession. Wouldn't it be better to utilize the knowledge he has? Most of them will focus on regular monsters, because the risk is too great to search for hidden special monsters. But he knows where the creatures are hiding. With that knowledge, gathering points was nothing. Don't look so gloomy. You have a lot to do in the future. Ian patted Igor's slumped back and resumed his steps. Capturing special monsters wasn't easy. Finding a monster hiding in a yard where you can't even see clearly was like looking for a needle in the desert. And the bigger problem was that these creatures possessed stronger power than ordinary monsters. So students often wondered why they were made to catch them. But when you think about it, it wasn't that strange. In a way, it was natural that they were hard to catch. It's 500 points. Points you can get by killing 500 monsters. There's no way they'd give that away easily. To become the best platoon, we had to gather 5,000 points, right? The platoon's maximum capacity is 20 members. So, to become the best platoon, each member had to hunt 250 monsters. Though it's 250 monsters per person, hunting such a large number was no easy task. That's why. Capture them no matter what. Charge in. Celia ignored on. She aimed for the special monsters even at the risk of danger. While performing reconnaissance duties and returning, she discovered a special monster and immediately started pursuing. Though there was a risk of not even breaking even and just wasting energy, she believed it was worth a try. Celia, now. The plan worked perfectly. Squad members, with their eyes on the points, rushed in relentlessly and grabbed the special monster by its legs. Though the one whose leg was caught struggled to break free, a gap was created in the process. Then, a spear imbued with frosty energy was thrown. Swoosh! The spear flew with a tremendous force, piercing through the monster's skin. Pow! Eventually, it created a large hole in its chest. The monster staggered and collapsed unconscious. Watching the smoke rising from the evaporating monster, Celia wiped her sweat with her sleeve. Phew! Unlike ordinary monsters, its eyes were bloodshot, and its overall skin had turned reddish. A special monster. Right? If her eyes weren't mistaken, then it must be. She heard that monsters created by test proctors are marked with red for distinction. Having hunted that creature. 500 extra points. Celia ignored smiled widely, forgetting that she was still in the middle of training. Just a moment ago, her stomach felt stifled, but now it felt as if it had been pierced. Who would have thought that she would be so lucky while performing reconnaissance duties? At best. I thought all I could do was get information about the other platoons and kill a few monsters on the way. Didn't she achieve much greater results than expected? If she had made a mistake, she would have gotten nothing. Fortunately, her squad achieved great results. Feeling elated was natural. Wow, did we really catch it? Is this a dream? It's not a dream. We just earned 500 points in one go. As if proving her thoughts correct, her squad members also began to smile brightly. Celia took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed with emotions. This. Could we be in first place? It might be prideful, but Celia thought there was a good chance. Wasn't the start too good? Already, Celia was confident that her first platoon would emerge victorious. Based on that confidence, Celia checked the current situation. Point status, second year, third platoon, 2,146 points second year, first platoon, 930 points second year, second platoon, 565 points. What is this? For a moment, despair crept in. Celia's eyes began to tremble. They earned 2,146 points? It hadn't even been that long since the training started, had it? Does this make sense? She wanted to dismiss it as a lie. Honestly, isn't it just absurd? She knew that the third platoon had excellent skills. After all, the platoon commander was appointed directly by His Majesty the Emperor. It would be different since they learned from veterans with plenty of real-world experience. But she never expected such a huge difference. Celia, are you okay? Don't worry too much. We just have to work hard from now on. Her teammates tried to console her, but unfortunately, Celia didn't see them in a sympathetic light. She only thought that they would lose if they continued like this. That thought filled her mind. I can't just stay like this. Celia gritted her teeth. She decided to trample Ian in this test. However, to lose with such a severe gap? That couldn't happen. It was unthinkable. Eventually, Celia decided to try her luck once again. I'll be back in a moment. Huh? Celia. Where are you going? Don't go alone. Celia. Ignoring them, Celia Wagner and set off straight away, running along the mountain path. Pow. A punch tore through the red werewolf's abdomen. The red werewolf, its lower body torn apart, staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Special monster hunted. Earned an additional 500 points, current points for second year, third platoon, third squad, 1,616 points. As Ian smiled at the clear notification sound from his device, Igor casually wiped the blood off his fist. Phew. With this guy down, that makes it 3 monsters hunted already. Yeah. It's safe to say we've hunted almost all the special monsters in the forest. Of course, this wasn't all of them, but Ian decided not to delve into that. If they hunted down all the hidden monsters, there would be too much suspicion from the instructors. Pumping in more points would be difficult. However, there was no problem. There were still many ways to go about it. Crunch. Growl. Crunch. As the werewolves hanging from trees howled, Igor made a disgusted expression. I never imagined we could use werewolves' instinct to come to the aid of their kind in this way. Anyone could do it if they studied hard enough. Even if someone studied a lot, there wouldn't be many who would use werewolves as tree ornaments like you. Who would come up with such an idea? Even if someone thought of it, there wouldn't be many who would actually execute it. As Ian looked at the tree adorned with werewolves, he said, more werewolves will come soon. You think you can handle it now, right? Where are you going? Don't worry. I'll handle it. Nodding lightly, Ian concealed himself deep into the forest. Now it was time to snatch the hidden piece. How long had Ian walked through the dim forest? Suddenly, he found himself at his intended destination. It's really tough. Ian brushed off the dirt clinging to his body and stood in front of the cave. A cave with an entrance smaller than his height. It felt refreshing to look at. Ian never dreamed that he would end up here. In the original, Ariel Volkanov gets her big start. A 2nd-year Ariel participated in the same training as him, got attacked in place of a heroine, and fell off a cliff, ending up here. Ariel grows as the Holy Sword Delusion grows due to the miracle in this cave. After that, nothing happened. After awakening, Ariel returns alive, and the heroine, who thought she was dead, cries and embraces her. That kind of story. In fact, it's not very important. Ariel's growth through obtaining it was just an event to increase a certain heroine's affection. If one wasn't interested in that heroine, it was fine to pass by the event. So, I'll take it. That was why Ian could snatch it without feeling guilty. If it didn't matter whether it was there or not, then he could take it. Let's go. As Ian passed through the narrow entrance, a bright light began to spread into the cave, contrasting with the dark scenery of the forest. Chapter 11, Difference of Class, 3, Thud. Thud. The sound of light footsteps echoed faintly through the cave. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. Wow! This is beyond imagination, isn't it? Having been surrounded by darkness where nothing was visible just moments ago, it felt as if he had stepped into a different dimension. Raging pillars of fire, transparent pools of water, and walls covered in giant ice, vines and shrubs reaching up to the ceiling adorn the walls, where light and darkness intertwined harmoniously. I can definitely feel the strong presence of all attributes here. Enhanced by the overwhelming mana pressure, Ian strengthened his entire body. Finally, the oppressive force weighing him down began to dissipate gradually. It was the power of the ancient god Neltlian that helped him overcome the pressure of mana. Was it because of that? In the space that had been empty just moments ago, a massive statue began to emerge. Neltlian, after confirming the gem held in the statue's hand, jumped excitedly. Ian. I sense an extraordinary energy from there. It must be something good. Is Neltlian recognizing its value as well? The gem held by the statue was quite valuable. That was the artifact Ian had been searching for, the Origin Jewel. According to Elysian, Ariel's holy sword, the Origin Jewel is a crystallization of the combined energies of the elements created since the inception of the world. The 5 attributes existing in the world. Inside the cave, all attributes existed in balance, their powers coming together to create the Origin Jewel. A gem formed over a long period by the accumulation of elemental energies. Consuming it grants even those without awakened attributes the power of attributes. It might seem trivial, but for those who understood the value of attributes, it was a treasure worth marveling at. If one possesses attributes, they can deal additional damage to enemies based on compatibility. When facing enemies without attributes, they can deal twice the damage regardless of compatibility. Only a very small fraction of those who awakened mana possessed attributes. In other words, most were attribute-less. By consuming the Origin Jewel, he could gain the power to overwhelm them. But the value of the Origin Jewel didn't end there. Then, would it be useless for those who already possess awakened attributes? Not necessarily. The Origin Jewel contained the accumulated energies of the elements over many centuries. When consumed by one who already possesses awakened attributes, they can absorb the essence of their compatible attribute. You can gain proficiency in the relevant attribute and a vast amount of mana. This was important for Ian. If the proficiency of his dark attribute increased, Neltlian could recover its strength faster. And the vast amount of mana could provide more assistance in reaching expert level. Approaching the statue, Ian cautiously retrieved the Origin Jewel. Now the question remained, how to consume it. Probably the best method is to follow what was described in the original and consume it in small pieces. The best way is to swallow the jewel whole and absorb it internally. However, swallowing a jewel the size of an adult fist is no easy task. Despite wanting to swallow it all at once to minimize mana loss during the process of breaking it into pieces, it was unavoidable. As Ian concluded and raised his fist to break the jewel. Ian. Are you not going to eat that? Then, I'll eat it. What? Suddenly, Neltlian, who had swelled up, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Origin Jewel. Neltlian? Suddenly swallowing the jewel? This was unexpected. In the midst of his confusion, a system window appeared before Ian's eyes. Neltlian has consumed the Origin Jewel. As per the contract, Ian Volkanov, the contractor, also gains the same effect, consumed the Origin Jewel without any loss. Proficiency in the dark attribute has significantly increased. Curse, hatred of the blade, curse removal 13%. Neltlian grows due to the vast amount of experience. With Neltlian's growth, it is now possible to simulate battles with enemies in its memory. Something from the abyss has started watching you. Staring at the sudden flood of notifications, Ian's eyes widened. So consuming it like this is also possible? It wasn't something to boast about, but he was sincere about this game, even remembering the smallest details. But consuming the Origin Jewel in this manner. I'm full. Sleepy. Neltlian, the main actor of the event, seemed satisfied, swaying its plump body and closing its eyes. Puzzled, Ian tried to understand the situation. I'm not sure what's going on. Though he still didn't fully grasp it. One thing was certain. Thanks to Neltlian, he had achieved an outstanding result. That alone was reason enough to be satisfied. He smiled with joy. Thump. A sound came from the entrance of the cave. What's that? With the thought that there might be potential threats, Ian cautiously headed towards the entrance. There he could see it. Celia Wignoron? Celia, lying unconscious with numerous wounds. And then. GRR. Monsters approaching her as if recognizing her as prey. I guess I'll have to rescue her first and see. Ian sighed deeply. He walked towards her. In her childhood, her grandmother used to say to her, Celia, when the moment of danger comes, you'll see an illusion of someone dear to you. She said that when life is at stake, memories of being with someone dear would come to mind. To understand the concept of someone dear, young Celia replied, someone dear? Then, would it be grandma or dad? Her grandmother would smile gently and stroke her cheek. It's hard for our little one to understand now. But as you grow older, there will be someone more precious to you than your father or grandmother. But Wouldn't it be sad to think of someone dear before dying? If you can't see them again. Haha. Maybe. But isn't it fortunate to know who was truly precious, even if it's late? If you get a new chance, you can meet that person again. It's hard to understand. Her grandmother simply stroked her head in response to her lack of understanding. At that time, she didn't grasp the meaning of those words. It wasn't until she was falling from a cliff, her foot slipping, that Celia could understand. Ah. So that's what it meant. Someone dear. It meant someone you love. Then, Celia thought she would see Ariel in her dream. At the moment, the most precious person to her was none other than Ariel. Is this my last chance to see Ariel? She could recall the happy memories she shared with her. Thinking so, she closed her eyes. Po. Ian. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't die. Why is this memory coming back now? What she saw were her younger self and Ian Volkanov. Blood was flowing from the large wound on Ian's back, and she was tearing her cloak to stem the bleeding. Ian's face was pale, and she was crying. It remained etched in her memory. It was definitely when I was young. When she had clumsily learned the Hueco healing magic, she had sneaked into the forest away from people. Looking back now, she wondered how she had dared to venture into a place teeming with monsters. At that time, she thought that if she could use her family's ancient spear technique, she could easily deal with those monsters. But that was a mistake. Ah. Help me. Grr. Yeah. I had wandered around the mountain and got lost. I was surrounded by monsters, facing imminent death. With no real combat experience, she froze upon seeing the monsters and was exposed to their attacks. Just when she thought she was going to die, Ian rescued her. After taking the monster's attack with his back, Ian quickly escaped the mountains carrying her. Only when he arrived at the forest entrance and put her down did he lose consciousness. After that, our family's caretaker found me crying, and she treated Ian, who was badly injured. As Celia meticulously reviewed her childhood memories, her mind was filled with questions. Surely, he must have been someone important to her. Why did this scene come to mind? And why was her heart starting to ache more and more? Her grandmother used to say. But isn't it fortunate to know who was truly precious, even if it's late? And just before she passed away, her grandmother held her hand and said, Celia, you must find that precious person to you. So, was the person dear to her Ian? She still couldn't understand it well. Why, in a situation where she should think of someone dear, was Ian Volkanov, whom she despised, coming to mind. However, one thing seemed certain. Why do I want to see him? Once again, she wanted to see his face. With that thought, the light disappeared. And when Celia opened her eyes, she saw it. Boom. Bang. Arg. Annoying. The image of the man who had protected her from monsters in her childhood. Ian? As Celia muttered as if she couldn't understand, Ian glanced at her indifferently and then spoke. It was the same even when we were kids. You haven't changed. For Ian, Celia Wagnoran was an important woman. However, it didn't mean he harbored any affection for her. Although she was an attractive character in the game, his feelings had dulled after learning the truth through the diary, and especially since the moment she rejected Ian, any favor had long vanished. She was important for a different reason. Celia is a member of the future hero party led by Ariel. She was a woman destined to cut down demons as a new vanguard of the hero party. With that in mind, leaving her to die at the hands of monsters was not an option. To see a happy ending, I need to uncover the secrets Ian has hidden. Then, I must enable Ariel to handle the demons. If Ariel were to perish before defeating the demon god, he would lose his life to the secret and himself. Although it wasn't pleasing, for now, he had no choice but to save her. That's why he hunted monsters to protect Celia. Just wait a bit longer. We'll reach the top soon. Ian started climbing the cliff with Celia in his arms. Let me down. I'll climb up myself. Although Celia insisted on climbing up herself, feeling embarrassed to be held like a princess by the person she despised, Ian ignored her words. Aren't you hurt? If you can't walk properly, I'll carry you. Still. I understand it's unpleasant. Just endure it. I had no other choice. It's not unpleasant. No. I'll just stay quiet. After firmly stating so, Celia closed her mouth. There wasn't really any other way, even in her opinion. As Celia remained silent, Ian focused on climbing the cliff again. While climbing the steep cliff, Ian checked the system. Something from the abyss has started watching you. It was the notification that appeared when he absorbed the origin jewel. At the time, he didn't pay much attention due to being preoccupied with other matters. But looking back now, it wasn't something to be taken lightly. In Heroic Academy, there's only one thing that can be called something from the abyss. Demons. Beings dwelling in the darkest abyss. The fact that the system notified him to this extent meant they were preparing to extend their dark influence. Unless he knew what kind of scheme they were up to, he couldn't move slowly. Ian climbed the cliff with determination. Finally, when they reached the summit, he could see it. Ugh! My arm! Huck! Huck! Celia Wagnoran's squad members were lying injured. Ha! Damn it! What kind of monstrous strength is this? And Igor, who was blocking a headless knight. Craw! When the creature spotted Ian, it let out a piercing scream. Chapter 12, Difference of Class, 4, Ian, you're finally here. Igor's face, which had been creased until now, suddenly brightened as if to ask when he had ever been so carefree. His condition wasn't exactly great. Not as bad as those lying on the ground, but he had cuts all over, and his legs were trembling. He wanted to ask if he was okay, how he was feeling. But he decided to let it go. There was no time to spare with the enemy in front of them. What happened? Well, while you were away, I was hunting werewolves. But suddenly, they came bursting out of the bushes. 9 men and women were lying on the ground with deep wounds at Igor's fingertips. They must be from a different platoon, faces he didn't recognize. Sent from the first platoon to find Celia, perhaps. They must have wandered around trying to find Celia on their own and ended up here. Nodding calmly, Igor continued his explanation. At first, I thought they were trying to ambush our platoon, but they said they didn't have any enemies. So, I decided to ignore them and continue hunting, but then, what happened? Well, suddenly the ground started shaking, and the werewolves went crazy. Even now, his body trembled at the memory. The shaking ground as if there was an earthquake and the werewolves glowing and going berserk. The creatures, drooling and writhing on the ground as if insane, started floating into the air and clustering together into a mass. They transformed into grotesque spheres, gathering into the shape of an egg. After some time, another violent shake, and something burst out of the egg, a headless knight. Ian, do you have any idea what's going on? I have no clue. What happened? It seems like a boss monster was summoned. A boss monster? When the points between platoons differ too much, they are created. It's to prevent training from ending too early, which might reduce the effectiveness of the training. The purpose of the training is for everyone's growth. If one platoon earns significantly more points and finishes the test too quickly, it could lower morale for the other platoons, reducing their achievements. Creating a monster that can close the gap, boosting morale for both trailing and leading platoons, was the intent of the officers. It fits the current situation. Igor must have continued fighting the werewolves here, and the first platoon was too preoccupied with chasing after Celia to be in their right mind. When the originally strongest third platoon was busy copying points, the first platoon, where the most likely competitors were gathered, would have been running around looking for their squad commander. The points would have been significantly different. If that's the case, it's not strange for a boss monster to appear. What's strange is something was off. Ian's gaze hardened as he looked at the fallen students. Those who were injured and groaning. The one who made them like that would be the headless knight. That was the part Ian was suspicious about. There's no way a boss monster summoned by the officers would inflict such serious injuries on the students. Even in a realistic training scenario, they wouldn't push the students to such an extent. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't believe that was a typical boss monster. It must have been created by someone's manipulation. The most likely candidates are the beings from the abyss. Then, slowly, all the questions began to be answered. The fact that the boss monster had injured the students. The appearance of such an irregular. With boiling anger suppressed, Ian asked Igor. Did you report to the platoon commander? I requested it. The officers are aware of the situation. They said they're breaking through the protective barrier for entry, but it's being delayed for some unknown reason. I see. Rest for a moment. Why yes. As Ian finished speaking, Igor slumped down as if he had been waiting for it. Even though his body had reached its limit, he had persisted in explaining the situation to the platoon commander. Igor had completed his mission perfectly. Now, it was Ian's turn to act. Lie down and wait for a moment. Ian, what are you going to do? Ian gently placed Celia on the relatively soft ground. As he unclenched his fists, Celia exclaimed with a voice full of doubt. Ian. No way, right? Are you going to fight that thing? I can't just stand by and watch. You know that, right? That night. No, Dullahan is not an ordinary boss monster. As if she couldn't understand Ian's calm reasoning, Celia shook her head vigorously. They said the officers were coming if we waited. We just have to avoid his gaze and wait. Fight? You think there's a chance of winning? It's just meaningless. Trembling, Celia struggled to stand up, trying to stand in front of Ian to stop him. But it seemed like her words were falling on deaf ears as Ian didn't respond to her. Whoosh! Instead, he began concentrating mana in both hands. Dark mana, like the night sky, started swirling around Ian. The gaseous mana soon turned into a viscous liquid, slowly enveloping Ian's hands. Even in that moment, the Dullahan kept his posture, staring at Ian. Perhaps he was waiting as a knight, even in death. But it didn't matter. Come. With a succinct reply, Ian assumed his stance. As if waiting for this moment, Dullahan, wielding only his axe, charged forward. Thud. 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 Yura. The massive figure started running like mad. The ground shook as if in an earthquake, making it difficult to even stand. His center of gravity is shifting. Compared to his own struggling posture, he utilized the characteristic of being massive well. Approaching like a whirlwind, the Dullahan swiftly leaped and swung his axe downwards. Yura. Slash. The gruesome axe came down fiercely. Despite being covered in blood, the blade was relentlessly sharp. Even a slight graze would surely result in a fatal wound. In this critical moment, Ian, maintaining his composure, raised his left arm towards the sky. Swish. Clang. Krr. The Dullahan's axe collided with Ian's arm. Normally, it would have been easily cut through. Due to the growth of Neltlian by consuming the origin jewel, Ian's arms were able to easily withstand even the blade of the axe. Yura. Perhaps feeling frustrated that even his own axe couldn't cut through Ian's forearm, the Dullahan roared and exerted more force on his axe. A tremendous pressure weighed down on Ian's arm. However, he kept his gaze fixed on the axe's blade. Maintaining his posture. Ah. No. Celia's screaming voice was heard from behind. She still didn't understand. There was no chance of winning. Engaging in a meaningless fight made him look extremely foolish. Ian felt amused about the current situation. Precisely speaking, Ian found Celia genuinely amusing. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you still looking for meaning? Then it's a disappointment. What? Open your eyes wide and see how your squad members fared against him. Only then did Celia start to see her comrades through her eyes. Their bodies were covered in wounds. Some had severe chest wounds, while others had their arms completely severed. Thankfully, it seemed no one had lost their lives yet. But their condition looked dire. Seeing her comrades injured because of her, Celia couldn't raise her head in shame. Me. Because of me. Her comrades suffered because of her reckless actions. Innocent people suffered because of her. They were simply searching for her in the forest, but encountered monsters and suffered. Do you see now? Why there's a reason to fight him. This was what Ian wanted to show her. There's no chance of winning. That might be true. It's foolish to face an enemy alone with just 10 students. But it's not a meaningless fight. A comrade of mine was injured because of that guy. And I am the squad commander. Isn't that reason enough for me to fight? How can that be? At Ian's words, Celia bit her lower lip tightly. It was shameful. The one who caused the most damage to her comrades was herself. And she was considering running away, feeling ashamed of her thoughts. Aren't you afraid of death? At the same time, she was curious. She had an enemy in front of her that made her body tremble just by looking at it. How could he be so calm? Unlike herself, who was paralyzed by fear and couldn't move, how could he face him and stand his ground? If you're curious, I'll tell you. At that moment, Ian twisted his forearm, deflecting the Dullahan's axe. Thud. Cra? Suddenly, as the attack was deflected, the Dullahan staggered. His axe plunged into the ground. Momentarily stunned by the axe being firmly lodged into the ground, the Dullahan stopped moving. Ian seized the opportunity. Check. With an enhanced body to the extreme, Ian achieved a speed worthy of processing. Ian, clinging to him, immediately prepared body blow. Pow. Ding. Crack. With no guard, the creature screamed as Ian's fist struck true. Fragments of shattered armor began to fall one by one due to the impact. Even though it had faced nearly 10 opponents, the armor that had remained unscathed until now was shattered by a single punch. Krgrgr. The destruction of the armor meant that the minimum defense that could protect the Dullahan disappeared. From that moment, victory was assured. Crack. Ian, grabbing onto Dullahan's arms, exerted his strength, squeezing tightly as if wringing them out. The creature continued to scream, but Ian didn't stop. Ignoring everything else, he focused on tearing off its arms. Quack. With the sound of armor gradually shattering, Dullahan's screams intensified. Quaduck. Crap. Eventually, Dullahan's arms could not withstand Ian's strength and fell away. Thud. Thud. Kudaduck. With its arms gone, the Dullahan kneeled, emitting the sound of its spirit departing. All that remained in its place were scattered armor pieces. Looking at Celia, who was staring blankly at him, Ian smirked. How did I maintain composure? How did I overcome fear and fight? There's only one answer I can give to those questions. Because I'm used to protecting someone. That's all." With those concise words, Ian passed by her to check on Igor. Seeing him like that, Celia couldn't help but stare blankly. His eyes, calmly looking at her. They were just like the eyes from her childhood that used to protect her. "I abandoned you. But you are still protecting me." Celia bowed deeply. It was a moment when she truly felt the difference in class. The situation in the command center was dire. The appearance of a boss monster rather than the one originally planned had caused severe injuries to the students, beyond what words could describe. It drove the vice headmaster to madness. What in the world? What's happening right now? Even this alone was enough to drive him crazy. Unfortunately, the situation spiraled further into catastrophe. When news came that they couldn't deactivate the protective barrier surrounding the Gahud Mountains, darkness began to descend before his eyes. Is there truly no God? If there is, why are they subjecting me to such trials? The sudden appearance of an unidentified monster. They couldn't even prevent it. Not only did anomalies occur within the established protective barrier, but it's also impossible to breach it. Even as he thought to himself, he wondered if any of this made sense. What was the purpose of the protective barrier? Wasn't it to protect the students from external threats? Yet instead of protecting, it had become a prison for them. The vice headmaster, clutching his throbbing head, looked at the woman sitting in the command center. Of all times, for the princess to witness such a situation. First Princess Erzébeth. She was currently observing training sessions in place of the ailing emperor. Even though she was a stand-in, she was still a member of the imperial family. Moreover, rumors had been circulating in high society that she might ascend to the position of crown princess. Under such circumstances, if this situation wasn't rectified, it would be his head on the line. The vice headmaster, his voice as quiet as possible, asked the operations manager beside him. What's the situation? Currently, one student is engaged in combat with the monster. Another victim will surely emerge. It was over. Even now, with the future uncertain, if more victims were to emerge from here, there would be no way to handle it. The eyes of the vice headmaster, who slumped into his chair, had long lost their vitality. But at that moment, when he seemed pitiful, God gave him another chance. Vice headmaster. It's been handled. Handled? What do you mean? The protective barrier is still intact, isn't it? The astonished vice headmaster looked at the operations officer with a bewildered expression, repeating his words once again. Student Ian, who was in combat, has successfully subdued the monster. I just confirmed it. Ian Volkanov managed to defeat that thing? Is that even possible? No, this isn't the time for this. What about the other students? How are they? Some students have suffered injuries, but they are at a level where they can be adequately healed by the priests. The platoon commanders are currently moving to their positions. Finally, the vice headmaster could barely shake off his surprise. Looking at the vice principal, who covered his face with trembling hands, First Princess Erzébeth called out to her accompanying knight. Sharon. Yes, Your Highness. I mentioned it earlier. I need to decide which platoon to visit for my academy tour? That's correct. His Majesty the Emperor instructed you to broaden your horizons through the academy tour, Emperor Isaac Verno Arcana. As an emperor, he had taught his children several virtues that they should prioritize. Among them was the need to understand the perspectives of the people. Therefore, Erzébeth Arcana decided to visit the academy where everyone received equal treatment, leaving only the choice of which platoon to join. At that time, Sharon recommended the first platoon. There were many high-ranking nobles and excellent students there. Of course, the third platoon had the highest skill level. However, there were rumors that the platoon commander treated students ruthlessly regardless of their status, so Sharon vehemently opposed that choice. That was the reason. I have decided. I will join student Ian Volkanov's squad. That hesitant expression on Sharon's face in front of the princess. She wondered if she had misheard. The third platoon. And on top of that, joining Ian Volkanov's squad? I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Please reconsider your choice. Ian Volkanov is not well regarded among the students. What's wrong with that? It might pose a risk if you, Your Highness, have aspirations for the throne. Sharon Ramsdale, as a loyalist, tried to stop Erzébeth. Sharon. I will comply with Your Highness's orders. In the face of Erzébeth's stubbornness, Sharon Ramsdale had no choice but to acquiesce. Erzébeth, best girl, no need to debate. Chapter 13, The Princess Who Hides Her Identity is Obsessed. 1. Since the training has concluded well, take the rest of the day off. You've worked hard. Thank you, platoon commander. Of course. See you tomorrow. With a simple exchange of greetings, Kyan closed the door of the hospital room and left. Ian, surveying the empty room, let out a deep sigh as he lay down on the bed. It's quite spacious. As he looked around the large room, Admiration involuntarily escaped his lips. He briefly wondered if he was allowed to enjoy such luxury, but since it had come to this, he decided not to dwell on it. It couldn't be helped. He had been assigned a nice room, and he couldn't ask to be moved elsewhere just because he felt burdened. I even tried to decline out of courtesy, but they insisted I use it. Further refusal might only unsettle the other party. Ian had at least that much sense. I guess I'll have to stay here today without moving. Now that he had some free time, Ian decided to attend to the tasks he had been neglecting. Ian's gaze shifted to the translucent notification window hovering in front of him. Celia Wignoran felt a difference in class with you. Quest surrounded by threats completed. Would you like to claim your reward? There's no need to hesitate. I'll claim it. As he finished speaking, the system buzzed once again. You have received rewards: Ether, weakening of the curse, hatred of the blade, curse removal 28%. You have obtained Ether. Ian's eyes widened at the substantial rewards. Ether. If he wasn't mistaken, that's what was written. Did I misread it? He blinked and looked again, but Ether was indeed written in the notification window. Just the weakening of the curse was pleasing enough, but to receive Ether as well. It felt overwhelming. Ian glanced at the black object swirling around his hand. The Ether obtained as a reward seemed reluctant to leave Ian's grasp. Ether. As far as I know, it's an artifact that can be used with mana. Although it seemed like liquid mana at first glance, Ether was quite different. Firstly, it had no fixed form. While other substances like swords, spears, or axes maintain specific weapon forms, Ether did not. Normally, it doesn't maintain any form, but when infused with mana, it transforms into the weapon you envision. That aspect appealed to Ian. A weapon that could transform into any form he desired. It would be akin to creating weapons with mana, a skill reserved for masters. But the advantages of Ether didn't end there. Neltlian, gazing at the Ether, suddenly woke up from its sleep and brightened its eyes. Ian. With this, I can make arms. Making arms? You mean, you can manifest your limbs? That's right. Neltlian, restraining the excitement, continued to explain. If I create the form of my arm with Ether, then all I need to do is infuse mana. That's an interesting method. It wasn't a bad method at all. If Ether could handle the process of manifestation, it would minimize mana consumption. Ian smiled contentedly as he looked at the Ether. He never dreamt of receiving such good rewards. But at the same time, he felt an urge to try them out immediately. But I can't swing my fists in the hospital ward. The best option would be to go outside. But that might be difficult. He was confined to the ward. If he ventured out on his own, he might encounter Kyan with a grim face, dragging him back to the ward and perhaps even knocking him on the head. Is there no other way? At that moment, a thought crossed Ian's mind. Come to think of it, didn't it say the simulated battles were activated? Ian quickly sifted through the buried notification and found what he desired. With Neltlian's growth, it is now possible to simulate battles with enemies in its memory, simulated battles with enemies from Neltlian's memories. In truth, Ian didn't know what enemies Neltlian had fought so far. That was understandable since Heroic Academy didn't mention anything about Neltlian. Finding out about Neltlian's existence was thanks to documents left by Alex in the family tomb. I don't know what enemies there are. Though he didn't know well, if he had fought ancient gods, they would all likely be monsters. Although he felt a slight tension about dueling with them, Ian decided to give it a try. After all, since it was just simulated battles, there wouldn't be any serious damage. Will you proceed? With a clear system notification, Ian nodded lightly. His vision blurred, and everything went dark. Welcome to the simulated battles. At the clear, ringing voice of a woman, Ian opened his eyes, which had been closed. A mixture of admiration and a wry smile escaped Ian's lips as he glanced around. What is this? The flat white floor stretched endlessly, and the sky was dark. He must be here to duel with the summoned enemies. Stopping his survey, Ian shifted his gaze to the system window. The screen displayed a list of enemies. The Empire's first sword. Alex Volkanov? What are the question marks? Does it mean I can't duel with them right now? All the rest were question marks, and the only one visible is his ancestor, Alex Volkanov. Curious, Ian pressed on the enemies marked with question marks, but the response was unforgiving. The level difference is too great to determine the target's information. Except for Alex, he couldn't face any of the enemies right now. In other words, he had to defeat Alex Volkanov, who was at the top, to be able to duel with the next enemy. As soon as I possessed, I started grave robbing. But I never thought I would fight my ancestor directly. While Ian wore a perplexed expression, Neltlian, on the contrary, puffed up a body and extended from his chest. Ian. Am I strong? How do I look? Cool? Yes, you're impressive, Neltlian. Want a hug? Hee hee. Hug me. Nautlian jumped up and hugged Ian and rubbed its cheek against Ian's chest. As a warm feeling gradually rose, Ian began to organize his thoughts. Let's not worry. Whether it's grave robbing or whatever, they're just imaginary enemies. There was no reason to invest emotions in something that wasn't real. There was no need to be disappointed that he couldn't fight formidable enemies right now. I just need to confirm its performance. The goal was to test the ether. That's all Ian decided to focus on. For just checking performance, Alex is a great opponent. The Empire's first sword. Since Nautlian was defeated by him, he wasn't a presence Ian could overlook. With determination, Ian selected Alex Volkanov. You have chosen Alex Volkanov. The difficulty will be adjusted according to the user's level. The current difficulty the lowest. With that, the system window began to fade gradually. Instead, Alex Volkanov appeared out of thin air. With a toothy smile, he aimed his sword at Ian. Let's fight fairly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian began his preparation as he watched Alex leap forward. Ether. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive hand materialized around Ian. Too bad. I wanted to see you awake. Looking at the quiet ward, Erzsébet expressed a slight regret as she watched Ian sleeping. Despite making the effort to come, it seemed Ian was already asleep. One couldn't wake a sleeping person. Erzsébet fetched a chair and sat beside the bed. As she looked at Ian's face, she suddenly remembered Sharon, her guardian knight. Sharon, too. She was tearing herself away from the idea of joining a squad whose commander was the man in front of her. What exactly was it that Sharon disliked so much? Sharon vehemently opposed her going to the 3rd platoon. Or, more accurately, she didn't want her to be in Ian's squad. Well, maybe Sharon didn't have much choice. Thinking about it from her perspective, a wry smile crept onto her lips. If she didn't know anything, she'd be frustrated to death wondering why she was making the choices she was. Erzsébet knew all too well how Ian was regarded in society. The betrayer of humanity. A foolish man who stood in his sister's way because he was blinded by fame. If she, as a princess, were to enter a squad under such a man's command, and furthermore, if she were to obey his orders, it would tear at Sharon's heart like no other. Erzsébet was aware of that sentiment as well. Naturally, she had her own thoughts. I'm curious. Just what is this man's identity? Erzsébet rose above Ian's sleeping body and watched the spirits prancing about. As someone naturally gifted in spirit magic, she had spent a lot of time with spirits since she was young. It was a given that she spent time with spirits to become familiar with them, but in reality, it wasn't just because of that. She loved the spirits. Their untainted purity was simply adorable to her. Among humans, there are few people with a pure heart. Born with noble blue blood, as the child of an emperor, Erzsébet had to stand before many people from a young age. Through that, she witnessed how many despicable and corrupt people there were in the world. On one hand, she thought it was fortunate. If not for the spirits, she might have fallen prey to their schemes. Whenever the spirits found someone with a malicious heart, they would immediately inform her, and as a result, Erzsébet was surrounded only by good people. But what about this man? Erzsébet looked at the spirits hopping around on Ian's bed. According to what was known in society, Ian was a villain. Was there anyone worse than him even within the Empire? He was considered the worst of humanity. Given that, was it possible for spirits to flock around him? Why do the spirits like Ian? Was he really someone who committed evil deeds? She wondered if she might be mistaken. Or perhaps Ian was being falsely accused? She personally investigated, but there was no evidence indicating Ian was falsely accused. Then, if Ian's actions were indeed of his own volition. Erzsébet bit her lower lip tightly in contemplation of this phenomenon she had never encountered before. Is there a secret I don't know about? She was curious. What was he hiding? If the spirits were truly not mistaken, then he would be self-identifying as a villain. What could be his reasons? That was why. I need to find out. The reason she decided to stay by Ian's side. In truth, she still wasn't sure. Was she making the right choice? But there was one thing she was certain of. If he truly identified himself as a villain. If he showed qualities of an untainted, great being. Then. I will embrace you. She wanted to comfort him who had been abandoned by everyone. Chapter 14, The Princess Who Hides Her Identity is Obsessed, 2. Celia Wignoran walked down the corridor of the infirmary, sighing heavily. Ugh. It had been a long time since she lost the graceful stride of a high noble. She stumbled clumsily like a drunkard in broad daylight, but any kind of walk would do. Who cared about noble etiquette when she was in such turmoil from her mistake? I messed up badly. Celia imagined the moment she would be scolded in the officers' research room. Facing the platoon commander and platoon vice commander, she wondered if prey before a predator felt the same. Even thinking about it now, her arms were shaking. I never thought I would be scolded for 3 hours. Evan Peters, the platoon commander of 2nd Year 1st Platoon, was well liked for his gentle nature. A bright smiling merchant, he approached recruits with warm words, never showing anger even if they made mistakes. Instead, he encouraged them, saying they could do better next time. Because of this, among the recruits, Kyan, the 3rd platoon commander, was dubbed a demon, while Evan Peters was called an angel. But now, for the first time, the kind platoon commander was angry with her. I never knew the platoon commander could be so terrifying when he's angry. They say when a kind person gets angry, it's truly scary. Celia finally understood the meaning of those words. With a twisted expression, Evan relentlessly criticized Celia, who had to stand there and endure the criticism. There was no excuse. Her mistake was too clear from the start. Distracted, she abandoned her comrades and rushed ahead, and if it weren't for Yin, things could have turned out disastrously. Celia wasn't one to shy away from her mistakes, and she admitted them all. But thankfully, I didn't receive any punishment. Though she had prepared herself even for the loss of her squad commander position. According to the platoon commander, the injured personnel had requested leniency for her. That was the reason. Now, this is the last one. The reason Celia went around apologizing in each room. After finishing her apologies, Celia left one final visit. Holding a bouquet of purple hyacinths, she looked at the name written on the door. Ian Volkanov. As she repeated his name, an inexplicable pain pierced her heart. In truth, half of her reason for visiting was because of Ian. Why is Ian precious to me? The memory from that light still vividly remained. Ian, who threw himself for her in their childhood, and herself shedding tears as she watched him. Why? Her grandmother said you could know someone precious through that light. But why did Ian appear in hers? Then, could it be that Ian was precious to her? Since the training ended, Celia had questioned herself countless times. I honestly don't know. But why Ian and not Ariel? She couldn't answer that question. But one thing was certain. I miss Ian. Suppressing her troubled heart, Celia stood in front of Ian's room. Though she felt embarrassed admitting that she had come because she regretted how much she liked him. Celia found her own solution. Ha! Get yourself together, Celia. I didn't came to see Ian because I miss him. I came here as a Wignoran to express gratitude. It's the duty of a noble to show gratitude if you've received help. Yes. That's it. It might be an excuse. But as long as her heart felt relieved, it didn't matter. As her troubled heart settled, a faint smile spread across Celia's face. A basket full of purple hyacinths. Ian would surely like it. He always loved these flowers since childhood. Whenever she looked for him, he was always sitting on the hillside where hyacinths bloomed. Since the flowers' meaning was I'm sorry, Celia deliberately chose them. And Ian doesn't have anyone to visit him. He must be very lonely. Since Ian would be alone in the hospital room anyway, she figured she might as well keep him company. With that thought in mind, Celia gently opened the door. And there she saw. Huh? P-Princess? Erzébeth Arcana, gently stroking the sleeping Ian's cheek with a sad smile. Why is the princess by Ian's side, and why is she stroking his face? Why? At that moment, Celia's thoughts came to a halt. Ian believed he had a fair chance against Alex. It'll be tough, but it's not entirely impossible. If an expert intermediate level faced off against a mana master saying such things, they'd likely be considered insane. But Ian had his reasons. Even the difficulty was adjusted for me. If he had faced Alex in his prime, he would have assumed defeat from the start. But wasn't Alex weakened now? At least, the minimum. The very minimum. With Neltlian and many other factors at his disposal, he believed he could secure victory if used properly. However, Alex's wall was too high. Huff. Huff. Ian. Let me wipe your sweat. You did well. His rough breath flowed like an explosion. Ian, sitting on the ground, looked at the image floating in the air. You have died. Cause of death, artery rupture. Would you like to retry? Really strong. He's not a master just for show. Alex's prowess exceeded imagination. As befitting one known as the Slayer of Ancient Gods, the first sword of the Empire. He overwhelmed Ian with unmatched swordsmanship. The swordsmanship I've seen until now. What was it? In fact, while he was confident in facing opponents wielding swords, Alex thoroughly crushed Ian's confidence. That he couldn't keep up with his swordsmanship was something he hadn't expected. After all, wasn't Ian the one who was called the Sword Saint of Ark in the past? Even though there are so many swordsmen around me. Ian's own family, the Volkanov family, were sword masters, and Ariel, the hero, was a swordsman who was expected to reach mastery soon. Therefore, he thought he had some understanding of swordsmanship. But upon seeing Alex's sword, all those thoughts vanished. It's incomparable. Alex is just on a different level. His sword was both fierce and gentle. There wasn't a single wasted movement, even in a light swing. Even a light slash could become the cornerstone for the next move. But what's even scarier is that his swordsmanship isn't the end. As Ian reflected on his battle with Alex, he gnashed his teeth. He remembered how Alex, who claimed to fight honorably, resorted to despicable tactics. Even though enough time had passed, whenever he recalled that moment, anger surged within him. It's ridiculous to even think about it. From the start, he created a mana shield to ignore attacks. Eventually, he even created a barrier that reflected attacks. Even though he was confident in facing opponents wielding swords alone, adding mana manipulation made it hopeless. In the end, Ian came to a conclusion. It's difficult to beat Alex now. It was impossible to win against him. Though it was quite regretful that he couldn't secure even a single victory. It wasn't a fight without any gains. But at least I gave him a wound. Ian looked at Alex's cheek. A small wound where red blood was slowly seeping out. It was the result of his attack, implementing Thousand Hand with Ether. With all his might, Ian's fist shattered Alex's barrier at the last moment and inflicted a wound on his cheek. Of course, even that was just a glancing blow. Still, a defeat with just a wound wasn't just a loss. Ian decided to be satisfied with that point. Even though you are an upper intermediate expert, fighting against a master enemy and causing significant damage was enough achievement. After ending the simulation, Ian collapsed onto the bed. The sky that had been morning when he started had turned into dark night. As he looked around the quiet hospital room, Ian noticed something placed at the door. What's this? Flowers? A basket filled with purple hyacinths. However, the handle seemed bent and seemingly crushed, for some unknown reason. I wonder who left it behind. In the end, Ian decided to take the flowers back to his room. Since they were left at the door, he couldn't just discard them. If the owner came, he could return them. Looking at the basket full of hyacinths, Ian slowly drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Ian quickly completed the discharge procedure and headed to Arkansas. Originally, he had planned to leave the hospital in the afternoon, but he couldn't after checking the message on his device. There's something I need to tell you, so come to the smoking area after discharge, platoon commander. If I had known, I wouldn't have checked the message. Late regret flooded in, but it was too late. He had habitually checked the message and had already read it, signaling to the platoon commander that he had. If he didn't go after seeing it, something terrible might happen. In the end, Ian had no choice but to swallow his tears and head to Arkansas. As he headed to the smoking area, Kyan greeted him as if he had been waiting. You've been through a lot coming here. Did you rest well? Yes. Thanks to you, I spent the day comfortably. According to the priests, there's nothing wrong with my body. After quietly listening, Kyan nodded his head and spoke. Thank goodness. Although there was an unfortunate incident, the training went well. Anyway, good job. You did well this time. Thank you. Kyan, who was smoking a cigarette, seemed to be trying hard to suppress a smile. Well, since the 3rd platoon was selected as the best platoon in this training session, he must have been very pleased as the platoon commander. Being a commoner, he always felt the need to show results. Ian also aimed for the best platoon for this reason. Showing an overwhelmingly first place was the best he could do for the platoon commander who trusted him. Originally, it would have ended as the best platoon anyway. Thank God. Although the plan to fill 5,000 points failed due to the interruption of training. Ark, who praised the victory against the Dullahan, selected Ian's 3rd platoon as the best platoon. Moreover, there weren't many injured, so Kyan couldn't help but feel good. Anyway, I called you because of what I said last time. If it's about what you said last time. Are you talking about the new squad member? At Ian's inquiry, Kyan nodded lightly as he bit his cigarette. We had an officer meeting yesterday. We decided to accept new members into our platoon. I see. I tried to stop it as much as possible because I thought it would be burdensome for you. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. Kyan's face twitched with a hint of annoyance. Although he tried to endure it, since he had already caused a commotion and passed on the transfer student's bomb, there was no way out. So, a new member will join your squad. All the information is in these documents, so check them out. Saying that, Kyan seemed unusually cautious. Although he tried to act nonchalant, he must have felt sorry for passing on the burden to Ian. But I'm fine, really. It might be burdensome if too many people join. However, currently, there was no one in the 3rd squad except for Igor. Furthermore, Igor had already adapted to the atmosphere of the platoon to some extent. Even if new members were to join, there wouldn't be much burden or anything. With no worries, Ian received the documents and checked the contents. As he calmly checked the documents, at some point, Ian's eyes began to shake as if there was an earthquake. A woman with blonde hair and a wallflower, and a spirit mage. Up to this point, there was no problem. Although being a spirit mage was a bit concerning, it wasn't unusual to have such a person in the Empire. Eerie Everhart. The problem is, she's a self-made young lady. Of the Everhart family. To others, it might seem like just another noble, but Ian knew what kind of family this was. The first princess. It was the Everhart family used as Princess Erzsébeth's false identity. The new squad member was a princess who hid her identity. Ian felt his mind go blank. Chapter 15, The Princess Who Hides Her Identity is Obsessed, 3, Erzsébeth Arcana. The child of the current emperor, Isaac Verno Arcana, and the individual most likely to ascend to the throne in the future. Ian knew her too well. Was it because he liked her? Was she a character that captivated his interest? No, that wasn't it. There was a different reason. In the original work, Erzsébeth was a significant character. Her significance stemmed from her role as a princess. That was why Ian couldn't help but know her well. Even when playing from Ariel's perspective, Erzsébeth was a frequently appearing character. However, that didn't mean she was one of Ariel's heroines. Quite the opposite, actually. Erzsébeth becomes a character who conflicts with Ariel later on. As a natural spirit mage, Erzsébeth saw through people's intentions with the eyes of spirits. Ariel couldn't escape the scrutiny of the spirits either. During the inauguration ceremony, the spirits under Erzsébeth's command despised Ariel Volkanov to the extent of provoking a confrontation upon seeing her. Spirits never held unwarranted hatred. If they disliked someone, it meant there was an issue with that person. As the imperial princess burdened with the heavy responsibility of the empire's prosperity, it was something she couldn't easily overlook. Unable to understand why the spirits disliked the hero, Erzsébeth began her own investigation, which led to her conflict with Ariel. So far, there wasn't a problem. Ian had no concern about whether Ariel and Erzsébeth fought or not. The real problem lay elsewhere. Starting with investigating Ariel, Erzsébeth drew her sword. She began systematically dealing with those who incurred the spirit's hatred. If a more detailed investigation was necessary, she even conducted inquiries undercover. Once marked, you were never let go. Erzsébeth's methods were ruthless. After confirming any hint of hostility in her vicinity, if someone showed suspicious behavior, she immediately deployed the Imperial Disposal Unit. The next day, that individual ceased to exist in this world. And now, Ian had become her target. Why? Ian inwardly cursed at the incomprehensible reason. Even after scouring his memories, he couldn't find a reason why she would take an interest in him. If he had to guess, maybe because of the transfer exam or the upcoming training. I may have demonstrated talent, but that shouldn't make her pay attention to me. The one whom the elites of the Kalos Empire supported was the first princess, Erzsébeth. Ian's talent was considerable, but he wasn't at a level where she would take notice. If it were the inadequate second prince, Pendant, it would be understandable, but around her were numerous experts. Exaggerating a bit, there were experts far superior to himself at every turn. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't his skill that garnered her attention. So, what's the problem? Feeling even more perplexed, Ian stared blankly at the sky. He wanted to ask if she could be transferred to another platoon or at least another squad, but once she had her sights set, it was impossible to escape. Kyan, seemingly understanding what Ian wanted to say, quickly responded. It's already decided, and we can't change it now. I'll do my best to handle it. Ultimately, Ian had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. After the conversation with Kyan, Ian took Erzsébeth and headed to the capital. Upon arriving at the commercial district, Ian led her to a suitable cafe. True to her personality, Ian found the right shade. They would have talked. Normally, he would have found a quiet spot to talk, but it would be insane to sit her down for a conversation knowing she was the princess. So, Ian found himself doing something he wouldn't normally do. Squad commander, you should try this too. It's a dessert called macaron, very popular among the young ladies recently. Sure, I'll give it a try. Receiving the dessert offered by Erzsébeth, or rather, Eerie, Ian tried to maintain a neutral expression as he looked at her. She continued to smile happily, seemingly oblivious to why it was so pleasant for her. This is trouble. With that thought, Ian's anxiety grew. It had already been an hour since they started talking, and he still hadn't grasped her intentions at all. What was even more serious was that the likelihood of getting the answers he wanted from further conversation was slim. Right now, they were talking about trendy desserts, for God's sake. In the end, Ian had to make a decision. Well, for now, it's best to refrain from doing anything that might cause trouble and just endure. Understanding her intentions seemed impossible. Since it had come to this, Ian decided to wait until she lost interest in him. She might investigate out of suspicion. If he continued to live without causing any trouble and behaved well, wouldn't she eventually give up? Yes. I'll just endure as much as possible. He had no intention of showing interest. He would keep conversation to a minimum and, if necessary, respond only in a businesslike manner. Oh. Come to think of it, there was something I wanted to give to the squad commander, but I forgot while talking. Something for me? What is it? Aizen, who was sipping his coffee, looked up at her. Eri rummaged through her bag and pulled out some documents, placing them on the table. Thud. It was quite a thick stack of papers. She pushed them towards Ian. I prepared some materials that might be helpful since you seem to be having a hard time because of me suddenly joining. They're nothing special, but I'd appreciate it if you could make use of them. Materials that might be helpful. It's a collection of information I gathered personally about the key members of other platoons. I hope it helps. It was a heavy document folder. As soon as he saw it, emotions welled up inside him. He decided to control himself and give at least a light compliment. Impressive. Gathering this amount of information isn't easy. I have a hobby of collecting information. Someone who barely has enough time to think about international affairs has a hobby of collecting information. Well, I guess that's possible. Ian took a slow, deep breath before even turning the first page of the hefty documents. Remember. No matter what's written in here, I mustn't be impressed. That was the only way to save his life. Ian made a resolution as he flipped through the documents. There's nothing to criticize. It's beyond my expectations. Thank you, Squad Commander. I worked hard to prepare them. Ah. That resolution was shattered in less than 10 seconds. The level of the information Eri had prepared was substantial. It included the strengths and weaknesses of the key second-year members who would become Ariel's comrades, like Celia Wignoran and Bianca Matip, as well as detailed information such as training routines. What was even more surprising was that it didn't end there. Somehow, Eri had even included the pasts of these individuals, along with specific physical weaknesses for each. And it's not just the second-year members. It even includes information about the key first-year members, including Ariel herself. As Ian made a dumbfounded expression while looking through the documents, Eri smiled brightly. Hee. It feels rewarding to receive praise from Squad Commander Ian. As Ian looked at that smile, he reassessed his plans. Now that I think about it again, it might be a bit of a waste to ignore someone like her. Actually, Ian hadn't expected much from Eri. Apart from spirit magic, he didn't think she would be of much help. Moreover, she couldn't even showcase her talents while hiding her identity. So if she proves her worth to this extent, it could change the situation entirely. She's competent. More than I anticipated. If she wasn't a princess, he might even propose working together after graduating from Arkansas in the end. Less than 10 minutes later, Ian decided to change his plans. I originally intended to just let her fade away on her own. But I guess I can't help it. By using what he had to the fullest while being cautious in his actions. A stable future awaited him. In 5 minutes, there will be a close combat understanding class with Instructor Haley Myler in the Marshall Hall. Would you like to go together, Squad Commander? Yeah, let's go. Ian, who had just left the cafe, headed straight to the Marshall Hall upon Eri's suggestion. Was it because he had eased his guard against her? Eri began to approach him with a bit more familiarity, as if she had been waiting for this. Of course, the more she did, the more Ian maintained his vigilance. One wrong move, and I could lose everything to the Imperial Disposal Unit. I need to keep my wits about me. He had to maintain an appropriate distance to avoid arousing suspicion. With that in mind, he headed resolutely towards the Marshall Hall. Haley Myler's class, Understanding Close Combat, was held on the 3rd floor. Ian looked at Eri sitting next to him. The usual muscular guy was gone, and there was a girl sitting there instead, which felt strange. It seemed he wasn't the only one who felt that way. Ian felt a sharp gaze from the right side of the classroom. Celia Wignoran. She was glaring at him with a displeased expression, as if there was something she didn't like very much. Why is she like that again? Seeing her unpleasant expression made him feel like something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Maybe he had done something wrong to her. But Ian stopped thinking about it. Whatever. Let's give up. After all, she had become someone irrelevant to him. He didn't feel the need to make an effort to understand her feelings. Just as Ian turned his head again. Eri? He noticed Eri staring at Celia with a deeply furrowed expression. At Ian's question, she smiled again with her usual kindness as if nothing happened. Did you call me? Squad Commander. Your expression doesn't look good. Is something wrong? No. I felt an unkind gaze on the Squad Commander, so I just looked for a moment. It was more than just a momentary glance, her expression was quite stern. Ian decided not to pay too much attention and let it go. Meanwhile, the class had started without them noticing. In the center of the classroom stood a woman with red hair. From Haley Myler's lips came her distinctive authoritative voice. Since it seems everyone is here, let's begin the class. As I mentioned in the previous session, Today we will proceed with practical exercises. It seemed like a simple announcement to the students. But Yin could feel it. Hayley Myler was looking at him throughout her speech. And there was a somewhat impure intention hidden in her gaze. There's something going on. Yin's brows furrowed sharply at the sharp gaze. Chapter 16. If you don't know, you're wrong. It wasn't just Yin who thought so. Eri also sensed something strange and smiled. Folding her hands, she issued a warning. Squad Commander. It seems Professor Hayley Myler has something planned. It would be wise to be careful. I'm more afraid of you. As Eri's hand covered mine, I felt cold sweat forming. Part of me wanted to sneak my hand away, but if I did, I felt like something dire might happen, so I decided to leave it be for now. Fortunately, Hayley Myler was still diligently lecturing. When it comes to close combat, the most challenging opponents are martial artists. Some may not understand this well, as there's a difference in reach coming from weapons, but why fear unnecessarily? As the students quietly concentrated, Hayley continued her explanation based on the material I had prepared. Why they are feared on the battlefield. How they engage in combat. She elaborated at length. Scratch. Scratch. Soon, the sound of students' pens filling the classroom echoed. Of course, Ian didn't take notes on Hayley's words. He wasn't even paying proper attention in the first place. That's why when facing martial fighters, swiftly approaching and disrupting their stance is crucial. With the disadvantage of reach that a fighter possesses, why would anyone choose to approach? Does that even make sense? How could one take notes after hearing that? The information coming from Hayley's mouth was not worth noting down in the first place. Approach to disrupt this dance? Would one even get the chance to do that? Rushing headlong into a martial fighter where the biggest disadvantage of reach disappeared, the outcome wasn't predictable. Even before disrupting the stance, one could step back and evade, or if that doesn't work, they could end up being taken down and pounded on. There's nothing more ideal than facing a fighter. Leading them into an open space, maintaining a suitable distance, and seizing opportunities without fighting tactics. That was the best approach, and Hayley had to teach that to the students. Really? A faint chuckle escaped Ian's lips, unable to bear it any longer. If she was going to explain it like that, she might as well explain specific movements. Just saying it out loud, who could follow? Thinking of his memories with Hayley, Ian felt a bitter emotion. Come to think of it, she was always like that. Explaining vaguely and leaving students to find the answers themselves, a typical laissez-faire human. Sure, he had taught boxing to Igor in a similar way. But at least he didn't just rely on words. I'd find another way if it didn't work. That's too unkind. Even though Ian had believed in Igor's talent and made him realize it himself. As an instructor at ARC, Hayley shouldn't have used such methods. The abilities of the students under an instructor aren't all the same. Each individual had different strengths, and there were bound to be those who lagged behind even at Arkansas to conduct lessons without considering such individuals, bearing the title of an instructor. At least even the platoon commanders make efforts when devising tactics, assigning those who fall behind to the squad commanders. Ian looked at Hayley Myler with a cold gaze. She might be an excellent fighter, but she didn't seem fit to be a good teacher. As Ian muttered to himself in frustration. It seems some individuals didn't understand. It wouldn't hurt to show a demonstration. Conveniently, we have appropriate sparring gear. Hayley's red eyes turned towards him. They were filled with intense hostility. Student Ian, would you assist in the demonstration? It seems my expectations weren't wrong. She probably planned it from the beginning. After publicly putting forward the challenge, she would demonstrate the difference in skill levels to everyone. Of course, Ian didn't have to agree, but he decided to comply. Leaving an opponent who challenged quietly was not Ian's style. I understand. As he said calmly and stood up, Hayley's lips curled upward slightly. Elizabeth didn't particularly like the idea of having Hayley, the sword master, around. Sure, she was a noble who supported her, but that didn't mean she had to like her. In the first place, Elizabeth had no intention of keeping her close as her own. The only reasons Elizabeth had placed the sword master near her were twofold. Firstly, she was the mentor of Ian Volkanov, whom Elizabeth held in favor. The second reason was thanks to Duke Bernagia's influence. The Duke always worries about me. Even though her surroundings were always filled with skilled individuals. Duke Bernagia always cautioned against complacency. Your Highness, you may have many talented individuals around you, but if this old man may offer one piece of advice, it would be wise for your Highness to seek someone to be your Highness' sword. There are already plenty of skilled individuals around me. Are you suggesting we need more? I understand your Highness's sentiment. However, they too will eventually decline. No matter how strong one might be, escaping the grasp of time's hands was impossible. Even if one maintained their physical aid with mana, Their aging body would inevitably begin to creak. The King of Fists was concerned about that. I know of a young and talented individual. Allow me to introduce them to you. The recommended individual was none other than Countess Haley Myler. She was once a prodigy of the renowned Myler family of sorcerers and started learning swordsmanship. By the age of 28, she had finally risen to the position of family head. Although there was an age gap of 8 years between her and the 20-year-old Erzsébet, where else could one find such a formidable figure in their 20s? Thus, Erzsébet had placed her under her wing. Despite the warnings from the spirits, it was inevitable, so she rationalized and kept her by her side. Erzsébet regretted that choice. I misjudged people. To think she was so despicable. Erzsébet looked at Haley and Ian on the stage. Her intentions were too obvious. She must have planned to humiliate her former disciple. Considering that Ian was not only a skilled fighter but also excelled in training, she must have intended to break his momentum. As a former teacher, isn't there even a last bit of consideration for your disciple? How could she behave so emotionally? What infuriated Erzsébet even more were the voices of the students she heard. But Ian should be able to endure it, right? He could hold his ground against a Dullahan, so he should be fine, right? Hey, is a Dullahan the same as Lady Haley? What nonsense are you talking about? But still, Lady Haley wouldn't be serious, right? Watch, if she does, do you think Ian can win? No way. I bet he won't even be able to keep up with her movements. Listening to the student's contemptuous words, Irie frowned deeply. But there was nothing she could do. The current her was just an ordinary self-made young lady. There was nothing she could do. Feeling powerless, Erzsébet could only gaze at the stage. Ian. Haley Myler, soon to be evaluated as one of the top monomasters and soon to reach the position of the Empire's 5th master. Of course, Ian was also an expert, but the difference between the upper and mid-level was considerable. Her movements would come at him at a speed Ian had never experienced before. In the end, she closed her eyes. The world was becoming unbearable. How? How could the gods subject her to such trials? Please, when she opens her eyes again, let him be unharmed. That was all she could earnestly wish for. Shall we begin, Ian Volkanov? No objections. Then give it your best shot to try to block me. As Haley's leap signaled the start, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again. Thunk. Huh? What in the world? She couldn't help but doubt her own eyes. There's a saying about feeling backwards. When you're used to using something good and then switch to something bad, sometimes you can feel the difference in performance to the point of not being able to use it. People used to express such emotions as feeling backward. Watching Haley's charge, Ian felt that emotion too. What? Why does she seem so slow? He blinked several times, wondering if his eyes were deceiving him, but what he saw remained the same. She really seemed incredibly slow. It was because he had become accustomed to the speed of Alex, a master, during their fights. Ian. That redhead. Too slow. Pathetic. Where did you learn such words? Distracted by Neltlian's vocabulary, Ian shifted his gaze to Haley. She was still charging at him. It seemed like he was about to burst into laughter. If it were Alex, he would have taken my life 3 times over by now. His experiences fighting against such a formidable opponent proved to be invaluable. Ian immediately adjusted his stance. He needed to show the swordsman who had discarded her greatest weapon, the significant mistake it was. It seems she has no intention of using the sword. Fortunately, there was one martial art perfectly suited for such a situation. With his decision made, Ian assumed a stance. It wasn't his usual boxing stance, it was something entirely new. Although Haley's expression showed a hint of confusion at his unusual stance, she didn't stop her charge. There's no way he can block with such a strange stance. Her plan was simple. To charge while lowering her stance and aim for his ankles. Ian's unique martial arts seemed to revolve around his distinctive footwork, and she believed that by blocking that, the rest would be easy. However, she didn't know. Thunk. What? Ian hadn't just learned boxing. Ian noticed Haley's obvious movement. As Haley reached out with her arms, Ian extended his leg backward, blocking her tackle with his lower body. Sprawled. The basic defensive move in wrestling shone brightly. Panicked, Haley stopped moving for a moment. Ian didn't miss the opportunity. Humphrey. Seizing the immobilized Haley, Ian quickly dove into her arms. With his left hand reaching out, Ian grabbed the left lapel of Haley's uniform, while his elbow firmly pressed against her right armpit. With his stance secured, Ian immediately rotated his body. Haley's body flew through the air. Chapter 17, Volkanov County, 1. It was several minutes before Haley opened her eyes again. So. I fainted in the classroom. Sitting down hesitantly on the infirmary chair, she wore an expression as if her world had collapsed. She felt too embarrassed to even lift her head. Seeing Haley, who was always confident, in such a dejected state, Nurse Melissa couldn't help but smile. You don't know how surprised I was when you were carried here by Student Ian, right? Still, you're lucky that there's nothing wrong with your body. I breathed a sigh of relief. Nurse Melissa Prince. She, 1 year younger than Haley, couldn't hide her confusion when she was brought to the infirmary, a place she thought she'd never set foot in. But even so, she was indeed a patient. Melissa decided to put her confusion aside and focus on what needed to be done. She handed a cookie to Haley from the drawer. Don't be too down, have at least this. When you're feeling bad, sweet things are the only option. Thank you. Taking the cookie, Haley took a light bite. Crunch. For a moment, the sweet taste filled her mouth. But it didn't alleviate Haley's mood. It was undoubtedly a sweet cookie. However, to her current self, the taste of the cookie felt bitter. Sigh. In the end, Haley couldn't finish the cookie and put it down. Just thinking about the future dampened her appetite. What will become of me now? To be knocked unconscious by a mere student when she made teaching her profession. Even though Ian Volkanov wasn't just any student to be dismissed lightly. Still, wasn't he also a student receiving education at Arc Academy? It was an undeniable fact that she had lost to a student. Thinking about the consequences of that fact made her head ache. Melissa, I guess this is the end for me. What? Why would you say that? No. I'm not qualified. How can I continue this life after being defeated by a student as an instructor? It might lead to doubts about her qualifications. Just thinking about it made her feel bitter. Tears began to well up in her eyes, casting a hazy view of her face on the desk. Feeling the warmth around her eyes, Haley quickly lowered her head. Melissa, with her warm-hearted nature, would surely understand even if she shed tears, but she still didn't want to show her tears. As Haley, who was always bold, started to choke up, Melissa hesitated, not knowing what to do. What should I do? Should I try to empathize at least? She had read in books before that sharing one's story with someone could relieve the heart. Although counseling wasn't her specialty, she thought she could at least listen to the story. It's okay. Don't worry too much. Everyone has times like that. I understand. Melissa smiled, stroking Haley's hand. Melissa's hand covered Haley's cold hand. Unfortunately, it didn't calm Haley, it just became the detonator to confine her to the waves of emotions. Melissa. Would you believe me if I told you I never once caught Ian's movements? Movements? Yeah. I never once caught Ian's movements. It wasn't complacency. The difference in skill between Ian Volkanov and herself was considerable. However, it was never to the extent where she could dismiss it. Of course, she had analyzed it in her own way and had fought her best. I've watched Ian for a long time. Honestly, Haley was confident that she knew Ian well. She was the one who first noticed his frightening talent. Because she knew him so well, she knew what Ian's shortcomings were. I aimed for Ian's weaknesses. But it was me who was hit. When she thought about it, Ian's weakness was none other than his lower body. After discarding his sword, Ian relied solely on his fists for combat, rarely using his legs. Even when he did, it was just stepping or shifting his weight. Rarely did he use his legs for anything else. What could be the reason for that? Haley thought there was only one. It seems like the importance of legs is the lowest superficially, but in reality, isn't the lower body the most important? The legs made the fists. Haley realized that point. And if she could tie up Ian's legs, he would be helpless. Haley's matter-of-fact tone prompted Melissa to ask in a calm manner. But was there something wrong? I was wrong in my thinking. Yes. More precisely, I thought he wouldn't be able to defend against attacks targeting his lower body. But that wasn't the case. He defended against attacks in a way I've never seen before. But you know what's even worse? I still don't know. I don't know how to respond in that situation. No way. Despite Haley's calm demeanor, Melissa couldn't hide her astonishment. Melissa knew. The woman in front of her wasn't someone who could be easily defeated. To see such a person lacking in enthusiasm. The infirmary was soon filled with silence, as if the entire space had submerged underwater. To be honest, I've even thought about quitting. Haley. It's impossible to continue teaching while collapsing in front of the students like that. I don't know about other things. But you might not need to worry about that. What do you mean? Not needing to worry? Haley asked as if she didn't understand. Melissa revealed what she knew. Student Ian told me. The moment you collapsed on the floor, he used mana to obscure the student's vision. Of course, it caused quite a stir, but thankfully, it was just about the time for the class to end, so they dispersed. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, aside from student Ian, no one saw instructor Haley collapse on the floor. So, don't worry about it. tears rolled down Haley's cheeks at Melissa's words. Of course. You might still face suspicion from the students. But there's a difference between certainty and suspicion. So, don't worry too much. Melissa poured out words to reassure herself, but sadly, her words didn't reach Haley's ears. Ian. Me. Her heart raced. Her pupils shrank, and her vision narrowed. Her former disciple, that she abandoned. Not only had she lost to that disciple, but she also received overwhelming concern. She couldn't lift her head due to the shame, but at the same time, she was grateful. After a while of silence, Haley suddenly got up from her seat. I'll go. Haley? Are you leaving already? I appreciate the treatment. I'll definitely repay this debt later. As she walked away unsteadily, Melissa watched her slowly. She usually seemed tougher than anyone else. But now, she appeared weaker than anyone else. The understanding of close combat class came to an end with the historic performance of instructor Haley Myler collapsing. Of course, only he and Ire had witnessed the scene. Ire didn't seem quite pleased with it. The scene of the instructor being taken down was quite moving. Like a hero standing against injustice. It would have been better if others had seen the instructor collapse. That's a bit disappointing. Although her expression remained indifferent, her tone was filled with resentment. If she hated Haley so much, then of course, she would act that way. The gaze Ray showed him while carrying the unconscious Haley to the infirmary was absolutely chilling. Of course, he understood Ray's feelings, but sadly, it was the best choice. It was inevitable. If another professor had pulled such nonsense, they wouldn't have gotten away with just carrying them off. They probably would have been humiliated publicly. But Yin could never do that to Haley Myler. She's Ariel's teacher. If such a person were to faint in front of all the students, what would happen? If Yin knew Haley Myler well, she might even give up teaching, suspecting her own abilities. Of course, understanding close combat tactics is irrelevant to whether I learn or not, but the biggest problem is the possibility of her even quitting Ariel's swordsmanship instruction. I must prevent that at all costs. Ariel had to become stronger. She was the only one capable of wielding the weapon that could pierce the demon god. She was the one who could kill the demon god and bring peace to the world. To uncover the secret, at least help Ariel defeat the demon god. After Ian's words, Ire hesitated for a moment before relaxing her expression. If you say so. I understand. I guess I overreacted a bit. Thank you for understanding. He won't worry about it anymore. After hearing that, Ian was able to relax. He had been so tense lately that his head was starting to hurt. Rest was desperately needed for Ian right now. Come to think of it, classes are over and it's the weekend now. Ire, you're probably going back home, right? In that case, you should get ready to leave soon, so it's better to part ways here. I appreciate your consideration, but there's no need to go that far. No need, you say? Is she planning to stay in the dorms over the weekend? Well, most students do head home for the weekend. But there are some who don't. They stay at the academy to study. And some students who didn't like the atmosphere at home would also stay over the weekend. You will do whatever you want. Ian was about to pick up the macaron laid out on the table when it happened. Because I intend to assist the squad commander even on weekends. He realized that life doesn't always go as planned. Ian blankly stared at Ire. Why on earth would that princess subject him to such a trial? You don't need to assist me until the weekend. Ian hurriedly tried to dissuade her. I personally want to learn from being with squad commander Ian. Is that not possible? Ire intensified her gaze. Wanting to learn personally. Wanting to be together. From a distance, it sounded like a sweet and affectionate confession. If you look closely, it was nothing short of a tragedy. I'm planning to search your house once. If you refuse, I'll kill you immediately. Is that acceptable? He couldn't refuse that. But taking her along would be burdensome. What should he do? As he pondered, Ian's device started ringing loudly. Just wait a moment. Ian hurriedly checked the message, and it contained unexpected content. Contacting you urgently as the Lord's health is in critical condition. Please return to the household promptly, Shelkin, head butler of the Count Volkanov. Is this the beginning of the Acting Lord event already? Ian's expression changed fiercely as he read the message. Acting Lord. As Killen, who had been cleansing the demons, got injured and found it difficult to lead the family. The vassal summoned Ian to the mansion and appointed him as the Acting Lord temporarily. Most other nobles would have their stewards handle the Lord's duties instead of calling their children studying at the academy. Unfortunately, the Volkanov family couldn't do that. It was because of the will left by Alex Volkanov. Alex Volkanov stated that only the descendant of the Volkanov bloodline could make decisions regarding the family's affairs. So unless it's an exceptional case, they would never entrust a substitute to an outsider. A great ancestor. The words left by Alex Volkanov were like commandments to his descendants. So in a situation where the Lord couldn't handle the duties, his descendants would take over. In this case, it was Ian. Ariel was staying at the Ark's dormitory and receiving tutoring from Haley, so she couldn't come home often. Considering that Ian commuted, they thought he was suitable for taking on the acting Lord's duties. Trying to make me feel like the Lord in training, huh? Ian recalled memories of the Volcanov estate. The harsh environment. It always lacked food and capital because of it. There were tax benefits due to the position of the family. Otherwise, the Volcanovs would have been on the verge of ruin. And the vassals tried to blame Ian for it. Although Viscount Shulkin, the head butler, did not do that. Most of the people managing the Volcanov estate were already handling things recklessly. And they often shifted the problems onto Ian. It won't be any different now. Ian's expression became severe. If he accepted the proposal, he would end up shouldering all the family's problems. Of course, that wasn't a problem. Ian knew how to save the estate. The only issue was that he needed someone to help him. At that moment, Ire came into Ian's eyes. From the first day they met, she had shown an unreasonable level of research. Just a moment. The thought that this could be possible filled Ian's mind. It seemed like there might be a way to devour the family. Chapter 18, Volcanov County, 2. Ian checked the message and used teleportation to move to Ashland first. Ideally, it would have been best to go to Trishora where the Volcanov main family is located. However, it wasn't connected via teleportation. So, he had no choice but to travel to the estate by carriage. As the carriage rattled along, Ian sighed deeply as he looked out the window. It's bleak. All he could see was white mountains. There was no spectacular view, but he couldn't help but wonder if people could live in such a place. It would be a sight to behold for tourists, but for Ian, who had to develop it, it was a daunting task. There must be quite a bit of work to do. Dealing with Ariel and the heroine's affairs alone was already overwhelming. Now, with the territory to worry about. Eventually, Ian turned his gaze back inside the carriage. It was maddening to look at those things. Although he felt frustrated, looking at Ire sitting beside him eased his mind a bit. I was really anxious at first. He couldn't help but feel tense, thinking about when she would reveal her true self and turn her blade against him. But in situations like this, she was a reliable presence. He almost felt like holding her hand and thanking her, despite everything. Compared to the pitiful vassals of the Volcanov territory, she's like a fairy. Although he was uneasy, at least one thing was certain: compared to the vassals, Ire was superior. Even back when he played the original game, Ian never forgot the absurd things they planned. Planting crops in the harsh northern climate. They were already barely surviving due to poverty. Wasn't it enough that they went far away to gather seafood for Ariel? These bastards can't think for themselves. They should just work as if they have no brains at all. That's why Ian knew how to manipulate them. There was only one way, not allowing them to make their own judgments but dictating everything himself. Of course, doing things that way would inevitably lead to resistance from some stubborn individuals. That's not my problem, is it? If anything, he should just manipulate them even more severely. That's why I brought Ire along. Her unique ability to swiftly handle tasks would surely shine. While she dealt with the paperwork piling up, he could focus on rebuilding the future vision of the Volcanov family ruined by Killen. But Ian's preparations didn't end with Ire. He glanced at Igor, who was sitting in front of him, diligently scribbling on his papers. Ugh! What kind of professor assigns such tasks as homework? And why is this carriage so rickety? Igor, whose injuries from the Dullahan were neatly treated, also headed to the Volcanov estate with them. Honestly, there was no reason to bring him along. But if the squad commander worked hard, shouldn't the squad members relax comfortably? Squad commanders and squad members are supposed to be a united front. When the servants are working roughly, just place him nearby. His demeanor is intimidating enough. Surveillance tower. Using him like that would be sufficient. Lost in thought, Ian eventually spotted a massive mansion through the crack in the window. A man with a thinning hair standing in front of the mansion. We've arrived at Trishora. It was the moment Ian stepped back into the Count Volcanov home. As expected, there was no warm welcome. Despite Ian coming a long way to act as the Lord, the only one who welcomed him was Butler Shulkin. Compared to Ariel, who would have the knights mobilized as soon as the word homecoming was heard, it was a truly pathetic situation. Ian decided not to care. Even the butler should consider it fortunate that I bothered to come. After all, he was a discarded child. It would be foolish to expect a warm welcome. From their perspective, he was just a pawn manager. They probably thought he would spend a while in the family and then return to the academy on weekdays. As if to prove that fact, Shulkin also showed a surprised reaction when he saw two people beside Ian. He probably hadn't thought Ian would bring anyone along. Shulkin, after looking alternately between Ian, Ire, and Igor, bowed deeply. You've had a long journey. I apologize for the abruptness of the situation. It's nothing. So, how is the state of the family currently? Walking towards the main house, Shulkin answered Ian's question calmly. To be honest, there isn't much for you to do, Master Ian. The vassals will handle things themselves, so you just need to give your approval in the end. Just give my approval in the end. Isn't that more convenient for you, Master Ian? Since you're usually not around the family, it might be overwhelming to dive straight into work. Butler Shulkin spoke with a gentle smile. However, Ian could clearly see what was behind that smile. Why bother me when you know I don't know how to do anything properly? Just stay quiet. That must have been what he was trying to convey. But Shulkin overlooked something. Firstly, Ian wasn't accustomed to such consideration. And secondly, Ian was better at handling tasks than anyone else in the family. You're blabbering. Apostrophe. Young master? At Ian's sudden rough cursing, Shulkin's shoulders flinched. He stopped in his tracks and turned to face Ian. Only then did he realize. You should watch your language. I'll give you 2 hours. Bring everything. Excuse me, but what exactly do you want us to bring? The tasks you were working on. And the plans father was making. Turn them all into reports and bring them within 2 hours. Ian Volkanov. The Invisible Man had returned as a tyrant. When Ian ordered to make reports within 2 hours, Shulkin thought he was joking. After all, how much work could there be in the Volkanov County? Management of the territory. Food issues and Volkanov's main job. Even keeping the demons and barbarians in check. Turning such tasks into reports was by no means an easy job. Furthermore, the volume was considerable, roughly reaching 400 pages. How could he possibly expect them to bring it all? So, Shulkin asked again. Did what I say sound like a joke? Faced with Ian's cold gaze, he had no choice but to make the reports. Shulkin recalled the stack of documents he handed Ian and shivered. It wasn't just him who reacted like that. Ah! How can he give orders so haphazardly? Is it alright to leave Ian like this? He doesn't even know how to properly read a document, yet he's demanding reports? If things continue like this, I'm deeply worried that this brat will ruin what the family head has achieved. Even the vassals working with Shulkin were shaken by Ian's orders. Shulkin remembered Ian, who was silently checking the reports. What is he thinking? He usually didn't have a particularly negative opinion about Ian, but this time he couldn't help but think otherwise. Honestly, it was to the point where he thought Ian had gone too far. With 400 pages of documents, even competent vassals would have to stay up all night to handle such a volume. How could he expect them to check all of it? He has to return to the capital after the weekend. There were only 2 days left. Just checking those reports one by one within that time frame would be difficult enough. After pondering for a while, Shulkin reached a conclusion. No matter how much he thought about it, there was only one reason why Ian would go to such lengths. He wants to be recognized. Before he knew it, his hair had turned gray. Still, when he closed his eyes, memories of Ian Volkanov from his childhood remained. A child who followed the Lord around. Although he usually had cloudy eyes, he was a child who cherished his parents very much. In Shulkin's memories, Ian was always a child who was neglected by his parents. He was a child who tried to be accepted by his parents despite experiencing such pain. It was heartbreaking to see him like that, but unfortunately, Shulkin couldn't help Ian. He was the butler of the Volkanovs, practically the right-hand man of the family head. It was impossible for him to take Ian's side in such a situation. Thinking of Ian, Shulkin snapped back to reality. It's probably the only reason he would risk his life for his job like that. To lead the Volkanovs well until the family had recovered, to earn recognition once again. But Shulkin thought it was impossible. Excessive determination is nothing but arrogance. Although there was a saying that willpower makes everything possible, excessive willpower only leads to arrogance. As someone who understood that, Shulkin felt sorry for Ian. Squad Commander, it seems that the backlog of reports will be cleared by the end of today. Already done? All of those documents? Surprised by Erie's words, Ian looked at her with widened eyes. He knew she was fast at handling tasks, but he never expected her to finish the work this quickly. He thought it would take at least a day. Yet, Irie managed to process around 350 documents in just 4 hours. Ian couldn't help but marvel at the speed beyond imagination. Amazing. I made the right decision to bring her here. You flatter me. It was possible only with the help of the spirits. And it wasn't just me alone. Kind-hearted Irie attributed all credit to everyone. Mr. Igor also contributed a lot. As her gaze followed her fingertips, Ian saw Igor, diligently scribbling with a pen. Ian. Volkan.ov. Irie's method was simple. Once she and the spirits verified that the documents were problem-free, she handed them to Igor, who then copied Ian's signature onto the documents she had reviewed. Of course, signing wasn't a difficult task. But when the volume exceeded 400 pages, and when he had to mimic Ian's handwriting exactly, it was no easy feat. Watching Igor sweat profusely as he wrote, Ian felt sorry for him. He's going through all this trouble for me. I should reward him properly. Giving only a carrot without a stick would lead to deviation and eventual malfunction. Once things settled, Ian thought he should provide appropriate rewards. Just a tasty meal would make him ecstatic. Having resolved the formidable enemy of documents, Ian refocused on his work. Now that the biggest hurdle, the documents, has been resolved with Irie's help. Now, all that remained was worrying about the future of the Volkanov family. Tap, tap. Ian, who was drinking the hot coffee that Irie had made, looked at the plan in his trembling hand. Killen. If we continue handling things like this, the family won't function properly. He knew things were chaotic, but this was getting out of hand. Not a single aspect was normal. First and foremost, the biggest problem was the current state of the family's finances. We're running low on funds. Extremely low. In truth, compared to its reputation, the Volkanovs weren't particularly wealthy. Volkanov territory was never a terrain that could generate much wealth. The barren land and harsh climate were deathly to life forms. Although there were lands like Ashland where the climate was warmer, it wasn't suitable for agriculture due to the dry climate. The problem was that the barbarians from the north were constantly flocking in, making it difficult to survive while hunting. The tax benefits that we have received so far by obtaining the status of guardians, we have endured while stopping the monsters and barbarians. How long could this last? What Volkanov territory needs right now is something that can bring in money. That's urgent. Facing this situation, the bigger issue was that there were still many who weren't in their right minds. The farmers are clamoring for solutions, saying they think the crops will fail. But if we're not actively seeking solutions, what can we do? Experienced farmers were undoubtedly experts when it came to crops. If they accepted their suggestions, there was no doubt they had no other choice. In the end, Ian had no choice but to draw his sword. Pa. I didn't want to be this harsh. There was only one way to remedy the situation. Ian looked at Irie, who was sitting next to him. Irie. Yes, squad commander. Go get some potatoes. Potatoes, you say? Yes, potatoes. When Ian told her to get potatoes right away, Irie tilted her head but immediately moved. As she opened the door and left, Ian let out a deep sigh. There's no other choice. Cash crops. It was time to bring out a morale-boosting money-making method for the early stage of managing the territory. Chapter 19, Potatoes Are Gods and I Am Invincible. Ian, who had made up his mind, headed towards where there was someone responsible for farming, riding a carriage. Irie, who was peeking at the potatoes behind the rattling carriage, asked. Squad commander, may I ask a question? What is it? Why did you ask to bring potatoes? Irie still vividly remembered. When he asked if she could get some potatoes, she asked why he was looking for them. The vassal who was looking at him with a curious expression. It was strange that the guy who had told him to develop the territory suddenly started looking for potatoes. Of course, she was curious too. What could he possibly do with just potatoes? However, Ian had his own thoughts. Irie. Do you know what our territory's specialty is? Are you talking about the specialty of the Volkanov territory? I'm sorry. I don't know. The specialty of our territory is venison. TLN, venison is meat from hunted animals. Since ancient times, the Volkanovs had earned money by selling meat obtained through hunting. Sometimes leather or crafts made from antlers were sold as well. But the main item that brought in profits was meat. Because they couldn't farm due to the cold climate in the north, they focused on hunting. Of course, they didn't completely neglect farming. They used to farm in relatively warmer areas like Ashland, but they barely made ends meet, and there were no dreams of making profits from sales. So, was the result of their dedicated hunting good? Sadly, it wasn't. In fact, the deer we sell from our territory are not of good quality. But didn't you say it's your specialty? After all, a specialty means something that has an unmatched quality compared to elsewhere. But saying that the quality wasn't good was not an excuse, right? If it's a specialty, I thought it meant it was of good quality. Your point is correct. We are a somewhat special case. Is there a reason why it has to be that way? Our Volkanov territory faces barbarians across a giant mountain range. A situation where there are competitors over a single mountain range. What's more unfortunate is that the barbarians' hunting skills are exceptional. Born and raised in the north, their very nature was tough against the harsh climate, and the rugged mountains were their home. Having conquered the mountains from a young age, their hunting skills in the mountains surpassed anyone else's. The hunters of the Volkanov county couldn't keep up with them. The products that Volkanov is currently selling as specialties are those that were saved from the barbarians because they thought this was not the right product. Collecting and selling selected scraps in a pitiful situation. But the problem didn't end there. What's even more serious is that the territory where we trained, the Gahud region, also has meat as a specialty. I remember hearing that the quality of meat in Gahud is excellent. Yeah. Compared to that, our meat is tough and not very tasty. Moreover, now that other territories and specialties overlap, they can't keep up with the quality. If a rational person acknowledges that further competition is meaningless and seeks alternatives. But Volkanov didn't do that. Are they stupid? No. Even if they are incompetent, are they that stupid? They knew, but there was no other choice. When asked what the specialty of our territory is, we can say that you can see barbarians and demons in our territory. If you're unlucky, you might even get kidnapped and become a sacrifice. If this reputation spreads, it's over. The way to prosper the territory is simple. Make a lot of money and attract many people. But what if the image of the territory is tainted with the idea of a city infested with demons and barbarians? That's why. The reason Volkanov passed off subpar meat as a specialty. Even his father, Kilin, was planning to gather all the manpower, even those focused on farming, for hunting. But there was one problem here. Soon the barbarians performed their rituals. They believed in their own gods. They had a custom of cleansing the bodies of villagers with animal blood as part of the ritual. A lot of blood to cleanse the bodies of the villagers. Then, they were going to capture all the animals they had been raising. The disappearance of animals was like a disaster to the people of the Volkanov territory. Income from hunting would plummet. With no crops planted, there might be a severe famine. Listening silently to Ian's words, Eri nodded incessantly. It seemed that her curiosity was somewhat relieved now. If there's a definite reason like that, there's no choice. So, bringing potatoes was to get away from that situation? Yeah. In the current situation, farming is essential. According to the original, Ariel would solve the famine by using her connections. By asking her friends for help and borrowing meat and plants for the territory. However, Ian didn't want to use such methods. He knew that indebting oneself to someone else wasn't a particularly good choice. So, he decided to fend for himself. That's why he chose farming as his method. In the original, there was nothing as lucrative as using staple crops for making money. But farming won't be easy on barren land. That's why. If it wasn't potatoes. Eri expressed her doubts at Ian's calm words. Seeing her seemingly incomprehending reaction, Ian explained briefly. Eri. Do you know that? Staple crops like potatoes don't care about the condition of the land. They don't care about the condition of the land. Of course, they're not as useful as wheat, which is mainly consumed by people of the empire, but are they high in calories? Not really. Do they have a high yield? They're good, but they're not comparable to wheat. Honestly, compared to wheat, they didn't have any advantages. However, staple crops like potatoes had significantly superior advantages compared to wheat. Even on barren land, they have the ability to grow. Even on endlessly barren territory, if you plant just one potato, before long, all the fields will be filled with potatoes. And that wasn't the end of its advantages. It grew at a ridiculously fast rate. It's March now, so if you plant them now, you might be able to harvest them soon. Ian planned to make money from this. To be precise, by exploiting the characteristics of the nobility. Nobles have always been a race of indulgence, enjoying luxury and flaunting themselves. By using them, significant profits could be gained. Of course, in Yuri's position, one might wonder what they could do just by selling potatoes. But Yin was confident. You might not understand right away. It might be hard to believe. But no. I believe in you, squad commander. Before finishing his sentence, Yuri firmly grasped his hand and looked at him. I believe it. The reflection of Yuri saying those words. If someone else did such a thing, they might feel a trembling, exciting emotion. If I fail, will she kill me? Ian pledged to make the potato resale operation a success, even if it cost him his life. Side. What should I do with this? Baron Oliver, responsible for the agriculture of the Volkanov County, he sighed continuously as he looked at the letter in his hand and the piles of potatoes. He recalled the situation that had just occurred. Suddenly, the young master came to visit, and I wondered what he was up to. Ian Volkanov, who came to substitute for the ailing count, had came to him while he was handling the duties of the lord. He casually took out a huge amount of potatoes from the carriage and handed them to him. Why would you give this to me? Plant them and grow them. That was the message along with it. In fact, up to this point, there wasn't much of a problem. He had obtained the title of Baron, but with a natural disposition for farming, planting and growing those potatoes wouldn't be a problem at all. Rather, joy surged through him at the thought that they were finally listening to their words. We've been doing nothing but hunting. Is this person a little different? Finally, it seemed like he was listening to their words. Tears nearly welled up at the thought that the appeal they had submitted to the territory at the risk of their lives had finally paid off. Oliver recalled the words passed down from his grandfather. Oliver. The Volcanov territory is a ruined land. We must succeed and get out of this cursed land. There's no future in this territory. The Lord of Volcanov in Oliver's memory was a foolish man. An obstinate lord who didn't listen to the words of the people in the territory. Of course, he knew that the lord had been neglecting the territory because he was busy eliminating enemies of the empire. But that couldn't be an excuse. What's the use of saying that when it's already hard enough to make a living? Compared to such a lord, the person who came as his substitute this time seemed all right. Well, until I heard his words. Oliver remembered Ian, who had brought out the potatoes that the farmers had stored in preparation for a famine and said they would grow some and sell the ones that had been stored. They are just small seed potatoes. Uneven and not particularly attractive, with low commercial value. It seemed better to plant ones that were in good condition rather than plant those again. If they were appropriately priced and sold, even if they didn't make a big profit, they could at least have enough to fill their stomachs. Ian also agreed with the idea of selling potatoes. Top of form, however, the problem was how to set the price. Ian, then I'll sell these at a bargain price. Selling them at about half the market price will quickly bring in profits. No. Sell them at double the price. What? Double the price? Sell the potatoes, which might not even sell at half price, at twice the price. That was what Ian said to him. I thought he was crazy. Oliver wanted to curse at that moment, but he managed to calm himself down and persuade Ian. These would never sell. If you double the price, the potatoes will rot before they even sell. So, they must be sold at half price. He had no choice but to say it. However, Ian Volkanov continued to demand selling them at twice the price, ignoring Oliver's words. If it's just ordinary potatoes, they won't sell even if you double the price. But these are not ordinary potatoes. What do you mean? Don't sell them as ordinary potatoes. Sell them as environmentally friendly, organic potatoes hand-raised by Count Volkanov. Make sure to specify the exact wording I said. Understand? In the end, Baron Oliver had to swallow his tears and nod his head. And now, back to the present. Oliver looked at the potatoes piled up in front of him. Such a waste. They were going to rot eventually. He wanted to sell them secretly to a peddler, but disobeying the orders of a count as a baron was out of the question. In the end, Oliver suppressed his sadness and handed all the potatoes over to the person in charge of sales. Emphasizing them as environmentally friendly, organic potatoes hand-raised by Count Volkanov felt shameful and humiliating, but he endured it and sold them. As expected, adults are never wrong. He had thought there couldn't be anyone worse at the job than the previous lord. But this crazy guy surpassed him by far. These crazy people. I'm sick of them. I should just leave this place. Muttering curses in his mind, Oliver eventually swallowed his tears and fell asleep. And the next day, Oliver could only be astonished as he hurriedly greeted the visitor who had come for him. Listening quietly to what he had to say, Oliver blinked. All sold out? At that price? And they even asked for more? Chapter 20, Master. The potato resale operation was successfully concluded. According to Oliver, potatoes were quickly sold out. Despite the crazy price being twice as much, there were people lining up to buy. Some nobles even tried to buy them at a laughable price, didn't they? Thinking about the sight of nobles unable to contain themselves to buy small and unimpressive potatoes, a chuckle escaped. It turned out well to believe in the extravagant nature of nobles. Small and unattractive potatoes. Even if they were sold at half the original price, they wouldn't sell, but they were able to be sold at twice the crazy price. It was purely because of believing in the luxury of nobles. Nobles want to show off through luxury. Things like food and clothes that commoners can't even dream of. Putting beef into a giraffe's mouth and eating it, there was only one reason to eat something that didn't seem like it would even eat if given. I am much better off than you all. They were crazy about that, and Ian aimed for it. Environmentally friendly organic potatoes raised personally by Count Volkanov. Of course, it's unclear whether they were personally raised or not and whether it was organic or plantation agriculture. Anyway, the important thing is that it has distinctiveness from regular potatoes. That alone was enough reason for nobles to buy these potatoes. Ian looked out the window with a pleasant smile. The mountains he hated so much looked too beautiful today. Now our family can breathe a little. Before long, the potatoes would grow again. Oliver also said that after experiencing the miracle of potatoes, he would plow the fields and focus only on potatoes, so we could harvest more potatoes. Now we should start a business. Make potato chips, fry them, and if we have spare time, make salads too. If I put a picture of my father holding potatoes and smiling wide on the package, it will sell well. Maybe raise the price about tenfold. A product made from potatoes personally grown by Count Volkanov, the hero of the empire and a monomaster? I can't stand this. Nobles will be upset because they can't buy it. If all goes well, it might be possible to change the pride of the Volkanov family from meat to potatoes. He had some idea of how to solve the family's affairs. Now all that was left was to become stronger. Commence simulated combat. Initiating simulated combat program. For a moment, his vision blurred. The mountain that had been visible outside the carriage disappeared, replaced by endless white floors. Alex Volkanov holding a sword appeared in Ian's eyes. A man who had cut his throat more than 100 times already. When he was admitted to the hospital room. From then on, Ian challenged him whenever he could. And this is the 5th challenge. Ian looked at the system window beside him. Combat with Alex Volkanov, 5th challenge reward, 10th challenge reward. It was said that there was a lot to gain even through defeat in combat with the strong. Simulated combat was just like that. Even though it was all about facing opponents far beyond one's level and getting beaten to death. Even if you lost, there was a system where you could receive rewards proportional to the number of challenges. And Ian was on the verge of the 5th challenge reward. There was no reason to hesitate. Do you want to challenge? I will challenge. Black mana surged through Ian's body, and the ether manifested in Ian's hands. Alex Volkanov, as usual, raised his sword and shouted. Fight fair and square. After that, Alex rushed in with a shield around his body. Inside the rapidly moving carriage. Even amidst the jolts, Eerie stared intently at Ian, who was sleeping deeply. What kind of life have you lived? The Ian she had seen so far was definitely different from the perception of the world. He wasn't cowardly or foolish, nor was he blinded by fame. On the contrary, he was closer to the opposite. If he were truly a bad person, he would have lived without caring even if the family fell apart. He probably didn't even find a way to save a collapsing family in the first place. Eerie didn't forget the miracle of potatoes created by Ian. To her, when she thought about it, Ian was a pitiable person. Even the way Ian was treated by the Volkanov family was not like that. Ian's room was small enough to be called a storage room. There was only a bed and a desk in the room. There was no wardrobe to hang clothes, and it seemed like there was no cleaning either. Dust was thick. Thump. Ugh. And even the jolting carriage. It was hard to believe that it belonged to the heir of a high-ranking noble leading the empire. Despite receiving such irrational treatment, Ian didn't say a word. Instead, he sacrificed sleep and worked for them. Have you been living like this since you were young? For a moment, Eerie imagined what would have happened if Ian's life had changed with hers. But ultimately, she gave up. The sadness and loneliness that were unbearable. She didn't have the strength to endure it. Wiping away the tears falling from her cheeks with her sleeve, Eerie checked on the sleeping Ian and gently hugged him. The coachman couldn't see inside, so it didn't matter. Although she knew she shouldn't be doing this. Eerie wanted to be honest with her feelings this time. A day had passed since returning from Trishula, the ancestral home of the Volkanovs, to Ashland. Even though they couldn't properly enjoy the weekend due to potato farming, Monday had arrived. Ian had to head straight to Ark without a moment's rest. Kyan called. It wasn't because of his sweaty morning training with Igor. There was another reason. Swish. Swish. Ho. With a broom in his right hand and a dustpan in his left, he swept the classroom floor. It was the close combat understanding class that took place on Friday. At that time, Ian had used mana to cover Haley, who had fainted, and as a result, he received disciplinary action to clean the damaged classroom. He had come out early in the morning to clean because of that. Since they couldn't clean the classrooms used by the students after school hours. Fortunately or unfortunately, cleaning wasn't the end for him. Swish. Swish. I cleaned up everything behind you, instructor. Now I just need to clean up the front. Yeah. Thanks, Ian. Take a break for a moment. Haley Myler. She, too, had come out with Ian to clean the classroom. She was told that, of course, she had no reason to do it. But for some inexplicable reason she volunteered to clean. Looking at Haley, who was cleaning with an awkward expression, Ian glanced from a distance. Ian. How have you been lately? What do you mean? Looking at Haley, who suddenly spoke up, Ian tilted his head. Haley Myler. She was Ian's former master and currently the platoon vice commander of the first-year 1st Platoon in Arkansas. She wanted to tear her hair out recalling her own words just now. How have you been lately? That's not what I wanted to say. She obviously wanted to say thank you. She thanked the student for saving her from embarrassment. But saying those words was not so easy. In the end, in order to express her gratitude, she volunteered for cleaning that she didn't have to do. Throughout the cleaning, she looked at Ian's back. When would be a good time to say it? Should she say it now? She was contemplating such thoughts. She couldn't speak to Ian until the cleaning was almost finished. And when Ian said he had finished his assigned area, then she finally tried to say the words she had kept in her heart. What do you mean? Of course, it turned into a sudden inquiry about his well-being rather than the words she had been thinking about. Looking at her former disciple's indifferent gaze. For some reason, looking at it made her heart feel like it was being scratched randomly. In the past, he would smile at me. But now he can't do that. In her memories, Ian always had a faint smile, even when his expression seemed wrinkled as if something bad had happened. As long as he was practicing swordsmanship with her, he smiled happier than ever. But that smile had long since disappeared. Since she abandoned him, Ian's expression had hardened again. I thought I'd never see him again. Putting a curse on Ian, she said to herself. There would be no more seeing him. Ian, who lost his sword. She thought he couldn't prove his skills. However, Ian somehow brought in a new martial arts and proved it himself. And he even tried to help his former master who abandoned him. That made Haley's heart ache. Why did he do that? What was his intention? But in the end, Haley couldn't bring herself to say the words she had kept in her heart until the end. You did well on the transfer exam. You have excellent skills. It's just the result of hard training. Where did you learn that? Did you get a new master? Do you mean, master? Did he learn from a master? He had indeed learned boxing from an academy master. Ian said to Haley as if it was nothing special. Yes. I had a mentor who taught me. It seems like you had an excellent mentor. It's not easy to improve your skills so quickly. Learning wasn't something that happened in a short period. It was someone who occasionally gave me guidance since I was young. Since he couldn't admit to learning boxing for 4 years, he vaguely mentioned receiving guidance during his childhood. Haley seemed to be taken aback for a moment before speaking again. Still, if your skills aren't exceptional, wouldn't it be difficult to get good mentoring? I apologize if it seems like I'm letting you down. But the person wasn't exceptionally skilled either. What do you mean? At Haley's words, Ian recalled the mentor who taught him boxing in his previous life. His mentor, who operated a humble boxing gym. He wasn't extraordinary. His teaching level wasn't high, and he wasn't someone who swept awards at various competitions. Why did he learn boxing from such a person? Because it was a hobby. He just wanted to try boxing once, and the gym was close to home and cheap. Naturally, he didn't have high expectations, but there was one good thing. He was more passionate than anyone else. He was always true to himself. Even the 1-hour lessons he gave were never wasted. While giving vague instructions, he continued to watch his posture without leaving him. And even when his family's circumstances became difficult and he couldn't afford to learn boxing anymore, he opened the gym for him. You won't pay me, just come in for an hour a day and learn. I'll teach you. That's embarrassing. I don't want to do that. It's only an embarrassment if I'm inconvenienced. I don't mind, so come and learn. Once you start, you shouldn't give up and go all the way, shouldn't you? With these words, he handed him 100,000 won in a bag, telling me to buy food. He couldn't forget it. With his help, he was able to continue learning, and even in his current situation in Heroic Academy, he was able to survive. Thinking of my mentor from my past life, Ian looked at Haley. His skills weren't that great. The teaching was so complicated that I had a hard time learning it. Yet he kept grumbling and saying what he didn't like. But he was more sincere to me than anyone else. If I got even slightly injured, he would forget everything else and came running to check on my condition. One time, even though my circumstances were not good, he gave me money and told me to buy something to eat. In short, he was the person who took responsibility for me until the end. Ian, turning away from Haley's distorted face, prepared to leave. Ian. Haley, regaining her composure, reached out to grab Ian's hand, but he had already left the classroom. Chapter 21, Time to Prove It. 1. Ian, carrying his belongings, immediately left the classroom. Haley's voice could be heard from behind, but he didn't pay any attention. To Ian now, Haley Myler was insignificant. She had abandoned him. When he returned from the expedition, there was no need to listen to her, who had abandoned him faster than anyone else. Because that wasn't the end of it. Ian looked at the status window floating in front of him. Danger to Ariel Volkanov has been detected. Emergency quest for the right ending has occurred. To uncover the secret, you must prevent Ariel Volkanov's death. Will you accept? Reward upon success, Neltlian's growth, failure, Ariel Volkanov's death. Has a threat begun to emerge already? Ian read the system message carefully and bit his lip. From the moment he saw this, Haley no longer caught his eye. Ariel is in danger of dying. In the game, Ariel faces countless crises before reaching the ending. From fighting barbarians encountered while managing the Vulcan of territory to losing her life to demons. Of course, Ariel's crisis also existed in the academy. If he wasn't careful, he would often face the cold corpse of Ariel who died tragically. And now, the first crisis had came to Ian. Surely the event where Ariel first faces the danger of death was the war game. After confining the students to a virtual island with illusion magic, training involved capturing flags in each platoon's territory by any means necessary. Although there were rarely any fatal shocks as it took place within an illusion, severe damage could still be sustained, leaving physical consequences even after the illusion ended. Those who targeted Ariel in the war game used despicable methods, sometimes resulting in severe damage. If luck isn't on your side, you could end up dying there and having to start the game again. Of course, if this was a game, you could just restart from the saved section and be done with it. At least Ian couldn't do that. This wasn't a game, it was reality. If Ariel were to die, it would be the end of his life at that moment. If he wanted to live as he pleased, it was essential to save Ariel first. Ian ultimately had to make a decision. First, I need to move toward eliminating Ariel as quickly as possible. Although he didn't know who it was, someone was plotting to take Ariel's life. In such a situation, continuously exposing Ariel to others was madness. Of course, the best way would be to anticipate the opponent's plan and prepare accordingly. But honestly, how many branching points were there where Ariel died in Heroic Academy? How could he prepare for all of them? The best Ian could do was to send Ariel out before others reached out to her with their dark intentions. Then the final question is whether the first platoon will send Ariel to lead. Would they try to bring out Ariel's party, the most potent weapon, as quickly as possible? Of course, from Ian's perspective, it would be a great advantage, but it didn't matter if it didn't happen. Even if he had hidden it for the last time, if he broke through the first platoon, they would naturally emerge. Ian looked at the skill he obtained as the reward for the 5th mock battle. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Low AIS. It was undoubtedly a shield skill mainly used by Alex Volkanov. The ultimate defense technique that could block any attack 7 times a day. Now that he had obtained it, there was no reason for Ian to be afraid. Celia Wignoran couldn't concentrate at all. What's the relationship, anyway? When she went to apologize to Ian and visited the hospital room, she met Princess Erzébeth. She was clearly stroking Ian's face. Why? Why was the princess stroking Ian's face with a compassionate expression, claiming there was a reason? Their relationship couldn't have been that deep. They hadn't even talked much. Celia couldn't understand why she was doing such a thing in the hospital room. There was another strange thing. That blonde girl. What's going on? Suddenly, a new student was assigned to Ian's squad. Thinking about Ian and her being together in Haley's class, it still felt like a stab in the gut. One person came all the way to the hospital room and even stroked Ian's face. Another doesn't even think about leaving Ian outside of class and stuck to him. What on earth? Unni. Even if he takes care of the new person because he is the squad commander. What's the connection with the princess? Unni. What? Celia, who was deep in thought, lifted her head up when a sound struck her ears. In her eyes, Ariel, who looked bewildered, was seen tutting. Unni. What are you even thinking about? Sorry. I was just thinking about something else for a moment. Really? Now is not the time for that. We have to plan for the war game, and you're already busy. Seeing Ariel frown, Celia bowed her head deeply. Though her heart was troubled, she still had tasks to prioritize, and not being able to concentrate was her fault. I'll focus again. Sorry. Upon seeing that, Ariel tutted but nodded slightly. Really? If you do this next time, I'll be really mad, you know? Especially since I'm already troubled because of Ian. Don't be like that, Ariel. Celia must have her reasons. Ariel's anger finally subsided after Bianca Matip intervened. Listening silently to Bianca's words, Ariel let out a deep sigh. Not being able to concentrate to the point of making such remarks wasn't that much of a mistake, but in the current situation of troubled hearts, it was incredibly annoying. You have to do better. Better than Ian. Ariel recalled the recent rumors circulating in the family. After the head of the family fell ill, Ian was reigning like a tyrant, even selling his father's name in the potato business. That alone was distasteful. But what was even more annoying was the feeling that within the family, Ian seemed to be considered not bad as the next head of the family. Just because he made some money. Being not bad as the head of the family? Does that make sense? Just because he made a little money, does it make sense for him to change his attitude like this? Of course, Ian had done well. His contribution to the development of the Vulcan of territory was an undeniable fact. However, it was still too early to reevaluate Ian solely based on that. The Vulcan of family is not something Ian should have. Why was Vulcan of chosen as a count? It was because they defended the territory, or rather, the empire from the threat of barbarians with powerful force. In other words, to become the head of the Volkanov family, the most important thing wasn't just making money through business, but defending the empire with force. Ariel planned to show everyone that this time. This war game will be conducted as an observation class. Sadly, her father's condition was critical, so he probably wouldn't come. But her mother and Shulkin would came to see her. That's when she would prove it. Who truly suited to be the head of the family. Anyway, the reason we're all gathered here is because of a change in tactics. Tactics change? What kind of change are you talking about? When Bianca asked with doubt, Ariel opened her mouth firmly. Originally, according to the plans of the first platoon commander, our party was supposed to wait at the rear. Ariel's party, gathering the most powerful members of the first platoon, was considered a secret weapon by platoon commander. Other platoons would cause losses to the enemy while attacking, and in the end, our plan was to sweep them away. Holding the shield until the end and then, when the enemy got tired, pulling out the sword and attacking. That was the platoon commander's plan, but Ariel didn't like it. She had to prove herself. She had to thoroughly crush Ian in front of everyone. However, it wasn't meaningful to trample on Ian, who would be weakened because of others. Only by defeating Ian in his best condition would it have meaning. That's why the plan has changed. It changed. Could it be? Their eyes, including Bianca's, turned to Ariel. Enduring those gazes, Ariel continued speaking. We will be the first to strike the third platoon. Although the plan was set to perfection, Ian couldn't relax and let down his guard. He would swiftly rush in at the beginning and eliminate Ariel. There are no problems up to this point. However, the problem lay elsewhere. Now it's a matter of how the platoon commander will use me. Kian. What mission would he assign to Ian? That was the new issue Ian faced. To attack Ariel, he must be able to move freely. To attack Ariel, he needed to move freely. However, if Kian ordered him to move the third squad along with the first and second squads, then moving freely was out of the question. Therefore, Ian decided to make a decision when he met Kian in the morning. Regardless of whether Igor or Yuri knew, Ian had to be able to move freely in this training. But much to his relief, the mission Kian assigned to Ian was exactly what Ian wanted. Ian. Work with the squad members to make decisions organically. I won't give separate missions. When Ian momentarily showed a dumbfounded expression at Kian's concise response, Kian just shrugged. Is it really okay like this? I've always planned it this way. It's uncertain how the first platoon will use Ariel. The greatest weapon of the first platoon was none other than the party led by Ariel Volkanov. As expected, they would probably keep them hidden until the end and send them out when their own platoon members got tired. However, there was also a situation where the party led by Ariel could sweep away the third platoon from the beginning. Therefore, Kian made Ian move organically. If the strongest weapon of the first platoon was Ariel, then they needed to counter with a strong weapon on their side as well. Of course, there was the variable of observation, but at least the Ian that Kian had observed so far wasn't someone who would be swayed by such things. Looking at Ian with a troubled expression, Kian lit another cigarette. I've laid the groundwork. Now it's time to prove yourself. Can you do it? I'll give it a try. If he went as far as to say that, there seemed to be no need to worry. Chapter 22, Time to Prove It, 2. Due to the observation class, Ark was in an untimely state of readiness. Watching from a distance, Duke Bernagia's expression widened in admiration. So many have gathered. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was a considerable crowd, even if almost all the nobles of the empire were gathered. Occasionally, there were those who seemed reluctant to reveal themselves, including the Huagnoron family's head, who preferred not to show themselves in public. Of course, Duke Bernagia did not approach them first. After all, he was now an old man. Engaging in small talk with the nobles had become tiresome. It was better for someone like him to sit calmly in his seat and wait, rather than stepping forward and making a fuss. As he thought this, he looked down below. It's been a long time. Your Grace. Oh? Is it Lady Volkanov? It's been a while. When the Duke turned his head, the familiar face made him smile kindly. Letitia Volkanov also bowed respectfully. Her expression, as she came to Ark accompanied by the Volkanov household butler, did not seem very pleased. I should have come earlier. But I've been so busy lately. I couldn't find the time. Oh. It's all right. I've heard the news anyway. How is the Count? Is he still not doing well? Though they weren't particularly close, being one of the Empire's few masters, even Duke Bernagia felt pained upon hearing news about Kilan Volkanov. He's improved a lot, but he still hasn't regained consciousness. However, since you wish him such a speedy recovery, perhaps I'll have good news to share soon. I hope so. Ah. It must be quite tiring to come such a long way. Seeing Letitia take her seat, Duke Bernaccia offered a light consolation. Even in difficult times, you still found the time to come. Even so, there are things parents must do. Wouldn't it be strange if parents didn't come to a rare observation class during their child's schooling? Haha. Indeed, even I would want to see my child every day if they had grown up so well. My wife must feel the same. Thank you for the compliment. My child would be moved to know that the King of Fists praised her. As Letitia showed a faint smile at the thought that the Duke recognized Ariel's growth. I'm touched. Ian, I don't think he'd really like it if I approve of him or not. But if so, I'd like to ask if I can get some more potatoes. Pea potatoes? The moment they realized they were thinking of different people. When Letitia looked at him with confusion, Duke Bernaccia also felt something was amiss and asked. Don't you know? Ian started organic farming of potatoes. Do you know how popular they are these days? Even I had trouble getting them. I ended up buying them at a high price. But they're so delicious that it's worth buying. I didn't know Volkanov's potatoes were so tasty. Haha. Ahaha. Thank you. Letitia couldn't understand the conversation at all. What on earth is the Duke talking about? Potatoes? And Ian received the Duke's recognition? Even though they weren't particularly close, Letitia knew well how difficult it was to earn the recognition of the King of Fists, Duke Bernaccia. She knew it when Ariel was appointed as a hero. The Duke didn't acknowledge Ariel. She wanted to ask what Ian had done to earn recognition, but she couldn't ask bluntly. In the end, Letitia smiled knowingly and pretended to understand. I'll deliver your words to Ian. If there's an opportunity for him to give a gift to your grace, he will be pleased. Contrary to the rumors, this child grew up well. A rare young man in the Empire these days. You've done a very good job educating your children. I'm flattered. What on earth had Ian done without her knowledge? Such thoughts filled Letitia's head. She had came to see Ariel in the first place, yet she found herself talking only about Ian once she arrived. Without realizing her own feelings, time passed sadly, and before she knew it, the war game was about to begin. Then let's proceed with the war game. At the end of the Vice Headmaster words, a huge screen appeared in the air. The tactics of the second-year 3rd Platoon were simple. First, led by Alan Kegan, the first squad formed a separate unit to target the 2nd Platoon. The 2nd Squad and the remaining 1st Squad members defended against attacks from other platoons while establishing positions nearby. Upon receiving orders, they immediately transitioned to offense. As for the 3rd Squad, which Ian belonged to, they moved freely. They remained vigilant, standing by for support, and if necessary, they could directly infiltrate enemy lines to attack. In fact, this formation was uncommon. The 3rd Squad was usually responsible for support tasks. Just looking at the other platoons, the 3rd Squad was often tasked with guarding or providing support, while offensive missions were rare. Alternatively, it also meant that Kyan highly valued Ian. So, as 2nd Squad commander, Leah Hurst had plenty of room to feel inferior and jealous. But Leah didn't feel that way. I wonder if I can do well. Feeling regretful that she couldn't even cover her own front, let alone assign a heavy task, was absurd. Having served under her squad commander until now and now becoming the squad commander, Leah understood her role well. If Cheryl, who was originally the 2nd Squad commander, hadn't stepped down from her position, Leah wouldn't have become the squad commander. Moreover, isn't she still lacking a lot now and receiving a lot of help from Cheryl? Leah, waiting in the barracks, looked at Cheryl beside her. Her hands were trembling with tension. Cheryl. Do you think I can do it? Why are you worrying so much? You've always done well. That's true. But you know, I make a lot of mistakes when I'm nervous. I almost made a mistake during the last training. What if it happens again this time? Ugh. Even though you did well in the last training and you haven't made any mistakes so far, there's no need to worry. Leah's 2nd Squad had achieved decent results in the last training. They gained a lot of points, and most importantly, they finished the training safely without any of their members getting injured. However, compared to Ian's and Alan's squads, they earned slightly fewer points, which weighed heavily on her mind. Since she had agonized over whether she was doing well even after the training, she couldn't help but worry. Knowing her feelings, Cheryl patted her on the shoulder. Leah? Are you comparing yourself to others right now? They were originally squad commanders, weren't they? How could you compare yourself to those who already had experience? But I wonder if we would have achieved better results if it were you leading instead of me, Cheryl. Who knows? If it were me, I might have done worse than you. As Cheryl spoke while looking into the void, Leah looked at her in surprise. Really? Of course. If it were me, when the 3rd Squad was advancing, I would have made unreasonable plans to narrow the score gap. During that process, the squad members might have gotten injured. But at least you didn't do that. You calmly finished it. I couldn't have done that if it were me. Thank you, Cheryl. So don't worry. There's no one who does well from the beginning anyway. Even the platoon commander always says that everyone makes mistakes. Cheryl grabbed Leah's shoulder. Was it because she boosted her courage? Suddenly, Leah's eyes were filled with vigor. So don't be too nervous. Do what you want to do. The second squad members, including me, will all help you. It's okay to make mistakes. Ian will come to help anyway. Oh, okay. I'll try my best. Good. I heard that even the second platoon is trying strange things to win first place this time. It was the moment when Leah gathered courage. Flutter. Ugh. Ugh. Leah. Someone rushed into the barracks in a panic. Leah also knew the identity of the person well. Ah. Amphilis. Amphilis of the second squad she led. Leah's eyes widened at seeing him. What's wrong? Amphilis. And why are you injured again? It's serious, it's serious. It's better to calm down first. Would you like some water or... But even Cheryl tried to help Leah check Amphilis' condition. It's not the time for that now. Pushing aside Cheryl's arm, Amphilis shouted in frustration. They're attacking us. They? Who? The first platoon's hero party. Those damn bastards charged at us as soon as they started. They even turned towards our platoon right after reading the situation with the second platoon. They seem to be planning to take us down together. What? If the first platoon attacked the third platoon right from the start, and even the second platoon joined, there was almost no chance of winning. The second platoon is being held back by Alan's special detachment. But the problem is with the first platoon. We're almost completely overwhelmed. Amphilis' words were simple. Due to the unexpected full-scale assault by the first platoon, the third-year third platoon, which was guarding the territory, was almost overwhelmed. Now even those responsible for guarding had come down to buy time. Cheryl. If it's those responsible for guarding, is it Mengden and Mary? Darn it. Leah's expression crumpled as she thought of the personnel assigned to that area. Mengden specialized in assassination, and Mary was a former hunter. Dealing with a small number of enemies would be possible to handle quickly. However, facing a large number of enemies wasn't favorable. Especially if they were an elite hero party from the first platoon. No. This wasn't the time for this. They had to get reinforcements somehow, quickly. Leah, with her sword in hand, looked at Amphilis. He also rose, holding his spear as if he intended to go, but... Leah shook her head. Taking him, who could barely support himself with his spear, along wasn't an option. Ugh. Amphilis. Blood was already flowing profusely from his legs. He had come over rough terrain, running all the way here. Taking him back to the battlefield again would be nothing short of madness. Amphilis. For now, rest here. Cheryl. I'm going to the location where Mengden and Mary are, so stay here and take command instead. Leah made her decision. Although Amphilis tried to dissuade her, saying it was unreasonable. What? No. I'll go too. You might need one more person. No. Rest for now. You've done all you could. Now. Leah was stubborn. With those words, Leah took her team and headed straight for the enemy. Cheryl also left the barracks to strengthen the defensive posture of their team. Left alone in the barracks, Amphilis lowered his head deeply. It was shameful to realize that he couldn't be of help. But as he watched over his injured leg, he couldn't help but resign himself to the fact. With these legs, he would only be a burden if he went. It was at that moment when he was sighing. Huh? In Amphilis's eyes, Leah's device caught his attention. A device with a leather keychain attached. According to his memory, the leather used in that keychain was a high-quality leather mainly used in crafting in Leah's family territory, Hearst Estate. So, did Leah leave behind the device for communication between squad commanders? Can I touch this? The best thing to do would be to leave it to Cheryl, who was a squad captain. However, Cheryl had also left the barracks to strengthen the defense a bit more. Amphilis recalled the battlefield he had seen. The sight of the first platoon's strongest forces, led by Ariel, sweeping away the third platoon. I don't doubt Leah's abilities, but... in Amphilis's opinion, Leah going wouldn't change the situation. To stop Ariel, they needed someone at least on par with her. No, even more than that. And as far as he knew, there was only one person. Ian Volkanov. In the end, Amphilis took the device. He knew that as a mere squad member, he shouldn't be manipulating this. But there was no other choice. Closing his eyes tightly, Amphilis sent the location of the battlefield to Ian. Chapter 23, Time to Prove It. 3. When the start of the war game was announced, Ariel's party quickly gathered minimal provisions and launched their attack. The vanguard was led by the hero Ariel and the excellent tanker Diaz. The corps was entrusted to Celia Wagnoron. In the rear were Reina, who showed talent in archery, and Bianca Matib, who could rightfully be called the next Archmage. Even if it was said that they gathered the most talented individuals from each grade, that wasn't all there was to the party. Apart from her own party, Ariel also brought along skilled individuals from the first platoon. Although this created a gap in their defensive strength, they didn't particularly worry about it. Even if the enemy targeted the first platoon as an empty house, Ariel's party would crush the enemy before they could capture the flag. Well, fortunately, it seems like the second platoon doesn't have such intentions. It was rumored that the second platoon had also assessed the situation and decided to target the third platoon. If they handle us, they won't have the confidence to defeat the third platoon. So, since it turned out this way, they're sending out the third platoon first to exhaust us and compete against us. Their despicable thoughts made laughter bubble up involuntarily. Although I didn't really like his extremely despicable behavior. Their treacherous behavior didn't sit well, but they decided to let it slide this time. After all, if trampling Ian Volkanov was her goal, it didn't matter what the outcome was as long as she could do that. Charge. Qua. Ariel's holy sword, Elysian, emitted a blinding light as it unleashed its attack. The massive sword of light headed towards the third platoon. Sha. Arg. Ah. As soon as the blade struck, most of the personnel turned into light and disappeared. They were judged to have lost their lives and were expelled from the war game. Just considering the casualties caused by Ariel, there were already 13 members lost from the third platoon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they lost the majority of the platoon from one grade. As the valiant hero turned into a calamity, Leah trembled in fear. Now, even swinging her sword seemed to reach its limit. What should we do? Glancing at the fallen comrades, Leah closed her eyes. They had lost too many allies. They bought time, yes, but wasn't her goal to stop the time? To thwart the attack of the first platoon. That was what Leah had to do. But she couldn't grasp how. No. If I collapse here, everyone will suffer. Although she felt a moment of weakness, Leah forcefully regained her composure. Struggling to her feet, she tried to calmly assess the situation. Stay calm, Leah. It was almost the worst-case scenario. Up ahead, Ariel and Diaz were effortlessly crushing their allies like tearing a piece of paper. Fortunately, even if they avoided their attacks, Celia's spear remained. Even if we handle Celia, there are rear guards behind. Leah widened her view and looked behind them. Above the gorge where they were fighting, in a relatively safe location, Reina and Bianca Matip were preparing to snipe. It was frustrating. Was there any chance of survival? She couldn't grasp it at all. Despite her efforts to remain calm. Sha. Arg. Seeing her comrades disappearing, it felt like her mind was going blank. Watching Leah like that, Ariel smirked. Where is Ian Volkanov? What? Don't make me repeat myself. Where is Ian Volkanov? Leah's eyes sharpened at Ariel's question. If she didn't reveal the truth now, she would likely die. But Leah wasn't foolish enough to give away the information the enemy wanted. Don't abandon companions. Leah never forgot the words that Kyan had told her. Don't you think I would know? If you want to know that badly, why don't you search the island yourself? What? Oh. I understand now why you're so desperate to know Ian's whereabouts. You lack confidence, don't you? Because you know there's no chance of winning a fair fight. You're planning to hold us hostage and kill Ian, right? Are you done talking now? No, I still have a lot more to say. Ha. At Leah's words, Ariel raised her eyebrows in disbelief. This guy, that guy. There wasn't a single person from the third platoon that she liked. Yeah. If you're so desperate to die, then let's kill you first. Of course, calling Ian was a priority before that. Ariel looked at Diaz. Diaz, search her. Find the device. There must be a communication network connecting the squad commanders. If I find it, what do we do next? Figure it out yourself. Satisfied with Ariel's concise answer, Diaz bared his teeth and shifted his gaze towards Leah Hurst. You're foolish. If you had answered well, you might have had a chance to live. It was pitiful, but what could they do? It was that loose tongue that led to this. Leah Hurst would only pay the price for it. A commoner will defeat nobles. How amusing. Thunk. Diaz swiftly leaped towards Leah, his dagger gleaming menacingly in a reverse grip. Leah tried to dodge the attack, but... Click. Arg. Suddenly, her leg was ensnared by mono chains. It was beyond Kamatip's doing. Seek. In a dire situation where she could lose her life without a chance to retaliate, Leah's vision darkened as she faced death. Ah. Leah Hurst. This war game was quite significant to her. Although it wasn't like a midterm with grades on the line, wasn't it a gathering of all the nobles of the empire? Leah wanted to prove herself there. I wanted to show that the earldom of Hurst can produce excellent swordsmen. Her family, the Hurst earldom. Though they gained great fame through their leather business, Leah didn't particularly like it. Of course, she wasn't ashamed of her family's business. How could one be ashamed of the sublime creations crafted by skilled artisans with sweat and toil? She just wanted to show that the Hearst family wasn't all about leather. She also wanted to showcase their hidden martial prowess to the Empire. But being eliminated first. Of course, it was a story that could no longer come true. If she were eliminated, then the mission of defense would fail completely. It would undoubtedly be the worst outcome. People would mockingly say that the Hearst earldom was only about leather. But why did she feel strangely relieved even in the worst situation? I did my best. She didn't abandon her comrades. That alone allowed Leah to close her eyes peacefully. Just as she was slowly calming her mind, at that moment when she awaited her death. Qua. Ga. A rush of wind and a deafening sound echoed. Leah thought Dias had attacked her, but strangely, she felt no pain. Sensing something amiss, she opened her eyes. And she saw it. I didn't expect you to come on your own. If your wish is to die, I'll have to grant it. Ugh. Ian? Ian's figure, squeezing Dias's neck with one hand, appeared out of nowhere. Despite Dias's struggling to save himself by kicking his feet in the air, Ian held him firmly. Crack. Gaw. As the sound of bones breaking echoed, Dias's body slowly began to turn into light and disappear. Seeing the stunned expressions of the first platoon members, Ian revealed a chilling smile. Come at me. Ian Volkanov. It was the moment he appeared. The members of the first platoon froze at Ian Volkanov's appearance. Their goal was to lure him out, but they hadn't expected Ian to appear while killing Dias. Not only the first platoon, but Leah Hearst also widened her eyes at seeing Ian. How? How did you come here? Leah, too, widened her eyes at the sight of Ian. She hadn't even requested support. How could he arrive at such a perfect timing? Her curiosity was answered when Ian handed her a device. Taking the device he casually tossed, Leah exclaimed, "Ah!" realizing it was her leather keychain device. It was definitely hers. Take this back. Why do you have this? You left it in the barracks. Don't be so reckless next time. It's the worst behavior for a squad commander. I'm sorry. It's my fault. However, you did well this time. If Leah hadn't stalled for time, it would have been impossible to gather the first platoon in one place. There were minor mistakes, but it turned out even better. Ian's sudden appearance made Ariel tremble with anticipation. However, Ariel gripped her sword again. Ian's arrival was what she had hoped for. She just needed to act according to the plan. I didn't expect you to come here on your own. A colleague requested assistance, so it's only natural. Since when did you start valuing colleagues so much? Even if you come now, do you think you can cover up the mistake of ruining the hero's party? Do you still not realize your mistake? You probably don't understand. Why I did what I did to you. Why I broke up the party. Shut up. If you want to die so badly, I'll kill you right here. Ariel's aggressive response was met with Ian's calm demeanor. Though losing Dias was undoubtedly a painful loss, it wouldn't be enough to bring down the first platoon. They still had their trump cards. Eliminating Ian Volkanov from this place would accomplish her goal. Ah! Ariel begins to utilize her pure white mana, her sword coated in a white and liquid-like mana as she prepared to strike once more. But that wasn't the end of it. Intense mana waves began to ripple from above the gorge. It was the rear guard of the first platoon preparing a coordinated attack. Leah cried out to Ian as if in a plea. Ian. You have to get out. It's tough for me, but it's the same for you too. No, there's no need for that. Are you planning to die here? If you, are you always fighting with the assumption that you will die, Leah? What? Leah seemed bewildered. Ian glanced at her briefly before meeting her gaze again. Certainly, being prepared for death wasn't a bad attitude. What could be more terrifying if one were to add such determination? However, this was the issue with Leah. She didn't understand the value of the position of squad commander and always sought to sacrifice herself. On the contrary, Ian knew well how precious the value of being a squad commander was. I will not die here, and neither will you. In the meantime, an enormous amount of mana began to fill the gorge. It was so oppressive that even breathing became difficult. A massive storm of mana. Leah stood still, unable to comprehend it. What thoughts could possibly lead one to face such overwhelming odds? After all preparations were made, Ariel launched her attack. Bomb. Tremendous attacks came together. It is no exaggeration to say that it embodied the sun, a huge fireball. An arrow imbued with nature energy. And even a slash with holy power. They gathered together and head to Ian. Facing these attacks, Ian remained unfazed. He simply muttered under his breath. Low AIS. At that moment, a gigantic shield materialized around Ian. Boom. Ian completely blocked the first platoon's all-out attack. As dust scattered in the gorge, Ian stood calmly, looking at the system window in front of him. The seventh shield was used. There are 6 shields remaining. The members of the first platoon looked at him in disbelief. Ian smirked subtly at them. Ether. With that word, Ian vanished from sight. Quang. Ah. The disaster began. Chapter 24, Time to Prove It. 4. Ariel couldn't comprehend the current situation. He blocked the attack? Is that even possible? The sudden appearance of a massive shield. Ian's new technique, unseen in their analysis, effortlessly deflected their attacks. Ariel couldn't easily accept that fact. That was why. Save me. Clang. Even amidst allies being mercilessly slaughtered, she remained frozen. Ariel could move again only after the device began to beep loudly. Zing. In response to Bianca Matip's call, Ariel quickly took out the device. As soon as the connection began, Bianca's voice, strained as if tearing apart, came through. Ariel? What's happening right now? What about the attack? Did it fail? I don't know. What's even happening right now? This isn't the time. Ariel? Hold on as much as you can. Reina and I will prepare a stronger attack. A stronger attack? Normally reassuring words from Bianca. But why? To Ariel at this moment, her voice was not at all reassuring. Even if they prepared a stronger attack, she couldn't think of breaking Ian's defense. After a few seconds of dumbfoundedness, Ariel shook her head vigorously. No. I can't give up here. Momentarily weakened by feeble thoughts, Ariel forcefully pushed aside her distractions. Who was she? Wasn't she a hero and a squad commander? As someone qualified to lead everyone, giving up first was out of the question. Yeah. I shouldn't be like this. She had to somehow defeat Tian. That's the only way she could prove herself. In the end, Ariel made a decision. Got it. I'll buy some time, so prepare the strongest attack you can. Alright. Please. Ariel. Putting back the device, Ariel surveyed the situation. At first glance, the situation was dire. Quang. Ugh. A horrendous situation that might suit the name slaughter. There were those who aimed for Ian's weaknesses here and there, but... Die. Ian Volkanov. I see it all. What? Thud. Without hesitation, Ian swept through the allies, seemingly unperturbed. Damn. Losing Diaz was too much. The moment they lost the one who steadfastly held the front, the gap in the first platoon was exposed, and Ian didn't miss it. Of course, there were attempts at counterattacks here and there, but it was the first platoon that ended up suffering. The situation where there was no way to deal with the difference in level. In the end, Ariel was convinced that she had to step forward. Gripping her sword, Ariel approached Celica, who was catching her breath. Celia Unni. I think it's something we should try together. Huh? The two of us? Yes. If we leave Ian alone, everyone will die. It might be too late already. We need to intervene before it becomes uncontrollable. Do you have a plan in mind? A strategy? I do have one. A fierce determination shone in Ariel's eyes as she looked at Ian. Everything in this war game was on Ariel's shoulders. She had thoroughly analyzed her opponents. Of course, there was information about Ian Volkanov, and among the abundance of information, Ariel recalled the movements Ian used when defending. Ian doesn't widen the distance when dodging attacks. While ordinary fighters widen the distance to evade attacks, Ian did not. When he dodged, he lowered his stance, using minimal movements to evade attacks and immediately aiming for a counter. That's what she aimed to exploit. This is a gorge. A narrow gorge. While there was some space where they stood, the spot where Ian and Leah Hurst were positioned was hardly enough for 2 people. There's no room to run away from there. Because there is no space. I will dodge the attack like I normally do. That's what Ariel focused on. After Celia broke his stance by attacking first. He then attacks himself. As expected, it would be impossible for him to lower his stance again after shifting his center of gravity once. Though Ariel briefly simulated scenarios in her mind, she concluded, he won't be able to dodge. Her judgment only grew firmer. While there was a possibility that Ian's shield could introduce a variable, Ariel chose not to dwell on it. It is no exaggeration to say that the first platoon risked everything, and it was the shield that effortlessly blocked the attack. It would be impossible based on common sense to use it again. A minimum amount of time would be needed to do it. Ian doesn't seem to be using mana to manifest his shield. With that in mind, Ariel disregarded it. With her decision made, there was no need for hesitation. Unni, approach Ian first and attack. It doesn't matter if you miss. I'll handle the rest. Got it. As she calmly gauged the timing, Ariel spotted the perfect moment in her eyes. Without hesitation, she issued the command. Unni, now. As Celia Wignoran charged forward, Ariel followed suit. Gripping her spear, Celia drew upon her mana. A blue aura began to envelop her body. Celia Wignoran. She was born with the attribute of water. Water, capable of becoming anything. Though normally gentle like the sea, if imbued with her intent, water could become sharper than any blade. Eventually, Celia opened her eyes, her spear infused with mana. A spear imbued with a blue light. Just a slight touch could tear enemies to shreds. Even if it didn't connect, it didn't matter. Ariel would follow up when Ian dodged. Regardless of whether he dodged or not, Ian's future held nothing but death. I don't want to harm Ian, but... For a moment, her tender heart colored her thoughts. But Celia resolved to steel herself. Though she hadn't yet expressed her gratitude to Ian for his help, shouldn't she differentiate between personal and professional matters? After training was over, she could soothe Ian's troubled mind. With a firm grip on her spear, Celia struck the ground. Strengthened by mana, her body surged forward toward Ian with a sonic boom. Qua. In a fleeting moment, Celia approached Ian, almost to the point of touching his nose. Now Ian was supposed to shift his stance by lowering his back foot. That's what Celia had thought as she smiled. Swish. In an instant, Ian spun on the spot. Why did he turn before the attack landed? Perplexed by the unfamiliar tactic, Celia was taken aback. That's why. Thwack? Ugh. The reason she hadn't seen Ian's palm aiming for her face was that Ian hadn't just rotated his body. Simultaneously moving slightly to the right and rotating, Ian evaded Celia's attack in a straight line while aiming for her face with the back of his hand. Backspin blow. It was truly difficult to land, but if successful, it created a formidable variable. Defenseless, Celia was exposed to the powerful attack. Kwong. She had no choice but to allow the attack. Enhanced by Neltlian and the ether, Ian's hand was not ordinary. It struck with the force of a massive hammer, and the rotation amplified the punch's power. Due to the rotation, the fist doubled in power. Upon impact, maintaining consciousness became impossible. Unconscious from the blow, Celia slumped and crashed into the wall. Spitting out crimson blood, she collapsed. Eventually, she was engulfed in a blue light and disappeared. Ariel looked shocked. What? Where did that come from all of a sudden? Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Ariel paused her assault and tried to readjust her stance. Thud. Arg. Let go of me. Regrettably, it was after her arm was grabbed by Ian. Looking at her, Ian sneered. Did you plan to attack continuously, thinking I would dodge by shifting my center of gravity backward? Admirable. But did you think that was my only way to dodge? He couldn't stop laughing at her one-dimensional thinking. How pitifully inadequate. Of course, Ariel's approach wasn't entirely wrong. Even in boxing, there were ways to prevent opponents from evading attacks by striking consecutively. However, if she wanted to employ such tactics, she should have backed him into a corner completely. Perhaps Ariel thought this place was also too cramped. Ian looked around him. The edge of the gorge. Space barely enough for 2 or 3 people to fit. It was narrow, but this amount of space was more than enough. You're dull. Well, you've always been that way. Always reckless and one-dimensional in your plans. Are you lecturing me now? Lecture? Think of it as advice from an older brother to a younger sister who can't see one step ahead properly. Oh, is that so? As Ian smirked sarcastically, Ariel began to chuckle unexpectedly. Laughing even when caught. As Ian tilted his head at the strange phenomenon, Ariel immediately raised her voice. Oh? Should I offer some advice for the brother who can't see 2 steps ahead properly? You've thought of some strange plan, haven't you? It won't be of any use. You can't do anything anyway. Your overconfident attitude is amusing. Thinking about your face getting crushed like a trash can lid already makes me laugh. Should I tell you why? I wasn't just caught without thinking. With that statement, Ariel pulled out a device from her pocket. Ariel's lips curled into a smirk. This is connected to my comrades hiding above the gorge. Know what that means? It means attacks will rain down here now. Ha. Then you won't be safe either, will you? It doesn't matter. Unlike you, I know how noble the value of sacrifice is. Ariel, growling and grinding her teeth, seemed to have made up her mind. Whoosh. Ariel began to gather mana in her body. It wasn't for an attack. What Ariel created using mana was a chain. A chain that would connect her arm to Ian's. She intended to become a water spirit, ensuring he couldn't escape. Let's die together, Ian. With that statement, Ariel smiled. Though she would die here, her determination would instill courage in her comrades until the end. Then, she could entrust the rest to them. Huh. Ariel calmly closed her eyes. Since she requested support, Bianca and Reina's attacks would soon rain down on her. Ariel knew well how intense the carpet bombing they used was. She was sure that turning the gorge into a sea of fire would leave no one unscathed. Even the fortress that is Ian Volkanov could be engulfed in flames. Ariel was confident of that. Now all that was left was to wait for it. Yet as Ariel continued to wait. Huh? Why isn't the attack? Unfortunately, the attack she anticipated didn't rain down into the gorge. Instead, something else fell. Thud. Thud. Two figures tumbled down into the gorge, becoming splatters of blood. Ariel's eyes widened greatly as she saw them. Bianca? Reina? What's happened to you all? Ariel, trustworthy comrades aren't exclusive to you alone. What? Ariel raised her head at Ian's words, and only then could she see. Ian. I took care of the vultures behind. Don't worry and just crush them thoroughly. Igor, his fists stained with blood, grinned widely. No way. Was he intending to target their rear while facing them alone? Although it was the reality unfolding before her, Ariel couldn't easily accept it. How? To find and attack the personnel at their rear? Was that possible? Ariel wasn't a fool. From the moment she turned the gorge into a battlefield, she had left traces everywhere to disrupt the enemy and ensure the safety of their rear. To penetrate through all of that and find them? Nonsense. It would be impossible unless they searched the entire forest surrounding the gorge. She briefly considered if they traced the flow of mana backward, but it didn't last long. Bianca, a skilled mage, wouldn't make such a mistake. Ariel's unresolved doubts seemed to be solved when she spotted a woman beside Igor. A woman with blonde hair. Surely, by memory, she was the person always sticking close to Ian. Ire Everhart. Spirit mage. As Ariel thought about her, she trembled. Right. A spirit mage. Finally, everything seemed to make sense. If she could manipulate spirits, she could search the forest using them. And if she had a connection with earth attribute spirits. As long as you are on the ground, you cannot escape. Ariel, sensing defeat, lifted her head. She could see it now. Kwang. The giant hand approaching her. Neltlian, the king of 1,000 arms, his arm being remanifested by Ian. Ah. There was no way for her to block it. Kwang. Ian's hook hit Ariel right in the face. Despite removing the chains and focusing mana on defense, she was too feeble to block Ian's fist. Thunk. In the end, with the sound of her neck snapping, Ariel began to disappear, a blue light surrounding her. Ah. Ah. It was the moment when Ariel collapsed, groaning in pain. A clear sound hit Ian's ears. Emergency quest for the right ending completed. Would you like to claim your reward? There was no reason to hesitate. I will claim it. As Ian finished speaking, another notification popped up. You have obtained the reward Neltlian's growth. You have obtained Neltlian's super regeneration. They give this? Ian's eyes widened at the startling reward. Chapter 25, Being of the Abyss, 1. So, Ariel Volkanov has been eliminated? The voice of a red-haired man echoed in the forest along with a chirping birdsong. Facing the man of discovery, another man who was sitting against a tree and catching his breath sighed deeply and pounded the ground in frustration. I just confirmed it on my way here. There's no mistake. Ariel Volkanov fought with Ian and ended up perishing. The hero was the first to be eliminated. This was unexpected. A man caught red-handed. As Verdo hesitated, the man with black hair stood up abruptly and asked. Hey, Verdo. So, how long do we have to keep doing this? Now that the hero has been eliminated, hasn't the plan become futile? I want to get rid of this damn face mask now. Don't be so insolent, Altine. TSK. Snap. At Verdo's words, Altine roughly tore off the name tag attached to his robe. Second year, second platoon, Baruch Hazy. It was written on Altine's name tag. Of course, the name tag wasn't his own. It was just an identity he had taken by killing and taking over the position of a man named Baruch in order to infiltrate the Ark to kill the hero. Scratching his face while staring at the name tag, Altine grumbled. It wasn't exactly a pleasant thing to wear the face of a dead man. So, do we have anything else to do? The hero's already out. There's no profit in killing the others. Yeah. There's no need for meaningless slaughter as you said. Verdo, I've always thought. Instead of beating around the bush, couldn't you just speak plainly? I'm already irritated enough, don't scratch my nerves. As Altine began to sharpen his tone, Verdo finally revealed his true intentions. Since you're pressing me to tell you, I plan to deal with Ian Volkanov. What did you say? Dealing with Ian Volkanov? Altine smirked at Verdo's words. Do we really need to do that? Honestly, Altine couldn't understand why Verdo was saying such things at all. Although it was true that Ian Volkanov was a member of the hero party as mentioned in the prophecy, he wasn't necessarily someone who had to be killed like a hero. Altine had no intention of wearing Baruch's face skin just to kill such a person. Well, what's the reason for that? Though he wanted to grab Verdo by the collar and demand answers right away, Altine held back and asked. Altine. He had spent a long time with Verdo. Hadn't they completed numerous missions together as subordinates of Asmodeus, one of the 7 demon kings? That's why Altine knew that Verdo was not someone who would talk nonsense. The reason he had endured his irritation and didn't explode was also because of that. Speak up, Verdo. What's the reason for wanting to catch Ian Volkanov? Do I have to go through all this trouble just to catch a nobody like him? He's not a nobody. It's amusing. Do you know that? These days, Asmodeus seems to be interested in Ian Volkanov. Oh, Lord Asmodeus. Interested in Ian Volkanov? For a moment, Altine felt frozen. A human who received attention from Asmodeus, his master. This was no laughing matter. The fact that the Demon King was interested in someone meant 2 things. First, he wanted to make Ian Volkanov his minion and use him for his own purposes. Second, he saw him as an enemy who must be dealt with. Hey, surely the Demon King doesn't want to make him his subordinate, does he? Just in case, Altine asked Verdo. If that were the case, he would have said to kidnap Ian Volkanov. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. Satisfied that his competition hadn't increased, Altine exhaled the breath he had been holding. Well, that's a relief. I was worried for nothing. I understand your feelings. However, it's too early to like him. If the Demon King doesn't intend to make him his minion, then why not just kill him? What's the problem? The Demon King of Sloth seems to be interested in Ian Volkanov. The Demon King of Sloth. Ignoring the muttering Altine, Verdo continued speaking. I don't know the details. However, it seems that there's something between the Demon King of Sloth and Ian Volkanov. And Asmodeus doesn't look kindly upon that. Damn it. Never thought I'd get caught up with him. The Demon Lord of Sloth, Belfdor. Thinking of him, Altine bit his lower lip hard. Belfdor. Who was he? Among the 7 great demon kings, he was known to be unrivaled in strength alone, even compared to the demon god. Fortunately, as he typically didn't pay much attention to worldly matters and lived leisurely, he hadn't been particularly concerned until now. However, he had always faced constraints from other demons. With his formidable power, if he were to sincerely confront other demons, it would become awkward. Asmodeus was no different, he always kept an eye on his movements. Meanwhile, signs began to emerge of some interaction between Ian Volkanov and Belfdor. This was something he couldn't take lightly. Perhaps Belfdor had decided to reveal his true intentions and chose Ian Volkanov as his first minion. From Asmodeus's perspective, who aimed to become the next demon god, he had to somehow prevent Belfdor from interfering in the mortal realm. That's why Asmodeus sees Ian Volkanov as a nuisance. You understand what I mean. He must die here then. He had resolved to cut off Ian's life in this war game. Although it wasn't certain that he was Belfdor's minion, they had to consider the possibility. Altane also nodded his head in agreement with Berto's words. I understand what you mean. But how do you plan to do it? The gap between Ariel and Ian is significant. You know that too, right? Don't worry about that. We're not the ones killing Ian. We're not? What do you mean? Lilith has decided to move directly. Lilith. She was almost like Asmodeus's other half. At the thought of her personally descending, Altine smiled somewhat ruefully. If Lilith were to descend personally, killing Ian wouldn't be difficult. The high-level demon's magic could easily incinerate a living human. Ian couldn't possibly contend with Lilith while enduring flames that consumed his body. However, thinking about what needed to be done to summon her made him feel frustrated. Damn, I wanted to live longer. But it looks like I'm out of luck. There's no helping it. After all, this is our purpose for existence from the start. Altine spat out a hot breath at Verdo's calm tone. Finally, he sharpened his right hand with magic. Stab. He plunged it towards his heart. Though blood gushed out between their fingers, Altine and Verdo continued without concern, plunging it deep. Squelch. Their blood began to seep into the magic circle Verdo had prepared. Slowly, the seeping blood formed the symbol of Asmodeus. Whoosh. A tremendous burst of magic erupted. I didn't expect much in terms of rewards, but isn't this better than I thought? Ian smiled as he looked at Leah lying near the campfire. In truth, Leah's condition wasn't very good. When he arrived, her whole body was covered in wounds, and her legs were bruised all over. If it were anyone else, the pain would have been enough to make them pass out. However, she endured it as much as possible with the determination of a platoon leader. For her, Ian decided to try out the new skill he had acquired. Super regeneration. It was a skill that undoubtedly played a role in Neltlian's survival so far. The effect was as good as expected. Whoosh. Ugh. Mana from his body calmly flowed into Leah's body. Ian's mana began to roam around Leah's body, starting to heal her wounds. Gradually, the bruises disappeared, and the flesh began to heal. Ian let out a faint sigh of relief as Leah's body became clean as if nothing had happened. Soon, Leah's breathing also returned to normal. It must be over. I knew Neltlian had an extraordinary regeneration ability, but I didn't know it was this powerful. Neltlian's words about being able to resurrect with just a part of the body and enough time were indeed true. Even in his current state, showing such healing abilities was impressive. If he grew further, he could probably regenerate with just a part of his body. Ian liked that aspect. With my current state, even if my arm were to be cut off, I could regenerate it in a day. If he inevitably had to engage in close combat, he had to be prepared for the possibility of losing a part of his body. Of course, he hoped such a thing wouldn't happen, but it was necessary to prepare for any possibility, wasn't it? It was a clear advantage to have such a skill in such a situation. Feels good. Ian looked at Neltlian, who shared the skill with him. Neltlian, who was sleeping soundly, had suddenly grown in size due to its growth. The slime used to fit snugly in Ian's arms, but now it was big enough that a 3-year-old child could fit there comfortably. Furthermore, Ian even felt a warm sensation, as if he could sense something like Neltlian's body temperature. That must be my imagination. Ian dismissed it as his own misconception. Perhaps it was because his body temperature had exceeded the norm. It was at that moment when Ian casually brushed it off with a smirk. You seem to be in a good mood? Well, it's not an exaggeration to say that the training is almost over now. Eri, lying beside Ian, smiled pleasantly. Are you getting up? You still have a long way to go until your turn for watch duty, so you can sleep more. I'm not usually one to sleep for long. I usually only sleep for about 3 hours, so it's okay. And right now, I have to be attentive too. Eri's gaze shifted from Ian to Igor. KRR. Unlike themselves, who were sleeping by the fire, Igor never wanted to sleep near the fire. It was because he disliked the heat due to spending a long time in the south. For Igor's sake, Ian had asked Eri to attach a water spirit to him. KRR. Gulp. KRR. Igor, holding the refreshing water spirit like a pillow, seemed satisfied as he now even snored with his nose rumbling. After making sure that the water spirit cuddled up to Igor was safe, Eri could relax and continue the conversation. But I think we can relax now. Since we've dealt with the biggest threat, first platoon, the only ones left are the second platoon. Yes, it's true that we don't need to worry about the first platoon anymore. But keep your guard up. Due to the annihilation of the party centered around Ariel, the first platoon suffered considerable losses. Of course, there were still defensive forces remaining, but their level wasn't particularly high, so they didn't need much attention. The outcome of the war game was somewhat secured. However, Ian was cautious. We still haven't found those who were trying to kill Ariel. Given the opportunity, why not eliminate those targeting Ariel now that things have turned out this way? That was why Ian couldn't relax until the end. Understood. Of course, from Eri's perspective, who didn't know Ian's circumstances, Ian seemed different. Even in a situation where he could be complacent, Eri looked at Ian, who remained vigilant, with a faint smile. Ian, always cautious. Eri liked that. His personality, so pure yet refined, was very appealing to her. Eri earnestly wished to embrace it. Ideally, she wanted to reveal her true identity immediately and take him to the royal palace. But to her, it seemed that Ian still had unfinished business with the Volcaner family. She knew that the choice to suddenly reveal her identity in such circumstances would be a shaky proposition. So, for now, she decided to be satisfied with this much. Smoosh. Shifting her body closer to Ian, Eri wrapped her arms around him. Eri? Is it too cold? Can I stay a little closer? Squad commander? It was at that moment when she spoke with a smile. Eek. Next to them, Igor made a startled noise. Igor? Wondering why he suddenly screamed while sleeping, Ian turned his head and could see it. What's happening? Why? Igor, enveloped in a blue light, was disappearing. No, it wasn't just Igor. Ugh. Huh? Square. Squad commander? What's happening? Leah Hurst. And even Eri began to disappear into the blue light. As Ian raised his head in confusion, a notification window popped up. A being of the abyss is staring at you. An emergency quest has occurred. Chapter 26, Being of the Abyss, 2. An emergency quest has occurred. Survive the Being of the Abyss. On success, some hidden secrets. Failure, eternal death. Reward upon success, partial reveal of hidden secrets. Failure, eternal death. The situation was urgent. Vanished comrades enveloped in a blue light. And suddenly, a quest appeared out of nowhere. With a hint of uncertainty, Ian checked the survival status of the members of the 3rd platoon using his device. However, there was no response at all. The meaning behind that was simple. Am I the only one left? Of course, it wasn't uncommon for perfectly alive individuals to be expelled from the illusion. There were times when the war game was temporarily suspended due to issues, and novices were summoned to the assembly hall for inspection. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. However, if that were true, there was no reason to exclude everyone else. There was no reason for only himself to remain. In other words, someone had expelled the others from this space to kill him. The culprit was obvious even without looking. Even during Dullahan incident, there was a notification that a being from the abyss was staring. So, the culprits are demons? Those who tried to kill Ariel were probably demons as well. However, the demon targeting him this time seemed to be somewhat different from before. Ian looked at his own body. His arms covered in goosebumps. It wasn't fear that made him like this, his body reacted to the magic filling the space. If someone emitted this level of magic, they couldn't be ordinary. How? Something is definitely off, Ian. The atmosphere is unsettling. I feel the same way. It seems like someone significant holds a grudge against me. Even Neltlian seemed to share the same feeling. Though immature, Neltlian was an ancient god. Its senses never lied. Ian was certain that the enemy targeting him was anything but ordinary. As if confirming Ian's speculation, changes began to occur in an instant. Kurer. As magic engulfed the space, the scenery before them gradually distorted. What? The lush greenery turned into blazing columns of fire. The once vibrant earth floor suddenly turned dry and barren. When the space completely flipped, a woman walking from afar came into view. The woman approached, dragging two corpses using her demonic energy. Ian knew who she was. Lilith. A minion of Asmodeus, if not a direct manifestation. It was the moment when he confronted the closest aid of one of the 7 demon kings, Asmodeus. Returning to reality after receiving a death sentence, Ariel continued to bow her head deeply. Not only did she fix her gaze on the ground, but she also covered her head with a towel to completely block out the gazes of others. She couldn't bear to look at the faces of others. With a pale expression, Ariel continued to tremble. The goal of this war game was simple. Even though she couldn't defeat the demon god, she wanted to prove that she wasn't someone who would crumble like this. Furthermore, she wanted to make it known to the nobles gathered here that she was the person who suited the position of the head of the family. Because of this, she gathered exceptional squad members for a party, but the results were disastrous. What do I do now? What should I do? All of her colleagues were killed by Ian Volkanov. That alone was a huge problem, but there was a bigger issue. All the words she had spoken and all the scenes where she had acted immaturely were now exposed to the nobles present. Contrary to what she wanted to convey about being exceptional, the situation made her appear clumsy and foolish. Ariel couldn't bear it. That was why she blocked her vision and covered her ears with her hands. She even felt like she was hearing voices from somewhere. It's because of you we lost. No. If you hadn't planned recklessly, we wouldn't have been wiped out by Volkanov. I wanted to do well. It wasn't intentional. Is she even a hero? It felt like the platoon members following her and the nobles present were whispering. Although no one actually said those words to Ariel, she felt that way. Eventually, Ariel completely collapsed. Seeing her daughter slump down in despair, Letitia sighed. Ariel. Watching her daughter losing all will and collapsing seemed to crush her heart. Of course, Ariel didn't do well. She made plans that were too ambitious and couldn't make proper judgments. That was a clear fact. Since she had taken to the battlefield before marrying Kilan Volkanov, it was not unknown to her. However, even knowing that, how could one possibly say anything to a daughter lying lifeless like that? What Ariel needed right now was warm support, not cold criticism. What if? She wanted to hug Ariel right away, tell her that it's okay, that everyone makes mistakes at some point in their lives. She wanted to shield her trembling daughter from the eyes of the people. However, it was Ian Volkanov who had allowed Ariel to escape from the people's gazes. What? What's happening? Why me? I'm not dead. Why? Suddenly, numerous students returned. The sudden return of those who had been declared dead without any explanation made the executives of ARC busy. But the nobles didn't pay attention to them. To be precise, they couldn't pay attention. What? What in the world? What? A demon? Unbelievable events were happening right before their eyes. The nobles were stunned by the appearance of the mysterious woman in front of Ian. Duke Bernagia, the King of Fists, trembled in horror. Could it be? He wanted to believe otherwise. Why would that woman reveal herself in this illusion? The Duke didn't want to believe what he was seeing, but unfortunately, it was reality. As the intense magic emanated from the scene, the kind face of Duke Bernagia contorted. He wasn't the only one unable to comprehend the current situation. Even Letitia, Ian's mother, trembled. Duke. What in the world is that? Lilith. What? What did you say? If what I'm seeing is true, then that would undoubtedly be a demon named Lilith. A high-ranking demon. High-ranking demon. When those words came from the Duke's mouth, Letitia was taken aback. She knew very well how terrifying demons were. The magic emanating from their bodies made it difficult to even breathe. The disparity in strength rendered their skills useless. That enemy, the situation before Ian, even though she had always treated Ian as if he were invisible, she couldn't afford to be so calm this time. Why is a high-ranking demon here? I can't answer that, but one thing's for sure, Lilith is a manifestation of Asmodeus. Asmodeus. If that's the case, Ian is not capable of facing her. He might even die. Die. Of course, Ian possessed exceptional combat skills. However, there was a wall he couldn't overcome. Duke Bernaggia had fought on countless battlefields, facing opponents known as high-ranking demons. Therefore, he was certain. If Ian were to fight Lilith, he would definitely lose. The magic of high-ranking demons. Even I find it hard to endure. Just being near them would burn flesh from the magic emanating from their bodies. If he could attack from a distance using a weapon, it might be different. But inevitably, Ian, who had to approach, would be exposed to the demonic energy. It was a hopeless situation for Ian. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Therefore, Duke Bernaggia approached the executive in charge of managing the war game with the intention of intervening. But the response he received frustrated him. You can't infiltrate the illusion. What does that even mean? I apologize. The barrier made of demonic magic is interfering. So, you're just sitting idly because you can't? Isn't breaking through the barrier your job? We'll do our best. It's not the time to try your best. If you don't enter right away, don't you realize that child will die? Even though it was an illusion. It didn't mean there was no harm in reality. Even if the body was unharmed, the mind could collapse, turning one into a vegetable. Moreover, wasn't Lilith a dream demon? If he were to receive an attack from Lilith, who manipulated illusions as her own, Ian's mind wouldn't be safe. Although the Duke tried to persuade the executives in any way he could. Unfortunately, Lilith had already approached Ian. Lilith's magic began to envelop Ian. In the end, Duke Bernaggia closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't bear to watch Ian being consumed by magic like that. It was at that moment when he thought so and closed his eyes. Crash. A loud noise from the screen echoed through the assembly hall. Duke Bernaggia slowly opened his eyes. What? He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lilith never launched an attack recklessly. Thud. She tossed the two corpses onto the ground and floated in the air, looking down at Ian. To see me and not be surprised as an inferior mortal. That's something to commend. Did you plan this? You catch on quickly. Almost enough to make me hesitate to kill you. Lilith smiled as she drew a circle in the air, seeming satisfied. Normally, I would have taken your insignificant life immediately. But still, I'll grant you a small mercy. Speak. Schemes are you plotting with Sloth? Ian didn't bother to respond to Lilith's words. Nonchalantly nodding as if nothing was wrong, she asked him once again. My patience is not limitless, so you'd better open that mouth soon. Oh, if you're worried that this conversation might be overheard by others, don't be concerned. The veil of twilight will obscure our conversation. Despite urging him to speak immediately, Ian didn't comply. Nor could he. I don't know, so what can I say? What did he say to the Demon King of Sloth? Wouldn't Ian himself want to know the answer? With no knowledge of the situation, there was nothing he could say. Furthermore, even if he knew, why would he have any reason to reveal the truth to her? Following the whims of a demon is madness. And Lilith wasn't just any demon. She was a high-ranking demon, practically a manifestation of a demon king. There was no fool who would spill their secrets to such a woman. In fact, there was no value in conversing at all. Negotiating with a terrorist was out of the question. That's why. If you're so curious, find out for yourself. The reason Ian spat out such harsh words in front of Lilith. At his words, Lilith's expression began to sour. She wasn't a demon overflowing with patience to tolerate offensive words from mere mortals. An insignificant mortal. Babbling without knowing the subject. In the end, Lilith gave up continuing the conversation. With a furrowed brow, she reached out towards the corpses beside her. Crunch. Crunch. The bodies beside Lilith began to twist unnaturally. The contorted bodies gradually fused together. The clumps of flesh gradually took shape and eventually formed a giant scythe. With the ominous scythe lightly held in her hand, Lilith looked at Ian with a seductive smile. Perhaps I intended to let you close your eyes without pain if you had confessed immediately. But you choose to endure pain yourself. There was only one thing to offer to insignificant beings like mortals. Burn in demonic magic. Realize your stupidity. With those words, Lilith snapped her fingers. Whoosh. The wildly raging flames rose up as if to engulf Ian's body. Ugh. The flames of magic began to wrap around Ian's body. Watching Ian being engulfed by flames, Lilith, wielding her scythe, slowly approached him. A pathetic human like you. Defying her words. Lilith felt that the human in front of her was truly foolish. Of course, she didn't know what he believed and why he acted that way. He might not have known anything at all, or he might have believed that Belfgur would rescue him from the crisis. However, he had been given a chance, yet he ultimately didn't reveal the truth. If you're so curious, find out for yourself. Thinking back on it, it was beyond ridiculous. It didn't matter now. He would understand how heavy the price of lightly mocking her was. As his soul burned in the flames of hell, even his tightly closed mouth would open on its own. Thinking so, Lilith slowly approached Ian, reaching him at last. When she was about to ask again, "Are you ready to speak now, mortal?" "Yeah. I'm ready." "Then speak." Looking up at Lilith, who was matching his eye level and leaning in, Ian spoke. "Bite hard. If you don't want to live on water alone." "You." Mocking her with such ease, Lilith tried to swing her scythe, but... Quang. K. Unfortunately, Ian was one step ahead. His uppercut struck her chin squarely. Floating away into the air and then crashing down, Lilith realized one thing. How? In the flames of demonic energy. Unharmed. Ian Volkanov, even in the midst of demonic flames that consumed the souls of the dead, seemed to endure it as if it were nothing. Chapter 27, Being of the Abyss, 3. Ian had landed a heavy blow on Lilith, but he couldn't afford to be complacent. She was a formidable opponent even among demons. Being Asmodeus' right hand, she easily ranked within the top 15. How could one let their guard down against someone like her? From Ian's perspective, it was incomprehensible. Even after successfully landing an uppercut, he didn't feel victorious. Phew. Ian took advantage of Lilith's momentary distance to assess his own condition. The wound is severe. From the moment the first strike was struck, Lilith began her attack in earnest. Since the moment of her initial attack, Lilith had relentlessly launched assaults, using overflowing magic to shoot projectiles and intermittently swinging her scythe to claim lives. Even now, the wounds she inflicted were numerous. His body was filled with deep gashes, blood oozing out relentlessly. Sigh. Ian grimaced as he struggled to maintain his posture. Each time he clenched his fists, a sharp pain shot through him. To expect rapid regeneration is also problematic due to the magic flames. Normally, wounds like these would regenerate in an instant. However, the continuously burning flames of magic slowed down the healing process. To heal these wounds, ample time was required. But Ian didn't have the luxury of time. He looked at Lilith. Despite sustaining considerable damage, she was preparing to attack again. Eventually, Ian came to a conclusion. It's difficult to kill her in this illusion. Naturally, in illusions, one doesn't die. Even if one's arm or leg were severed, returning to reality would result in psychological shock, but not death. Of course, in my case, receiving damage close to death in the illusion would result in expulsion from the illusion. But what about Lilith, an irregular like himself? Lilith doesn't get expelled no matter how much damage she receives. In other words, in this illusion, she was practically invincible. While inflicting damage was possible, killing her was impossible. That was the biggest problem Ian faced. Of course, in this situation, targeting the mental aspect rather than physical impact to expel her from the illusion is also a method. As Ian briefly contemplated, he shook his head. Upon reflection, it sounded absurd. After all, wasn't Lilith a manipulator of illusions? Attacking someone who dominates the mind as if it were easy was nothing short of foolishness. Despite the challenging situation, giving up was not an option. Swoosh. You foolish mortal. Ether. Kaboom. Arg. As the reinforced fist pierced her abdomen, Ian became certain. She wasn't in her prime state. Is she weaker than I thought? Did I misjudge? No, you saw it correctly. Normally, without the buff from the Holy Sword Delusion, she's an opponent I can't handle. But the current situation is manageable. Lilith's original level was equivalent to a Mana Master among humans. For Ian, a mere expert, to face such an opponent was unreasonable. However, Ian was currently holding his own against Lilith. Was he growing strong enough to confront a master-level opponent? Ian didn't think so. It's not that I've become stronger. It's that Lilith has weakened. She must have intervened in the middle realm forcibly from the demon realm. To maintain their original power while crossing from the demon realm to the middle realm, significant sacrifices were necessary. However, could Lilith have obtained sacrifices while participating in the war game? It was impossible to devour dozens of lives while avoiding the Overseer's gaze. Thus, Lilith must have crossed over with insufficient sacrifices. Based on his experience, Ian estimated Lilith's current level to be between upper expert and top expert. In that case, it wasn't entirely impossible to fight her. Ian didn't want to miss this golden opportunity to defeat the great demon. But Ian, is there a way? Lilith won't die in the illusion. It's fine. We can initiate an emergency stop. Emergency stop? What's that? Ian, keeping his distance, pulled out a device. Right beneath Ian's fingertip was an activated emergency stop button. With this, we can temporarily halt the training. Originally, it's not a function I can use, but I gained authorization after the entire 3rd platoon was wiped out. The original purpose of the emergency stop was simple, to create a gate to reality when individuals faced severe injuries yet weren't expelled due to errors or when unexpected situations arose, allowing supervisors to enter the illusion. Of course, even if I press this, it's unlikely the supervisors will intervene. After all, Lilith has probably blocked them all. Ian wasn't unaware of this. The reason for using this function was different from its original purpose. The moment I press this, a gate is created, temporarily breaking down the boundary between illusion and reality. The collapsed boundary. That was the crucial point. Ian was able to momentarily kill Lilith, who was practically immortal. Of course, it wasn't without its drawbacks. Ian, but if you do that, yeah, I won't be able to utilize the advantages of the illusion either. If I die here, I'll suffer the same consequences when I return to reality. It was a situation where high risk equaled high return. From the moment he pressed it, Ian's injuries would also be transmitted to reality. It was a situation where he had to avoid attacks as much as possible while trying to defeat Lilith. Ian checked his status through the interface. Remaining shields, 2, only 2 chances. That should be enough. Watching Ian withstand Lilith's demonic flames, everyone in the Grand Hall was in disbelief. How is Ian able to? I heard that if one has the buff from the Holy Sword Delusion, he can withstand the magical flames without any problems. But Ariel is here, isn't she? Is Ian just enduring it? Is that possible? Unless he has the holy attribute. But I doubt that. It was generally known that withstanding demonic flames was impossible. The demonic magic flowing from a demon's body was polar opposite to humans, and the longer the exposure, the more severe the burns could be. Moreover, Ian's opponent was Lilith. To withstand the demonic power of a high-ranking demon so effortlessly. While opinions varied among scholars, some evaluated Lilith as strong enough to easily rank within the top 10 among demons. For Ian Volkanov, who had no divine powers, to withstand the magic of such a high-ranking demon, and even exchange blows. That was why. What am I witnessing? Ariel couldn't believe her eyes. Just moments ago, she had bowed her head as if in despair, but now she stared at the screen as if questioning when this happened. Even though she continued to watch the screen, her doubts remained unanswered. Is that even possible? The reason why Ian and her party, including herself, became a hero party and aimed to defeat the demon god was simple. It was because they were individuals who received the prophecy of the Holy Sword Delusion. If the members of the prophecy gathered, they could exert a power 2 steps above their original abilities. That's why the Empire pushed her, a hero, forward. The power of the Holy Sword Delusion. Without it, they thought it would be impossible to prevail against the demons. However, Ian Volkanov was completely dismantling such thoughts of Ariel. Although people momentarily felt hopeful due to Ian's unexpected advances. It didn't last long. What a stupid thing. Quack wah wah wah. He. Ian began to be pushed back gradually after his preemptive strike, his face turning pale and his body covered in wounds. As his battle attire started to soak with blood, Igor clenched his fists, unable to contain his anger. The situation isn't looking good. It seems like Ian is being pushed back. Yeah, I agree. It must be challenging to face the enemy under the influence of demonic energy. Damn it. To see him just taking hits like that without retaliating. Fueled by anger, Igor's gaze intensified as he looked at Ian, and Iri felt the same frustration. For the first time as a princess, she felt powerless. Although Ian was currently holding his ground with his shields and regeneration abilities, she believed it wouldn't last forever. It was understandable, as unlike the beginning where he blocked attacks, he was now mostly dodging and only using shields when absolutely necessary. There must be a limit to the number of times he can use it, or perhaps it consumes a lot of mana to materialize the shields. Either way, it was clear that Ian couldn't use mana continuously. Iri's gaze, filled with frustration, turned towards the officers gathered. How long are we going to have to wait? She felt like she was going to die of frustration. If they didn't help Ian immediately, a tragedy could unfold, yet seeing them do nothing made her feel incredibly frustrated. However, what made Iri even more furious was that despite knowing, they couldn't do anything about it. Boom. Now die, Ian Volkanov. Ugh. Ian began to fall behind gradually. His face grew pale, and his wounded body was filled with exhaustion. As his combat attire started to be stained with blood, Igor rose abruptly from his seat, as if unable to bear it any longer. Damn it. Do we just have to take hits like that? Why aren't we fighting back? It's not just taking hits. It's the only option we have. What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? Seeing Igor's face full of doubt, Eri bowed her head deeply. She wanted to reassure him that Yin was prevailing in the battle and not to worry, but knowing that such words would be futile. Eventually, she had to be honest. What I mean is, Ian can't kill her. Can't kill her? You mean Ian can't defeat that demon or whatever she is, Lilith? That's not it. What I'm saying is, killing her is impossible as long as Lilith remains in a illusion. Unlike Ian, who returns to reality after taking a certain amount of damage, Lilith does not return. So even if she gets wounded, she'll recover and attack again. She can kill Ian, but Ian cannot. In such a truly selfish situation, Igor spat out futile words. What? So Ian is holding out against an opponent who won't die? That's right. The officers believe that the intruder will attempt to break through, so they're holding out. They don't want to miss the perfect opportunity to kill Lilith. If Ian holds out, they can get one step closer to eliminating humanity's nemesis, the demons. But is that an easy task? Eri couldn't even bear to think about how difficult it must be to fight alone while enduring the pain of his body deteriorating. She wanted to tell him he could stop, but... Sigh. Please stop. Without him knowing of her thoughts, Ian stood up again. After a while of standoff, Ian took out a device from his pocket. Just as everyone was puzzled by Ian's sudden action, Ariel stared blankly at him. There was one fleeting thought in her mind. No way. No, emergency stop. She wondered if Ian was about to stop holding out and confront Lilith, using the emergency stop function. If he uses the emergency stop, the boundary between reality and illusion will collapse, and he could also inflict damage on her. But that would be the same for Ian too. In other words, the moment Ian activates the emergency stop, it felt like each of Lilith's ruthless attacks would become fatal. Ariel couldn't understand why Ian would make such a choice. Why? She couldn't understand why he would go that far. He could just run away like he always does. At the time when facing the Demon King of Sloth, Ian suddenly gave up the plan and disbanded the party. At that time, Ariel thought Ian was scared and ran away. It seemed like he got overwhelmed by fear in front of such a formidable enemy and tried to break up the party. Thinking that way, Ariel couldn't understand Ian's actions. If it was the Ian in her memories, the one who was incomparably cunning, he would never make the choice to press the emergency stop. He seemed like he wouldn't even dare to challenge. At that moment, Ariel remembered the words Ian told her right before he was about to kill her in the war game. You won't understand. Why I did such a thing. Was there something she didn't know? Perhaps she was misunderstanding Ian? Honestly, there were still parts she couldn't understand. Why did Ian give up in front of that Demon King? She was curious, but they had already grown too distant to have a conversation, and after closing off her heart, she didn't speak to Ian again. But if there was a reason she didn't know, then what should I do? In that moment of contemplation, whoosh! Beside Ian, space began to warp. Soon, a portal appeared. He used the emergency stop. At that moment, Ariel threw away the towel that was covering her from the people's sight. The sight of others didn't matter to her. The only thing in her eyes was Ian. Boom! With a deafening sound of mana bursting, Ian was shot out like a cannonball. Ariel could only stare blankly at his figure. Apostrophe. He was usually so dark, but now, it was different. Ah! To the extent that she, the hero herself, felt pathetic. Ian was shining brighter than anyone else. Chapter 28, Ian's Secret, 1. Emergency stop activated. As of now, a gate that can exit the illusion is being created. During the creation of the gate, combat between students is prohibited. Ian confirmed the use of the emergency stop and put away the device. Beside Ian, space began to ripple. It was a slight movement, but the gate was being formed. Lilith chuckled at the sight. So, choosing to flee in the end? Well, as a mortal, enduring this much deserves praise. But did you think I would just watch you escape? Escape, huh? If that's how you feel, then think that way. Whatever thoughts you're having, remember that it's all in vain. Lilith smiled at Ian's bravado and once again lifted her scythe. Honestly, even now she couldn't discern what he was thinking. In the illusion, knowing one couldn't be killed, she didn't know if he was continuing the meaningless battle or not. She didn't understand why he persisted in defiance even in a situation where escape was impossible. The moment Lilith came to terms with incomprehensible thoughts was when she realized the human in front of her was just a mortal. He's not in his right mind. She was sure of it. The guy in front of her had already lost his mind. Facing an insurmountable barrier, he had given up on rational judgment and begun to act recklessly. Haha. With such thoughts, a smirk crept onto her face. Why did the Demon King of Sloth Choose such a human? Though she was Asmodeus's closest confidant, she had respected Belfdor. Without interfering, leading a carefree life, yet being someone no one could scoff at, how admirable was that? That's why Lilith harbored respect for Belfdor. But this time, his choice seemed wrong. He is undoubtedly a remarkable human. But he is just a mere mortal. She didn't know why such a human was worth attention. But anyway, it seemed Belfdor had shaken hands with him. Thump. With her scythe raised, Lilith licked her lips as she looked at Ian. Though she wanted to refrain from harming Belfdor, her idol, she served the great Asmodeus. She had to differentiate between personal and professional matters. Kusagakure. Powerful magic began to surge through the earth. Seemingly harmless at the moment, once Lilith commanded, those would become powerful weapons aimed at Ian. In such a situation, Ian showed an unexpected move. Swoosh. Oh. Unshielding his face scarred, Ian faced her. Lilith sneered at such a move from Ian. But Ian just calmly stared back. Does he think I've given up? Well, even if he thinks so, it's not really a strange situation. Suddenly releasing the guard that hadn't been loosened at all would make it seem like she had given up. But Ian had never given up. He just changed his stance. No guard. In boxing, there's something called no guard. Lowering the guard that protects the head and standing. At first glance, it seems like a stance with no advantages whatsoever. It had clear advantages that no other stance could imitate. Tricking the opponent into complacency and being able to throw punches from unexpected angles. There was a fatal flaw in not being able to defend. But in the current situation where only one option was left, it wasn't a big problem. And from now on, the guard is meaningless. Moreover, in the current situation, each attack could be fatal. Anyway, in this situation, it's better to abandon defense and invest everything in attack. Having made his judgment, Ian moved straight ahead. Arg. Black mana began to surge in Ian's hand. Lilith, anticipating an attack, prepared to retaliate. But Ian didn't charge immediately. Instead, he plunged the mana into the ground. Boom. The explosion of mana caused dirt and dust to billow up, blocking the view. As Ian disappeared from sight in an instant, Lilith frowned. Did he use smoke as cover? Quite clever. He definitely dropped his guard. So rather than coming in openly, he probably intended to come from an unexpected direction after concealing himself. As if confirming Lilith's thoughts, Ian emerged from a completely unexpected position. Swish. Cutting through the thick smoke, Ian appeared. Approaching swiftly, Ian. Lilith raised her demonic magic, but low AI as clang. Arg. Same old tricks. The massive shield that appeared in front of Ian blocked all the demonic magic. Arg. An enraged Lilith continuously fired magic. Honestly, she couldn't understand why he was rushing at her. Even if he prepared powerful attacks to strike her weak points, she was invincible in illusions. Does he not think? If he is hit by her attack while his defense is down, he'll suffer fatal injuries in reality, won't he? What confidence is he coming at her with? She couldn't understand it at all. She almost wanted to tear open his skull to check. But there was one thing she could be sure of. There's something about him. Leaving him be would surely lead to trouble. Though it was a brief moment, Lilith felt that Ian Volkanov was definitely not an idiot who made foolish choices. That was why. Die. Boom. Using all the magic she could muster, Lilith aimed for Ian's throat as the distance between Ian and her narrowed. The surging magic filled the sky, gradually forming into huge chains and raining down on Ian like flowers. Low AIS. Crash. The shield collapsed. However, the distance between Ian Volkanov and Lilith was less than 10 paces. Now it was time to prepare for the final blow. Ian was the first to move. With the giant hand materialized, Ian swung his fist directly, while Lilith swung her scythe. The distance was completely closed. Fist and scythe collided. But neither Ian nor Lilith backed down. There was no evasion. Lilith, too, maintained her stance and swung her scythe. Boom. Die, Ian Volkanov. Swish. Lilith's scythe was slightly faster than Ian's fist. Crack. Scree. The scythe, imbued with plenty of magic, effortlessly sliced through the fist Ian had materialized, as if cutting through tofu. Gradually, a giant gash appeared in Ian's upper body. Losing vitality in his pupils, Ian's body gradually lost balance and fell backward. Watching him fall, Lilith raised the corners of her mouth. Pa. Pa. She had won. She was faster than him swinging his fist. That was the moment she thought so. Arg. What? Ian's body began to emit light as it started to crumble. Light emanated from the massive wound. Normally, there should have been blood coming out of the wound, but no matter how hard she squinted, Lilith's eyes seemed to see light emanating from Ian's body. But that wasn't all. What's going on? Why does it feel unnatural? Due to the tense situation, she hadn't carefully examined it before, But now that she looked closely, something felt off. Ian Volkanov was clearly in front of her, but fundamentally, she didn't feel his presence. It was as if he were an intricately crafted doll. A puppet? Then where is Ian Volkanov? As the question arose, Lilith couldn't hide her confusion and turned her head slightly. And she could see it. Now do you understand? Yes, you. Preparing his fist on her left side was Ian Volkanov. Wasn't she just facing Ian Volkanov? Then what on earth was happening? Lilith's questions were answered when the ether taking Ian's form returned to Ian's hand. Once again, a giant hand materialized from Ian's hand. The pressure was different from before. Even Lilith, a high-ranking demon, trembled. It was only then that she realized. Ah. That. Ether. Ian had used it to create a dummy that looked just like himself. The explosion of mana to obscure the vision was also to prevent me from noticing the dummy. She had been completely deceived. Her mind was distracted by the enemy in front of her, unable to distinguish between the real body and the puppet. Realizing her mistake, Lilith's body froze for a moment. Unable to grasp the situation, she blankly stared at Ian's fist. Boom. She ended up allowing the blow. Cough. Ian's blow created a huge hole in Lilith's body. Crimson blood erupted like a volcano. Quack. Despite the boiling pain, Lilith screamed, her hatred for Ian ablaze. Ian casually watched her. As expected, his will seemed to indicate that he would rush at her again after recovering. But things didn't go as Lilith wanted. Why? Isn't it healing? Lilith's eyes widened at the sluggish healing speed. She hesitated, momentarily stopping her attempts to use magic for healing. It's not healing. Then. This is. It wasn't until after her body was pierced that she realized the boundary between reality and fantasy had collapsed. Before she knew it, Lilith's body began to disintegrate into dust, dispersing into the air. It was the end for her, who had believed in the illusion and been careless. Gradually turning into dust, Lilith vanished completely, and a clear notification sound rang in her ears. Emergency quest completed, reward, partial reveal of Ian's secret. As the status window appeared, Ian's vision began to blur. Chapter 29, Ian's Secret, 2. The moment he received his reward, the scenery began to blur. The illusion, taking the form of hell created by Lilith, began to distort. When Ian finally opened his eyes, the previous landscape had long disappeared. Instead, a new scenery greeted him. Whoosh! A crumbling empire. Land engulfed in flames. And the sky filled with black smoke. Ian was horrified by the scene akin to a disaster. This is. What on earth? It was an environment so ruined that it could be considered a wasteland. Could he confirm the secret hidden by Ian in such a place? Though not easy to believe, Ian decided to walk first. The system had never lied before. That was reason enough to believe. How long had he walked? Gradually, something began to appear in Ian's eyes. That's a man embracing a corpse, wearing a hopeless expression. Behind him, a white spirit looked at the man with pitiful eyes. The man's face was familiar. It's Ian Volkanov. The man with the hopeless expression was none other than Ian. More precisely, it was Ian from his memories. Now that he came, the woman in Ian's arms was also a familiar face. Erzébeth. Princess Erzébeth. She was dressed in the Empress's attire, nestled in Ian's arms. But she doesn't seem to be alive. With closed eyes, she didn't seem to be breathing. Seeing the bleeding from her abdomen, she seemed to be already dead. The Ian in his memory, like it all devoid of emotions, slowly caressed Erzébeth's face. From within his embrace, he took out a single stone the size of a palm. Grasping the ominous stone emitting a sinister aura, the spirit behind him trembled. Ian, it's a soul branding stone. Once used, it will imprint a curse on my soul and activate. It's acquired from the Myler family, so there's no need to doubt its quality. I'm not doubting. What I want to say is, are you really going to do this? Elysian. Ian looked at Elysian. The spirit of the holy sword was in distress. I hope you don't use it. You know what will happen if you do. Elysian reached out to stop him, but Ian pushed her away. Elysian, when Ariel died by the demon god's hand. You told me that. For Ariel to fully harness the power of the holy sword, she must live a happy life. That's right. That's why I have to use this. If I'm hated, Ariel will become stronger. Then, she won't die from the demon god, and the empire won't perish. As Ian spoke calmly, Elysian's clenched hand trembled. But even so, is it really okay? What are you trying to say? Do you understand what will happen if you use the curse stored in the soul branding stone? With emotions overwhelming her, Elysian took a deep breath before speaking again. I said that it contains curses that make those close to you hate you. If you use it, it means nobody will be on your side. You'll live a life even harsher than this one, full of indifference. Tears welled up in Elysian's eyes. You might suffer abuse akin to torture. Friends you rely on might leave you. Despite all that, are you still going to use it? I know. But why? Why go to such lengths? If someone has to make sacrifices anyway, it's better if it's me. With Ian's firm response, Elysian couldn't forget the words anymore. Though her sad gaze fell upon Ian, he remained indifferent. Casually placing Erzébeth, whom he had embraced, on the ground, Ian gently caressed her face before firmly grasping the soul branding stone. Crack. As the stone shattered, a powerful energy enveloped Ian's body. Watching this, Elysian couldn't help but shed tears. In the end, she could only witness Ian's choice of sacrifice. I'm sorry. Really. It's my mistake. For causing you so much pain. Don't worry about it. It was something I had to do anyway. With those words, his vision once again faded into darkness. Alone in the dim space, Ian recalled the scene he had just witnessed. So, this is what a secret is? Honestly, Ian never thought his hidden secret would be like this. The reason Ian had lived through neglect and abuse by his parents, it was all for Ariel. Huff. Although overwhelmed by the flooding information, Ian made an effort to organize his thoughts. Firstly, in his first life, Ian failed to defeat the demon god and returned. The cause was Ariel's death. The only person who could wield the weapon capable of piercing the demon god died. As a result, the Empire perished. Up to this point, it wasn't particularly important. It was similar to the cutscenes that appeared when he failed to defeat the demon god in the game. What mattered was the conversation between Ian and Elysian, the spirit within the holy sword. Ian obtained the soul branding stone through the Myler family and caused those around him, including his family, to distance themselves from him. According to Elysian, in order for Ariel to unlock the power of the holy sword, she needed to be happy, and Ian chose to sacrifice himself. If he is rejected by everyone, Ariel can't lead a happier life than anyone else. In that way, Ariel will become stronger than she was in her first life, and the possibility of defeating the demon god will increase. He had to forsake his family, childhood friends, and even his mentor, solely for allowing Ariel to wield the true power of the holy sword. Because of this, Ian chose regression and, as expected, lived a life of abuse in his second life. Ian was dumbfounded as he realized the truth. It seemed insane that there were still more secrets left after he had hidden the first one. But one thing was certain. He had to somehow uncover all the secrets. If I don't want to die, I have to try. It was a moment of determination. As a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, Ian's body swayed. He tried to resist, but... In the end, Ian lost consciousness in the darkness. Ian, unconscious, was transferred not to a hospital but to the Blue Moon Pavilion. According to the rules of ARC, a student injured during training should have been moved to the infirmary where the priests were for thorough examination. But Ian had no wounds on his body at all. Of course, it was also necessary to consider the possibility of psychological shock. However, the priests judged that it was better to spend time in a familiar environment rather than in a sick room to treat psychological shock. In the end, Ian was transferred to the Blue Moon Pavilion as it was. The priests for treatment also accompanied Ian, so there were no major problems. After the treatment, Ian looked sadly at Ian, who was sound asleep in bed. Ian. Still not awake. I've read his diary over 10 times already. It had been 4 hours since the priests had finished the treatment, but Ian showed no signs of waking up at all. Seeing him not even open his eyes despite reading the thick diary multiple times, it was natural for Ian to worry about Ian. Of course, it was evident that there were no major issues with his life, given the contract they had established. But if someone you consider important isn't waking up, wouldn't you worry? And Ian hasn't even eaten. Even if there was a muscle-bound man or blonde-haired woman accompanying Ian, they were also absent from their positions, busy with the affairs of their families. Surely, when the blonde woman had mentioned today's tasks, the muscle-bound man had screamed. Considering that reaction, the possibility of them arriving early was slim. Eventually, Ian began to draw mana into his body. Ugh! The Ian's form, which had taken the shape of a large slime, began to change gradually. It resembled Ian's appearance, a body created using mana. Of course, it wasn't a fully developed body. At a glance, it looked like a 5-year-old child. Ian, now a little child with black hair and red eyes, looked in the mirror with a sulky expression. I tried to hide it, but I can't help it. Ideally, it would have liked to reveal its adult-sized body later. But there was no room for choice given the urgency of the situation. The slime body was uncomfortable to nurse Ian with. Click. Opening the door and confirming that there was no one outside, Ian muttered to Ian. Ian. Just wait a moment. I'll be right back. Closing the door, Ian quickly dashed down the corridors of the Blue Moon Pavilion. Tap tap. The sound of small footsteps began to echo in the corridor. First, Neltlian headed to the dining hall. Since the training began, Ian hadn't eaten a single meal. While others had even eaten emergency rations like jerky, Ian hadn't even had that, as he was busy treating Leah Hurst. From Neltlian's perspective, he couldn't help but worry that Ian might collapse at this rate. That was the reason. Soup. Soup is good when you're sick. The recipe. Seafood? Ian doesn't like seafood. We need to add meat. Spread out the book with the recipe. Neltlian started cooking for the first time in his life. Luckily, Neltlian was good at cooking. Being naturally quick to absorb knowledge from books, following the recipes wasn't difficult for Neltlian at all. If there was a problem, it was that he was too small to cook comfortably. But even that was solved by standing on a chair to cook. He worked hard to make the food, sweating profusely in front of the hot flames. Yes. Okay. Cooking with tiny hands wasn't easy, but it wasn't particularly difficult once he manifested his divine power. After making beef soup, Neltlian grabbed a towel to cool himself down and headed back upstairs. Ian. Are you still sleeping? Although he checked just in case, Ian was still asleep. Relieved, Neltlian carefully entered the room and neatly placed the food around the bed. After putting the towel on Ian's head, Neltlian's task was done. Thud. It's warm. Neltlian, lying next to Ian, hugged his right arm. Hee. Neltlian liked Ian. Ian had pulled him out of his thoughts of when he could leave the dark cave and had treated him warmly. Other people don't like Ian like this. I don't understand. Reading the diary, Neltlian knew how difficult Ian's life had been. Of course, now there were good people around him. But that didn't mean the sadness he had felt before disappeared. Those wounds didn't disappear easily. The only way to solve them was by staying by his side for a long time. Ian had saved him, so Neltlian knew it was his turn now. That's why Neltlian hugged Ian tighter. Ian woke up 30 minutes later. A towel. Who did this? Ian, blinking his eyes, picked up the towel on his forehead. A neatly folded towel. Ian blinked as he looked at it. Was there someone who would do this for him? Igor wouldn't know how to do this, right? Igor, who filled his pain with training, wouldn't do something like this. Then, maybe it was Ire? Looking around, she seemed to be absent too. But the food is still warm. Which means it was made recently. Then, who could have done this? Ian's gaze shifted towards Neltlian, who was sleeping soundly beside him, the slime. Could it be Neltlian? But the dilemma didn't last long. It wouldn't make sense for the slime Neltlian to cook. Furthermore, there seemed to be no need to care about who did it. Trying to figure it out alone wouldn't lead to a proper answer anyway. He could just thank them later if he found out. Ian picked up the soup beside him. It was still warm. Although he wanted to eat it right away. Still, just in case. It was then that he tried to use mana to check for any abnormalities. Ping. Once again, his status window appeared before him. It was a moment of surprise for Ian. You have confirmed part of Ian's secret. You will receive a reward for confirming the secret. Mana proficiency has increased. You can now use even more mana, huh? What? Ian's pupils widened as he looked at the mana in his hand. Chapter 30, Ariel's Passion, 1. Ian stared at the mana in his hand. Am I dreaming? Mana imbued with a dark attribute. If one were to see only this, they might wonder why he was making such a fuss. After all, it was just mana he used on a daily basis, right? However, there was clearly a difference. Ian extended his index finger and poked the mana in his left hand. It used to feel like thick liquid before. But this time, it was different. Tap. Tap. It's solidified. It wasn't completely solid, but a layer had definitely formed on the surface. And that was why Ian was surprised. He knew what it meant for mana to solidify. Only those who have reached the master level can solidify mana. People below that level could only use mana in its liquid form, no matter how hard they tried. He himself had been the same before. Even when facing off against Lilith, he had handled mana in the form of sticky liquid. But not anymore. It's thin, but definitely a layer has formed. While the inside was still squishy, the surface had begun to harden slightly. That meant Ian's level had increased. Crackle. Fizz. As he manipulated the mana, it crackled and turned into vapor, disappearing. This should put me at least in the upper expert level. He had risen from upper intermediate to upper expert level. Ian couldn't contain his excitement at this fact. Having more mana to work with was certainly an advantage. It's a good thing to have such growth when I have to fight demons in the future. He was confident against Lilith. From now on, the demons would show no hesitation in revealing their claws to him. Once one high-ranking demon perished by his hands, they would stop hiding in the abyss and prepare for a full-scale attack. Even Asmodeus, the closest, will do that. And the demon kings who notice Lilith's demise will also take an interest. Those who suspected some interaction between him and the Demon King of Sloth would try to find out. It was clear they would choose threats as their means. They will try to kill me somehow. Fortunately, this time it would be easily overcome due to Lilith's carelessness. But others wouldn't make such mistakes. He had to use this incident as a lesson and prepare more thoroughly. So, I have to work as hard as him. Ian didn't forget his purpose. To uncover the hidden secrets and reach a true happy ending. For that, he needed to kill the demon god and survive to the end. That wasn't the end of it. Ian looked at Neltlian sleeping next to him. In order to properly use Neltlian's power, mana growth was necessary anyway. Using Neltlian's skills required a considerable amount of mana, befitting its status as an ancient god. Of course, things had somewhat improved since obtaining the ether, but there were still lingering issues. Neltlian's strength isn't just limited to being a weapon. That was evident with the recent acquisition of instant regeneration. A skill that instantly healed any injuries on his body. What was more amazing was that it could be used on others as well. Neltlian probably had many such abilities. If he continued to grow, the next abilities would also take the form of skills, which he could then use. But if I can't use them properly due to lack of mana? Just the thought is dreadful. But now, that could be resolved. That was why Ian couldn't help but be satisfied. With a genuine smile, Ian looked at the sunlight coming through the window. Ah! It's been a while since I felt so at ease. It had been quite some time since he rested so comfortably without any thoughts. Since he had the opportunity for rest, it would be best to fully alleviate his fatigue. Ian picked up the beef soup placed next to him and carefully brought it to his mouth. Feeling a gentle warmth spread throughout his body, Ian smiled. The soup tasted quite good. It was so delicious that one might wonder who made it. To be honest, it wasn't an exaggeration to say it was the most delicious food he had ever eaten. With a relieved heart, Ian began to sip the soup. Hi. Watching Ian secretly while pretending to sleep, Neltlian smiled contentedly. Due to the sudden intrusion of Lilith, Ark had to face unexpected chaos. To ensure the safety of the students, training was conducted using illusions. However, ironically, the illusions became prisons for the students. If not careful, they could have lost their lives to the demons. What made matters worse was that all of these scenes were witnessed by the nobles of the Empire. After the training concluded, the nobles continuously voiced their doubts about the safety of Ark's training. Under such circumstances, proceeding with the originally scheduled midterm training, which was supposed to be a war game, was sheer madness. That's why. Hey, watch where you're pushing. Ah. Who the hell are you? If you've seen enough, step out. You're not considerate of those behind you? People crowded around the bulletin board in the main building. Realizing that the illusions were not safe, Ark cancelled the scheduled midterm training. Instead, they decided to divide the grades based on performance in war games and the grades of the subjects they had taken. The grades of elective and major courses, which were not usually considered important, now had a decisive impact. It was inevitable that the students would be obsessed with the rankings posted on the bulletin board. Of course, even though they crowded around, it didn't change their grades. But being in a crowded place made them feel like they had to let off some steam, even if it meant nothing would change. The crowd around the bulletin board began to disperse gradually after Ariel appeared. Seeing Ariel walking with her party members with a stern expression, the students subtly moved away from her. It wasn't because they wielded significant power at the academy. Phew. Look at her expression. It's so intimidating. Hey. What if she hears us? She already looks in a bad mood. They feared scratching the nerves of those who had become alley cats. It was terrifying to think what might happen if they got under her skin. As they glanced at those who were groveling before them, Reina, who was assessing the atmosphere, hesitantly approached. Ariel? Don't worry too much. You can do better next time. Was it an attempt to lighten the mood? Reina forced a smile and said, but Ariel didn't regain her spirit. Thank you, Reina. Why yes. After conveying formal gratitude, Ariel immediately turned her gaze to the ranking board. Her name, which had always been at the top, was now at the bottom. Ark First Year War Game Overall Rankings, number 54 Ariel Volkanov. Haha. A dry laugh escaped Ariel's lips as she looked at her ranking. 54th place. Considering that there were about 60 students in the first year, it was a ranking that could be considered in the lower ranks. Of course, considering the power she had shown in the war game, it was an inexplicable ranking. But Ariel didn't bother to argue. It's my mistake. What was the point of showing her strength? She had led her party to their demise with poor strategies. Given that she had received a ranking of 54th, she should be grateful. Ariel, standing still and checking her grades, looked around. The gathered students were all staring at her. She could feel the emotions mixed in those gazes on her skin. Sympathy. Anger. Ridicule. Feeling those emotions, Ariel lowered her head and smirked. Why did it come to this? Since she was young, Ariel had always been the center of attention for everyone. Her parents and the people of her lineage looked at her with affectionate eyes. Those like Celia spared no effort to become friendly with her as soon as they saw her. She was always a beloved figure. Even after enrolling in ARC, those arrogant geniuses who were called so-called prodigies would rush to her like a dog meeting its owner when she reached out to them. Even the instructors and officers treated her sincerely. To think that she was now receiving mixed gazes of pity and ridicule was ha. Even thinking about it made her laugh bitterly. Ariel raised her gaze again and looked back at the ranking board. Next to the paper with her grades written on it were the grades of the second-year students. ARC second-year wargame overall rankings: first, Ian Volkanov second, Alan Kegan third, Eri Everhart fourth, Igor Pendia, her brother, who always ranked at the top, and the members of the third platoon. Seeing them, she felt like her heart was going to burst. Why am I always? It was always like that. Though she was loved by everyone, acknowledgement always went to Ian Volkanov. Even as the hero, she was overshadowed by him within the party. Despite being the leader, her party members followed Ian's commands. They only allowed her to shine at the last moment. Perhaps it was truly out of affection, but Ariel didn't like it. I can make a difference too. She was a hero. The one burdened with the noble duty of leading the charge to sweep away the demons, standing at the forefront and striking down the enemy. That was the ideal she had envisioned, and it didn't suit her temperament to only wield her sword when it was crucial. So she had decided. She was determined to prove that she could do it too, that she could achieve results even without Ian. Thus, she planned to create her own party, centered around herself, and bring down the demon god. However, that plan never came to fruition. Once again, she failed, and Ian succeeded. Why can Ian do it while I can't? The first platoon she was a part of was at the bottom, while Ian's was at the top. What was even more surprising was that Ian hadn't even used his original weapon, the sword, yet she was falling behind. Is it really talent? Ian is better than me? Ariel looked at her holy sword, Elysian, attached to her hip. She had been chosen as a hero and had been with Elysian for over 10 years, but Ariel had never spoken to Elysian. Although it lent her its power, the fact that she couldn't communicate with her ego weapon was almost as shameful as it was not speaking to her at all. Why won't you talk to me? According to the ancient texts, heroes had always communicated with the spirit of the holy sword to improve their skills. So why wouldn't Elysian speak to her? If there was something lacking, she wished it would at least tell her. But the holy sword remained silent. Sigh. Grumbling at the reluctant holy sword, Ariel turned her gaze forward again. Though she wanted nothing more than to return to her dormitory and rest, she couldn't. I have to go to the liberal arts class. Even though a self-declared day off would have been desperately welcomed, giving up attendance points in the situation of receiving disastrous scores in the war game was out of the question. Let's go. Ariel? I'll come with you. Dragging her heavy feet, Ariel headed to the lecture hall. The next day, having rested comfortably, Ian headed straight to Arkansas. In fact, due to this recent incident, he could have easily applied for a sick leave for the whole week. Ian didn't bother. Anyway, it's almost the weekend. Moreover, since today's schedule involved only one class, Ian didn't feel reluctant about going to school. And being at Blue Moon Pavilion isn't exactly comforting either. It was practically exile, but at least there were minimal staff for security. It was much better to go to school than enduring their gazes. Feeling the cool breeze, Ian took out his device to check today's scheduled class. Come to think of it, today's class was strategic analysis and discussion, wasn't it? Strategic analysis and discussion. It wasn't exactly a highly regarded class. The teaching method involved students selecting topics themselves, researching materials, and then discussing them, which was exhausting enough for students majoring in other subjects. There were good reasons for the students to dislike it. So strategic analysis and discussion is a class for those who failed to get into other classes, but not for me. On the contrary, Ian had been the first to sign up for this class. As long as I know the original plot, it's not that difficult. As he knew how the future would unfold, researching materials wasn't particularly challenging for him, and he could easily get good grades. There was no reason to reject such a sweet class. Swoosh. As he opened the door and entered the lecture hall, all eyes turned to him. In the early days of the semester, most of the gazes were filled with jealousy, but now it was different. It feels awkward. The gazes were mixed with favor and awe, which Ian was experiencing for the first time. It was at that moment when he calmly felt the unfamiliar mixture of favorable gazes. In one corner of the lecture hall, there was someone sending intense stares in his direction. Ariel? It was Ariel Volkanov, and she was looking at Ian with an unmistakably melancholic expression on her face. Chapter 31, Ariel's Passion, 2. Ian was quite taken aback by the sight of Ariel staring at him like kitten drenched from the rain. Seeing such a sight was unfamiliar and thus even more bewildering. He wanted to approach her and ask if something was wrong, but he knew they weren't on those terms. So, he decided to leave her be for now. Yeah, what can I do by going over there? It was safe to assume that Ariel herself played a significant part in whatever caused her current despair. Going to comfort the very person who caused distress? That would just be comedy. Even if I try to console Ariel right now, there's nothing good that could come out of it. Even if he sincerely delivered comforting words, they would likely be interpreted by Ariel as something like, "See, you know you messed up, right?" Ian wasn't foolish enough to approach Ariel knowing it would be awkward. Comforting was best left to those already by Ariel's side. Yeah, there's Reina too. Reina. Currently just a skilled commoner with a bow. But she would later earn recognition from the high elves of the Great Forest and ascend to a divine archer. In the original game, Ian often employed Reina as a main damage dealer in Ariel's party and knew well how warm her personality was. She'll handle it well on her own. Let's not worry about it. Realizing it wasn't his place to intervene, Ian positioned himself as far away from Ariel as possible. Ian sat by the window corner, with no one around him. Normally, Igor or Iri would be there with him. But Igor couldn't stand such boring classes, and Iri always had Fridays off. I'll be attending class alone after a long time. In that moment of feeling loneliness in the vacant seat, can I sit next to you? A sudden voice came from a woman with pink hair, cautiously addressing Ian. She was someone Ian knew well. Leah? Leah Hurst. Seeing her standing next to him with a somewhat troubled expression, Ian's pupils dilated. You attended this class too? Oh. I always stay quiet in the corner, so you probably didn't notice. I don't talk much during classes. Even as Leah said that, her face flushed, admitting that she, a high-ranking noble of the Empire, didn't actively participate in class seemed embarrassing. Of course, Ian didn't care whether Leah spoke during class or not. It's not something worth caring about in the first place. Given that she would eventually be a leading noble of the Empire, it was essential for Leah to take an interest in state affairs. However, there was no reason for her to show enthusiasm for such lectures. After all, important matters regarding state affairs were taught separately within their families, and the focus was more on discussing and interpreting the state affairs based on a single topic rather than studying the flow of the state affairs. It's not something important for people like Leah, aspiring officials, or border nobles. In fact, just attending class without skipping was praiseworthy enough. As Ian looked at her seemingly indifferent, Leah, now feeling more at ease, took her seat. As a moment of silence followed, Leah, who had been fidgeting with her hands, spoke up. I wanted to thank you for back then. Are you talking about the war game? Yeah, I felt like I caused unnecessary trouble. I felt guilty for requesting support so early. There's no need to consider it as causing trouble. Huh? Leah looked puzzled at Ian's nonchalant response. Really? In truth, she had been worrying a lot. She wondered if she had caused harm to others by not performing her best during the training, the only one who didn't meet expectations. Although the training ended well, it was not easy for her to overcome self-doubt. That's why she wanted to sincerely thank Ian when she met him. However, Ian had already let go of what happened then. Watching Leah's perplexed expression, Ian spoke up. You managed to withstand the unexpected attack from the first platoon well, and even though it wasn't your doing, we managed to avoid annihilation through the support request. There's no need for you to apologize in that situation. I see. Although it was a mistake to lose the only communication device that could be used between squad leaders, there was no desire to scold her so harshly when the outcome was favorable. With a crestfallen expression, Leah bowed her head deeply. Thank you, Ian. Really? There's no need to praise me like that. It's embarrassing. No, I heard from the others that you treated my injuries. Thank you so much, Ian. Seeing Ian trying to hide his embarrassment, Leah smiled wryly and finally confided her concerns that she had been holding inside. I want to do well like you. But it's not easy. Haha. You want to do well. I was promoted to squad commander this time. But I'm worried that I'm falling behind you and Alan. I'm starting to feel anxious. With a troubled expression, scratching her head as if lost in thought, Leah left Ian with only one thing to say. If you're worried about being inadequate, it's best to learn by following someone. Huh? Learn by following someone? Yeah. There's nothing more foolish than trying to solve everything on your own when there are people willing to help you. Instead of wasting time doing that, it's better to learn from someone with experience. Is it really okay to do that? I haven't considered that approach before. I was worried it might be a bother. A bother? Ian didn't agree with Leah's opinion. Why do you think that would be a bother? Asking Cheryl, the former second squad commander, for advice, how could that be a bother? Moreover, Since Cheryl handed over the squad commander position to Leah due to personal reasons, it was entirely within her capacity as the predecessor to help Leah adapt quickly. Besides, Cheryl and Leah were quite close, so she would surely help her diligently. Don't think of it as a bother. It doesn't matter anyway. Oh. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll work hard to learn. Tap. Leah grabbed Ian's hand in gratitude for offering a solution, her face filled with emotion. Was she really so grateful? Ian was taken aback. Leah seemed to realize this and quickly changed her expression. Oh. Sorry. I got carried away. I'm just really happy. It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Watching her embarrassment, Ian thought she was quite emotional. Swoosh. As the sound of a chair being moved filled the room, all eyes turned to a blonde woman standing up from her seat. She held a stack of papers to her chest, gazing around the classroom with a smug smile. Behind her stood a professor, watching the students from the platform. Has class already started while I was talking to Leah? Ian thought, focusing his gaze on the blonde woman. Huh? Ian's pupils trembled as he looked at where the woman was heading. Her gaze was fixed on Ariel. Looking at the dejected Ariel, the blonde woman confidently spoke. Hello, student Ariel. May I ask your thoughts on the attitude the current generation should adopt towards the enemies of the Empire, and the significance thereof? Smiling smugly down at Ariel, the blonde woman. It was only then that Ian remembered who she was. Isabella Pinnell. Undoubtedly one of the top students in the first year. And a third-rate villain. Like in the original work, she was preparing to tear Ariel apart. In truth, Ariel was not loved by everyone. Of course, most people admired her for her beauty and her illustrious background as a hero. But how could everyone possibly like her? Isn't there a saying that goes something like, there will always be people who dislike you for no reason? Ariel was no exception. There were people who disliked her. Some guys dislike Ariel because their crushes fell for her and got rejected. Some are jealous of Ariel being a warrior. There are various reasons. Isabella Pinnell. She was one of the people who disliked Ariel. But she was different from the usual. Most people praise Ariel outwardly but talk behind her back. But not Isabella. Not only did she openly show her dislike, but she also tried to provoke Ariel whenever she could. Of course, in the original work, she was a character who eventually overstepped her bounds in her haste and met her downfall. Ian watched Isabella, who confidently faced Ariel, with his chest pounding. That's. Contrary to her usual self, Ariel seemed unusually drained of energy. This could be dangerous. The biggest shackle of the Empire is using its military power solely for defense against potential invasions. Therefore, I believe the goal the current generation should pursue is the flattening of the northern region currently occupied by the barbarian tribes. This, I think, is the only unique solution to the problem you asked about. Wow. Are you suggesting starting a war now? Do you have any idea how much pain the scars of war left in the hearts of the people of Kalos? Oh. No. That's not what I meant. Sigh. Fine. I never imagined that you, the beloved daughter of Count Volkanov, the shield protecting the Empire, would hold such views. Ariel trembled, not knowing what to do in the face of Isabella's words. Watching her, Ian also furrowed his brows. Something happened. Isabella's question was truly sharp. How should one deal with the barbaric tribes in the north, which were practically enemies of the Empire? This question was by no means easy to answer. Especially for Ariel, a member of the Volkanov family, a renowned hero. She had to consider the position of the Volkanov family, which had been defending the Empire's enemies, as well as the perspective of a warrior fighting for continental peace. But no matter how the answer, Isabella will try to twist it somehow. If she suggests befriending the enemies, she'll be accused of reaching out to the Empire's foes. If she suggests attacking them, she'll be criticized for advocating for war and the suffering it brings. And what if she chooses to do nothing? That would be a problem too. In that case, would Isabella accuse a member of the Volkanov family of turning a blind eye to the Empire's enemies? She'll come up with some nonsense like that. In this situation, there was only one best option for Ariel. To defer the answer, to explain that she'll provide a response later as it's not something she can answer immediately. She had to ask for understanding in that regard. But sadly, Ariel didn't have the composure to think of such a solution. She was mentally distressed and felt compelled to answer quickly due to the pressure of having to respond promptly. And the price she paid was truly bitter. Oh. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean to suggest war, Didn't you just say that the flattening of the barbaric land was necessary? Everyone here heard it, you know. Ugh. Ariel looked around, feeling as if her soul had left her body. Only now did she realize the gazes of the students around her. Did you all hear that just now? Isn't that a bit too militaristic? Quite extreme, isn't it? Of course, we should respect such opinions. But it's not something a warrior should say. Doubt and ridicule mixed in their words. Of course, they weren't openly criticizing her like Isabella, but to Ariel in her current state, their words felt no different from Isabella's. Dumb. Slumping into her seat, Ariel trembled weakly. Sweat trickled down her forehead, and she struggled to catch her breath. Her pale face clearly showed that she wasn't in a normal state. Watching her silently, Ian furrowed his brows. I can't just leave her like this. Thinking about everything she had done so far, Ian felt like joining in to mock and ridicule her, but that wasn't an option. While confirming the secret, I learned something. To become stronger, Ariel needs to be happy. If she's left in this situation, wouldn't she just repeat the same past mistakes? To survive, Ariel needed protection. But just comforting her isn't enough. She might find it suspicious that Ian, who contributed to her current state, suddenly started advocating for her. Is he mocking me right now? In the end, Ian needed to find a compromise. To keep Isabella at bay while subtly nudging Ariel back on track. If he could pull it off, the third-rate villain Isabella would shut her mouth, and Ariel would regain her resolve. It was the moment Ian had been waiting for, plotting his chance. Oh, right. Senior Ian, you're also attending this class, aren't you? As Ariel remained distraught, Isabella approached Ian with courtesy. With a pleasant smile, she posed her question. How do you feel about student Ariel's opinion, Senior Ian? Isabella's gaze was fixed on Ian, her smile never faltering. How should I handle this? There were many approaches. He could give an unexpected answer that Isabella hadn't considered. Or he could elaborate on Ariel's flimsy opinion to make it seem more convincing. But Ian didn't want to do any of that. There was no reason to let the third-rate villain prattle on without knowing the topic at hand. Ian needed to firmly tread on her while boosting Ariel's morale. For that purpose, there was no better response. Having made up his mind, Ian locked eyes with Isabella. The students awaited his response with anticipation. But instead of delivering what they expected, Ian blurted out an answer they could never have predicted. Chapter 32, Ariel's Passion, 3. A smirk crossed Isabella's face as she watched Ariel stutter like a mute. Of course. I expected as much. Truth be told, Isabella didn't particularly like Ariel. Of course, Ariel hadn't done anything wrong to her. They were both in the same grade but in different platoons. They had different groups of friends. The reason Isabella disliked Ariel was simple: jealousy. There's nothing more amusing than watching someone who shines brightly fall from grace. Isabella couldn't stand Ariel, who garnered everyone's attention. No matter how wealthy her family was, how diligently she studied to excel academically, she felt powerless in front of Ariel. It was humiliating. Despite reducing her sleep to build connections, Isabella couldn't attract people's attention effortlessly like Ariel did. Isabella found it truly irrational. Her envy gradually turned into jealousy. Eventually, Isabella saw an opportunity to bring Ariel down. And now was the perfect time. Finally, the time has come. Ariel, your downfall is imminent. Ariel had been humiliated in the recent war game. Not only did she ruthlessly annihilate her platoon members with a reckless plan, but she also showed a despicable side that didn't listen to the noble's advice. The confident Ariel of the past was long gone. There was only a pathetic woman left. Naturally, Ariel's response was also pathetic. Become a hero and incite war? How could she give such a foolish answer? Isabella couldn't help but laugh as she pondered Ariel's response. Was that really something a hero would say? Who was the hero? Wasn't it the one who protected the Empire, no, the entire continent, from the threat of demons? It was unthinkable for someone in such a noble position to make statements that would cause chaos on the continent. Well, even if she had said something else, I wouldn't let it go. She couldn't just let go of this opportunity she had gained. Wasn't she waiting eagerly for a day like this? That's why Isabella knew the importance of the present moment. Now was a crucial opportunity. A chance to make the name Isabella Pino widely known in Arc. Through this incident, Isabella planned to divert some of the attention that had been focused on Ariel towards herself. Of course, she would have to endure some unpleasant remarks during the process. But she could tolerate that much. You can't forego benefits just because of fear of criticism, right? That was why. Sigh. Sigh. Ah, Ariel, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. Really fine. That wench. Hee hee. Isabella could smoothly move away from the struggling Ariel. Although Reina and Diaz looked at her fiercely, Isabella didn't pay attention to their expressions. There was no reason for her to respond to Ariel's lackeys in this situation where she needed to maintain her momentum. With a light step, she headed towards Ian Volkanov. Oh, right. Come to think of it, Senior Ian also took this class. Ian Volkanov, who was currently the top figure in Arc, even that could be toppled. Even though it was just a momentary thought, Isabella felt a thrill running through her body. Of course, She didn't have any ill feelings towards Ian. But there was nothing she could do about it. I'm sorry. I have to step on it and climb up. Sorry, but I have to climb over you. If she could snatch people's attention away, she could endure the current situation. As Isabella smiled widely and stared through Ian. Ian, with his arms crossed and leaning against the backrest, arrogantly stared at her. Didn't hear me? Just as she was about to ask again out of curiosity. If one were to be angered by someone's ignorance of what they should rightfully know, how should that anger be expressed? The moment Ian's tightly closed lips opened, his dignified voice reverberated throughout the classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. However, Ian continued as if nothing had happened. Is incessantly pointing out the ignorance of others the only option? Not a single scholar mocked an illiterate fool. With his head held high, Ian gazed at Isabella with a sarcastic look. Only the merchants who barely knew how to keep accounts laughed at the fools. Those who will become saints will rise above those who are superior to them and elevate their status, and the humble, those who are inferior to them, will search for them without reflection and be intoxicated by false superiority. What? What? Even a peasant's child can become a saint through endless contemplation, and without contemplation, even the noblest lineage will not be able to avoid humiliation. That was the end of Ian's words. But no one dared to speak. Isabella was no exception. She, who had intended to devour Ian with momentum, could only stand there with her mouth agape. Her head turned as white as a sheet. There were unexpected responses from Ian, but it wasn't because of that. It was because of his demeanor, which was far from usual. What? What's wrong? Ian was comfortably seated in his chair. However, Isabella clearly saw it. Behind him, there seemed to be a monster with thousands of hands staring at her. Feeling the chill from his gaze, Isabella's body stiffened. From then on, the conversation came to an end. Although Isabella had to prepare a new question due to the unexpected response, she couldn't think straight under Ian's aura. The situation where further conversation was impossible. Ian just slightly raised the corner of his mouth as he looked at Isabella. Watching your conversation with Ariel, I felt like saying this. Was that an adequate response? Yes. Yes, it was. Thank you for your answer. With trembling steps, Isabella returned to her seat. Sitting weakly on the chair. Fixing her gaze on the desk, Isabella couldn't lift her head until the end of the class. Was this the price of ignorant choices? Ariel drew a breath as she looked at Isabella, who looked down on her. Her chest felt tight. It seemed like everyone in the classroom was mocking her, pointing fingers at her. Sigh. Tears began to flow slowly. Fortunately, thanks to Reina and Aya's covering for her, she could prevent showing a pitiful sight. The situation was still unresolved. How do I fix this? Ariel, pondering over the remarks she had made earlier, chewed her lips. She couldn't understand what had prompted her to make such a hurtful remark. She couldn't grasp it, but Ariel couldn't give up. She had worked so hard to build up her reputation, only to ruin it in the war game. She couldn't accelerate that any further. She had to salvage this situation as much as possible. What should I say? Sadly, her mouth wouldn't open. Even though she needed to think, her mind wouldn't cooperate. Amidst her thoughts, time passed inexorably. Eventually, Isabella shrugged her shoulders as if to say there was nothing more to see and turned away. Overwhelmed by the impending defeat, Ariel despaired. She watched helplessly as Isabella left like a broken doll. And when she finally mustered the courage to ask Ian what he thought of their conversation, she sensed the end. What do you think? Of course, it's obvious. Ian would say it was a stupid, trashy answer. The more her reputation declined, the better it will be for him. In the end, Ariel closed her eyes. If she looked at others' faces here, she felt like she would burst into tears. Though she had tried to accept the future gracefully. If one were to be angered by someone's ignorance of what they should rightfully know, how should that anger be expressed? Huh? At Ian's words, Ariel blinked. Ian wasn't criticizing Ariel. It was Isabella whom Ian was criticizing. Ian pointed out Isabella's attitude of tearing apart anyone ignorant. But that didn't mean he was blindly embracing her. It's more unbearable to see someone mock others for not knowing. And if you know you lack knowledge, then study. That's what she thought Ian's words truly meant. Both Isabella and Ariel were rendered speechless by Ian's words. With a soulless expression, Isabella returned to her seat. Ariel, watching her, let out a bitter laugh before bowing her head. Thud. Tears began to fall on her clenched fists on her knees. It seemed she couldn't bear it anymore. Why? Why are you like this? It was miserable. To know that she was superior to Ian. To want to show that she could do it too, but feeling too ashamed of herself for being unable to do anything. But there was something even more unfair. Despite showing such a pathetic side of herself, despite constantly threatening him, Ian continued to protect her. As if he wanted her to continue. That fact stirred Ariel's heart. Am I really incapable of anything? Was everything she had done so far just futile? She had asked countless questions, but Ariel ultimately couldn't find an answer. But one thing was certain. Yeah. If that's what he wants, it wouldn't hurt to have some determination. Ariel lifted her head and looked at Yin as if shooting daggers at him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as she looked at him. The plan to both tease Isabella and boost Ariel's resolve worked perfectly. Isabella closed her mouth at the unexpected response, and Ariel, who had been at a loss, regained some composure, which was enough to pass. Hi. Ian, did you see that girl's expression earlier, Ian? She looked terrified when she saw me. I did well, didn't I? Ian looked at Neltlian, who was snuggling up to him and laughing softly. In fact, Neltlian was the one who made the biggest contribution to shutting Isabella up. Recalling the moment, Ian smiled faintly. I was quite surprised when Neltlian intervened suddenly. The moment he answered Isabella's words, Neltlian had momentarily waited and then surged with intense momentum. He couldn't stand her looking at Yin with such vile thoughts. He had thought about obliterating her altogether. Of course, realizing the aura of the King of 1,000 Arms, which had been called an ancient god in the past, was an impossible dream. But lately, with the growth from quest rewards and the increase in the amount of mana Ian could use, it was possible. But the next time, please say something before doing it. It's surprising if you do it suddenly, you know. Sorry, but no one noticed anything. I only made that woman see me. And I controlled my power reasonably. Okay. You did well. Really? Yes. Good job. Focusing only on Isabella, rather than the whole group, the pierce aimed at the vile human being she was, the ancient god couldn't stand it. But still, it was fortunate that everything worked out well. The professor who taught the class didn't have a very high skill in handling mana, so it went smoothly. It was a resolved matter. There was nothing more Ian wanted to say. Indeed, the result was fine. They successfully silenced Isabella's venomous mouth and boosted Ariel's determination. Of course, it might have been a bit exaggerated, but even so, it was a big gain for Ian. If Ariel becomes stronger, there's nothing better than that. As she became stronger, they could move closer to a happy ending. Ian didn't forget that fact. Hi. When I grow bigger later on, I'll show you an even cooler side. In that moment when Ian was fondly patting Neltlian, who was swinging his cute fists. Beep. What's this? A sudden sound from his device. Wondering what it was, Ian checked the message and saw it. Master Ian. I have an important matter to discuss. Could you please come to the mansion as soon as possible? Oliver. A message from Oliver, who was responsible for the family's farming. Ian looked at the message thoughtfully. So the time has finally come. Chapter 33, New Way to Make Money, 1. Upon receiving a request to visit within a short period, Ian headed to the mansion the next day. Although he had planned to visit briefly on Sunday. But since he received a call from Oliver, there was no choice. It's not someone I usually hear from. Oliver, a Viscount, directly contacting Ian, who was practically like a lord of the house. Unless it was something extremely urgent, it couldn't happen. So Ian headed straight to the mansion. Of course, he wasn't alone. You're coming again. Why do you say that? You seem to like it when you see me? As always, Igor and Iri also got on the carriage together. And there was another person. I'm sorry, I thought I could follow you. A woman with pink hair huddled like a criminal. Leah also rode the carriage with them. Ian fell into thought as he looked at her sullen expression. At first, I was surprised. She suddenly came and said she would learn diligently if Ian asked her to, and in that moment, Ian realized his mistake. I told her to follow Cheryl and learn, but she must have understood it as following me. At that time, Ian didn't care about Leah, so he told her to follow him, and Leah took it literally. It was clearly his mistake. In the end, Ian decided to take Leah with him. Yeah. If I had just spoken clearly from the beginning, that would have been it. Since it was my mistake, I should take responsibility. And Leah isn't bad either. Ian recalled re-evaluating Leah Hurst before. Student Leah Hurst is quite a decent person, so it wouldn't be bad to befriend her on this occasion. Her position in the Hurst Count's family is not bad either. Good personality, noble family. And she's also loved within the family. Is there a need to distance oneself from such a person? That wasn't the end of it. Ian reminded himself of the future he remembered from the original work. Leah wasn't a heroine, so all that was shown was brief. But still, she had a decent future. I know she became one of the wealthy upper class in the empire with amazing business acumen, right? The Hurst family, her hometown, focused on leather crafts as their main product. Leah, the youngest daughter, was the one who added various things to the family's business and gave it wings. Of course, Leah now had some clumsiness due to her nature, so she was still lacking. But with Iri there, Ian looked at Iri, who maintained a proper posture beside him. Leah, with excellent business acumen but clumsy, and Iri with meticulous character. If they work together? Just seeing them gives me confidence. It feels like our family, which is nothing but know-it-alls, will become rich. There was no reason to stop the birth of the best combination. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't apologize. I'm fine anyway. Really? Yeah. Since I'm also an experienced person, it's okay for you to learn from me if you're okay with it. So stop worrying and relax. Was it because Ian said that? Leah regained her lively smile. Watching her smile, which made one feel comfortable just by looking at it, Ian suddenly arrived at their destination. Young master. We've arrived. After greeting the coachman, Ian got off the carriage. Then he started to notice. Oh. Young master is here. Oliver, who confirmed himself from a distance and ran towards him. But Ian's gaze didn't go there. What's this? Ian? I heard that the Volkanov family isn't doing well. Was I mistaken? The farmland looks better than our Hearst family. Fields full of potatoes. And Ian was shocked to see state-of-the-art warehouse-like facilities. When did this development happen? Swoosh. The sound of a sharp wind echoed faintly in the room. Looking at the trembling window frame, Letitia furrowed her brows. Eventually, her gaze turned to her husband lying still in bed. Killen, who suddenly fell unconscious due to a curse. Contrary to the priest's expectations that he would wake up soon, days had passed and there were no signs of him waking up. She wanted to continue treatment at the Yellow Road, but unfortunately, Letitia was not allowed by the local lord. Because Killen fell. It's not allowed for outsiders to intervene. Letitia knew well what Killen meant to the local people. One of the 5 masters of the Empire. And the Lord. Isn't he someone who has the duty to protect the Empire from its enemies? If the fact that he had fallen spread, the barbarians might take it as a sign to launch a full-scale attack. In the end, all Letitia could do was pray for him to wake up by his side. Pa. Please. Letitia. Are you okay? Ah. Jane is here. Seeing her shoulder being held and a sympathetic smile from her maid Jane, Letitia managed to gather some strength. Jane. Someone who had been with her since childhood and was now a good friend assisting her as a maid. Because of Jane, Letitia didn't want to worry her. I'm okay. But I feel a little relieved with you here. If you have any troubles, tell me. Isn't that what friends are for? Friends, indeed. There was no one else Letitia could rely on as much as Jane in the current situation. Indeed, after Killen fell, she almost collapsed countless times. But each time, thanks to her, she managed to hold herself together. Yeah. Maybe I can rely on her about the Killen concerns. But the problem was that Letitia's concerns didn't end there. 2 things occupied Letitia's mind. First, naturally, was about her husband, Killen's illness. And second, Ian. Thinking of her son brought a shadow to Letitia's face. When did he grow up so much? In fact, she hadn't paid much attention to Ian. She had neglected him to the point where she told him that he was a bad person, unworthy of his parents' love. She used postpartum depression as an excuse and abandoned the crying child. Although she had no right to condemn him even if she died, at that time, it was truly difficult for Letitia to even look at Ian. She wondered how such a devil-like child could have come out even though he was born with the blood of Killen, a hero of the Empire, and her own blood. Ultimately, Letitia cut off her interest in Ian. She didn't give him love. She cut off support and treated him thoroughly as if he didn't exist. Yet Ian continued to catch her eye, which she didn't like. She even considered sending him away. I thought he wouldn't be able to rise again if I did that. But Ian was even tougher than Letitia expected. Without his parents' love and attention, Ian stood up on his own and blossomed. Letitia never forgot Ian running to Lilith risking death during the war game. Why? Every time she recalled that scene, her heart ached. Previously, she would have brushed it off, but now she was so proud of Ian. She wanted to tell other nobles how amazing her child was. Why was maternal love emerging for the first time now? That was Letitia's question. Why am I interested in Ian? Why does she feel like she can give love to that child who she normally didn't even pay attention to? Although she tried to understand, she eventually gave up thinking about it. After all, what am I? Now that she was here, she knew she didn't even have the right to say she had suffered for that child. It was during that moment of subtle emotions. You know what? Letitia, did you hear the news? It seems that boy's potato business, the one he started, is struggling these days. That boy? Yes. Ian, your son. Didn't you know? He started a potato business. Ah. She had heard it from the Duke. In the midst of nursing, Ian was doing business selling potatoes. But was there a problem with that? Letitia asked with a trembling voice. What's happening? Well, you see. At first, the profits were good. But lately, they have been decreasing. I heard what the guests were saying. It seems they're planning to pressure Ian using that as an excuse. Pressure? Why? Why? Isn't it obvious? He said Count Volkanov personally grew them, and now he's saying ridiculous things. Since the Count's honor was used for profit and it's failing, they can't just stand by and watch. They want to pressure him. Jane's lips curled up as if she liked the idea of putting pressure on Ian. As if she enjoyed it. Normally, Letitia would have responded positively, saying it served him right, but... why? Is there a need to go that far? Even so, Ian's business should do well for our family to prosper. For some reason, she wanted to protect Ian, although she didn't know why. At the absurd words of her friend, Jane suddenly got up. Her eyes, gripping Letitia's shoulder, trembled. Letitia. What are you saying? Do you know what will happen if Ian succeeds? Why are you defending Ian? No, I mean. No, Letitia, think about what we did to Ian. Do you know what will happen if his business succeeds and he rises to the position of Count? We're done. We'll lose everything, our status, everything will fall apart. Letitia, looking into Jane's fierce eyes, lowered her head. Deep down, she knew she should embrace Ian, that it was her duty as a parent, but whenever she looked into Jane's eyes, her mind went blank. As she watched the silent figure before her, Jane's eyes bore into her. Don't be weak. We need to undermine Ian's achievements somehow to survive. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. In the end, Letitia could only nod her head. Did you intentionally sell less? When Ian inquired, Oliver nodded lightly. That's correct. It was an unavoidable choice to sell potatoes as steadily as possible. Selling all the stock at once could be risky. With a flushed expression, Oliver spoke. His previous impoverished appearance was nowhere to be found. Now, there was just a plausible barren. Ian, looking at Oliver's tidy appearance, asked again. What's the reason? Do you think you won't be able to sell all the stock? No, that's not it. Even if I release all the stock I have, I'm confident it will sell. There are quite a few people these days who want to buy our potatoes. There had even been occasions when some nobles sent people to the estate until they could get some. With that level of demand, there's no way they wouldn't sell. Smirking, Oliver sighed and continued speaking. The reason I haven't released the stock is different. The reason? What is it? If I were to release a large quantity all at once, the nobles' interest would quickly diminish. Diminish? Ian asked, puzzled. Oliver smirked. As you probably already know, nobles are very sensitive to trends. For example, do you remember when Duchess Wignoran wore a green dress to the social gathering 5 months ago? And what happened at the social gathering 3 months ago? All the ladies and young girls wore green dresses. As soon as someone of high status starts something, it becomes a trend in the noble world. Oliver knew that well. But you see, at the social gathering just a few days ago, nobody wore green dresses. That's the nobles for you. They're more sensitive to trends than anyone else, and once they've worn something once, they swiftly move on to something else. That's why trends among nobles quickly fade. Oliver knew not to take it lightly. He had released only a small portion of the potatoes to the market. If he were to release them all at once, they might quickly lose their appeal. Of course, there are still many people who want to buy, so there shouldn't be a problem. But it's better to be prepared. That's why I've been renovating the warehouse and keeping the potatoes we plan to sell in storage. Not a bad plan. I didn't expect to find someone like you with such talent on our Volkanov territory. Oh, you flatter me. Anyway, you don't need to worry about the low potato sales. Just before the trend ends, we can release all the stock and sell it off completely. Chuckling, Oliver took a bite of the steamed potato on the table. As Oliver chewed the potato, Ian spoke up. So, should I start considering other businesses now? Yes. That's the reason I contacted you. It seems like it would be good for you to prepare for something new to replace the potato business. Indeed, that's true. Selling potatoes alone won't sustain us for long. One must know when to cut their losses. If one were to invest all their resources into potato farming and it failed, they might end up with nothing. Could they just stand by and watch? Yes. I should consider a new business. But what should I do? Firstly, farming and hunting were commonly used means of earning in the empire. But the Volkanov estate wasn't suitable for either. So, if they were to be dismissed, there was only one option left. Tourism. They needed attractions. Something to draw people in and make them spend money here. What could be interesting to see in Volkanov? The snowy mountains? Or maybe the frozen lake? They boasted breathtaking scenery, but Ian didn't feel like it was enough to attract people. After all, who would come to see such scenery while enduring the freezing weather of the north? Thinking of using the natural environment as a business idea seemed difficult. So, We need something new. Something that can only be found here, in the Volcanic territory. Lost in thought, Ian bit his lip. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Ian decided not to dwell on them. Tourism. Isn't it just about coming to see something interesting? The person who creates the most exciting attraction will surely take the top spot in this business. An interesting attraction? For a moment, a single image formed in Ian's mind. Chapter 34, New Way to Make Money, 2. The most interesting spectacle, what could it be? Ian's answer to that question was this: isn't watching fights the most entertaining? Some might say that fighting is barbaric and only done by uncultured people. However, the fact that interesting spectacles exist cannot be denied. In reality, when bench-clearing brawls happen not only in mixed martial arts but also in baseball or soccer, don't the spectators cheer? Therefore, Ian was convinced that a fighting competition could be an attractive business idea. Especially in medieval times? With no internet and nothing to do, fighting competitions could provide entertainment for those labeled as idlers hanging out in fictional taverns drinking alcohol. Then, participants need to be chosen. Ian had thought about this too. Recently, there have been frequent cases of street fighting among the commoners. Ian checked the documents Eri had taken care of. There were reports like this among the documents she handled while he was unconscious. Security measures for violence prevention, a report on the frequent acts of violence occurring in the alleys. But this wasn't simple violence. To be precise, they agreed to fight each other. Idle commoners, with nothing to do, frequently engaged in betting on fights where they clashed with each other for money while onlookers watched. If a proper stage were set for the unofficially popular activity, even if commoners were offered money they couldn't earn even if they worked to death, wouldn't they participate? If they don't, they're crazy. Ian never thought like that. There shouldn't be any problem finding people to participate. Instead, he should worry about too many applicants. After finishing his thoughts, Ian looked at Oliver. I'm thinking of holding a fighting competition. A fighting competition? Are you referring to the Colosseum? It's a bit different from that. It's a competition solely based on martial arts without weapons. I see. Having heard Ian's plan, Oliver nodded and said, if you do indeed hold a fighting competition, it wouldn't be a bad idea. New spectacles are always welcomed. But the problem is that the Holy Land might not stay quiet. Are you sure about this? I'm aware of that. Fighting like this contradicts the doctrine of the Holy Land. The Holy Land of Idinraya. Thinking of them, Ian twirled the pen in his hand. In fact, the biggest obstacle was these guys. The Holy Empire believed that all humans were children created by the Supreme God and regarded fighting among creatures as taboo. It was said that causing meaningless damage to the noble bodies created by God was intolerable. Of course, one might think it doesn't matter since it's not the Holy Land holding the competition. But this wasn't a problem to be taken lightly. The Holy Land maintains a close relationship with the current empire. There had been cases where protests from the Holy Land led to the complete closure of the Colosseum, which was thriving in the empire. Would they stay quiet this time? Ian never thought so. Oliver thought the same way. Deep in thought, Oliver opened his mouth with a worried expression. You need to think carefully. Although they might not interfere too much, it's likely that the Holy Land won't view the idea of holding a fighting competition favorably. This is just my opinion. There's a high possibility they'll try various means to stop the competition, sending subtle messages to connected officials in the empire. Sending protest letters to condemn it. Or, as a last resort, they might prevent the dispatch of priests. If fighting occurs, there will inevitably be injuries. If priests aren't sent for treatment, the competition naturally can't take place. Oliver might have worried about that and said. But Ian wasn't particularly concerned about that point. He never intended to receive support from the Holy Land in the first place. Super regeneration can also be used on other people. As long as he had superior healing skills compared to priests. There was no reason for Ian to be concerned about their suspicions. The conversation with Oliver ended successfully. After hearing Ian's plan to some extent, Oliver agreed and said he would allocate manpower to prepare food and drinks to sell on the day of the competition. With this, some of the problems would be solved. Phew. Leaning back on his chair, Ian took a deep breath. He remembered the last thing Oliver said. The atmosphere within the family isn't quite right. When Oliver said that while leaving, he had grabbed Ian's wrist. Are the gods unaware that sales are decreasing and pressuring me, thinking that the business's profits are declining? Ian's mouth curled up at that moment. Even just imagining it made him want to laugh ironically. Sales are nonsense. That's just a superficial reason, and the real reason is probably because they don't like what I'm doing. Come to think of it, it made sense. Wasn't he selling his father's name while lying down to grow potatoes? Didn't he tell him to relax, but then suddenly made a report and told him to submit it? From their position of comfortably living off the family's fortune, how bad did Ian seem? But Ian had his reasons too. If I don't do it like this, how will the family survive? From the perspective of someone who was reluctantly holding on, how could he just stand by and watch? Because they weren't handling their own affairs properly, the commoners were suffering, while they themselves were doing well? Ian thought that couldn't be allowed. If they had messed up, he considered it only right to at least try to make amends. That's why. I have to make it successful somehow. That was what he had resolved to do. It was unthinkable for them to mess up while those leeching off the family's resources were hoping for failure. It had to succeed, no matter what. Ian became fixated on that idea, displaying symptoms akin to obsession. Strangely enough, it was Leah who had helped at that time. A fighting competition where the use of mana and weapons is prohibited to reduce brutality? This idea is great. Even among nobles, there's always talk of missing the Colosseum, so I think it'll be popular. Leah's eyes sparkled as she examined the business plan. Being particularly adept at business, just by reading the plan, she grasped the idea to some extent. With a pen in hand, Leah swiftly made notes on what needed to be amended. Of course, there are still problems to be solved. We need to prepare a venue and establish rules. Should we also make some basic equipment? That would be a good idea. If mana isn't used, there could be injuries, so it wouldn't hurt to make protective gear. Exactly. As for the equipment, let's have my family prepare it. Now. What about the judges? Wouldn't Igor be suitable for that? Perhaps? His rugged appearance might make others listen well. Hey. You guys. I can hear you. As Leah and Eri had expected, they worked together seamlessly. After discussing and brainstorming, the initially weak business plan became enriched. Leah's ceaseless input paused when it came to the part about treating the injured. What should we do when there are injured? Priests aren't usually eager to step in for such things. Don't worry about the treatment part. I can handle it. That's right. I forgot about that. When Ian casually mentioned it, Leah smiled satisfactorily. Having experienced firsthand the miracle of being healed in an instant despite severe injuries, she knew better than anyone else the incredible power of super regeneration. As Eri reviewed the completed plan, she nodded in satisfaction. I don't see any major issues. The participation of commoners is assured since they won't miss a chance to strike it rich. Nobles won't spare any expense either, so if we capitalize on the additional profits that arise, it could be quite lucrative for us. Nobles would eagerly splurge money, speculating on who the winner would be, and even if they took a small percentage of those funds used as prize money, it would still be a substantial profit. Ian was also aiming for that. If this competition is held on the Day of Divine Slaughter, success is guaranteed. The Day of Divine Slaughter. It was the day when the hero of the Empire, Alex Volkanov, killed Niltlian, and on that day, the Empire always held a ceremony to honor his achievement. Originally, during the Day of Divine Slaughter ceremony, nobles of the Empire were invited to the mansion to watch the night's swordsmanship unfold. It was a program enthusiastically prepared by Kill and Volkanov, under the pretext of showcasing the great hero Alex's swordsmanship. But Ian didn't see it as particularly impressive. If someone has a taste for swordsmanship, they might appreciate it, but for those who don't, it's just a spectacle they won't find remarkable. The swordsmanship used by the Empire's masters might be something not to miss for the commoners, but other than that, it was just an unexciting spectacle. What's even more surprising is that the swordsmanship demonstrated by the knights was not even what Killen himself used. It's just a display of the basics of swordsmanship used by the family's knights. It would be difficult to satisfy people with such a thing. Yet, the Volkanov family had been persistently doing this for years. Surely people would expect the Volkanov family to hold the same event again this time. Ian decided to take advantage of that. Having come with no expectations at all, suddenly they're not doing what they usually do and hosting a tournament? And it's a fighting competition? Surely it would attract the attention of the Empire's nobles. Since they came with no expectations in the first place, it would be even easier to entertain them. If they went along with that flow and kept hosting matches continuously? Turning the barren land of Volkanov into a crazy place where the Empire's money poured in might not be impossible. Of course, there's a lot to prepare for that. We need to find participants for the competition. We need to prepare a venue for the matches. There was still much to be done. Ian decided not to rush and focus on finishing what needed to be done first. The one thing that needed to be done first for a stable event was clear. I need to tidy up the barbarians a bit. Looking at the towering mountain range outside the window, Ian smiled with determination. Chapter 35, The Empire has poisoned the valley. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers drumming on the desk echoed quietly in the room. The woman with dark gray hair stared sharply at the man standing stiffly. So Ian Volkanov is preparing for the martial arts competition on the Day of Divine Slaughter? Why yes, my lady. This information was gathered through cross-verification, so it should be reliable. A martial arts competition. That boy is quite impressive too, isn't he? Going all out to gain recognition. Jane, contemplating Ian's new plan, smirked to herself. Indeed, Ian Volkanov was a capable man. He had brought an unexpected source of income to this barren land, practically a wasteland for business. That fact was undeniable. How could one ignore the achievement of rapidly achieving what others hadn't accomplished in a long time? However, as supporters of Ariel, they couldn't celebrate Ian's success. As Jane's expression crumpled, the elderly man raised his voice. Are you just going to sit back and watch? Shouldn't we act quickly, by any means necessary? What if that Ian ruins the family? Quiet. Can't you see the effort I'm putting in? That's not what I meant. Sigh. With a swift movement, Jane grabbed her retainer by the neck. The retainer involuntarily bowed his head under Jane's fierce gaze. I have no idea what you're thinking, right? Aren't you worried that Ian, that brat who turns everything into a bed of roses in his mind, will ruin our plan to make a fortune by fooling around? Well, that's true, but then stop fussing and trust me. Don't mess things up by talking unnecessarily. I apologize. It's just that I'm worried. Just quietly do as I say. If you follow that, everything will be taken care of. Heoak. As the tight grip of the clenched fist loosened, the old retainer let out a sigh of relief. The expensive shirt was wrinkled, but he didn't notice anything like that. Because it was a situation where he had to be relieved that the maid's anger had subsided. The power of the maid, who had a close relationship with her hostess, was so high that she could not be compared to anyone else, so she was not in a position to dare to challenge her. Moreover, the chief maid emitted an aura that could knock one to their knees. There was nothing good for her to expect from insolence. The vassal, who was observing her mood, asked cautiously. What should we do then? Just stand by and watch? We can't just stand by. That would only aid him. In that case, how about creating documents condemning Ian's actions? Show the nobles who gather on the day of divine slaughter the schemes he has been up to. Pa. Are you trying to extort money from the family or ruin this place altogether? Jane, seeing the vassal blabber nonsense, pressed her forehead. She had known he was foolish, but not to this extent. Doing that would not only bury Ian but tear the family apart. Do you understand what that means? Are you unaware that it would lead to our downfall in an instant? Then what should we? Follow my lead. Assist Ian in a way that will appear honorable. Actively promote an impressive event on the day of divine slaughter to the Empire's nobles. But isn't that aiding him? How dense. If your head wasn't just decoration, think about it. Do you believe Ian can realize his plans in time? Why, you mean time is running out? Jane nodded in response to the retainer's words. According to the intelligence she had gathered, Ian's plan was to hold a combat tournament. Of course, it was undoubtedly a good business idea. It would surely be an exciting item for nobles seeking entertainment. However, Jane didn't think it could succeed. There was one reason: time was critically short. As you know, there's only about a week until the day of divine slaughter. Can we prepare enough for a combat tournament in that time? What would be needed for a combat tournament? At the very least, a venue capable of accommodating participants, and new rules would need to be devised. Could that really be achievable within such a short week? After establishing relations with the Dimria, the Kalos Empire had shut down all business related to the Colosseum. It had been some time since even armor designed for combat in the Colosseum had disappeared. In other words, everything needed to be prepared anew. Could it really all be done within a week? No way. Just the rule-making alone would take ages. Naturally, the rest of the operations would be just as sloppy. That was exactly Jane's point. If Ian's ambitious event, eagerly anticipated by many, turned into a disaster, what would happen? It seemed Ian's reputation was about to be dashed to the ground. No need to rush, we'll expose it when the time comes. It's been a long time since Ian's actions so far were organized. Revealing this at a humiliating moment could further bring him down. Of course, that was unlikely. Even if the martial arts competition was successful, it wouldn't pose a problem. After all, they had worked hard, so Ian wouldn't have anything to say. They just needed to prepare to push Ian out through other means. If that's what you want, we'll raise the stakes, young master. Jane stroked her face while looking at the bright sunlight coming through the window cracks. He always used to think like that. Is it really better to live while following tradition and customs? Of course, there may be some benefits. Tradition often passes down habits containing the wisdom of ancestors to their descendants, right? If it's unnecessary, there's no reason to pass down those habits over generations. Well, of course it's good to pass down good habits. But I mean, isn't it right to adapt traditions to the times? Ian looked at the stream flowing down the mountain range right in front of him. Despite the harsh weather, the stream flowed steadily without freezing. This was the famous valley called Tears of God and Vulcan of Territory. This place, located in a huge mountain range, never froze no matter how cold the weather was. This is because the water in the valley is full of mana flowing from the earth. Ian recalled the time when he was playing Heroic Academy while managing the territory. Because the economy was so bleak, there was a time when he had no choice but to use brokers to make money by running a scam claiming that drinking water from the Tears of God Valley improved vitality. Of course, he faced quite a bit of trouble later when exposed. But that wasn't important now. What mattered was that this valley water served as a potent weapon to subdue barbarians. What was Tears of God to the residents of the territory? Ian pondered. There's a saying that Tears of God should never be defiled. A valley that never froze even in the harshest climate? Wouldn't anyone find that suspicious? Because of this, the people of Vulcan have always considered defiling this valley a grave sin. In fact, there were records of hunters being executed simply for drinking the water here due to thirst during hunts. Because of this, even long after, people never attempted to pollute this valley. Yeah, I don't really care to maintain such tradition. Whether the valley water is good for the body or not, it doesn't matter. But the problem is that our enemies are using it. The people of Vulcan have never defiled this valley. That fact was widely known, even reaching the ears of the barbarians hiding beyond the mountains. They used this valley water as drinking water. In a situation where the worst enemies were using this valley water as drinking water, what choice should the Lord who must protect the territory make? Of course, we should either block the valley or contaminate it to cause confusion among our enemies, right? But no one had ever thought such a thing. Why? Were the vassals foolish? No. It was merely because of the tradition handed down over generations. Maintaining tradition means not defiling it? Nonsense. Ian couldn't just stand by and watch because they were extremely reluctant to touch Tears of God, considering it a sacred promise between ancestors and descendants. Ian couldn't ignore that view. Tradition is nonsense. Protecting tradition has ruined our family. Indeed, people should know their limits. Is it reasonable to provide enemies with drinking water just to uphold such a trivial tradition? For Ian, who faced those who perpetrated baseless terror, showing mercy instead of retribution was unimaginable. That was why. Huff. Huff. It's so dirty. Higher than the mountain I climbed every day in vision. The reason for carrying such a heavy load up the mountain. To hold a perfect event, they needed to subdue the barbarians. That's why Ian decided to use this valley. Upon reaching the valley, Igor threw down the bag he had been carrying. Thud. As he placed the hefty load of up to 20 kilograms on the ground, Igor opened his eyes wide. Hey, Ian. What on earth did you pack? I packed something good. Don't lie. I secretly checked the contents while climbing up here when you weren't looking. But what was inside turned out to be just this. Igor reached into the bag, reluctant to even touch the dirty rock covered in mold. He couldn't understand why Ian had asked him to carry such a thing all the way here. If you don't have a good reason, I won't leave you alone. Arthur. It's not like it's useless. Then tell me. Why did you make me carry this stupid rock? That's not an ordinary rock. It's a corruption stone. Corruption stone? Startled by Ian's words, Igor hastily tossed the corruption stone. Seeing Igor's worried expression, Ian smirked lightly. Don't worry too much. Holding it tightly for a few hours won't do any harm, just handling it briefly. Ugh. Anyway, why did you bring this filthy thing? Why did I bring it? Because I plan to corrupt the water of this valley from now on. Corrupt the water? Seeing Igor's shocked and confused expression, Ian responded by nodding his head. By placing corruption stones here where the valley begins, the water will soon become contaminated. The polluted water will flow downward, and the barbarians, oblivious, will drink it without suspicion. Listening quietly to Ian's plan, Igor frowned in confusion. Couldn't you just leave some animal carcasses instead? Why buy corruption stones in such dire circumstances? Using carcasses would indeed save money. But then the barbarians might catch on. The difference between using carcasses and corruption stones lay in how quickly the contamination occurred. Storing carcasses to pollute the water would take time, and the water would visibly become dirty. Moreover, in harsh weather, they wouldn't decay easily. But corruption stones were different. Despite the expense, they could swiftly pollute the water without any noticeable change. Since the goal was to subtly subdue the barbarians, a method that wouldn't arouse their suspicion was imperative. If they used carcasses to induce corruption, the Empire might suspect foul play and retaliate. That wouldn't work. It had to be insidious. It was crucial to cunningly trap the enemies. Splat. The corruption stones, full in the bag, plunged into the valley water. Soon, the valley water would be contaminated, and the barbarians would be fighting diseases. In the meantime, Ian could focus on preparing for the day of divine slaughter. since the Academy has declared a week-long break due to Lilith. Though time was tight, it wasn't impossible. Ian smiled grimly as he watched the flowing valley water. Before he knew it, a week had passed in a blink. Reflecting on the insane schedule he had overcome, Ian let out a bitter laugh. It's been tough. Selecting participants for the main event, drafting the rules of the comprehensive martial arts as he remembered them, setting up the arena, and preparing to welcome the guests, all these tasks had to be accomplished in just a week. Of course, he couldn't have done it alone. Fortunately, Ian had good allies around him. There was tremendous help from Oliver, Eri, Igor, and Leah as well. Oliver gathered laborers for potato sales and prepared food and drink. Eri commanded her following spirits like a mad woman, and Leah utilized skilled artisans from the Hearst family to craft equipment. Igor, who had to judge, had to memorize the rules of the matches. And that wasn't all. Ian. My hands hurt. Niltlian even helped Ian transcribe the rules, executing his laborious duties. Understanding how noble their efforts were, Ian was determined to make this event a success. And then, the moment arrived. Clatter, clatter. A carriage adorned with a royal emblem approached from afar. Soon, the carriage halted in front of Ian. As the door swung open, a man cautiously stepped out. Ian's eyes widened as he beheld the scene. Why is this person here? Certainly, it was planned that His Majesty the Emperor would come, but the man before him was not the Emperor. Seeing a man of his own age with white hair and golden eyes, Ian's eyes widened. Is Prince Bedon Narkana here instead of His Majesty? Bedon Narkana, the Empire's second prince, a so-called fighting maniac, smiled at Ian. Are you Ian Volkanov? I've heard a lot about you. They said there's a special event on the Day of Divine Slaughter today, so I came in place of His Majesty. Chapter 36, Get the money right now. I have high expectations for today's event. I'm counting on you. I've done my best. It's an honor to present this to the prince. Haha, this person. Ian cautiously shook hands with Bedon, who extended his hand. In reality, from Ian's perspective, Bedon wasn't someone particularly welcoming. Bedon Narkana is a rival against Urzebeth for the throne. From the perspective of Ian, who has a close relationship with Urzspet, Bedon was a very uncomfortable person. Of course, he can't match Urzebeth's abilities. Originally, he became a candidate for succession after the first prince left for Edenria to become a priest. That's a person who saw an opportunity. Urzebeth had the upper hand in terms of actual ability. How could Bedon compete with Urzebeth? The reason was simple. Ariel supported Bedon. Father showed movements supporting Urzebeth, but Ariel didn't. From their first meeting, Ariel clashed with Urzebeth and began supporting Bedon. Support from the Empire's only hero? It wasn't a situation that could be easily dismissed. A hero, indeed. Almost like a living treasure of the Empire. For Bedon, her support was an excellent opportunity. The only ones supporting Bedon were the sideline nobles or ignorant commoners. That alone was insufficient for him to ascend the throne, so Bedon needed to gain the support of influential figures. That's when Ariel appeared. If Ariel successfully interfered, it could have turned the tables. The reason Bedon persisted despite being far behind is because of that. If the hero party succeeds, the nobles supporting Urzebeth would become insignificant. Although he experienced a setback, it wasn't a complete failure, so Bedon continued the competition until the end. He also carried out tasks on behalf of the dangerous emperor, visited as an observer, and attended the event on the Day of Divine Slaughter on behalf of the emperor. This is part of his strategy. The Day of Divine Slaughter commemorates the accomplishments of the Empire's heroes like Alex. Representing the Emperor there shows the nobles that he's still alive. Anyway, Bedon's presence wasn't good news for Ian. He not only supported Urzebeth but also disrupted the hero party. His intentions were unknown, but he likely had a negative impression of Ian. I should keep an eye on him. Ian watched Bedon leaving calmly. Continuing with a solemn oath for our nation's spirits. Everyone, please join. Ian expected Bedon to make remarks, but he surprisingly participated quietly in the event. Seeing him bow his head with closed eyes, Ian felt slightly tense. Is something bothering him? Perhaps he had been busy lately, causing his nerves to fray. The saying human distrust seemed more fitting. Working with those on the brink of collapse, including those from the crumbling lineage, had sharpened his senses. Ian had worried that Bedon might cause a disturbance at this event. Fortunately, his concerns didn't materialize. I was worried about his reaction. Surprisingly, things are going well. The handling of the affairs by the vassals wasn't as chaotic as he had feared. It was a good thing. Was he finally making up his mind and handling things properly? However, just like usual, doubts began to creep back. Those bastards aren't that easy to deal with. Of course, changing his mind wasn't entirely impossible. Initially, he thoughtlessly bragged about taking up the task, but then started to think, They're actually doing a good job. Maybe I should follow them. And decided to handle things properly. But to Ian, it didn't seem like the vassals had changed their minds. I should have started making money with potatoes. Those who had ridiculed him when he presented miracles with his potato farming now suddenly changed their minds. Wouldn't anyone think it's suspicious? Ian wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Leah also had similar thoughts. Ian, there seems to be something going on. Yeah, it does seem like that. Since they were not skilled in poison arts, they couldn't know what they were thinking. They must be planning to embarrass me by inflating the event. They used unexpected methods. Rather than openly condemning, they chose to act sneakily. They supported the Day of Divine Slaughter event properly. It might seem like they were only doing good things for Ian, but no. They were definitely gaining something. This way, they can highlight the shortcomings of the event. By promoting indiscriminately, people naturally harbor high expectations. But what if the event's preparations were lacking? It could lead to a huge embarrassment. That's probably what they're aiming for. If the shortcomings become apparent, that will be something they can use against me. Normally, if an event fails, both the host and the participants would be criticized. However, if the guests were seen working hard, all blame would be directed at Ian. They probably want to provoke remarks that question my abilities. They want to increase the pressure while pretending to support. This was a truly despicable method. It would be difficult to criticize someone who appeared to be doing their job well. It's a pity to be in such a dire situation. If any flaws in the event are revealed, he'll be the one to bear all the criticism. However, Ian wasn't particularly bothered. Getting criticized like that is just part of the story if this event fails. If everything had been properly prepared, it would actually be beneficial. Ian looked at Leah with a faint smile. Is everything ready, Leah? Yeah. The materials for the programs are all completed, and Eri has inspected all the details, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for the equipment, I can't complain. The skills of our family's craftsmen are solid. Leah, smiling brightly, continued. The biggest hurdle was preparing the arena. Luckily, there was an old arena in our family's warehouse that was used in the Colosseum before. We were able to modify and install it just in time. It's sturdy, so there shouldn't be any problems. I thought it was gone, but it's still here. Hee hee. Father has a hobby of collecting antiques. Even if they seem useless on the surface, don't they say art is everywhere? So, he has accumulated quite a lot in the warehouse. I told him I'd take care of the things that are just taking up space anyway. Even if you're his child, it's not easy to bring items kept by the head of the family. Leah's father, Count Hurst, is a well-known figure in the Empire, notorious for being a bit of a child at heart. However, if it's a request from Leah, the youngest who receives the most affection, who could refuse? Thinking of her father, Leah smiled as if she had thought of something. Oh, right. My father showed considerable interest in this tournament. If he plans to continue, he mentioned wanting to sign a contract to sponsor the equipment. Then we'll have to wrap up this tournament well if we want to continue. Ian, showing a positive smile at Leah's suggestion, looked around. The dimly lit dome arena. The nobles seated there were engaged in various conversations. Will the knights appear again this time to demonstrate their swordsmanship? I guess it's because of the criticism about the weather from last time that they're doing it in this dome shape again. But they said this time might be a bit different. Let's wait and see if there's a new event. The nobles were thinking about what was to come. But Pendant kept his gaze fixed on the center in silence. Rather than listening to others and unnecessarily building up expectations, Pendant seemed to be genuinely feeling the new event prepared by the Volcanovs. Pendant began to move when the magic stones on the ceiling began to glow. Shoosh. The glowing stones on the ceiling all began to emit light. Wow! What in the world? When the majestic night sky appeared overhead, everyone inside the dome gasped in unison. Of course, it was artificially created, but it was so elaborate that it felt like they had transplanted the real night sky. And what appeared was not just the night sky. The ring where the matches would take place also became visible. As the light gathered to illuminate the ring, a well-dressed Shulkin stood on top of it. Thank you for waiting patiently. Now, let us begin the final segment of this Day of Divine Slaughter, the one-on-one event. One-on-one? As soon as Shulkin finished speaking, the dome arena erupted into excitement due to the introduction of this new event, the one-on-one. Reading the atmosphere, Shulkin continued explaining without being flustered. The one-on-one event is a bare-handed combat tournament where mana and weapons are not allowed. Matches proceed one-on-one, and except for minimal prohibitions like poking eyes or attacking vital points, any form of attack is permitted. If a participant becomes incapacitated or suffers severe injury, the referee will immediately stop the match and declare a winner. In addition, spectators can predict the outcome and place bets on players. The voting results are revealed just before the match begins, and those who voted for the player with fewer votes can earn money based on the odds. Of course, if your chosen player loses, you won't receive any money. Now, let's begin. As Shulkin finished speaking, a giant screen appeared in the air. Henry vs. Mertens, Neil vs. Heather, Thomas vs. Alan, Lucas vs. Samuel. The names of the players participating in this event appeared on the screen. At that moment, the nobles attending the event started predicting the winners by checking the players' physical information written on the sheets prepared by Erie. Surely Henry will win the first match, won't he? Look at his face, that beard looks quite formidable. Yes. This guy? Sitting there like a made-up story. How did he end up like that? Look here, Henry is not only shorter than Mertens by a whopping 19 centimeters but will likely be knocked down before even getting close. The nobles who had doubted the event were no longer to be seen. The new entertainment captured the attention of the nobles, who began to immerse themselves in predicting using all the knowledge they had. Watching them quietly, Bedon bowed his head deeply and clenched his fists tightly. Ian Volkanov. As his voice quietly reverberated throughout the arena, people fell silent. It seemed they realized that they shouldn't act recklessly given the prince's condition. The arena quickly fell silent, as if the entire place had been submerged in water. The silence was broken by none other than Bedon Narkana. How dare you? How could you create such an event? This is intolerable. Rising abruptly from his seat, Bedon pointed his index finger at Ian. With eyes wide open, he called over the guards next to him. Look here. Yes, Your Highness. The prince was furious. He was undoubtedly going to hold Ian Volkanov responsible. That was the sentiment echoing everywhere at that moment. Get the money right now. I will wager 2 billion valas on that young man called Samuel. Second Prince Bedon Narkana began to splurge money like a madman. Chapter 37, When It's Time to Get It Right. 1. Jane couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? It was successful? She had been certain that the event would fail, so hearing that it had succeeded was beyond her imagination. It wasn't that she hadn't considered the possibility, but she hadn't truly thought it would happen. It was more of a precaution. But had this absurd plan really succeeded? Startled, she jumped to her feet. The elderly vassal, his eyes twinkling, spoke up. Successful? It's not just successful, it's a massive success. Prince Bedon started by investing 2 billion valas the moment it kicked off. And that's not all. Other nobles are clamoring to invest in this tournament too. The word success fell short. Perhaps there had never been anyone in the Empire's history who achieved such business success. Unprecedented success. Ian's tournament had brought about such profound impacts. Now what are we to do? All we're doing is boosting Ian's momentum. Exactly. Didn't we have plans back then? Speak up now. What do we need to do to survive? Her anger had turned to desperation. She longed for answers, but sadly, all Jane could do was stare at his face. I never expected it to go this far. Jane bit her lip. It wasn't like she hadn't planned anything. She had been contemplating ways to involve the Holy Land of Edenria in case Ian succeeded. Edenria wouldn't view the tournament favorably, and pressuring Ian using them might have been feasible. But since Ian's unprecedented success in the tournament, those plans had become obsolete. Could other nations protest and dismantle a tournament supported by the prince? This is a disaster. She had never imagined such a level of success. Naturally, she hadn't prepared any plans for this. Her face darkened with the anticipation of failure. Is this the end? There was still some time left as she had anticipated. But with Ian's momentum rising so rapidly, staying idle might threaten her life. With resolve, Jane stood up. Look here. Mischief maid. Say something. Anything. Don't make a racket. Shut up. Jane, who was suppressing the breathing of the vassal who fluttered, decided to take off the mask she was wearing. Jane tossed aside her mask, realizing that this child's play had reached its end. I need to approach them. Swish. Clad in her cloak, Jane slipped out of the room, her footsteps silent. The body of the murdered vassal began to disappear, enveloped in magic. The tournament achieved tremendous success. The carefully selected athletes delivered top-notch performances. Nobles, captivated by their fierce battles, spared no expense. Of course, that's not the only reason. Many factors played into it. Oliver's dishes made from potatoes sold like hotcakes, as did the drinks. The arena, crafted by Leah and Erie, intensified the atmosphere. And that was the secret to making a lot of money. The heightened atmosphere gradually drew in more excitement, clouding the nobles' judgment. Nobles became so obsessed with predicting the winners to profit that they started using all sorts of superstitious methods. Of course, predicting the outcome using such unreliable methods was challenging. Consequently, many nobles lost considerable sums of money in this tournament. Of course, some made a fortune too. Ian looked at Bedon Narkana, who was grinning. Haha. It's been so long since I've seen such an entertaining match. It really gets the blood pumping. I was almost tempted to jump into the arena myself at the end. Bedon, who had initially invested a hefty sum of 2 billion valis, managed to predict all the winners and was now awaiting his rewards. It's fortunate that there were limits placed on the betting stakes. If not, they might have had to close the doors and declare bankruptcy. Luckily, Bedon had agreed to the betting limits, and that was that. Congratulations. Your Highness's insight truly seems to be the Empire's treasure. Ian had personally delivered the money bag to Bedon's room as a gesture of gratitude. Ian politely handed over the money bag, but Bedon waved his hand, shaking his head. I won't accept this money. Take it for yourself. You won't take it. What do you mean? I never intended to take the money in the first place. I put up the money as a token of gratitude for making this wonderful event happen. A token of gratitude? His words left Ian momentarily bewildered. It was true that when Bedon started placing bets, the nobles followed suit without hesitation. But what did he mean by putting up money as a token of gratitude? In that moment of thought, Ian recalled. Come to think of it, didn't Bedon's prediction slips change completely from what he initially submitted? Initially, Bedon had bet against the losing participants. Then, he limited his bets and switched them all to the side of the winners. Was that deliberate? It was not something easily believed. However, Bedon's method wasn't entirely strange. As someone in the prince's position, investing in favorable nobles could lead to political exchanges. A well-intentioned investment could also politically inconvenience those nobles. But if money was shifted to Ian in this way, anyone could invest without arousing suspicion. Well, it's not an entirely wrong method. Changing predictions midway could have been due to anticipating that I would personally step in and create such a situation. But still, why had he chosen this method with such confidence? That was the question. To use this method, one would have to know who would win, wouldn't they? If it were a problem with a predetermined answer, it would be different. But combat tournaments were sports where outcomes could change with minor variables. Even experts analyzing athletes scientifically couldn't predict the outcome of a match. No matter how you put it, predicting all of that and placing bets was nothing short of gambling. Bedon smiled knowingly when he saw that Ian was questioning his actions. Wondering what confidence drove me to do such a thing? No, Your Highness, I would never think such a thing. It's all right. Even I realize how absurd my actions were. Bedon chuckled and raised his right index finger to cover his eye. Ian. I've had keen eyes since I was young. Eyes, you say? Yeah. It's not that I have good eyesight. My eyes can see the ebb and flow of fortunes. I saw it this time too. It showed me what choices I should make for my own benefit. Bedon fully utilized this ability. By intentionally causing a commotion to draw attention, he created a position where he could dominate without being noticed by other nobles. While Ian understood Bedon's intentions, he didn't think it was a good method. Placing such a large sum of 2 billion valis could have incurred the wrath of the royal family. I understand your intentions, but you've pushed it too far. I'm worried that His Highness might be reprimanded because of this incident. You don't need to worry about that. I've always hoped for a revival by participating in events like this. Putting up 2 billion was to show how much I care about combat. Ian didn't argue further and simply put the money back. If he continued to worry after being told it was fine, he might end up annoying the prince. Ian casually set the money bag on the ground. It's the same with Eri and Bedon. Everyone in the imperial family drives me crazy. He had thoughtlessly assumed they were wasting money, but everything had been intentional. They even possessed special abilities, as evidenced by Bedon's unique eyes. Indeed, they must be true descendants of the imperial bloodline. Actually, if you think about it, the people in the imperial family were all extraordinary beings. I wonder if the sacred imperial blood really exists, because the current emperor's children are all born with crazy talents. The question lingered, did the sacred bloodline of the royals truly exist, given that every child of the current emperor was born with exceptional talents? Regarding the youngest, Anya Arcana, although Ian hadn't seen her yet, she was likely to possess special abilities too. I thought Bedon had no talent. Bedon was a character with little presence even in the original work, always seen being bested by Eri and saying things like I can't help it, I'm just unlucky this time. So of course I thought he was an idiot. But looking at it again, it was completely different. Bedon, too, proved that he possessed extraordinary abilities by being part of the royal bloodline. His ability to read the flow of fate was truly remarkable. Knowing this fact, Ian's curiosity was once again piqued. With such abilities, why is Bedon on the verge of death in the struggle for the throne? In Ian's opinion, it was no exaggeration to say that Bedon's ability was the best in the world. If the flow of success and failure is visible, does that mean one never truly fails? Of course, even if Eri possesses exceptional talent. It meant nothing compared to Bedon. Why waste such talent? Ian couldn't fathom it at all. Was Ian's emotion evident in his expression? Bedon sipped his tea and smiled contentedly. Curious, are you? With eyes like mine, why haven't I become the crown prince yet? That's not it. Oh, come on. As they say, the expression is the mirror reflecting one's emotions. It shows well what you think of me, doesn't it? Despite potentially feeling bad, Bedon led the conversation with a smug smile. I'd like to tell you everything if I could. But it's not the time yet. So, hold your words. I'll tell you one thing. After straightening his attire, Bedon sipped his tea again. My siblings have never opposed each other, not even once. That's still the case now. What do you think? Does that satisfy your curiosity? With that, Bedon rose from his seat. Oh, right. I looked around the Volcanov family during this event. There was something suspicious. It seems like the greed is swallowing the family. Humans tainted by greed can't fully utilize their abilities and eventually break down. You should know what to do from here. The Empire earnestly wishes for the prosperity of the Volcanov family. Leaving those words behind, Bedon slowly left the room. Ian gazed slowly at Bedon Arcana's departing figure. He couldn't even bid him farewell. He just stared blankly. Simply mulling over Bedon's words brought about a whirlwind of thoughts. Bedon and Erzsébet have never competed? Was I mistaken all this time? Ian thought Erzsébet and Bedon were engaged in political strife akin to a battle for the throne. But that wasn't the case. Come to think of it, Eri has never gossiped to me about Bedon. Wouldn't it be inevitable to criticize Bedon to make Ian align with her? Yet Eri rarely mentioned Bedon negatively. Ian had simply judged Bedon independently as a bad person. Was it all a misunderstanding? Even thinking back, Ian was astounded. Who could have known such details were concealed? Of course, the curiosity about Bedon still lingered. If there was no opposition, why continue the battle for the throne? Nevertheless, Ian decided to think slowly. He should be grateful just for learning this fact. As he thought so, it was the moment he was about to grab his bag. Ping. The device in his pocket rang. Exhaling, Ian checked the message with his money bag on the desk. I couldn't say one more thing, so I had to inform you via text. There's a gift prepared in your room. I hope you'll use it well. Consider it a reward for showing a good match, Second Prince Bedon Arcana more than this money. Upon reading the message, Ian grabbed his bag and rushed to his room as if mad. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't understand the extent of the Second Prince. From wagering 2 billion values to the bombshell of never having opposed Eri, now he's giving a new gift. He didn't predict what it could be. Instead of pondering, it would be easier to see what Bedon had prepared. Huh. Ian grabbed the doorknob, took a deep breath, and steeled himself. Click. He forcefully swung open the closed door. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but be surprised. Bedon is insane. Wow. Ian, what on earth is this? Ian's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he looked at Bedon's gift placed in the room. Chapter 38, When It's Time to Get It Right, 2. The items in the room were large chests, 3 of them, to be exact. However, it wasn't the chests that surprised him. It was precisely what was contained inside them. This is... Ian's eyes sparkled as he picked up the orange stone contained within the chest. Whether aware of his anxious heart or not, the orange stone emitted a brilliant glow. Sunstone? Sunstone? What's that? Is it something good? Yeah, it's good. It's an extremely rare item. In response to Neltlian's words, Ian continued to fiddle with the Sunstone. The Sunstone is a stone that comes from Sky Peak, the highest mountain in the Empire. Sky Peak. An item obtained from the lake at the summit of that place, known to be so high it touches the sky. The lake bottom was scattered with stones soaked with mana. Among them, the stones with the highest quality were given the name Sunstone. What Ian held in his hand was precisely that. Smiling as if in disbelief at the mana harbored by the Sunstone. It's not comparable to the origin jewel I obtained before, but it's still an item that requires a lot of money to acquire. The situation of obtaining so many of those stones to fill 3 chests was astonishing. Of course, all the stones from Sky Peak are managed by the royal family. Could it really be common sense to give so much? Roughly estimated, if he were to consume all these stones, it would produce an effect similar to consuming the origin jewel. This realization filled Ian's heart. What was even more annoying was the laughter coming from outside the window. Ha ha ha. What a bright day. Can it get any better than this? Ha ha ha. Bedon, visible outside the window, was laughing heartily as he climbed into the carriage. Surely by now, he must have identified the true nature of the gift and was doing such a thing. I should correct the misconception that Bedon was a decent guy. He's indeed crazy. He would have wanted to just throw it away. But he realized he couldn't. Ugh, it's your fault for this, considering your fate. Wasn't he the guy who got possessed by pushing in a driver that wasn't insulated enough for the PC even though the ancestors gave him a chance? Ian was well aware that life didn't flow as he wanted it to. Therefore, he knew he had to comply with the current situation. Well, I'll just eat what's given. It was given as a gift by the prince himself. Would there be a problem? If Pendant was a fool, he wouldn't know, but now that he knew he's a normal person, he didn't think using his gift would be a problem. Still, just in case, I should do what needs to be done. After saving the text message from Pendant as an important message, and backing it up, Ian sat Neltlian on the floor. Ian? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? You need to open your mouth, Neltlian. There's something I need to do. Yes. Open my mouth? Okay. When Neltlian puffed up his body and opened his mouth, Ian started pouring out sunstones from the chest. Whoosh! The precious stones were sucked into Neltlian's mouth. The sunstones that entered his stomach began to be absorbed into his body as mana. Eventually, when he had emptied all 3 chests, a new notification appeared before Ian. Neltlian has consumed an enormous amount of mana. Due to a large amount of experience, Neltlian has grown. Contractor, Ian Volkanov, also gains the same effect. Neltlian has grown and regained divinity. Although temporary, he can embody the role of the King of 1,000 Arms. Curse, Hatred of the Blade, curse removal 56%. Due to Pendant's gift, Neltlian achieved tremendous growth. Not only did his mana increase, but the curse removal, which had shown no signs of progress, also began to advance. However, Ian was only interested in one thing. Ian. I'm shining. This is amazing. How? This. Neltlian emitted an intimidating aura. It was the moment he regained a portion of his divinity. After completing the Day of Divine Slaughter event, Ian boarded a carriage heading to Ashland. The event was so large that there were still tasks to be concluded, but he couldn't stay longer as he had to go back to Ark for school. Nevertheless, since Eri has taken care of the big things, Oliver should be able to handle the rest. Even though it was a completely different task from his usual work related to agriculture, Oliver's abilities would likely suffice for handling simple matters. With the urgent issue resolved, Ian leaned back in his seat and shifted his gaze forward. In front of him were Leah, who was admiring the view outside the window, and Igor, who was sniffing and rubbing his nose upwards. Igor, scowling with arrogance, couldn't stand it any longer and opened his mouth. Ugh! Why is my nose so blocked today? Hey, Eri, can you give me a tissue or something? Here you go. With one hand holding onto his nose, Igor fumbled as Eri handed him a tissue. It was rather stiff and considerably narrow for a tissue. Was tissue always like this? He briefly wondered, but Igor decided not to dwell on it for now. It doesn't matter. Wasn't Eri a noble daughter? Being sensitive to trends and overflowing with sentiment even for seemingly useless items, she spared no expense as a noble woman. As such, she would likely use unique tissues, so Igor took the tissue handed to him by Eri toward his nose without any suspicion. And then he saw it. A Emperor's visage was printed on the tissue. The item Eri handed him wasn't a tissue. It was imperial currency. A 1,000 Valis banknote? With a bewildered expression, Igor looked at Eri while shaking the banknote in his hand. Hey! Didn't I ask for a tissue? We don't have tissues right now. But we have plenty of banknotes, so use that. You can bring it for cleaning later. Ugh! Realizing his mistake, Igor eventually handed the banknote back to her and roughly wiped his nose with his sleeve. No matter how urgent the situation, he couldn't blow his nose into the Emperor's face. Phew. Of course, seeing this made Eri laugh. Seeing her rare smile, Ian also smiled. Eri seems to be gradually adapting. Of course, if other people did something like this, they would be caught and punished for insulting the Emperor. But who could stop Eri when the Emperor is her father? Moreover, she probably didn't mean it sincerely. She likely wanted to demonstrate that they had grown to the point where she could use a 1,000 Valis bill without hesitation. Having worked hard so far and become wealthy through solo efforts, she probably wanted to indulge in that feeling for a while. Indeed, the family seems to have some flexibility now. Compared to the impoverished appearance of the Volcanovs until now, it was truly a remarkable development. However, the more he observed this, the more frustrated Ian felt inside. Having earned money because I didn't have any. Now I have to protect it from those who want to take it away. Pendant's last words still lingered in Ian's mind. He mentioned that the aura of greed surrounds the family. It was highly likely that the madness of the ancestors was due to that. Those who play with emotions could easily make people foolish. Of course, it's not common for demons to use their hands to destroy a family. But it's different for the Volkanov family. The Volkanovs were known as the Empire's protective shield. Some of it might be due to their connection. They were called a shield because if this place collapsed, the Empire would suffer immense losses. If the place that suppressed the barbarians disappeared, the damage would all fall on the Empire. The barbarians in the north will likely raise their troops, abandoning the cold lands and heading to the warm south. To prevent such a situation, the Volcanovs needed to remain strong. Ian had an obligation to prevent the family from falling apart. Now is the time to make things right. Various methods came to Ian's mind in an instant. He could either replace the current vassals with new ones or gradually replace them with competent vassals. Those were good methods, too. But would they do more than just extinguish the urgent fire? The hands of the demons had covered the family for a long time already. If he didn't eliminate the root cause, the same thing would happen again. Ultimately, there was only one solution. I need to eliminate the cause altogether. First, I need to provoke them. It seemed like he would have to prepare for another fight. Let's start a mock battle. As Ian finished his thoughts, he became engrossed in his thoughts. If there were those reaching out with black hands towards the family, what choice should be made? There are many ways, such as secretly investigating to find the cause and eliminating it, or classifying and removing those who are already beyond redemption. It might be aggressive, but the effect would be certain. At least it would buy time from their influence. But Ian chose a completely different approach. Thump. 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 Po. Po. Leaning against a training room wall, Ian watched Igor hitting the sandbag. He hadn't looked into the family's situation separately. He simply remained still. In a situation where the family was in danger, it might seem irresponsible to do nothing. However, in the current situation, this was the best course of action. In the first place, just because I moved doesn't mean I can do anything. Thanks to Pendant's help, the situation revealed that the key figure is affiliated with the Demon King of Greed. In such circumstances, would it truly be wise to act for the family's sake? Ian didn't think so. He believed it was much better to remain still and not move. Acting rashly without knowing anything can lead to more than one failure. In a situation where information was still lacking, moving recklessly would only invite greater trouble. Therefore, Ian stayed still. This way, he thought, the enemies would continue their activities thinking he hadn't caught on to the situation yet. The Demon King of Greed's goal is to ruin our family. He has already succeeded in his plans to some extent, even making Killen fall ill. In such a dire situation, he suddenly appeared and began to lift the crumbling family. Then, how will they move on that side? It's obvious. They'll try to eliminate me, the thorn in their side. Since their plan to ruin the family has failed, they will move more actively. Since they would move first anyway, there was no reason for Ian to act hastily once he knew that. Instead, it would be better to prepare step by step. Beda must also know that, so he gave me the sunstones to prepare for the upcoming fight. He knew that a fight would soon occur, and he must have prepared his items for his own growth. How many moves ahead did he predict? It's getting to the point where it's scary. Ian was lost in thought. Swoosh. Mr. Igor. Looks like you've been training hard? Using a spirit to create a sandbag, Eri sat down beside Ian. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, she looked straight ahead. Seeing you train so hard is somewhat inspiring. I trust in spirits and do nothing. In response to Eri's abrupt concern, Ian casually replied as if it were nothing. You don't need to worry about that. Just being able to use spirits is enough to prove your worth. I know, but on the other hand, it's a bit disappointing. It feels like I can't do anything without spirits. Can't do anything. Ian wanted to explain that being a spirit mage was a respectable profession, but he didn't think it would change Eri's mind. For now, it would be best to empathize and provide a solution. Having made up his mind, Ian looked at Eri. If you're that concerned, I can teach you some basic techniques for close combat. Techniques? Yeah. These are skills that can help you subdue enemies when they get close. He briefly thought about teaching Eri boxing, but that idea quickly passed. A spirit mage who punches seemed a bit strange. Fortunately, Ian knew a martial art that would suit Eri well. If you learn a few simple chokes, you'll be able to survive face-to-face encounters with enemies. Once she got used to it, she could use it effectively when facing enemies alone. With his decision made, Ian stood up and moved behind her. Let me show you. Moving behind Eri, Ian extended his arms and wrapped them around her neck. Eri seemed perplexed by the strange posture. As squad commander? Don't think strangely of this. It's just the way the technique works. Don't worry. You're not someone who would do strange things. I was just a little surprised. Saying this, Eri relaxed her stiff body and entrusted herself to Ian. It was at that moment, when they were about to delve into the technique. Thud. What was that? A sound came from the direction of the training room's door. Was someone watching? Thinking this, Ian quickly turned his head towards the door and saw. Blue hair? A woman with familiar blue hair was running away. Chapter 39, Celia's determination. While Ian ascended rapidly, earning people's respect, Celia was leading a considerably challenging life. It would be more accurate to say that she was troubled by the current situation. The declining grades and reputation were issues, but the biggest problem was that, despite Ian becoming the linchpin of the family, she felt as useless as a greenhouse plant. I'm powerless. It was shameful to acknowledge the burnout despite achieving nothing, and she desperately needed a space to soothe her heart. But the biggest problem was that Celia had no place where she could feel at ease. Celia remembered the dinner at her family home after a long time. Participating in the Day of Divine Slaughter event, returning home in the evening to her father, and spending time with her siblings accordingly. It was her mother who spoke in the desolate atmosphere. You've been through a lot on your journey, haven't you? Not particularly, there were many new events, and seeing the lively territory unlike before was refreshing. Oh, I see. Considering the critical condition of Lord Volkanov, I thought you might not focus on the event, but fortunately, it seems to have ended well. It did. More than well, actually. It was quite impressive. The food and the event management were all satisfactory. Her father's lavish praise for the event hosted by Volkanov. It felt awkward for Celia. I never expected father to say such things. What kind of person was her father? He always spoke kindly to his children but was ruthlessly objective in his assessments of others. Although Killen was a close friend, Ian was currently leading the family. Even if he was a friend's son, there was no reason to give a good evaluation in a first encounter without knowing his beliefs or thoughts. However, her father praised Ian. It seemed like honey dripping from his mouth. He seemed genuinely impressed. Although she couldn't remember exactly what she said amidst the excessive praise, one thing stuck in her mind. The one-on-one combat event you prepared was truly remarkable. It was astonishing. As soon as I saw it, I instructed the steward to invest 20 billion valis. If the competition were held in our territory, it would boost the morale of the residents who are bored here in Wagnoron. 20 billion valis? Did I hear that right? Her father's willingness to invest an enormous amount without hesitation was shocking. It was unlike him, always cautious about money matters and contemplating investments for days. Such a sudden investment decision left her speechless. If it ended there would be no problem. Ian was leading the family while she was idle. If she worked hard, she could raise the Wagnoran name. But unfortunately, Ian's success had a ripple effect on Celia. Her second sister, Ertelinda, who was listening to their father's words, commented while looking at her. It seems like a good decision, father. If that happens, we can attract many tourists to our territory. The only issue is whether they will host that competition for our family there. Oh right. Celia. Weren't you close with Ian when you were young? Why don't you try making an effort? Me? Her annoying second sister giggled and said that. Celia instantly knew that her sister brought this up to tease her, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to handle the situation. We're not close anymore. How do I even bring that up? How can she bring up such a story when they were on the verge of becoming lovers and have become almost like strangers? I can't. Eventually, Celia remained silent and had no choice but to focus on eating the food in front of her. She hoped her silence would shift the conversation, but it didn't go as she wanted. But the conversation did not go as Celia wanted. Celia, isn't your sister speaking? Well. Under her father's gaze, Celia finally had to confess. They were close in childhood, but not anymore. They weren't close enough to have intimate conversations. She told everything. Everything felt like exposing her flaws whenever she spoke. Knowing that if her father got angry, it would be unbearable, she had no choice. Thinking back on that time, Celia sighed deeply. Ugh, really? Recalling the bitter remarks from her father and siblings felt like her heart was about to burst. Every conversation at that time felt like a personal attack. But what hurt the most was the subdued remark her father made. He told me to wake up and surround myself with people who can be of help. Find helpful people and make friends. Did that mean the people around her now weren't helpful? It felt unfair to Celia. Merely hearing it made her feel like she was playing with street ruffians. Of course, Ariel's party members don't have good backgrounds. But it doesn't mean it has to be put that way. From commoners to fallen nobles. It was a truly amazing lineup that was surprising for those who had a deep relationship with the daughter of a duke of the empire. But Celia valued their inner character and skills more than their backgrounds. And Ariel is a hero. She's loved in the Volkanov family as their cherished daughter. I thought maybe if I accompanied her, father would praise me too. She believed that if she traveled with Ariel, who was practically a treasure of the empire, her father would praise her as well. She had thought it possible to earn her long-awaited father's approval. However, her father didn't see it that way. Each time she proudly spoke of her acquaintance with the hero. Because her father always disapproved of her. He's always been like that. It's always Ian. Ian. Even when Ian didn't receive recognition from the Volcanovs or made a big mistake in the hero party, her father always protected and defended him. He's not the kind of child to hear that kind of evaluation. He must have had his reasons for doing what he did, her father would say. Was that even a valid argument? Why did her father rate Ian higher than Ariel, the hero? Celia couldn't understand it at all. But what truly drove her mad was that her father was probably right. Compared to Ariel, who was stagnant, Ian was continually rising in esteem. So given this situation, Celia had no choice but to swallow her pride. Having not gained favor with those who had passed due to her sickly body as a child, further rebellion was out of the question. To survive with the family's support in the future, she needed to make a good impression on her father now. That was the reason. It must be here. The reason she had been running around was to find Ian. Wiping away the beads of sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief, Celia took a deep breath. If he's not here, I don't know where else to go. Having searched high and low to find Ian, she finally arrived at the last place, the training ground. Knowing how dedicated Ian was to his training, Celia was confident he would be here. Opening the door to the training ground, she bypassed the usual fitness and sparring rooms and ventured further inside. Ian usually used the self-training room, right? There were places with scarecrows and various training systems, but for some reason, Ian insisted on the empty training room. She didn't understand why he wouldn't use the state-of-the-art magic engineering training systems, but she decided not to meddle. That wasn't the important thing, after all. Thump, thump. Her footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. At the end of the corridor was the well-lit first self-training room. Ian must surely be in there. What should I say? As she contemplated such trivial concerns, she found herself right in front of the entrance to the training ground. Having made up her mind, Celia peeked inside through a small crack. Yes. First, I need to see if Ian is here. Wouldn't she be embarrassed if she opened the door and walked in and saw a complete stranger? As she was thinking that, she gently raised her head. Gasp. What she saw was Ian embracing a blonde woman from behind. What? Why is Ian hugging another woman? She couldn't believe it. Ian, who was always indifferent to romance, was embracing someone. Though they weren't on good terms right now, Celia, who had been with Ian since childhood, believed she knew him well. That's why the current situation was even more perplexing to her. In her memory, Ian was definitely not someone who would embrace anyone. Of course, embracing someone of the opposite sex wasn't inherently wrong. Art did not place any restrictions on romantic relationships between students, and dating was an individual's freedom. In other words, whoever Ian was dating or embracing shouldn't be an issue. However, Celia had her reasons for reacting strongly. Why does seeing that hurt so much? She clenched her chest. Even if her uniform got wrinkled, she couldn't bear the pain without doing this. Ian. Why are you embracing her like that? Ian had always been by her side since childhood. Both lacking friends, they shared the commonality of loneliness and filled each other's voids. They were always together in sadness and joy. The first time they held hands was with Ian, and he was also the first to confess his feelings from the heart. That's why Celia always thought of herself as first in Ian's eyes. Now that they were estranged, it didn't matter anymore. However, she still thought he missed her. Didn't he save her just a while ago? If she had truly washed away her feelings, she would have let it go and moved on. Surely, Ian had saved her. But why is he? Was it all just a misunderstanding? Was she now nothing to Ian? A sharp pain pierced her chest, dominating her body and mind. Of course, she knew she was being hypocritical. After all, she was the one who had abandoned him. How foolish she must be to come and be disappointed in Ian. I know. It's shameless and immature. But seeing that scene made her heart ache uncontrollably. Even though their relationship had crumbled, Celia believed it wasn't too late. The spark hadn't extinguished yet. With effort, she thought they could reignite the flames. She still believed there was a chance. If she could mend her heart now and approach him, she considered reconstructing their relationship not impossible. Wasn't it like that? Did you really erase me? Seeing him embrace the blonde woman shattered her thoughts. In that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before Celia's eyes. As squad commander? Don't think strangely of this. It's just the way the technique works. Don't worry. You're not someone who would do strange things. I was just a little surprised. She couldn't believe it. She wished the scene unfolding before her was a dream. To wake up from this nightmare, she even bit her tongue as hard as she could. But all that remained was the emptiness and pain of feeling like nothing to Ian. Simultaneously, jealousy began to bloom in Celia's heart. Simultaneously, Celia's eyes flashed. I can't stay like this. I have to. She had to approach him. How painful it had been to see him petted by the princess during her convalescence. Even though she, as a duke's daughter, had no means to touch a princess-level woman herself, she thought she could easily resolve the problem with the woman currently in Ian's arms. Surely, that was Eri Everhart. A self-made noble lady. Compared to that, wasn't she the daughter of a duke and a spear master? Compared to her, wasn't she from the Wignoran family, a noble family? That meant she wasn't someone a self-made noble lady like Eri Everhart could overlook. If she actively approached Ian, she was sure to have a chance. Yes. I can make sure that woman isn't even worth looking at. In the end, Celia made a resolution. She would take Ian away from that woman and restore their relationship. She believed in herself. After all, she knew Ian well. The problem now was how to approach him. What should I do? There were many methods, but the best one would probably be to offer assistance and create an opportunity to sincerely apologize. In the past, she would have approached him by acknowledging the difficult situation of their family and offering help. No, that's impossible. With the potato business, the Volcanovs had risen again, and wasn't Ian the one who had completely raised their stock? Now, approaching them with capital, when money wasn't a concern for them, would be foolish. Then, should I aim for that? Celia recalled a memory of eavesdropping on a discussion among the family elders. She remembered sneaking into the council chamber to personally apologize for the disturbance at mealtime. Luckily, she overheard her father discussing with others. Surely, the momentum of the barbarians is concerning. Because of this, the royal family instructed our house to support Volkanov. If they were to subdue them, they would require many resources. While individually, the barbarians weren't powerful, their numbers were difficult for Volkanov to handle. That's right. Moreover, I heard the Lord is in grave danger. Killen, the Empire's master, was fighting an illness. Of course, Ian and Ariel were still around, but they alone couldn't fill Killen's void. What if I help out? Given the shortage of troops, if she were to lend support, couldn't they achieve a favorable outcome? If she were to play a significant role in subduing the barbarians, it wouldn't be difficult to mend their strained relationship. Yes, let's give it a try. Ian must be struggling too. With that thought, Celia gripped her spear. To be of assistance to Ian, she needed to improve her skills. Chapter 40, If You Can Stop It, Stop It. 1. Jane, who had escaped, moved her feet to the headquarters of the demons in Astelgia. Originally, the plan was to slowly dismantle the Volkanov family, but there was no more time to spare. I didn't expect them to revive the family so quickly. Even meticulously chewing her guiltless lips couldn't calm her anger. How much time had she spent to destroy the family? She had approached Letitia deliberately to deal with Killen Volkanov, a master of the Empire. It had been nearly 10 years dedicated to this operation. Her efforts were not in vain, and indeed, Volkanov was on the brink of self-destruction. But that bastard ruined everything. Ian, that bastard. However, an unexpected obstacle had ruined everything. After working so hard to bring down the family, he was restoring its status with a potato business. Having corrupted the vassals, Ian had navigated this situation with his own recruits. It was almost maddening. What made Jane even more frustrated was Ian's successful strategy after the failed attempt. At that moment, she wanted to abandon everything and run away. It was the worst day for Jane. No. I must stay calm. Despite the collapse of her painstakingly built plans, Jane endured. Even if it was all in vain, how could she fail at the last moment? Tack, tack. Jane silently walked into the temple. At the end of the path, a man leaned against a wall. A man with blonde hair and elegant attire emitting an aura of nobility. Seeing him, Jane furrowed her brow, and the man smiled, showing his teeth. It's been a while. Nice to see you. Oh. Isn't this a situation where we can exchange greetings? If you're going to say something disrespectful, shut up. Are you here to mock me? Mock you? Every time I see you, I think. How about fixing that temper of yours? Jane. No, Asmodeus. Humphrey. You money-obsessed magpie. You've mastered teasing. Jane frowned at the man's sneer and summoned her magic. Crack. Her body began to transform strangely. Her skin started to ripple like a reptile shedding its skin, and her back leather squirmed. Huff. Once the transformation was complete, there was no trace of her human form. Horns of a ram, wings of a giant bat, and finally a tail. As Asmodeus revealed her true form, the corners of her mouth curved. After disguising as a human to approach Lady Volkanov, are you done with that hobby? Well, I thought that appearance suited you better than the tidy attire of a maid. Stop scratching at my nerves, Mammon. Just kidding. I wanted to lighten the mood since you seemed upset. You shouldn't get angry at this. Watching Mammon smile smugly, Asmodeus clenched her fists. Even in this situation, he's playing around. Does that guy have no sense? The situation is not good. The plan to bring down Volkanov from within has failed. It seems we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Taking matters into our hands. I expected this since there seemed to be no further progress. But is there a reason to act now? What do you mean? Are you here to dissuade me? Staring down the growling Asmodeus, Mammon smiled slyly. Looking out beyond the hall where she had been, Mammon surveyed the landscape of Astelgia. Building a tower on unstable ground is as foolish as it gets. Isn't that exactly our situation now? I've heard that your followers are also not in a good state. Mammon always valued thorough preparation. Knowing that Asmodeus' followers, the barbarians from the north, were grumbling, Mammon wasn't rash enough to prepare for war. Looking at her expectantly for a response, Asmodeus confidently spoke up. Don't worry about that. Their state doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter? We never intended to entrust critical tasks to barbarians. They're not as capable as knights of the family like Ian nor Ariel. Since they never had high expectations, they never considered giving them significant roles. Their goal was merely to cause chaos for Volkanov and use them as sacrifices in similar situations. Don't worry. Everything is prepared. I see. Nodding at Mammon's confident gaze, Asmodeus agreed. Indeed. If we leave Volkanov alone as you say, things might become uncontrollable. It might be better to handle it now. Then prepare as quickly as possible. The more we delay, the more Ian might grow. I'm not worried about that. However, it won't just be the two of us, Gluttony will be involved as well. The Demon King of Gluttony. What are you talking about? To think Gluttony would be involved too? Asmodeus widened his eyes at this unfamiliar story. Having one more major demon might be good, but that was a story for when fighting in the demon realm. Interfering in the mortal realm was an entirely different matter. If Gluttony gets involved too. Even if it's just two, if three intervene in the mortal realm, the constraints will be severe. Even if we sacrifice all our followers, we won't be able to unleash even a tenth of our true power. Just as humans couldn't fully utilize their abilities in Astelgia, demons couldn't exert their power in areas not under the demon god's rule. Surely they knew this, so why say such things? Intervening with minimal constraints is the limit for two. Surely you know that? Asmodeus looked at Mammon as if asking for an explanation, but Mammon didn't give a proper answer. Instead, he gestured. Swish. Mammon's hand beckoned lightly as if to say come here. Asmodeus turned his head, wondering what was happening. Thump. Oof. A magical arm pierced through her abdomen. A strangely misshapen hand covered in magic. Although concealed by magic, by memory, it was undoubtedly the hand of Beelzebub, the Demon King of Gluttony. Did he just attack her? Why would you? Asmodeus, now collapsed on the ground, stared blankly at Mammon. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand. Why would Mammon attack her when they needed to focus on dealing with Ian Volkanov? She wanted an answer, but Mammon remained silent. With a sly smile, he lowered himself to her eye level. Mammon chuckled, stroking her cheek gently as she grew weaker. You won't understand. Do you wonder why Gluttony and I want you dead? Mammon. Curious about the reason? It's simple. You're useless. Asmodeus had recently lost her closest aide, Lilith. Of course, that alone wasn't the problem. Even though Lilith was a pivotal figure in her army, she was still a demon king. The problem lay in the nature of her power. Your power comes from your followers blindly following you. But aren't they in disarray now? For her, managing the state of her followers was crucial as they were the source of her power. Could she draw strength from scattered savages? Especially in a situation constrained by intervening in the mortal realm? Even if I take you, there's no reason to take baggage like you. Wouldn't it be more rational to join forces with Beelzebub, the Demon King of Appetite, rather than her, who was of no help? As Asmodeus listened to the truth, her murderous intent flared up, intensely. Mammon's eyes, dark and full of contempt, furrowed. You want to kill me over that? Answer me, Mammon. Of course, that's not all. The second reason is your conduct. My conduct? There was no playfulness left in Mammon's face as he looked down at her. His eyes were filled with disgust as he crushed her skull underfoot. Thud. Ah. You've always been arrogant. I granted you authority to deal with Volkanov personally, but you failed. Can't even manage one human properly, can you? There was nothing about her that he liked. He hated seeing her say this and that when she couldn't do anything on her own, and he hated seeing her keep the Demon King of Sloth in check and interfering, understanding her role. A despicable woman. Mammon knew the nature of such individuals well. He knew that he couldn't let those who put spoons on the dinner table do as they pleased. That was why. When you killed a woman named Jane and stole her identity, causing the downfall of her family. If you hadn't done that, this wouldn't have happened. It's all because of your actions. Eat her up, Beelzebub. No. Stop. Don't come. Sensing imminent death, Asmodeus tried to crawl away, but Mammon wasn't a merciful figure who would spare her. Crunch. Arg. A giant mouth formed of demonic magic swallowed her whole, silencing Asmodeus. It's my first time eating a greater demon, but it feels quite exhilarating. Beelzebub wiped the blood from his hands, reveling in the surge of magic spreading through his body. By summoning a demon's mouth with his power, Beelzebub could absorb some of the strength of the swallowed target. In other words, Beelzebub had now absorbed even Asmodeus's power. Although it was a deteriorated version, he could still use the power she used. So, Mammon, what's the next plan? Are we proceeding with an immediate attack as she suggested? Yes. Originally, I planned to watch them destroy themselves, but that's no longer an option. I'm already prepared. Since I've absorbed Asmodeus's power as well. Even though she was rotten, she was able to ascend to the position of the Demon King. Her magical energy was truly enormous. Having absorbed her magic entirely, the constraints imposed might be significant, but the power gain would be substantial. If we were to categorize within human terms, I could wield power akin to an expert or even a master. With two such demons in play, they had nothing to fear. With this level of strength, dealing with this Ian character shouldn't be too difficult. While we're at it, wouldn't it be wise to handle the hero too? I understand your excitement, but we mustn't let our guard down. Ian is no ordinary foe. I know. If he took care of Lilith, he's not to be underestimated. Naturally, we'll stay vigilant. Beelzebub understood the importance of this opportunity. If they left Ian Volkanov, who was rapidly growing in power, unattended, he could pose a significant threat to the demon realm. They were fully prepared to confront such an adversary. Confident, Beelzebub folded his arms and glanced at Mammon. Shall we send the barbarians? That would be wise. Their condition isn't ideal, but with their numbers, a sudden attack across the mountains should suffice to sow chaos. Exploiting the confusion among Volkanov's vigilant forces during an unexpected assault would be their strategy. Surely Ian Volkanov won't just sit idle as before. Whether he's careless or not, we'll witness significant losses. As Mammon contemplated the plan, he felt an exhilarating sensation coursing through him. The thought of being able to eliminate Ian immediately was intoxicating. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 4 days had passed swiftly. During this time, Ian patiently relived his school days, taking it easy. It's been comfortable. I did nothing but wait. Normally, he would train whenever he had spare time, but this time, he refrained. He spent his time at Ark, observing Igor's activities and refraining from personal training. To an outside observer, Ian might have appeared lazy, having become accustomed to idleness. Of course, Ian wasn't actually becoming lazy. There were reasons for his inactivity. Knowing that Ark's influence extends, I can't openly prepare. Ark was not a safe haven that protected against external forces. Just recently, weren't there minds disguised as heretics? In a situation where they could be lurking, I can't afford to train. They were always watching him, and training recklessly might expose his intentions to the demons. Can't train, can't stay idle. It was a frustrating situation, but fortunately, there was a way out. Ian gazed at the translucent window that appeared before him. You have received your 10th challenge reward, skill. Enhanced low AIS, blocking enemy attacks and reflecting them back simultaneously. Have I already fought this much with Alex Volkanov? Having been unable to access the training grounds, Ian actively used the simulated battles and had already achieved the 10th challenge reward. Reaching the 10th challenge is also a good thing. The biggest achievement is that I can now fight against Alex. The sunstones gifted by Bedon had been a tremendous help. As seen from the notification that Neltlian had partially recovered his divinity, Ian had grown tremendously. Not only did the amount of available mana increase, but he could now summon multiple arms. Perhaps thanks to that, I am now strong enough to aim for victory over Alex. Compared to celebrating a single injury, this growth was significant. Of course, I'm still not accustomed to Neltlian's enhanced power, so I can't fully utilize my true strength yet. But I see potential. It was expected that if they conducted a couple more simulated battles, they could anticipate good results. Well, then all that's left is to spend this leisurely time engaging in mock battles. At first, Ian thought casually attending Ark would be comfortable, but trying it out revealed it wasn't all that easy. I thought these guys were crazy. Ian recalled the students who had crowded the hallways. Rumors spread so quickly that news of his event had rapidly reached the world of nobles. Students who normally wouldn't engage in conversation would gather around, asking when the next event would be held. My father is interested in investing. Do you have any plans? Are you thinking of hosting the next event in another territory? And similar questions were raised. Some even asked if they could participate as competitors. True to Ark's principles of non-discrimination, there were commoners among the students, and some would discreetly approach to chat. If you came all the way to Ark, shouldn't you study hard to become a bureaucrat or join the military? What's with those wanting to participate in fighting competitions? They were individuals who, despite their parents struggling to afford tuition, would make remarks that stabbed at their efforts. Ian decided not to view them negatively. After all, weren't they all human? Seeing those who competed for significant prizes naturally sparked ambition. Well, they probably didn't mean any harm. It was reasonable to assume that the event's success would attract considerable interest. And now their attention has shifted elsewhere. Glancing out the window, Ian saw students crowded around the notice board in front of the main building. Hey! If you're done, step back. Why are you still crowding the front? We want to see too. Are you the only ones allowed to see? Recently, students had gathered to check the results of their midterm exams. Of course, Ian had already used erase spirits to check his grades, so he could avoid being part of that crowd. With an overall grade of A+, unless something special happens, I should secure the top spot again this semester. Classes that would affect his grades were over. Now, all that remained was waiting for the month-long vacation. Usually, this is the perfect time for something to happen. When will the bait be taken? Dealing with enemies during vacation was unpleasant, but it beat fighting them while managing school life. Because of this, Ian had hoped that the demons would attack as soon as possible. Had Ian's wish reached the heavens? Ding. Once again, his device began to buzz. Checking the message, Ian smirked. It seems the northern barbarians are getting restless. According to the mountain border guards, they're preparing to cross the range. You should return to the family estate soon. I've also sent a message to Ariel, Viscount Shulkin. Here it comes. Chapter 41, If You Can Stop It, Stop It. 2, An outpost in the rugged mountains. Ferrando of the Northern Winds Lions Knights on border duty let out a deep sigh. Ugh. This was really boring. It had been 2 years since Ferrando joined the Northern Winds Lions Knights of the Volcanov family, but he still couldn't adapt to border duty. Initially, he had been delighted to think he could work while seeing this kind of scenery. Now, however, he felt nothing but disgust. What was I thinking back then, to enjoy seeing this kind of scenery? Looking back, he had been quite naive. He used to marvel at the snow falling from the sky and had vowed to sacrifice himself for the empire filled with patriotism. Such nonsense. Of course, that was no longer possible. The harsh life within the strictly hierarchical Knight Order had numbed Ferrando. Even the breathtaking scenery failed to evoke any exhilaration in him anymore. He simply wondered when this time would end. This guy will probably end up like that too. Ferrando glanced at his subordinate, Dove, who was standing awkwardly beside him. Dove, do you find this scenery beautiful? Oh, it's absolutely stunning. I wish I could show it to my mother back home. Your mother's got bad joints. How could you drag her here to these mountains? You're such an unfilial son. I'm sorry. I didn't think about it. Ferrando smirked as he looked at Dove shouting rigidly with eyes fixed ahead. He knew he was being cruel. But what choice did he have? If he didn't do such things, time would crawl by even slower. Frankly speaking, engaging in meaningless conversations like this was better than sitting in silence with his unapproachable senior. Using his sword as a support, Ferrando lay back comfortably and addressed Dove. Dove, do you have any interesting stories? Interesting stories, sir? Yeah. Just say anything. I'm dying of boredom. Sir Ferrando, who do you think would win if 100 grandmothers fought the Knight Commander? What? Surprised by Dove's unexpected question, Ferrando sat up straight and stared at him. Who asks such a crazy question when he asked for an interesting story? He wanted to throttle him on the spot, but Ferrando held back. Dove probably didn't know any better. Don't ever say things like that again. And what's with 100 grandmothers? The Knight Commander could kill them all with one strike. Well, that may be true, but what if the grandmothers were under a berserker buff? Imagine them charging like mad. Like ghouls. Wouldn't the Knight Commander be scared? Then just call them ghouls from the start. And do you even know who the Knight Commander used to be? He's the one who took down a ghoul and rose to his current position. Would someone like that be afraid of crazy grandmothers? I apologize. It was my mistake. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Dove bowed his head deeply. This guy is unbelievable. In situations like this, the correct response would be to scold him firmly and move on. But Ferrando decided against it. Firstly, being too strict would only crush the morale of this inexperienced recruit further. Besides, aren't higher-ups considered enemies by the Knights? No one will hear him anyway. If they kept it a secret between the two of them, nothing would happen. Okay, just don't do this to other people. After making his decision, he looked at Dove. Yeah, just let it go this time. Don't do it again. Understood. I'll remember. Good. Oh. By the way, Who's on duty today? Duty, sir? It's Commander Ulcan. The name Ulcan made Ferrando's head ache. Ulcan? Ugh. Does that guy have no family? He's already married and still pulling duty on days like this. Still, isn't Vice Commander Ulcan admirable? He's so disciplined. Whatever. You'll see soon enough. People like Commander Ulcan are the most exhausted. Just when you want to rest, he'll talk about sunstroke or something. Well, before we entered the mountain borders, he did say he would bring out equipment from the kids' storeroom. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Do you know why the guys on break hate Commander Ulcan? Scratching his head, Ferrando thought for a moment before smirking. Well, at least after our duty, the kids will have finished cleaning up. Isn't that nice? Right, Dove? He waited, but Dove didn't answer. What was he thinking, he wondered, as he turned his head. Dove? He looked up to see his successor, who had just been smiling foolishly, lying dead with an arrow in his head. What the? Although he hadn't been fully focused on guard duty, Ferrando hadn't been careless enough to miss a flying arrow. There was no sign of anything. He hadn't heard a sound. He couldn't figure anything out. Who had shot the arrow that took Dove's life? And had someone deliberately aimed the arrow to avoid his senses? But one thing was certain. There's a master beyond my league. There were enemies nearby against whom he couldn't win even at the cost of his life. Carefully placing Dove's cold body on the ground, Ferrando turned his head toward the window. With trembling hands, he wiped away the frost on the window. Only then did he see. Quag-wag-wag-wah. Countless armies pouring down from afar. It almost looked like an avalanche. Ferrando trusted his intuition. Enemies. This was the moment when Volcanov was in danger. The Volcanov invasion was not a difficult task for the barbarians. For them, the Kiklan land was as good as their own backyard. Having lived off hunting for food, most warriors were adept at concealing their presence. The techniques passed down since the ancestors' time had evolved over a long period. Present-day Kiklan warriors had reached a level where cutting a person's throat in the mountains was nothing. Thanks to that. Stop them. Stop them at all costs. Requesting reinforcements. Arg. Kill them. Drink the blood of these feeble imperialists. The Northern Wind's Lions Knights guarding the mountains crumbled without resistance. The unexpected attack had thrown the knights into disarray. It was insufficient to stop the advancing barbarians quickly. Watching the knights being killed by Kiklan warriors, the warlord Kotal smiled. We've reached the summit of the mountains now. The difficult part is over. Below his gaze lay a small village gathered at the foot of the mountains. Before long, they would be able to occupy that place, offering the blood and skins of feeble empire folk to the sky. A satisfying situation. However, Kotal didn't let his guard down. Before the knights can replenish their numbers, it would be best to consume the village. Lucky to have reclaimed the mountaintop, the condition of the warriors was not good. A recent epidemic in the village had made the warriors sick. In such a situation, it would be right for the warriors' condition to improve and engage in combat. But Kotal couldn't make that choice. He remembered the words that had come from the lips of the tribe's prophet, Katrina. Our God has commanded us. It's time to make those who drove us out of Kiklan and spread the epidemic pay the price. The great God promised prosperity to the Kiklan people if their blood and flesh were taken and sacrificed. Offering their blood and flesh, Kotal knew how noble it was to follow the commandments of heaven, so he had to bring down Volcanov by any means necessary. That's why. Amidst the fierce snowstorm, he had gathered the warriors. After organizing the knights, Kotal gathered the warriors in the relatively flat area. The gaze of the villagers surrounding him was directed at the human kneeling beside him. Satisfied as he looked into the eyes filled with fear, Kotal raised his axe and shouted. That man's name is Ulcan. He's the vice commander of our sworn enemies, the knights. Ah! Kill him. Cut his throat. A fierce scream engulfed the mountains. Was this the cry of a human burning in the fires of hell? Good. This was exactly what Kotal wanted. Blind rage. The sick villagers weren't in perfect condition, and their morale was at rock bottom, so the rage against the Empire folks would boost their enthusiasm. Taking his eyes off Ulcan, Kotal looked at the warriors staring at him and shouted. The ones who drove us into this cold and rugged area are right here. I will slaughter them. With the blood and skin of these feeble Empire folk, I will soothe the anguish of our ancestors. Woo. As he finished speaking, the warriors' hearts began to burn. Continuously nodding his head with satisfaction, Kotal, with his axe raised, approached Ulcan, who had become the scapegoat. Looking at him covered in blood, Kotal bared his teeth. Oh feeble knight of the Empire. I'll grant you mercy personally. If you hand over information about the knights, I'll send you off without pain. Otherwise, you could bring someone named Dion here, just as that bastard Pendant did to you. Kotal, speaking fluently in the Imperial language, waved the severed hand in front of Vulcan. It was Ferrando's arm, cut off after urgent support was requested and Ferrando lost his life. They said you would save them. Vulcan gritted his teeth as he looked at the barbarian who smiled wickedly. Killing his men and begging for his life from those who carried out the raid? That cannot happen. It would be a betrayal of the Emperor's benevolence, and surrendering to those less worthy who didn't value life was not something his pride would allow. Would I beg from savages who know nothing about even the minimal respect for the dead? Just kill me. I'll curse you in hell for the rest of your lives. What? Is your head okay? Do my words sound like a joke to you? That's what I want to say. Do you think I'll call Master Rian? Nonsense. Even if you kill me, things won't go the way you want. Haha. Very well. Let's see if you can keep spouting that nonsense even without one arm. He was willing to send Vulcan off without suffering if he provided the desired answers. But if Vulcan resisted like this, there was no reason to show mercy. If he could, he would send him off in the most painful way possible. Lie down. Thunk. Gah. As Kotal raised the massive axe, the tribal warriors knocked Vulcan to the ground and pulled one of his arms out. Ugh. The pale white arm exposed in the icy glare. Now all that remained was to swing the axe down on the arm. There was no hesitation. The moment he uttered the insult, any thought of leniency had long disappeared. With eyes wide open, Kotal swung the axe. Let's start with the left first. Swish. At an unbelievable speed for such a massive weapon, the axe descended, tearing through the air. Now, the arm would be severed, and blood would spurt. It was the moment of exhilaration, surrendering to the thrill. Thunk. Arg. What the? Slash. A large gash began to appear on the bodies of the barbarians. What is happening? It was definitely his own swing of the axe, so why were wounds appearing? The dizzying pain furrowed his brow, but Kotal barely managed to open his eyes and look forward. Finally, he saw it. So, this is what it means to reflect an attack. Not bad. The man, who had formed a giant shield, was blocking the attack while revealing a familiar face. Kotal's pupils trembled as if there was an earthquake. There was no mistake. It was Ian Volkanov, the sacrifice desired by God that Katrina had spoken of. Kotal found himself facing the very person he needed to kill to achieve his grand objective. Despite staggering back, he swung his axe once more. I don't know what this is. Rather, it's good. Wasn't the reason he kept the knight he wanted to kill right in front of him to lure him out? Though taken aback by the unexpected attack, the situation wasn't all bad. How foolish to wander into enemy territory like this. While determined to protect his subordinates, this was practically their home turf. The man had made a grave mistake. With his attack stance ready, Kotal glared at Ian. I don't know how you did that just now, but if you can stop it, stop it. As he finished speaking, Kotal focused his magical power on the axe. Hulu. A unique and unstoppable force, a whirlwind of magic and mana, enveloped the axe. However, that power was no joke. Quagaga. The whirlwind of magic and mana tore through everything, fiercely enveloping Kotal. Regaining his stance, Kotal took a deep breath and slammed the ground. Thud. I'll take your life. Squawk. Leaping towards Ian, Kotal swung his axe horizontally. But sadly, his axe never reached Ian. Slow. Just before the axe could strike, Ian dove between his arms. What speed! Grasping the handle with both hands, Kotal was unable to react to Ian's attack. You're pathetic. Quang. Closing in with a weave, followed by a straight punch to the face. It was an extraordinary attack, enough to shatter a person's skull. Thud. Thunk. Kotal, now missing his head, collapsed powerless to the ground. It was the moment when Kotal, the champion of Kiklan, met his end. What? What just happened? Kotal is dead? That can't be true. The astonished tribespeople shook their heads in disbelief. Ian looked at them and raised his fist once more. With a sinister smile, Ian murmured. Now it's my turn? Try to stop me if you can. If it's possible. Chapter 42, hang in there, if you can. 1. How should one express this feeling? The Kotal is dead. And the barbarians who occupied the mountain peak have been exterminated. Disconcerting. Well, there's no better way to express one's emotions than this. Mammon, who was reading the situation through Katrina, the prophet of the tribe, furrowed his brow. This was unexpected. He was already aware that the military power of the Kiklan tribe wasn't particularly strong. Naturally, he hadn't expected much. All Mammon had wanted from them was to clear a path through the mountains. If only we had reached the village below after piercing through the mountains. Though it was a small village, the humans there were sufficient to hold Ian Volkanov's activity captive. The plan had been to take them hostage, causing hesitation in Ian, and then swiftly eliminating them. But all those tactics had failed. They had seized the mountain peak, yes, But many barbarians, including the Kiklin's champion Kotal, had lost their lives. The warriors who aimed for the summit with Kotal have returned to the sky. And it seems the peak of Mount Sisyphus has also been recaptured by the Empire's people. We've failed. Mammon, what do we do now? Isn't the plan a complete failure? Beelzebub's brow furrowed as he heard Katrina's words. Having just arrived here from Astilgia, he couldn't tolerate such a failure as the great demon he was. Let me think quietly. I'm pondering my options too. Mammon, too, was visibly taken aback. The Demon King of Greed. Who was he again? The one who had amassed the most wealth in the demon realm. Even known as the Golden Demon in mortal realms. Always making choices that didn't lead to failure, Mammon was equally flustered by this unexpected crisis. Stroking his full beard, Mammon pondered deeply. Was it thanks to the countless successes he'd achieved? The paths he'd walked revealed the solution. I didn't want to resort to such methods, but it seems unavoidable. Have you come up with a plan? Yes. It's somewhat underhanded, but it should salvage the situation. As Mammon hesitated, Beelzebub stared intently. The meaning was simple. Haha. I'll tell you, so don't look at me like that. Stop dragging it out and tell me quickly. What method are you suggesting? It's simple. We'll lure Ian Volkanov here. Right to this place. Lure him here? Are you out of your mind? Beelzebub had always known Mammon was peculiar, but he couldn't understand what he was thinking now. To lure the enemy here, was that a sensible idea? Mammon, didn't you establish this as an outpost to avoid Volkanov's scrutiny? The reason they had allowed the Kiklin, those fierce and daunting knights, to continue their kidnappings and killings was simple. Despite the treacherous terrain and freezing climate of Mount Sisyphus, the crucial reason was they didn't know where the Kiklin were hiding. Not knowing where the enemy was meant some relief from their attacks. Establishing an outpost at Kiklin's headquarters was Mammon and Beelzebub's reasoning. But to summon Ian Volkanov, who was essentially the leader of their enemies, here? Was that a rational idea? Without a reasonable explanation, I can't entertain such a mad plan. Haha. Don't rush me, I'll explain slowly. As Mammon began to manipulate magic, an image appeared in the air. Isn't that the battle between Ian and Lilith? The battle where Lilith, Asmodeus's closest subordinate, would be waiting to be swallowed up by the demon's mouth. Even Mammon himself thought it was an impressive battle. Especially the scene where Lilith deceived her with an illusion, then attacked her side, was impressive. But why was Mammon showing this scene? So what's the point of all this? Are you trying to show how strong Ian is? I have no reason to show off. What I want to show you are the weaknesses in Ian's martial arts. Weaknesses? As Beelzebub showed interest, Mammon continued his explanation slowly. You must know that Ian Volkanov uses a unique martial art. It's completely different from what human beings have used. Not just in steps, but even in the way he extends his fists. I'm aware of that. It seemed strange, but it was quite powerful, so I was quite intrigued. Do you also know that there's a fatal flaw in that? A fatal flaw? What's that? Simply put, it's difficult to fight multiple enemies. I've watched the footage countless times and analyzed it thoroughly. That style is based on dueling. He could use mana to create shock waves with his fists, but most of his attacks were focused on striking one person. What if he faced countless enemies with such a martial art? He'll just be struggling to fend off the crazily charging enemies. If we time our attacks for those moments, he won't be able to do anything. With continued combat, his steps would gradually become tangled. Once a gap appeared, it would be over. How about that? Isn't it a decent plan? If it turns out like that, he won't have a way out. But is there a way to lure him? It's obvious it's a trap, shouldn't we consider that? Of course, they had already considered that too. We have captives, don't we? If we use them, he'll definitely come. He can't afford to abandon knights dedicated to the family while being the family head. Indeed, we can't afford to involve the knights in a situation like this where the nobles are being targeted. Beelzebub smirked at Mammon. I've always thought this about you. It's fortunate you're not like the others. Being called ruthless on the battlefield is practically a compliment. Should I take it as such? Think whatever you like. Mammon grinned smugly as he watched Beelzebub turn his head, clicking his tongue. Let's see you struggle. You inferior mortal. The time for these thorns in their sides to disappear was fast approaching, and exhilaration surged within him. As Ian stepped forward onto the battlefield, disaster unfolded before the barbarians. Eek. Mo monster. Crash. Save me. Please, I beg you. Crunch. They were elite warriors of the Kiklin tribe, but the gap between them and Ian was significant. It was impossible to evade Ian's furious punches in response to the attack on his family. Wham! Crash! His fists swung relentlessly. With each blow, blood splattered, and the pristine white snow began to turn crimson. Ugh. Die. Though occasionally some would charge at him in a daze, it was futile. Ether. Q. Boom. Without hesitation, Ian attacked those who dared to threaten him. Ian lightly brushed off the blood of the creature that had disappeared without any form and looked around him indifferently. You're the last one. A barbarian cowered in a corner, trembling. His pupils quivered as if struck by an earthquake, staring at Ian with a small dagger on the ground, clearly indicating a lack of desire to fight. Although it was clear that he did not want to fight. I don't plan on saving you because of that. Ian had no intention of showing mercy. There was no need for it in the first place. Even if I showed mercy, would these bastards change? Was there any point in sparing them? That's absurd. Ian never thought otherwise. Those who survived in this hell would harbor resentment towards Volkanov, and that hatred would pass on to their children. And those children will once again attack my family. There was no benefit in sparing them. They even tried to manipulate the Northern Winds Lions Knights. There was no reason to spare those who threatened the Knights. Crack. Ah. Spare me. Spare me. The barbarian, sensing death, spoke broken imperial. Like a dying insect, he floundered and was thrown towards a tree. Crunch. Thud. With a gruesome sound, he fell to the ground. There was no movement. His skull had been crushed, causing instant death. Phew. Exhaling a misty breath, Ian looked around. I've done quite a lot. The stench of blood emanating from the blood-stained ground and corpses tickled his nose. The Sisyphus Mountains, which boasted a pure white landscape, were stained dark red with blood due to the ice storm. How should he clean this? It was a moment when his troubled mind continued to worry. Whoa. Oh, it's eerie. There's too much blood on your hands. You might get frostbite if you stay outside in this condition. Sensation began to return to Ian's numb hands as a warm sensation spread. Eerie had summoned spirits to cleanse Ian's hands. Slosh. Crack. Using warm water made from a combination of fire and water spirits, she washed his hands, easing her worries. Her expression relaxed into a smile. You must have surprised them running out like that. At least say something. I had no choice. I couldn't afford to just let the knights scream for help. Still, please say something next time. I worry when you go off alone and something goes wrong. I'm worried. Silently listening to her words, Ian nodded. Indeed, considering Erie's position, it must have been a situation that would have driven her mad. Charging alone into a horde of enemies to save one knight, even in a situation where savages had hostages. It was natural for her to worry. Yet Ian had his own thoughts. Now that Nelthlian has regained his divinity, it doesn't matter how many barbarians gather. In previous cases, it ended with growth, but this time was different. If the system was making such a fuss, there had to be a reason for it. Ian thought so. Ian had wanted to test this power against the barbarians. I performed quite well in the mock combat, after all. The power that had allowed him to fight on par with a master like Alex, despite being only an expert. Ian recalled the moment during the mock combat. It was incredible. It felt like a bombardment. Even using only a fraction of Nelthlian's newfound power, he had wreaked havoc all around. I wanted to see if this could be possible in reality. Unfortunately, using the newly acquired power was out of the question this time. It was regrettable, but what could be done? He couldn't just unleash his power in the middle of the mountains. He would have to settle for testing low AI's attack reflection. Just then, as he was thinking this, Squad Commander Vice Commander Alkin has just been transferred below the mountain. There are additional matters that need to be reported. Eerie, who had been surveying the area, approached. After taking a deep breath, she cautiously spoke. There's no damage reported to the village as you feared. Knight Ferrando, who was on border duty, quickly requested reinforcements, and thanks to Alkin's control, rapid deployment was possible. That's fortunate. Ferrando. He was one of the knights killed by the barbarians. Find out about his parents. I'll personally go thank them later. Understood. Also, Ariel Volkanov's party has been assigned to the area where the barbarians are most concentrated. The most concentrated area? Ian asked, and Eerie nodded. Yes. It was judged that using the Holy Sword's onslaught could decimate the enemy. I see. Certainly, using Ariel to minimize knight casualties while dealing with the savages would be the best option. Most of the barbarians would be swept away by the onslaught, and the remaining ones wouldn't escape her party's bombardment. And she happens to be in a situation where she is feeling a sense of crisis. She will work hard. She's staking her life to become the head of the family, isn't she? She must work hard to ensure her success and repel the barbarians. Understood. Now, let's gather the bodies of the fallen soldiers and descend from the mountain. Squad Commander. There's another matter I haven't mentioned yet. What is it? According to Alkin, There's also an outpost near this area. That's likely. One outpost alone wouldn't be enough to guard the entire mountain range. There were probably outposts placed at regular intervals. Is there a problem with the outpost? Yes. Based on the latest information, about 20 knights assigned to border duty have gone missing. Judging from the signs of intense resistance, we should consider the possibility of abduction. Abduction. Of course, being captured as prisoners of war was common in war. However, the reason Eri reacted so seriously was simple. Kiklan barbarians cruelly sacrifice living humans. Those who believed demons were their gods had long been known to hunt hunters or villagers below the mountains, kidnapping and murdering them. And those who capture prisoners quickly sacrifice them as offerings. If they didn't quickly identify their headquarters, the knights who fought for their own sake might end up as corpses. To save the prisoners, they needed to locate the enemy's headquarters. Ian was thinking about this when suddenly, Shiek. Puk. An arrow flew towards his feet. For a moment, he thought it was an enemy attack, but that thought disappeared when he saw the note tied to the arrow. Squad Commander. Are you alright? Don't worry. It wasn't aimed at me. Considering the circumstances, it was likely that the enemy had shot the arrow to communicate. Was Ian's cautious thinking correct? He carefully unfolded the note and saw a map. In the center of the map of the Sisyphus mountain range was a red circle. Below it were a few words: if you want to save the knights, come here alone. If you bring anyone else, I'll kill all the hostages. After reading the note, Ian calmly folded the map and tucked it into his chest. Receiving such a note would normally make one's heart race. But why? If they're willing to reveal their location themselves, it would be best to destroy them. Upon seeing the enemy reveal their location, Ian couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 43, hang in there, if you can, too. Are you really going to go? Eri raised her voice, unable to understand. She was pleading for him not to go, but Ian couldn't give her the answer she wanted. I have no choice. I must go. The intention is obvious. It's definitely a trap. It's clear that countless barbarians will be swarming there. Eri let out one sigh after another as she looked at her map spread out on the floor. A red circle was drawn on what appeared to be a plain beneath the rugged Sisyphus mountains. Geographically, it would be the stronghold of the barbarians. A massive number of enemies would be waiting there. Of course, rescuing the hostages is important. If you went alone, Ian might lose his life before he could rescue the hostages. Eri couldn't bear to see that, unlike others. Please reconsider. I understand the concern, but they won't treat the hostages harshly. In war, prisoners have immense value. In a desperate situation, they can be exchanged for survival guarantees. Unless they were complete idiots, they would leave a way out, so it was against Eri's common sense that they would kill the hostages recklessly. If we launch a full-scale attack to pressure them, they will try to negotiate with the prisoners. Do you really need to go? Kiklans won't do that. What? What do you mean? Of course, as you said, there aren't many who treat prisoners recklessly. They might starve or torture them, but they haven't killed them. But Kikolalans are different. They have a history of killing hostages as soon as they take them. It might be early to be sure they would kill the hostages just because of that. But Yin was certain. I remember obtaining a scripture of the religion Kiklan believes in when I was playing the original game. It was written there. Conquer those who do not believe in their religion, take their lives immediately, and offer them as sacrifices. Although the demon kings are holding back now. If I don't accept their proposal, they won't spare the hostages. There's a saying that one should not negotiate with terrorists. But Yin had no other choice. Pressuring the barbarians was something Ariel could handle. Ian's task was to rescue the knights. It's hard to accept, but understand, it's something I must do. Alright. After calmly explaining, Eri finally nodded. Though her mood didn't improve. Then are Igor, Leah, and I supposed to just wait and do nothing? That's not it. You have tasks to do as well. Tasks to do? Surely, the letter from the enemy said that they would kill the hostages if he didn't come alone? Did he have another plan? As Eri pondered deeply, Ian approached her. Your task is. Understood. I'll prepare as best as I can. After whispering what needed to be done, Eri nodded calmly. After sending a note to Ian using an arrow, Mammon and Beelzebub were waiting without taking any particular action. The hostages were gathered near them and surrounded by guards, so there was no need to worry about escape. They didn't need to prepare anything since they had already thought countless times about how to deal with Ian. Preparation that could be described as perfect? Damn. But Beelzebub wasn't satisfied. When is he coming? This waiting is unbearable. For Beelzebub, who had entered the Middle Realm expecting fierce battles, the endless wait was intolerable. Noticing Beelzebub's dissatisfaction, Mammon smiled knowingly. Are you feeling restless? Just wait a little longer. Soon you'll have your time to shine. And experiencing the beauty of waiting is not a bad experience, don't you think? Beauty of waiting, my ass. I can't understand you or Belfder. How do you endure this boredom? Ha ha ha. To increase wealth, waiting is inevitable. Acting impulsively often leads to disaster. Watching Mammon laugh heartily, Beelzebub decided to stop complaining. Expecting that creature, who was fundamentally different from himself, to empathize with his thoughts would be foolish. Talking about another topic would be much more productive. Turning his gaze from Mammon, Beelzebub looked at the prisoners in the cage beside him. Initially, they had resisted strongly. But realizing they couldn't escape the prison created by a demon king himself, they had already given up. They were brought here by Mammon to Lorien. Will he really come to save these people? I heard he's a rational guy. Are you doubting it? Of course. It's obviously a trap. If he has any sense, he wouldn't walk into it. He even knows the location, so why not just bombard it? Using hostages to lure someone was a good strategy, but also very risky. If the opponent was a humane person, it might work. But if they were rational, they might decide on a large-scale attack for the greater good. Moreover, they have a hero on their side, don't they? With the power of the Holy Sword, they could easily turn this place into a wasteland. Though brief, Beelzebub had seen that Yin was a remarkably rational individual. Considering his position was revealed, worrying was natural. However, Mammon didn't seem to care and continued to smile. You don't need to worry about that. He will undoubtedly come here. How can you be so sure? He has a goal to revive his fallen family. For him to run the family stably, he needs the support of the knights. While it's crucial to repair the collapsed food and capital supply lines, the top priority for the head of the Volcanov family is to maintain the order of knights. The reason the Volcanovs are border lords is to have their own troops to protect the empire from enemies. In such a situation, would he choose to abandon the knights? If he did that, there would be a severe backlash among the knights. They might not show it openly, but they would secretly complain. Breaking mutual trust was something that couldn't be overlooked. Ian Volcanov would undoubtedly know this. But that wasn't the only reason Mammon was confident there would be no bombing. And beneath this place, it seems, lie those who fought for the Volcanovs in the past. Bombing this place would be madness. Would the most promising candidate for the next head of the family choose to abandon the knights and bomb a place where those who fought for his family are buried? Mammon knew very well what kind of creatures humans were. Pretentious beings who maintain outdated and utterly useless things in the name of tradition. That was Mammon's assessment of the human race, and he thought Ian was no different. Of course, he's a peculiar character, but he doesn't act without thinking. Ian Volcanov would definitely come here. As if to confirm his thoughts, a barbarian tore open the door to the tent and entered. He has arrived. What should we do? Mammon stood up as if it was finally time, looking at the barbarian who brought the news, exhaling a thick breath. What do you think? Open the way. A few minutes later, when Mammon stepped outside the tent, he could see a familiar figure in the distance. Finally. Mammon smirked as he watched Ian Volcanov, who maintained a blank expression while stepping into the outpost. This is the first time we meet, isn't it? I suppose we should at least exchange greetings. We're not exactly in a position to be exchanging pleasantries, are we? Besides, if you're going to say something like that, you might want to hide your expression. Haha. Is my expression that obvious? Forgive me. It's hard to contain my excitement at the opportunity to get rid of a thorn in my side. Mammon's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and he raised the corners of his mouth. Since his true purpose was already revealed, there was no need to wear a mask and pretend. Well then, go ahead and put up a good fight. I'm looking forward to it. Clank. Swish. As soon as Mammon finished speaking, the barbarians who had been hiding within the outpost started to emerge. Even at a glance, there were more than 100 of them. Each one wore an expression that seemed devoid of sanity. As expected of the demon king of greed. He's corrupted them with greed, making them yearn for my death. It didn't look like he had only prepared their mindset. They were exuding demonic energy, meaning they had forsaken their humanity. I had braced myself for this, but it looks like a fight is unavoidable. Ian clenched his fist. You are. The barbarian's roar was loud enough to burst his eardrums. As he took his stance, a status window appeared. An emergency quest has occurred, the Lords of the Abyss are targeting you. Survive their threat and defeat the Lords of the Abyss, reward upon success, part of a hidden secret, upon failure, eternal death, you are. Kill him. Spill his blood here. As the barbarians charged, Ian gritted his teeth. Chapter 44, hang in there, if you can. 3, one day, the head instructor said something to me. Hyun Woo. Why are you learning boxing? When you signed up, I saw you also do jiu-jitsu. It's good to combine striking and grappling, but wouldn't it be better to stick to one discipline? He wasn't wrong. Both boxing and jiu-jitsu are not something you can learn and use effectively in a short period of time. No matter how good the combination of striking and grappling is, if you learn them haphazardly, you'll end up being mediocre at both. The reason he decided to learn boxing despite this was simple. The reason? I heard boxing is the most practical. As you know, the world is dangerous these days. Grappling arts like jiu-jitsu are undoubtedly powerful. But that's in a one-on-one scenario. In a fight against multiple opponents, the result would be entirely different. You can win by breaking an arm or pinning someone to the ground. But while you're doing that, if someone else attacks you, it's over. That's why he decided to learn striking techniques. By learning both striking and grappling, I thought I could handle situations involving multiple opponents. And boxing is a sport that ignites a man's spirit. He thought it was worth learning, even though it was tough to juggle both. But the head instructor just laughed. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Boxing is strong in a fight against multiple opponents? Do you really think so? Isn't it? Of course, it's more useful than grappling. But if you really care about practicality, wouldn't it be better to learn kendo instead of boxing? People who learn boxing can be formidable. Even just learning basic footwork would allow you to easily dodge a layman's punches and land blows to their face continuously. But saying boxing is strong against multiple opponents is absurd. You've got it wrong. It's not that boxing is strong in a fight against multiple opponents. Other martial arts are just weaker. Did you think you could dodge punches and beat them up by learning boxing? Have you never heard of this? Even in the past, sword masters would run away if they faced more than 3 enemies. Fighting when you're outnumbered is a foolish thing. There is no martial art that is strong against multiple opponents. Of course, the world is vast, but among accessible martial arts, none offer that kind of advantage. Hien Wu, remember this. If you want to fight against more than 2 people, you should go to some place that teaches Hanmomo or something and learn spear techniques. Otherwise, just running away is the best option. Boxing is good in that regard. Your legs are always ready to run. The head instructor's advice, which I had lightly dismissed at the time, was something Ian felt deeply now. Bam. This is fucking hard. Ian's brows furrowed as he pummeled the incoming barbarians. The situation was quickly deteriorating. They've completely analyzed me. He had anticipated a trap, but was it because he was a demon king? The enemy had crafted a trap that perfectly analyzed his fighting style. As if having 100 barbarians attack at once wasn't enough, the demon king of gluttony attacks whenever there's an opening. If it were 100 ordinary men whose heads could be crushed with a single punch, handling them wouldn't be a problem. But now, reinforced by demonic power, they wouldn't fall unless struck precisely in the head. Of course, this is also because I'm outfighting instead of infighting. Outfighting, which uses space and jabs for control, was the strategy, as opposed to infighting, which involves getting close and using hooks or uppercuts. With the enhanced enemies, relying only on jabs showed no signs of improving the situation. Even now. Crap. CRR. Ugh. A moment of distraction, and Beelzebub's manifested demonic jaws were upon him, tearing at his flesh. Drip. Drip. Damn. The sharp pain from the torn flesh on his arm made Ian grit his teeth. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Ian. Should I use my divine power now? Not yet. Hold on. You're not in good shape. But I'll wait. Ian frowned at Neltlian's sullen expression. Of course, using Neltlian's divine power would turn the tide. With the technique that had even driven Alex Volkanov to a corner, he could obliterate these barbarians, regardless of their demonic enhancements. But Ian couldn't do that. Those bastards. They haven't even joined the fight yet, so I can't use it now. If he used it here, dealing with them later would become even more difficult. Using it now for immediate relief would only lead to disaster later. This was why Ian pretended to be in a dire situation without using low AIs or super regeneration. Like with Lilith, those who are desperate to take my life won't let me die at the hands of mere barbarians. Pretending to be on the brink of death was a good lure against demons who acted on impulse. Perhaps because of this. I can't wait any longer. Beelzebub, cutting down the approaching barbarians, began to move closer. Attacking only from a distance with his powers must not have satisfied him, as his hands were now shrouded in dark magic. Surely, he intended to kill Ian with those hands. Beelzebub smiled wickedly as he placed his hand on Ian's neck. Slick. Blood trickled out like from a blade wound, and Beelzebub grinned as he watched. Behind him, Mammon stood, arms crossed, looking down at Ian indifferently. Perhaps because he believed victory was assured, Beelzebub began to speak leisurely. Commendable courage, stepping foot here to save the prisoners. But your struggle ends here. Truly foolish. Foolish? Is that how it looks? You should know your place. Confident mortal. Did you think you could defeat everyone here? But what's the result? You're the one who fell, aren't you? How could someone be so filled with arrogance? It was astonishing. What could a mere human believe in to act so audaciously? And thinking about how Lilith failed to capture this one made Beelzebub furious. Thinking about that woman makes my blood boil. But Beelzebub suppressed his anger. It was a good day, after all. The day he would finally deal with Ian Volkanov. Today, he would refrain from getting angry and enjoy it. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, Beelzebub prepared to strike and then asked. Any last words? Anything is fine. You can speak to the prisoners watching your demise or to your family. I'll make sure the message is delivered. I only have one thing to say to you. And what is that? Speak quickly. As Beelzebub lowered himself to hear Ian's last words, Ian spoke. Look up, you idiot. What? Kusagakure. Just as the curse left Ian's mouth, the ground began to tremble wildly. What the hell is this? What was happening? Not only did the nearly dead man spew nonsense, but now the ground was shaking. As Beelzebub stood there confused, a voice full of resignation came from behind. This is insane. What? Mammon. Did you see something? Then speak up. If you have eyes, look around, Beelzebub. Around? What do you gasp? It was then that Beelzebub saw it. Boom. Boom boom boom. The Sisyphus Mountains were erupting under an attack. But the crucial part came next. Rumble. An avalanche. No way. Snow piled high on the mountains started to surge like a tsunami towards them. It was a situation that could only be described as a suicide attack. Yet, Ian, the one responsible, was grinning as if pleased. Like the reaction? Do you like what I prepared? Are you insane? Causing an avalanche. Don't you know the hostages will die too? Why would the hostages die? Look closely at their condition. What condition? They should be imprisoned in a cage made of dark magic, so what could possibly be the problem? Thinking this, Beelzebub turned his head and saw it. What? How is that? Do you like it? It was so shabby, I made some upgrades. The prison, once made of dark mana, was now surrounded by a protective shield of black mana. Ian had used the ether and mana to move the prisoners out of the avalanche's path. This. Even if the hostages are safe, your ancestors' remains are buried beneath this place, aren't they? Don't you realize that this will make it impossible to recover them? The remains. What do you want me to do about them? What? They've been buried for over 100 years, so they've probably returned to nature by now, don't you think? If anything is left, well, consider it as having a nice cool blanket over them. You're insane. Truly, you're a madman. Did you just realize that now? Ugh. Beelzebub, now enraged to the point of his head feeling like it was going to explode, gritted his teeth. Unforeseen problems kept emerging. The man who seemed easy to dispatch was tenaciously surviving and had managed to cause an avalanche. The barbarians, whom they had hoped to keep mostly intact, were significantly lost. Ultimately, Beelzebub and Mammon had no choice but to make a decision. Damn. Just killing him and leaving this place is the right thing to do. Being mocked by a human despite being a demon king was a victory full of wounds, but winning was still the priority. Killing him and leaving would be far better than being mocked and losing. Beelzebub wrapped his arms in dark magic once more. He needed to behead this wretch and return to Astalgia. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Ian. What he saw shocked him. He was supposed to be. How? What is happening? Ian, who had been kneeling, seemingly on the brink of death, was nowhere to be seen. Kwong. Now I'll show you what happens when you mess with a madman. All his wounds had vanished, and behind him, a massive manifestation of 1,000 hands had appeared. How did you gain his power? Beelzebub's low voice was cut off as the 1,000 hands behind Ian extended forward. Boom. 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 The king of 1,000 arms, Niltlian, was revealing his true power at that moment. Chapter 45, Hang in there, if you can, 4, da-da-da. The sound of running through the snow that had piled up was filling the mountain range. Celia was running madly, her eyes darting around. She didn't even remember how long she had been running. She was in a trance. That word suited her state of mind perfectly. I hope I'm not too late. Her breath was ragged and her legs felt like they were screaming, but she kept running. In her mind, the words of Eerie Everhart and Haley, who had came to support them, echoed. They're launching a full-scale attack to trigger an avalanche in that area? Ian must know that he would also be affected. Why would he come up with such a reckless plan? Squad Commander Ian is aware of that as well. It might be hard to understand, but he asked us to trust him. He has a plan, you say? I suppose he does. Alright, I'll trust you and see how it goes. Triggering an avalanche to sweep away the enemy's base. It was certainly a plausible plan. Natural disasters are not something mere humans can fend off. By using it, they could sweep away the entire area. Avoiding direct combat and eliminating the enemies was also possible. But thinking about it differently, Ian might also be harmed. What are you thinking, Ian, pushing such a plan? Celia couldn't agree with such a crazy plan, especially since she hadn't even given Ian a sincere apology yet. She couldn't accept the slightest possibility of losing him. They're all crazy. Sure, the Sword Master supports Ariel, but what is Eri Everhart thinking with such actions? The blonde woman, who was supposed to be Ian's closest ally, someone close enough to hug him in the training room, was now pushing a plan that could corner him. She tried to talk to Ariel, thinking she might understand, but unfortunately, it didn't help. Huh? Oh, I see. We got help from my brother again. I was just dealing with the barbarians. Her usually reliable junior and colleague couldn't focus on her words. Because of that. Swish. I have to hurry. Otherwise, Ian might get swept away. The reason she was madly running through the treacherous Sisyphus Mountains was that waiting endlessly didn't suit her personality. She couldn't be at ease unless she confirmed Ian's safety with her own eyes. Of course, sneaking out made it impossible to bring a map, but it wasn't a big problem. I've memorized the route. It should be around here. Her memory was good, and her practice in reading maps paid off. Thanks to that, Celia reached the place where the enemies had lured Ian within a few minutes. Pa. Pa. Celia exhaled, releasing the breath she had been holding. Ian must be down below this cliff. She wanted to plead to turn back since it was a trap, but knowing Ian had his own reasons, she decided not to interfere. I'll watch from here, and if Ian seems to be in danger, I'll save him. She would help him if he was in a tight spot dealing with the barbarians. That much shouldn't be a hindrance. How much time had passed? Her ragged breathing steadied, and her vision cleared. Celia counted the seconds in her mind while holding her device. 1, 2, 3, now. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as their forces attacked the mountain range. This meant Ian had given the signal, and the avalanche would soon sweep through that area. She must get ready. Celia climbed a sturdy tree, focusing her mana and all her senses on her vision. Watching the situation from here, if Ian seemed to be in danger, she would jump down to rescue him. With that thought, she focused on the cliff below and saw it. What is that? Guang. She saw a monster with 1,000 hands appearing behind Ian. A monster so imposing it made her dizzy just watching it, tearing through the enemies as if they were nothing. Only then did Celia understand Eri's attitude. That's why. The reason Ian had asked her to trust him. And he didn't need my help at all. Now she realized that the chance to approach him had vanished. Maybe because of that, Celia couldn't just stand there, staring blankly at Ian smashing through the enemies. Haha. It's over. Really. The helplessness of being unable to do anything made Celia bite her lower lip hard. Belfdor, the demon king of sloth. Beelzebub's assessment of him was this: sleeping dragon of the demon realm. Despite possessing the greatest physical power among the 7 great demon kings, his status in the demon realm was insignificant. Even compared to Mammon. I can never understand what he's thinking. Even though he could conquer the demon realm and seize countless powers with his strength, he shows no interest. Mammon, despite his meager physical strength, commanded numerous followers in the demon realm, while Belfdor had only a few subordinates. Yet neither the great demons of hell nor even the ruler of the demon realm, the demon god, could touch Belfdor. Beelzebub recalled the time when Asmodeus tried to provoke him by kidnapping one of his subordinates. It was an unstoppable disaster. It was so dreadful that he hated to even remember it. With a mere gesture from Belfdor, her subordinates were torn to shreds, and even Asmodeus, who couldn't bear to watch and intervened, couldn't stop him. The term Invincible naturally came to mind. Beelzebub didn't know all the details as he hadn't been directly involved, but he remembered one thing clearly. No matter what Asmodeus did, Belfdor calmly blocked her attacks and crushed her. The demon god had to descend to stop the fight. Why was he thinking of this while fighting Ian? The reason was simple. Why do I see him in that man? Ian Volkanov. That insignificant human reminded him of Belfdor. Seeing Ian manifesting 1,000 hands and staring at him, Beelzebub trembled. How does that wretch have his power? Beelzebub, who had lived for thousands of years, knew the history of this continent well. He also knew the identity of the ancient god helping Ian. Neltlian. How did he obtain that being's power? The ancient god Neltlian. A being that transcended the world's laws, neither an angel nor a demon. Humans gave him titles like the Thousand-Handed Destroyer, but Beelzebub knew Neltlian was far beyond such petty names. If he becomes whole, he's a being with uncontrollable power. He could destroy not only the middle realm but also the demon realm. I heard he perished 300 years ago. But he was clearly alive. And now, He was pushing Beelzebub back while siding with humans. It made no sense. A being as powerful as the demon god siding with humans? It was enough to drive him insane. But Beelzebub decided to face reality. Only about 20 barbarians are left. And even they are in a state of confusion. This is the worst. Someone might say it's not a big deal that the barbarians died, but it was not to be taken lightly. Mammon's strength lies in corrupting humans with greed and empowering them, but without humans. The reason Mammon was called one of the great 7 demon kings despite his weak physical power was simple. Using his magic and the gold he possessed, he could greatly enhance weak humans and demons. But now, all the demons who could use his power had perished. The implication was clear. I can't expect help from Mammon. In the end, it was up to him to deal with Ian Volkanov. Beelzebub, who usually had immense confidence in his abilities, couldn't be sure of victory this time. Bomb. Ugh. Damn it. All he could do was use his power of gluttony to barely block the rain of punches. The blows were so powerful that even though they were just punches, they felt like meteors crashing down. Arg. Even though he managed to block them, the recoil caused him to cough up blood. In the end, Beelzebub couldn't bear it and had to send a message to Mammon. Mammon, I think we might have touched someone we shouldn't have. I agree. I never expected this person to possess Neltlian's power. Our plan has completely fallen apart. The barbarians we enhanced with your power were wiped out, and even I could barely block his attacks. He didn't want to say these words, but he had no choice. We should retreat. Return to the demon realm, prepare thoroughly, and try again later. What do you think? Not being able to kill Ian is regrettable, but the fact that the ancient god has resurrected is enough of an achievement. But then, the problem is retreating. Can we do it? Retreating would be like admitting defeat. But it didn't seem like Ian was going to let them off the hook. He will pursue us to the end. And maybe, the moment you release your power, those hands will overwhelm us. They are already aggressively targeting us. The image of fleeing to avoid them didn't occur to Mammon. But Beelzebub forced a smile. Don't worry about that. I have a plan. Do you have a plan? Then tell me. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best. I plan to use Asmodeus's power from now on. She often uses something like this, right? Going into people's dreams and using it to teleport. Does that mean you've already absorbed it? Seeing Mammon's surprise, Beelzebub gently nodded. I haven't finished absorbing it yet. But I have enough power to use the ability. The power of Amare, which enters the opponent's dreams. Their leader, Asmodeus, could not only enter people's dreams but also use that power to teleport. If they used it, they could safely escape. But Mammon couldn't be reassured. Is it really possible? It's my first time using it, so I can't be sure. But wouldn't it be better than dying here? Looking at Mammon, who seemed lost in thought, Beelzebub forced a smile. He was always cautious and despised gambling or risky ventures, so he wouldn't consider risking his life for a slim chance. But doing nothing wouldn't make the situation any better. Remember, we can't hold out like this forever. Unlike in the demon realm, there's a limit to the magic we can maintain in the middle realm. At Beelzebub's persuasion, Mammon nodded. Even if the chances of success were slim, there was no other way. Mammon's decisive gaze was filled with stronger determination than before. All right, tell me. What do I need to do? 5 minutes. We have to endure for that long to use teleportation. You know what to do, right? You want me to replenish enough demonic energy while you defend and prepare for teleportation. Got it. Beelzebub's ability, gluttony. Using magic to manifest the mouth of an abyssal demon could be used to devour the opponent or even deflect attacks. It requires a lot of demonic energy to summon, so we need enough sacrifices. But since there are no suitable sacrifices right now, it meant he had to provide the help himself. Fortunately, that wasn't difficult for Mammon. Using gold and magic to support the opponent was something I've done countless times before. He was confident, as usual. Q. As Beelzebub struggled to block Ian's attacks, demonic energy began to swirl around him. Ian, noticing the strange phenomenon, cocked his head. Are you trying something? At first, Ian thought Beelzebub had lost his mind from being hit so much. But when Beelzebub smirked as if provoking him, he realized that something was definitely amiss. He isn't crazy. He is definitely planning something strange. As if to prove that Ian's thoughts were correct, Beelzebub burst into laughter, seemingly taunting him. You're definitely different from ordinary mortals. I'll give you that much credit. After taking a few hits, are you finally admitting it? I'm sorry, but just because you say that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Your confidence is sky high. It might be because you have the power of an ancient god. But that guy won't last forever. And when other demons find out about this, they won't leave you alone. Not content with merely standing by. Ian felt no fear even though he was clearly being threatened. If other demons are targeting me, then won't they end up like you guys? Let's see if you still say that when the great demons gather. It was an unmistakable statement of anticipation for the next opportunity. Ian was no longer playing along with Beelzebub's banter. What are they up to? Are they trying to flee? The magic swirling around Beelzebub since earlier had caught Ian's attention. When he realized that its source was from Mammon, he suspected they were preparing to retaliate against him. However, upon reflection, Ian realized he had misjudged the situation. They have no intention of retaliating. They're trying to flee. As expected, they had already thought of a means to escape back to the demon realm and were buying time for it. The replenishment of demonic energy was likely to maintain Beelzebub's power as much as possible. I can't drag this out any longer. I need to end this now. With his thoughts collected, Ian once again prepared his divine power. Although his plan had been exposed, Beelzebub remained unfazed. He had confidence in his ability to withstand the attack. Now you understand? But it's already too late. Unless the demon's barrier could withstand the onslaught, Ian had no way to stop him. With only about 4 minutes remaining, he had to break through their defenses within that time frame. You can only watch us. Blame your helplessness. Others might think it impossible, breaking through their defense within a mere 4 minutes. But Ian did not act passionately. Rather, he just calmly took his stance. It's impossible. At those words, Ian raised the corners of his mouth and recalled his life before the possession. It's been a while since I heard that. His past life had been filled with many difficult moments. How should he get through this? There have been countless times when he wanted to give up, thinking it was something he couldn't do. I've shed so many tears. There were times when I decided to let go of everything. But even in despair, he never gave up. He persevered resolutely. It's a life where he had overcome every seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Having lived such a life, breaking through such a measly defense, it's nothing. With that thought, Ian opened his eyes. With eyes full of determination, he stared them down and began to harness all the mana in his body. What did you say, 4 minutes? Then, hang in there. If you can. With a sly smile, Ian swung his fists. Crack. Ugh. Thud. Once he attacked, the next fist followed. It didn't matter how they extended. The only thing to consider was breaking through their defense. After clearing his mind of any other distractions, he focused solely on swinging his fists. Thud. 1 minute. His fists flew like shooting stars in the night sky. Unexpected and relentless. Though their defense hadn't completely shattered yet, the impressions of Beelzebub and Mammon were showing signs of wear. 2 minutes. Blood began to trickle from every hole in Ian's body. The flowing blood obscured his vision and created a headache as if his head would split open, but he didn't care. When facing immobile enemies, there's no need to look ahead, even if it's uncomfortable. Eventually, when 3 minutes had passed and finally, the 4 minutes had passed, Ian's fists no longer moved. Crunch. Thud. The power that Beelzebub had boasted of was brutally destroyed. Having lost their protective shield, they couldn't evade the attacks. As Beelzebub and Mammon lost their forms and vanished, Ian casually wiped away the trickling blood. Everyone has a plan. Ugh. As he watched them disappear with groans, Ian sneered. Until they get punched. Chapter 46, Second Secret Weeing. The bodies of Beelzebub and Mammon, turning to ashes, began to scatter in the mountain winds. Ian continued to watch the pitiful sight of those who had ruined his family and tried to trap him using the barbarians. Arg. Are these the souls of the dead? They must be the ones Beelzebub absorbed. Countless souls flying into the air, seemingly endless, showed just how many had been absorbed. With so many absorbed, no wonder he reached the rank of Demon King. The souls that were not only killed but also exploited. There was no need to watch, but Ian steadfastly stayed in place. It wasn't to honor their souls. You never know what might happen. There's no harm in being cautious. Who could tell? Some of those lost souls might come out and cause chaos. After such a commotion, it was necessary to prevent further disturbances. Ah! At that moment, as he watched the black souls wail and fly into the air. How did I get this far? So close to destroying Volkanov, only for it to end like this. A woman's soul, emitting a sinister aura, began to emerge. Ian recognized her appearance. Asmodeus? He blinked, thinking he might have seen wrong. But it was undoubtedly Asmodeus. Ian knew her appearance well, having killed her countless times while playing the original game. The soul of the Demon King emerging after defeating Beelzebub. Was there internal conflict among the demons? So, Beelzebub and Mammon were planning to use her to escape. Asmodeus, the master of succubi, used her ability to enter dreams for pseudo-teleportation. Beelzebub's power included the additional effect of using the abilities of those he absorbed. They must have planned to use that. After moving to the demon realm, they would inform the demons of Neltlian's resurrection and plan a joint attack. Of course, that was now impossible. They lost their lives before even setting foot in the demon realm. The remaining demon kings wouldn't learn about Neltlian's existence. With a smirk, Ian watched Asmodeus scream. No. I don't want to die yet. Was it because she had reached the rank of demon king? Unlike the other souls flying into the air, she maintained her form and stubbornly resisted. If this continues, it might cause problems. As the head of his family, it was better to prevent threats in advance. Besides, it would be a chance to avenge those who tried to destroy his family. Crunch. Ah. Let go. Let go. Still don't know your place, huh? I'd love to take my time and make you suffer, but... He didn't choose to keep her alive for long. She was practically the root cause of his ruined life. Why put in the effort? Instead, he would use everything at his disposal to make her departure painful. Ether. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. After summoning the celestial power, he crushed her body, which emitted a piercing scream. Ah. No. Stop. Stop. Using her pleas for mercy as a requiem, he squeezed harder. Ah. Whoosh. When the soul in his hand finally turned to smoke and vanished, no more screams were heard. At the same time, a system message popped up quickly. The beings of the abyss targeting you have disappeared, emergency quest completed. You have discovered part of the hidden secret, I get to see it right away this time too. He would have preferred to confirm it in a more comfortable place. With the oncoming tide of fatigue, Ian could only close his eyes. His flickering vision soon calmed, and Ian found himself lying on a cold wooden floor. A familiar ceiling. At first, Ian thought he was seeing things and turned his head from side to side. However, it was clear that this place was familiar to him. Not only the cold that made his body tremble and the familiar scent, but also the man lying on the bed with his eyes closed helped confirm it. He looks about 8 years old. His face is exactly like mine. So, was this the room Ian lived in as a child? Judging by the size difference from Ian's room in the Blue Moon Pavilion, it was likely the room he stayed in during his childhood. Leaving the sleeping young Ian behind, he looked around. Nothing has changed. The room was sparse, with only basic furniture. The interior was quite similar to the one in the Blue Moon Pavilion, but the room was much smaller. After taking a quick look around, Ian sat on the worn-out desk. What secret am I supposed to find here? He watched the young Ian lying down with his arms crossed, but nothing changed. Since the system didn't lie, he was sure he would uncover a hidden secret here. But what could it be? Could it be that I have to figure it out myself this time, unlike before? He even speculated that he might need to search for hidden clues, like in an escape room. Just when he was entertaining such random thoughts, there was a knock at the door. Knock. Knock. Brother. Are you asleep? A young girl's voice came from outside the door. The only one who would call Ian brother is Ariel. As if to confirm Ian's thoughts, young Ian, who had his eyes closed until a moment ago, suddenly got up and opened the door. There stood Ariel, clutching a tattered deer doll to her chest. You weren't asleep. Thank goodness. Ariel jumped up and down with a smile, as if something made her very happy. Young Ian approached her with a faint smile. Are you going to sleep here again tonight? Yes. Is that okay? You should start sleeping on your own now. You're almost 7 years old. But I heard Mom and Dad shouting. It's scary. Hugging her dear doll tightly, Ariel looked up at Ian with a pitiful expression. Just for tonight. I'll sleep alone starting tomorrow. Ian, as if he had no choice, let her into the room. He gently placed Ariel, who clung to him, on his bed. Hee. Ariel's relieved smile made Ian pat her head. You're that happy? Yeah. I like it because I'm not scared when I sleep with you. The atmosphere between the siblings, relying on a single candle, was warm. But the Ian observing them let out a wry laugh. Ariel's attitude was completely different from the usual one where she despised him. Seeing this, they seemed like close siblings. What could have happened to make their relationship so strained now? No, according to the diary, my relationship with Ariel wasn't good from a young age. So this must be a scene from the past? After defeating Lilith, Ian discovered that he had regressed. Therefore, what he was seeing now must be from before his regression. Still, I don't understand. Since pondering alone wouldn't solve anything, Ian decided to focus on their conversation. At that moment, Ariel was chattering away. Hey, today I learned how to use a spear from Sister Celia. Really? I'm curious how you did it. How I did it was. At Ian's question, Ariel jumped up from the bed, stretched her arms out, and mimicked swinging a spear, then giggled. I swung a wooden spear this big. Sister said I did well and praised me. She said I have talent. That's amazing, Ariel. You might become an even better spearman than Celia. Really? Hee, but I want to use a sword well like you, brother. When you grow up, Ariel, you'll use a sword better than me. So don't worry. After some time, Ariel, who had been talking enthusiastically, started to blink sleepily. Yawn. She let out a big yawn, and Ian covered her with a blanket. It's getting late. Let's sleep now. Wait a minute. I still have more to say. Really? What is it? You know. Last night, I had a strange dream. A strange dream? Yes. I met a girl dressed in white, and she said I would become a hero. And she told me that if I defeat the bad people, she would grant me one wish. A girl dressed in white. For a moment, Ian's demeanor changed significantly. What's wrong, brother? Ariel sensed something was off and tilted her head quizzically, but Ian had already masked his expression. It's nothing. So, what wish did you make? I wished to be happy. To be happy? Yes. I asked for Mom and Dad to stop fighting and for us to live happily. And then the girl in the dream said that the happier I am, the stronger I'll become, and that I have to defeat the bad people to make it happen. She said she'd make us happy if I did that. Really? Then we should train hard so you can defeat the bad people. Shall we go to sleep now? Yes. Good night, brother. With those words, the siblings' conversation came to an end. Ian was stroking Ariel's head as she fell asleep in his arms when he suddenly spoke. You can come out now, Elysian. With a completely different tone, Ian addressed the empty air. As soon as Ian finished speaking, the mana in the atmosphere stirred, and a woman with white hair, Elysian, emerged from Ariel's body. I'm not sure where to start. Elysian fidgeted nervously, unable to stand still, while Ian stared intently at her. Just tell me. Did it fail again? Yes. When Ariel, who was injured, retreated from the front lines for treatment, the demons targeted the family. I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate that the demons had infiltrated the family. Is that so? I thought it was strange for the timeline to reset. I'm sorry. I tried to stop it. Elysian bowed her head, ready to apologize deeply, but Ian just shook his head. With a hero who can wield the holy sword fallen, there's nothing you can do. You don't need to feel guilty. But, are you okay? You've already repeated your life several times. Your mind must be on the verge of breaking. I'm still okay. I can bear it. Ian grimaced, holding his head. Even just watching, it was clear how intense his pain was. After maintaining his breathing for a while, he managed to regain his composure. So, the plan to attack the demon god before the demons are fully prepared has failed as well. But it's not as if we gained nothing. While you were attacking the demon god, someone from the demon side offered to help us. That person you mentioned before? Yes. According to him, there's a way for Ariel to become stronger than she is now. It will be tough, but if we use that method, it might end your cycle of regression. Then we need to prepare as soon as possible. His unfocused eyes warned that he was not in a normal state, but Ian clenched his fists and endured. 2 more times. I don't think my mind can hold out beyond that. Chapter 47, The Child That Should Not Have Been Born. 1. I feel like my mind can't endure this more than 2 more times. With those words, his vision went black once more. This time was also filled with shocking revelations. But perhaps thanks to his previous experience, he wasn't stunned into silence. Instead, he tried to imprint the scenes he had just witnessed into his mind. So, Ariel and Ian were close at first. Although they were now bitter enemies, before his regression, Ariel and Ian seemed like siblings who cherished each other. It was a surprising fact considering how antagonistic they were now. They had been such a harmonious sibling pair that it was hard to imagine a closer bond. But Ian focused on something else. Though it's not clear how many times, Ian has repeated his regressions countless times. All for Ariel. In his dream, Ariel was chosen by Elysian and became a hero. To save her, Ian had repeated regressions to the point of mental collapse. Thinking about it that way, the diary entry about the path for family and the Empire makes sense. The part about the Empire likely referred to Erz'ebath, who appeared to be his lover before the regression. And the part about family likely referred to his wish for his parents to live happily without fighting, a mad life of repeating regressions countless times for his sister and precious people. The look in his eyes at the end didn't leave Ian's mind. It seemed like he had reached his limit. Though he told Elysian he could still endure, that might not have been true. If 2 more times is the limit, it means it's not strange if he collapses immediately. Ian sighed deeply and shook his head. There were still many unresolved questions, but what could he change by worrying? If he truly wanted to uncover all the hidden secrets, he had to capture and understand the demons as the system desired. I'll find out and work towards a happy ending. For that, he needed to become stronger. Fortunately, the system provided help this time as well. You have confirmed the second secret. Neltlian's divinity has been enhanced, Ian. Look. I've become so strong. Even before the notification ended, Neltlian smiled brightly and bounced around. Previously, he was just a slime with 2 arms. Now, he had transformed into a small child with black hair and red eyes, appearing about 6 years old. Even his skin color changed. He used to be just a slime. Now, he just looked like a 6-year-old child. Anyone who saw him might think he was Ian's much younger brother. Of course, others can't see Neltlian, so there's no need to worry about that. Still, Ian felt unsettled. Neltlian's true form was a monstrous being with 1,000 arms. Now he looked like an unmistakable child. Could it be that he would return to that monstrous form when he grew up? I'm not sure now, but if he still looks like that after growing up, Ian might need to consider other plans. Having a monster following him around didn't sound appealing. If others could see him, he would at least be intimidating. But since they can't, perhaps the current cute and playful form was better. Was Neltlian annoyed that Ian wasn't praising him and just thinking? Ian. Praise me. Jumping into Ian's arms, Neltlian looked at him with sparkling eyes. Ian. I've grown a lot. I can control my strength now. Really? Yes. You don't have to be in pain anymore. I'll make sure you don't get hurt. The ability to control his strength. That was indeed good news. This is really great. Neltlian's 1,000 hands had been the greatest asset in fighting Mammon and Beelzebub. They had been pounded thoroughly by Neltlian's overwhelming punches. But the immense power came with significant recoil. Controlling it was nearly impossible, and I also felt the backlash. When he drew out Neltlian's power for about 2 minutes, blood poured from every orifice of his body. It was sufficient as a trump card, but the severe bleeding was too high a price. Fortunately, they stayed still. If they had moved, I might have died first. If the fight dragged on, he would undoubtedly face severe blood loss. There were only 2 ways to prevent the worst-case scenario. I either reach a level where I can control Neltlian, or Neltlian adjusts to me. However, the former was honestly impossible. It's an ancient god. How could I grow enough to control a being with power that even Demon Kings fear? What level would I need to reach? Master? Maybe even the legendary Grandmaster level might be necessary. Until recently, I was at the mid-upper expert level, and now aiming for Master seemed almost impossible. In such a situation, Neltlian's divinity recovering and adjusting to me was the best outcome. Hee hee. Now I can hug you, Ian. Yeah. Hug me as much as you want. Just then, while holding the grown Neltlian in his arms. Kadyuk. Crack. The space itself, covered in darkness, cracked and light began to come in through the cracks. It's time to go back now. Though he regretted that his rest was ending, he couldn't afford to relax with so much left to do. He defeated the enemy threatening the family and opened his eyes thinking about his golden return. What greeted Ian was not people cheering, but Iri with a frown on her face. This time, I'll let it go, but I won't agree to such plans again. Do you understand me? So much for a hero's welcome. I don't even get a modest one. She had been smiling when he first woke up, but her anger had grown like a gradient. Of course, Ian couldn't say anything. He had assured her, only to end up making her worry. I was carried back covered in blood? And I've been lying unconscious for 4 days? Do you know how worried I was? It was the first time I'd seen you so badly injured. Ian nodded as he chewed on the boiled potato in his hand. According to Iri, after defeating Mammon and Beelzebub, he had collapsed in the snow, bleeding profusely. Celia, who had been nearby, safely brought him to the rear. Thanks to his automatic super regeneration, his wounds were gone, but he had been unconscious for 4 days. She has every right to be angry. Understanding the full story, he realized why she was so furious. Not only had he worried her, the princess, but also Celia, whom she disliked, had to carry him back. Even someone who usually encouraged and supported him couldn't let this slide. I didn't mean to worry you. I didn't expect it to get that bad. If you're sorry, then rest completely until you're fully healed. Don't try to work. I will. But can I have some water? My throat's dry from eating just potatoes. Here. Thump. Iri placed a steaming bowl of soup in front of him, filled with cubed potatoes. He looked at her, wondering why she gave him this instead of water. While you were lying down, we had a potato surplus. They're overflowing, so eat this instead. Seeing her expression, he lowered his head. Well, what can I do? It's my fault. Feeling that continuing this conversation would drive him crazy, he decided to change the subject. By the way, how are things with the family while I was out? There's no need to worry about that. For some reason, the vassals have started working hard. The vassals are working hard? At first, I wondered what was going on. They were even crying while working. They don't stop even when I tell them to. Some have been working 3 nights straight. They wouldn't suddenly work hard without a reason. Is there some hidden motive? I thought so too and investigated. You might not know, but several vassals went missing after you dealt with the demons. Missing vassals. Eri seemed to think they ran away, fearing execution. But Yin thought differently. According to Pendant, the aura of greed had enveloped the family. This meant that some had become or were close to becoming demon-possessed due to mammon. When the host supplying them with demonic energy vanished, they naturally followed the process of disappearing. Did you find anything? Sorry, but I haven't found the cause yet. However, all those I was watching closely have been confirmed missing. Understood. Let's postpone the investigation and prepare for the upcoming events. If the people Eri had been watching were the ones undermining the family, there was no need to delve deeper now that they had all disappeared. It would be better to focus on other matters. Due to this incident, the world might perceive our family as facing another crisis. It's crucial that we show we are still strong. He couldn't afford to lose the momentum they had built. To continue their prosperity, it was necessary to reorganize the family and continue hosting events like before. Though it will be challenging to proceed with the event while reorganizing the night order, we need to move as quickly as possible. I'll help as soon as I recover. There's no need to worry about the knights. The issue has already been resolved. Already resolved? While it was true that they had rescued all the hostages, minimizing casualties, repairing the equipment would still be a formidable task. In only 4 days? How could that have been possible? It wasn't just a difficult task, it was nearly impossible. He hadn't expected the answer he received. Platoon Commander Kyan was instrumental in resolving the night order issue. Since he arrived late and couldn't participate in the battle, he focused on reorganizing the night order. Some of his acquaintances were among the reinforcements, which expedited the process. The platoon commander. What about the equipment? Leo's family offered to help with the equipment. All the damaged equipment has been sent for repairs, and we've received temporary replacements. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Though their main business was leather, the Hearst family also had many craftsmen skilled in making equipment. I should consider hosting a tournament with the Hearst family in the future. If you have something to receive, isn't it natural that you have to give something as well? Ian didn't want to be shameless enough to accept help without doing anything in return. Then we should proceed with the tournament as soon as possible. Understood. Please rest now. With that, Eri left the room. He basked in the warm sunlight mixed with the gentle coolness in the room. Knock, knock. Click. The door opened again, and someone entered. Is Eri back? Ian turned his head, only to see a different visitor. Young master. Viscount Shulkin? With bloodshot eyes and a small dagger in one hand, the man approached Ian. Is he going to? Just as Ian thought he might try to stab him, Shulkin set the sheathed dagger on the floor and knelt down. Panting heavily, he spoke with a trembling voice. I failed to serve the Vulcan family loyally and instead acted with disloyalty. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed his head deeply, trying to hide his tears. Please. Kill me. Chapter 48, The Child That Should Not Have Been Born, 2. Most story games are like that. They start off easy but get exponentially harder as you progress. If the beginning of a game was difficult, who would want to play it? At least in the beginning, it was standard to explain the game's background, introduce the characters, and show how to play. That doesn't mean the whole game should be easy. It might get boring halfway through. Just when players thought they had adapted, the difficulty would gradually increase. This was a mechanism the developers used to keep the players engaged. Heroic Academy had such mechanisms too. Stronger monsters? Complex patterns? Sure, those exist. But in this game, the real difficulty comes from the vassals. Heroic Academy wasn't just a game about enjoying academy life. The player's main goal was to restore a fallen family and lead a party of heroes to defeat the demon god. That meant land management was essential, aside from other side events. And that's when the vassals showed their true worth. Ian remembered the time when he was active in a community sharing Heroic Academy strategies. 121.139, do we really have to manage the land? I wanted to wander around, but they keep pestering me to come back. 49.165, LOL, if you don't, you're screwed. It's a straight path to the bad ending, so bear with it. 121.139, is there no way to replace these vassals? Even a kindergarten kid would do a better job. These guys are useless. I can't stand Shulkin either, it's driving me crazy. 175.165, are you dissing Shulkin? He's my hero, always miraculously saving the game when it's on the verge of collapsing due to demons. Apologize to Shulkin. 121.139, what is this guy on about? Do you want to die? They were insane. You can't just do something. You are young and don't know anything. Guys who said the same thing and never accepted any tasks. And when things went wrong, they blamed the player. Ian remembered sneaking in at night to assassinate them for some vicarious satisfaction. Of course, he gave up after seeing the bad ending about 30 times. In the end, Ian scoured the community for ways to escape this miserable reality. I started looking for ways to replace all the vassals. Until he read a particular post in the community. At first, Ian thought it was a typical bait post. Veterans lying to catch newbies trying to escape. But Ian held on and replayed Heroic Academy, hoping against hope since he was already at a dead end. And the moment he defeated Mammon in Chapter 3, Ian experienced a miracle. It wasn't a lie. From that moment, the family started functioning normally. The vassals showed such outstanding performance that it was hard to believe they were the same people. It was almost as if an automated management system had been implemented. Of course, unique events like the tournament aren't in the game, so they won't be interested in that. Still, he no longer had to worry about every trivial matter like before. That was why. Please kill me. Ian was staring blankly at Shulkin, who was shedding tears and asking for appropriate punishment. Shulkin had indeed been negligent in his duties so far. While it might be understandable for a steward of a minor noble house, this was the steward of an important border territory in the Kalos Empire. Given his actions, it was only right to punish him. But is death the right punishment, as Shulkin wishes? As Eri had mentioned, with Mammon gone, some of Volkanov's vassals had disappeared. Regardless of their previous performance, the current situation was that they were short-staffed. Thus, Ian hesitated to execute Shulkin. But punishment is still necessary. He had no intention of letting him off just this once. Instead, he planned to give a punishment equivalent to death. When unsure of what to choose, it's always helpful to look back at history. Even King Sejong exacted his revenge on his opposing ministers, like Huang He and Zhou Malsun, by working them to death instead of killing them outright. Since there was a shortage of capable individuals, he decided to work Shulkin to death. Swish. Ian sheathed the dagger he had laid down, causing Shulkin's pupils to tremble. Meeting his bewildered gaze head-on, Ian extended a hand toward him. I understand your desire for death, but I have no intention of granting it. Why? Why not? The family is in turmoil. We've experienced rapid development due to new ventures and suffered disturbances due to the barbarians. We must do everything in our power to prevent such chaos from repeating. I did nothing. When you were striving for the family, I always opposed and doubted you. Why do you keep me alive? The Volkanov family will prosper without me. I am just an old dog now. An old dog. But the path you've walked is still there. What do you mean? Ian had no intention of disregarding Shulkin's experiences before Mammon corrupted the family, memories of maintaining Volkanov. Rapid development is good, but it often brings confusion. I might not be able to manage that well. But with your experience, we can prevent mistakes, right? Use your experience to guide our family in the right direction. That will suffice. With those words, Shulkin could not bring himself to speak. Not only was his speech choked with tears, but he also couldn't meet Ian's eyes, feeling ashamed for failing in his duties yet being given another chance. However, he was certain of one thing. I will keep that in mind. Young master. He still had the resolve to devote himself to the Volkanov family once more. Seeing Shulkin nod, Ian also smiled. Let's see. Shulkin is 65 years old now. He should retire at 120. That should be a fitting punishment. That seemed like an appropriate retribution. As expected, the family stabilized after Mammon's disappearance. Though some vassals vanished along with Mammon, causing a manpower shortage, it wasn't a major issue. A manpower shortage? The vassals can just work overtime to fill the gap. It might sound cruel, but it was their choice, so Ian felt no guilt. Of course, we can't keep doing that forever. We'll replenish the workforce. Having experienced the endgame, Ian knew exactly where to find talented individuals. He would bring them to the family and set them to work. For that, I need the second tournament to succeed. Ian carefully reviewed the plans for the next tournament. Attracting new members was not easy. They're not fools, and they won't be swayed by just the title of working for a count's family. Those knowledgeable about the political situation would know working for Volkanov wasn't easy. To entice them, Ian needed an attractive bait, and he decided to use the tournament. Even though the first one was a success, they would want to see if it could sustain its popularity. If the second tournament also succeeded, it would become an asset that could overshadow Volkanov's shortcomings. Preparations are going smoothly. He could afford to relax, or so he thought. Knock. Knock. Young master, it's Viscount Shulkin. May I come in? There is urgent business. Shulkin had unexpectedly come to him, holding a luxurious envelope. Seeing Ian's curious look, Shulkin got straight to the point. I apologize for the sudden visit, but it is a serious matter. We've received a letter from Edenria. Edenria, you say? The Holy Land of Edenria. At that mention, Ian's eyes sharpened. It doesn't seem like it's with good intentions. It could be his suspicious nature acting up again. The letter could be expressing sympathy for the damage Volkanov suffered from the recent barbarian attack. However, Ian believed his suspicion was justified. I already received a letter of concern. First, Prince Piers Arcana, who had refused the throne and taken the position of Archbishop in Edenria, had already expressed his sincere condolences and support to Volkanov. Of course, it is true that I came in the name of the first prince. Edenria's opinion was correct in dispatching a priest. But now they were sending another letter? It couldn't possibly be for good reasons. The timing was off, and it wasn't an official letter from Edenria either. According to the letter from Archbishop Raymond of Edenria. Shulkin swallowed hard before continuing. He expressed opposition to holding the tournament and requested to meet with you in person, young master. The moment he finished speaking, a new notification window appeared before Ian's eyes. Quest Defy the Will of God has been activated. Piers Arcana, who became the youngest cardinal using his immense divine power, is attempting to reform Edenria, breaking away from outdated traditions. Conservative Archbishop Raymond is in a power struggle with Piers and is focusing on enforcing the doctrines against those who violate them to restore order. Overcome Raymond's interference and successfully host the tournament, so, that's why Archbishop Raymond is coming. He would use the doctrine prohibiting meaningless conflicts to obstruct the tournament. And if he's from Edenria's conservative faction, he'll probably bring an Inquisitor along. They wouldn't attack outright but would use the Inquisitor's presence to intimidate. Playing the original game, I had countless headaches from the sudden appearances of these Inquisitors. A potentially devastating situation if you're not prepared. But why? Huh? Ian, what's wrong? With the ancient god Neltlian by his side, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 49, The Child That Should Not Have Been Born, 3. Hearing that Archbishop Raymond was almost at the Volkanov mansion, Ian headed to the audience chamber. While some people might not care, Archbishop Raymond was a candidate for the next High Archbishop. Even as the Count of the Empire's borderlands, Volkanov couldn't afford to treat him lightly. Now I have to face someone like him in a battle of wits. The phrases Ian had seen through the system flashed in his mind. Raymond would undoubtedly show hostility towards him. Of course, it won't be because he hates me personally. It's just to check Piers' progress. Piers probably thinks tournaments should be allowed. In a way, it was a common doctrinal dispute. Piers argued that banning tournament, which was merely a spectacle, as contrary to doctrine was wrong. Raymond, on the other hand, believed that the doctrine should be upheld. Under normal circumstances, they would just meet and talk it out, but the timing isn't good. The current Pope and High Archbishop were conservative. However, the first prince, Piers, brought a new wave to Edenria. To Raymond, who aimed to become the next High Archbishop, Piers was a significant threat. Although he's only a cardinal now, Piers is evaluated as the youngest future archbishop. A competitor with different tendencies was expanding his influence. As Piers grew, conservatives would lose their standing. Raymond felt it was his duty to stop this. To rally the conservatives. He intends to use tournament as a scapegoat. Ian was caught in the middle of their political fight. But Ian wasn't going to just take it lying down. He was also in a desperate situation. I won't go down easily. At that moment. Ah. Neltlian, who had been fidgeting with her hands, looked at Ian in surprise. Ian. I forgot it. What did you forget? My writing practice. Writing practice? After obtaining a human body, Neltlian had been practicing writing. Was that what it meant? What writing practice are you talking about? I was copying from a diary. I wanted to show you. It's okay. Let's finish this first and then go see it. Really? Then let's go. I worked hard to write to be helpful to you, Ian. Ian smiled awkwardly as he patted Neltlian. Neltlian probably felt that while Eerie and the others were helping, Neltlian was doing nothing. The reason he copied from the diary was that he thought learning to write would be helpful. Adorable. Knowing that feeling, he couldn't help but smile. The idea that he wasn't helpful was absurd. I never thought that. How could he have managed all he had without Neltlian? Without the Neltlian, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Igor in the entrance exam or win against strong opponents like Lilith. Even now, that's the case. Neltlian would be a great help in his mind games with the Archbishop. You're very helpful. So don't worry too much. Really? I'm helpful to you, Ian? Of course. Hee, I'm glad. As Ian smiled at Neltlian, he heard a voice. Young master, Archbishop Raymond from Edenria has arrived. The moment Shulkin finished speaking, the door opened, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair entered the room. Accompanied by about 4 inquisitors, Raymond smiled warmly. This sudden visit might be an imposition, but thank you for welcoming me so graciously. I am Raymond Laius, holding the position of Archbishop. Raymond extended his hand for a handshake. You must have had a hard journey. I am Ian Volkanov. As they shook hands, Ian felt Raymond's powerful grip squeezing his hand. The battle of wits had already begun. Ian suppressed a smile as he looked at his numb hand. In that case, I should show my side too. Though he had come for an unpleasant reason, Raymond did not dislike Ian. In fact, he couldn't dislike him at all. Ian Volkanov has done nothing wrong. He even dealt with the demons, the enemies of humanity. Considering Ian had taken care of something that was practically their own responsibility as children of Eris, the god of peace, it was impossible to hate him. Raymond even felt a desire to thank Ian and promise support. However, politically, Raymond had no choice but to oppose Ian. The winds of change brought by Pier's Arcana are likely to cause chaos. From the moment he became a cardinal, Pier's Arcana had expressed his opinions. Instead of strictly adhering to principles, Piers advocated a more relaxed interpretation of the doctrine to attract more people to the faith of Eris. A coercive doctrine could foster skepticism. That's why he proposed spreading the love of the deity instead of rigidly clinging to the doctrine. It sounded beautiful when heard. Raymond himself had wanted to spread the doctrine to more people and guide lost souls. But the dark side of that plan was the issue. Progressives and conservatives have always clashed. Even if Raymond, a conservative, agreed with Pier's plan, there would still be some residual opposition. And they would threaten progress once again. If the competition intensifies, we might repeat the mistakes of the past. Raymond knew the pain of wars fought over doctrinal interpretations from history, even though he hadn't personally experienced the religious wars. Having had a troubled childhood due to the demons, he understood the need to avoid meaningless conflicts. That's why, no matter what happens, there must be a balance between conservatives and progressives. To rally the faltering conservatives, I must stop this fighting tournament. Opposing Ian Volkanov's plan was essential. It was unfortunate to use him as a scapegoat, but it was unavoidable. Despite his resolve, Raymond knew Ian was a formidable opponent. I have told you multiple times, my opinion remains unchanged. I will not cancel the tournament. Do you understand that it goes against the doctrines of the Arisen Church? Eris forbids meaningless conflict, yes. But isn't that referring to fights that leave mutual wounds and sorrow? That tournament does not fall into that category. Taking a deep breath, Ian continued. This is an imperial event created to honor the feats of my ancestor, Alex Volkanov, a hero of the Empire. Even if Idenria is a close ally, asking to cancel an event that commemorates a historic figure of the Empire seems unreasonable. They had been talking for over 30 minutes with no progress. Ian's resolve to carry out the tournament remained firm. Raymond was left with no choice but to use his final prepared argument. You seem unaware of why the Colosseum disappeared. Even consensual fights plant the seeds of war in the hearts of spectators. That is why Eris forbids meaningless conflicts. We barely have enough strength to fight the demons, so there's no need for the children of God to fight each other. Seeds of war? Yes. I understand your intentions, but if you proceed with the tournament, it will be considered an act against the doctrine. You will face the consequences accordingly. Leaving his stern words, Raymond locked eyes with Ian. Make the right decision. Eris is waiting for your choice. Waiting for my decision? How absurd. Ian suppressed a laugh at Raymond's words. He understood the message. They were telling him to reconsider and act according to the doctrine. Even if he logically explained his position, Raymond would continue to insist that it was against the doctrine and ask him to reconsider. Raymond would maintain that stance until he got the answer he wanted. In the end, I have to use this. Closing his eyes, Ian brought his hands together in prayer. What are you doing in the middle of a conversation? Raymond tilted his head in confusion at the strange sight. Solved. What? I resolved it through prayer with the concerned party. They said to do as we wish with the tournament. What are you talking about? Do as you wish. Are you mocking us? Do you think just because you prayed once, God would listen to you? Why not? Does that mean you think there is no God? No, but when I prayed, I was told not to worry and proceed as planned. The matter is resolved with the concerned party, so why are you dictating what we do? What on earth? Raymond's pupils trembled at Ian's bold declaration. What confidence could allow him to say such a thing? One should only attempt what they can handle. What is this nonsense? Even after decades in the Arisen Church, Raymond had never experienced receiving divine will. The idea that a single prayer could bring a divine word was an outrageous claim. Especially in front of a high-ranking archbishop like himself and 4 inquisitors from Idenria. How can he be so brazen as to tell a lie that will be discovered so soon? Born with extraordinary abilities, Inquisitors could see the divine aura and punish those who defiled the name of God. They had another significant ability. They are priests who can sense divine presence. And there were 4 of them present. I, too, having served as an inquisitor, can discern such things. While Raymond might not know the exact message, he could determine if it was genuinely from the deity. To lie in front of us. It was unacceptable. With his resolve firmed, Raymond summoned his divine power. He could see it. Gasp. What in the world is this? The Inquisitors, who had already discerned it, were aghast. And how could it be that God truly answered his prayer? An enormous divine aura surrounded Ian. Though slightly different from the goddess of peace, it was undoubtedly a divine presence. So that meant he truly received the will of God. Does this mean Eris also supports him? Realizing that the path he had stubbornly clung to was wrong, Raymond lowered his head. The disappointment of seeing all his efforts come to naught was indescribable. Ian, seeing Raymond's despair after his previous aggression, felt a pang of pity. It is rather unfortunate. Raymond had likely summoned his divine power to discern the divine presence, witnessing the tremendous aura around Ian. However, what they saw was not the divine presence of Eris. Eris had never spoken to the Pope, let alone to someone who seldom prayed like Ian. The divine aura around Ian was from a different source entirely. Ian, do whatever you want. I will support you. The ancient god knelt Ian. With it by his side, Ian had nothing to fear, no matter how many Inquisitors were present. Despite traveling a long distance, Raymond had gained nothing. Having witnessed the divine aura with his own eyes, he left hastily. Stopping the tournament was no longer possible. It is now impossible to quell the progressive's momentum. Initially, he thought Ian was spouting nonsense. But Ian was truly receiving divine will. Raymond had seen the immense divine aura himself. From that moment, Raymond knew there was nothing more he could do. Truly, God has chosen Ian Volkanov. Despite my stubbornness and absurdity, I have failed. The emptiness rising within made Raymond sigh repeatedly. It was astonishing, and at the same time, he felt a pang of envy. From a troubled childhood, he had prayed endlessly to the deity, but Eris had never responded to his calls. Of course, he did not doubt her existence, as he felt divine power surge with every prayer. What I wanted was a simple wish for the deity to speak to him just once. Yet the one receiving God's love was not me. Raymond sighed deeply. Despite dedicating his entire life, he was not the one favored by God. He looked up at the sky. It's annoyingly clear. The bright, clear sky, oblivious to his burning insides, sent rays of sunshine piercing his eyes. Lowering his head against the glare, he fiddled with the shabby necklace around his neck. A necklace made of rough tree bark, hanging from a frayed string. When he first stepped into the Aizen church and went on a volunteer mission, the children in the slums made something for him. Watching the children, who were so hungry their bones were visible, as he handed out bread, one child asked him, "Sir Raymond, can I also become a person who gives like you when I grow up?" "Of course. If you offer a sincere prayer to Lady Eris, she will light the way for you." He was grateful for being able to care for the children who had lost their families to the demons. For being able to extend a helping hand to these children. For being able to give hope to someone despite his own unfortunate past. Raymond never forgot that the reason he was able to leave behind a childhood spent wandering after losing his family to the demons and extend warm love to others was because he believed in Eris. That's why. This too must be Lady Eris' will. Despite experiencing such a miserable failure, his faith remained unshaken. "Archbishop, are you all right? We have done all we could. That is enough. In the end, we did not achieve our goal." "We did not achieve our goal." "That is not true." "What? What do you mean?" Raymond lifted his head and looked at the sky. The sunlight that he had found so unpleasant until just now felt warm, like the embrace of the divine. "Hasn't the path we must follow appeared before us?" "The path we must follow. I hereby withdraw my intentions towards Ian Volkanov." Raymond, smiling, looked at the Inquisitors following him and spoke. "Ian Volkanov, who has inherited the will of God, and we are now as one. Therefore, Idenria would promise Ian Volkanov its unwavering support." After finishing his conversation with Archbishop Raymond, Ian headed straight to his room. "I don't know what's what, but it must be a good thing." Raymond had hastily risen and left after confirming the divine nature. Though he hadn't managed to get Raymond to retract his interference with the tournament. Having confirmed his divine nature, there would be no more interference by invoking doctrine. The best thing would be to get the conservatives on Raymond's side to support me too. But even if that doesn't happen, as the tournament grows, Idenria won't be able to say anything. For now, since it's just been established, they can meddle, but as it grows and nobles begin to invest seriously, even Idenria won't be able to do much. Having resolved a troublesome issue, Ian headed to his room. "I've done enough, so let's rest a bit." The vassals were diligently handling matters, so unless something major happened, he could afford to rest. And he needed to go and get the paper Neltlian had left behind. Clunk. With these thoughts, as he opened the door, Ian saw it. Ian. Mother. Why would you? Letitia, who had never come to his room before, was standing there with tears in her eyes. Why did she come to his room that she had never visited before? And why was she crying? Sadly, Letitia did not answer Ian's questions. Instead, something else revealed the reason. Swish. A paper fell powerlessly from Letitia's hand. Carried by the wind, it drifted to Ian's feet, and written on it were the words. I may have been a child who should not have been born. Chapter 50, Unworthy, 1. It's done. Letitia sighed deeply as she gazed at the bubbling soup. Although the family employed resident chefs, as befit a noble house, she always prepared at least one meal for her children. However, today, for the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. What have I been doing? She stirred the soup absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Her close friend, Jane, had been murdered long ago, and a demon had taken her place. The fact that she hadn't noticed was utterly disgraceful and embarrassing. She was the lady of the house, supposed to assist and support her husband, the Count. Instead of supporting the family in Killen's absence, she had contributed to its downfall, making her feel undeserving. Once again, Ian helped us. Moreover, Ian was their savior. The child who had only received wounds from the family had fought for it. The guilt she felt for that was almost unbearable. In my heart, I want to thank him, to apologize for everything. But did she have the right to say such things? Letitia knew her place. At least until Ian reached out to her first, she felt she couldn't do anything. In the end, all Letitia could do was look at photos. After finishing her meal preparations, she wandered aimlessly around the mansion, eventually finding herself in the middle of a hallway. Turning her head, she saw a painting of Alex Volkanov charging into battle. When I first came here after marrying Killen, I suggested we hang it because the hallway felt empty. They had hung the painting from the family's archives, and beneath it, they had planned to place photos of their future children and family. They hoped that, just as their great ancestor had protected the empire, he would also protect their children. Initially, there had only been a wedding photo of the couple, but over time, numerous photos accumulated beneath the frame. However, there's no picture of Ian? While there were plenty of photos of Ariel, there were none of Ian. Even in the family photos where everyone was smiling brightly, Ian was missing. Eventually, Letitia decided to head to Ian's room. She might not have seen his photos, but she could at least look at the room where he had lived. Since Ian had left to meet with those from Idaria, she had some time to spare. As she cautiously entered Ian's room, Letitia was taken aback. It's so barren. The room was pitifully sparse. It was shocking, enough to make her think, did he really live in such a place? Compared to Ariel's room, which was filled with warm carpets and cute decorations, Ian's room had nothing. The worn desk was splintered, making it easy to get hurt, and the chair creaked with unbalanced legs. How can it be so cold and stuffy in here? A bigger issue was that the room had never been maintained. Wind seeped through the window frames. Originally a storage room, it lacked even basic heating facilities like a fireplace. This meant Ian had spent his entire life in this cold, dilapidated space. She had neglected her innocent son out of mere hatred. Now, would he accept her apology? Did she even have the right to apologize? As she organized her overwhelming thoughts, she noticed something. What's that? Upon closer inspection, she saw a small piece of paper on the chair. It was crumpled and ink-stained. Had Ian failed to throw away some trash? With that thought, Letitia picked up the paper and saw it. Oh? The paper was filled with crooked, densely written letters. But only one phrase stood out to her. I may have been a child who should not have been born. Oh no. What have I done? Her heart trembled. As much as she wanted to deny it, those words were clearly written on the paper. A child who should not have been born. To think Ian viewed himself this way. Letitia was overwhelmed with guilt. All the wrongs were hers, yet the victim, her child, was blaming himself. Even after I treated him so cruelly. Ian had fought tirelessly for the family. Overcome with disgust, Letitia covered her mouth with her hand. She hated herself so much that she wished she could go back in time and punish her former self for neglecting her son. What have I done? Ian never asked for much. Not for overwhelming love, praise, or expensive gifts. All he needed was a single kind word. Yet she failed to give him even that, leading to this. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The pain in her heart was so intense that she nearly collapsed, but she couldn't afford to. Clunk. Ian. Mother. Why would you? Ian had returned to his room, looking at her with a mix of confusion and concern. This. As the paper she held slipped from her hand and landed at Ian's feet, Letitia hurriedly left the room, unable to face him. Letitia's hurried departure left the atmosphere tense and fragile. Seeing Ian's confusion, Ian trembled and cried. Ugh! Is this my fault? Because I left the paper? I'm sorry, Ian. No, you did nothing wrong. But Ian hadn't done anything wrong. She had only tried to help. TLN, I'm going to keep Ian as she for now. But yeah, don't focus on the gender, it doesn't really have one. Even though she had left the paper behind, no one could have predicted Letitia would enter the room and discover it. Don't worry, you did nothing wrong. Ian patted Ian's head as he reflected on the recent events. But why the sudden interest? He was curious. Why was Letitia, who had always been indifferent, now acting this way? In the early days when he was ignorant of the secrets, he might have thought she wanted to apologize. However, after discovering the secrets, Ian knew that neither Letitia nor Kill and Volkanov were capable of such sentiment. When I learned the second secret, it seemed that the atmosphere in Ian's family had always been bad. When they used the soul branding stone to make them hate him, Aizen had said, "You'll live a harsher life than in this incarnation, one filled with indifference." This indicated that Ian's life had been miserable from the start. After so many regressions without showing any interest in her son, why was she suddenly paying attention now? Could it be because she saw him succeeding and wanted to cling to him? But that didn't make sense either. Ian's image of covering the deceased Erzsébet, who would later become Empress, indicated a future where Erzsébet ascended the throne and Ian was by her side. If Letitia had wanted to cling to him for his success, she would have done so then. It's not about wanting to cling to me, nor was it about loving me originally. So what was it? Had her mindset suddenly changed? Why had her heart changed? Ian pondered endlessly while stroking Ian's head. Bang! Why do these potatoes grow so quickly? Huh? Ian, what are you doing? Why are you sitting on the floor when there are perfectly good chairs? Igor, with a towel over his wet hair, had just entered. Judging by the dirt on his pants, he had likely been harvesting potatoes just moments ago. Igor was not the only one who came. Igor, how can you enter without even knocking? While I was out rolling in the field in this cold weather, weren't you just working on paperwork? You don't know my suffering. I feel like I'm going to die from exhaustion. Oh, come on. Let's not fight. How about we all go eat? Ian, aren't you hungry? Let's go together. Eri and Leah also came to the room. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were doing something else while he was talking with Raymond. Yeah. My head just didn't seem to be spinning. It would be better to eat and think. The group headed to the family's dining room for their meal. Though Ian had a strong desire to find a well-known restaurant nearby, there weren't many notable places within the Volkanov estate. The mansion was located in Trishura, a neighborhood not particularly known for its culinary delights. There's really nowhere worth going around here. There's hardly anything to eat, anyway. At best, there were a few taverns. Recently, dishes using potatoes had gained some popularity, but Ian didn't feel compelled to try them, knowing the type of potatoes they used weren't anything special. The reason they had decided to eat at the family mansion was simple: this place boasted skilled chefs from other domains and the finest quality ingredients, making it arguably the best place to find food that was worth eating in all of Volkanov territory. I've never eaten at another family's place before, so I'm looking forward to it. You're better off not getting your hopes up. Even in the north, nothing particularly special comes out. But I heard Lady Volkanov herself cooks the food? Wouldn't that make a difference? I doubt there's much difference. While Ian hadn't eaten elsewhere, he didn't expect any special treatment. Of course, Letitia might surprise them with her unexpected skill in cooking, but even if that were the case, Ian remembered that even the diary didn't contain any praises about the food. It seemed more like something they ate just to survive. Most of the food was off-limits to him due to allergies. Even the things he could eat didn't warrant much praise from Ian. Naturally, he wasn't expecting much. But still, there was no need to shatter their expectations. How long had they been waiting? The maid started bringing out dishes from the kitchen. Starting with a delicate shrimp soup, followed by a turbot cooked with seafood risotto and cinnamon sauce. Finally, a well-prepared lobster was placed in front of them, and as the maid finished her greetings, no one moved. Everyone sat frozen, staring at the food in front of them. Letitia, coming out of the kitchen, looked perplexed. I made it in a rush, so it might be lacking. But please, enjoy. However, no one could pick up their forks and knives. Everyone froze, waiting for Ian's reaction. Ian's mother must have known he couldn't eat seafood, yet she served these dishes. But Ian couldn't disrespect the Countess by pointing it out and asking for different food. So, until Ian spoke up, Eri and Leah could only remain silent. Is this the end of the meal? Of course, there was an exception. Igor. Though he was a Viscount's son, having grown up among fiery combat peoples, he disregarded formalities towards superiors. He casually addressed Letitia. Ian can't eat seafood. How can you serve this? It's not like you're trying to kill the poor child. Chapter 51, Unworthy, 2, It was embarrassing. Ian can't eat seafood? She felt a surge of shame upon realizing she hadn't known her son had an allergy until he was an adult. Moreover, she had learned about it from her son's friend. It might sound unbelievable, but Letitia had never considered the possibility of Ian having an allergy. How? How could that be? They hadn't started out eating seafood. Killen preferred meat over seafood, and given the northern region's characteristics, sourcing seafood required significant time and expense. They couldn't afford to indulge in such luxuries unless it was a special occasion. However, after discovering that Ariel liked seafood, their diet had changed drastically. From when Ian was about 4 years old, our meals have always been centered around seafood. Ariel's favorite food was seafood, particularly crustaceans. She had been enthralled when she first encountered seafood during a dining out in the capital, and seeing her happy smile, Letitia had started preparing seafood-heavy meals. Eating meat had become something rare, reserved only for late-night snacks with Killen. In other words, Ian had been eating meals filled with things he shouldn't. I didn't know. I really didn't know Ian had a seafood allergy. It might seem unbelievable for a mother not to know her own child's allergy, but Letitia truly hadn't thought about it that way. He never complained about the food and ate whatever was given without a word, so she thought he liked it. The reason she prepared a seafood-centric meal this time was because Ariel was coming and she had stocked up on seafood to cook something delicious. But it was a misjudgment. He had an allergy. Letitia recalled how Ian used to eat his meals in the past. When their diet was seafood-heavy, he would only pick at his food. At the time, she had dismissed it as a child's fussiness. If only I had asked, "Why are you eating so little?" It would have been resolved. But I didn't. Just looking at Ian's face made her feel downcast and angry, and instead of inquiring gently, she would reprimand him for his poor table manners. Not knowing that. What have I done? The atmosphere quickly turned icy. Letitia froze, unable to do anything in response to Igor's words, and the maids who had been watching the situation bowed their heads in shame. That. I thought Ian liked seafood. Flustered, Letitia tried to explain hurriedly. Excuse me, Mother, but I need to say something. Our Ian can't eat seafood. He has an allergy. He can eat grass, meat, insects, but not seafood. Igor was relentless, pushing Letitia to the brink. Any sensible person would realize it wasn't the time to speak, but Igor was not such a person. The first reason was that he had lived in Vision, where everyone was equal except for the chieftain, so he didn't know the etiquette required of nobles. The second reason was more specific. Igor. What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? Apologize right now. Drunk? I had a bit to drink because I was exhausted from digging potatoes. So what? It doesn't make sense. Ian has worked so hard to revive the family. How could a mother do that to her own son? The fact that he was more inebriated than usual made his judgment even cloudier. Igor's face turned red as he continued speaking in a slurred voice. If I didn't know what Ian liked, I wouldn't say anything. Serving something he can't eat. What is this? Igor scowled deeply. Initially, they had met as competitors, but through Ian's teachings and fighting alongside him, Igor had come to understand what kind of person Ian was. He realized Ian was someone truly worthy of respect. Seeing Ian treated like this made him so indignant he could barely stand it. Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, Leah kept trying to stop Igor, but her small frame was no match for his large build. What a mess. Having made his judgment, Ian turned his gaze to Eerie. Eerie, tell Shulkin to prepare a carriage to head to Ashland. You and Leah wait in the carriage. A carriage? Where are you going? There's a tavern near Blue Moon Pavilion. We'll go there. Understood. Eerie nodded without any argument, understanding his whispered instructions. Though she wanted to say something herself, she knew causing a scene wouldn't help. I'll be waiting. Take your time. Eerie stood and used her spirits to guide Igor outside. Ian, who had been observing the now solemn atmosphere, slowly approached Letitia, who was in tears. She must have felt terrible. She had prepared everything only to ruin it with a single mistake. Perhaps she had hoped to mend their strained relationship through this occasion. Ian felt equally troubled. Even though I had prepared myself. He had held a sliver of hope for Letitia. Despite knowing about his allergy, he thought she might have intentionally made a seafood-heavy meal for Ariel. After all, he reasoned, even a parent who dislikes their child would be aware of their allergies. He hoped that if she knew, she might have prepared something else. Was I being too optimistic? Perhaps it was too much to expect. Feeling his heart shatter, Ian silently thanked whatever gods there were that his emotions had mostly faded since he possessed this body. Even now, it was difficult, and without that detachment, he might not have been able to endure. It would have been unbearable. He approached Letitia, who was weeping profusely. In a calm tone, he spoke. I can't eat the food, but I appreciate the effort. Thank you. Ian. I'll do it again. Please, don't go. No, it's fine. You've worked hard. Please rest now. I didn't do it on purpose. If I had known, I would have used different ingredients. Ian. Please, just once more. Take Mother to her room. Preserve the food with magic, and either give it to Ariel when she arrives or dispose of it. Letitia clung to him, desperate, but Ian steeled his resolve. He had anticipated this, both the life of being unloved and this miserable reality. Thus, he calmly instructed the maid. Understood. And I'm sorry, young master. No need for apologies. Just take care of Mother. With that, Ian turned and left the dining room. Ian. No, my son. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please. Letitia's desperate voice echoed behind him, but Ian didn't look back as he exited. Even after moving to a tavern near Blue Moon Pavilion, Igor continued to drink heavily, unable to quell his anger. He drinks a lot, even for someone drunk. He must have a strong tolerance, though it's strange he got drunk after just a few drinks in the field. Ian speculated that Igor might have drunk a lot while working on the farm and then taken a shower, which could explain his sudden intoxication. Many have experienced this, having a few beers after work, then getting drunk quickly after a shower. At least he didn't cause too much trouble. Despite his size, Igor's drunken behavior was limited to rambling. How could someone like her be a mother? Even my mom knew not to feed me what I couldn't eat. What will happen to our Ian? So heavy. Really? Heavy? Of course. My beliefs are heavy. I don't care if they're nobles or whatever. I say what I want. Haha. Alright, now get some sleep. Ian finally managed to drag the endlessly chattering Igor to a spare room in the Blue Moon Pavilion and sighed in relief. From a distance, he saw Leah approaching. Ian, you worked hard. Did you take Eri home? Yes. Who knew Eri couldn't handle her drink? Leah scratched her head sheepishly. It was unexpected that Eri would pass out after drinking. She only had a few drinks while listening to Igor's complaints. The liquor wasn't particularly strong, but she eventually collapsed on the table after a few drinks. It was surprising, given her usually perfect demeanor. Maybe she couldn't handle the drink, but she might have been tired. She must have been working on documents constantly. That's true. I was worried because she kept summoning spirits. I guess it was too much for her. Leah forced a smile but shared the same concern. You worked hard too, helping Eri. You must be tired, so get some rest. You did well today. No, Ian, you worked harder. I should have stopped Igor. It was my fault for not preventing it. It would have been strange for a guest to intervene. I guess I let you down. No. We had a drink together earlier, and that was enough for me. Ian felt a gentle smile form as he watched her wave her hands. Despite witnessing his family's disgrace, she still thought of him, which made him grateful. Then, go rest now. You did well. Okay. Just as she was about to turn away, she paused. Hey, Ian. Yes. Would you like to take a walk with me? The weather is nice. Ian nodded lightly, seeing her blushing and smiling shyly. Chapter 52, Unworthy, 3, What should she talk about? Is it because the weather is nice? It feels refreshing. Haha. I was worried there might not be much to see around the Blue Moon Pavilion. I'm glad you like it. No, it's charming and pleasant. Though she had suggested a walk under the influence of the atmosphere, she was at a loss for words. I feel like I should talk about something. But family matters might be inappropriate. There was no special reason for suggesting a walk. She wanted to console Ian. Though he pretended to be calm, he had been treated poorly by his family. The emotional wounds must have been deep. Eri and Igor were already drunk and passed out. Leah thought she had to comfort Ian herself, so she boldly created this time alone with him. But what to do next was the problem. Thud. Thud. The sound of their steps echoed through the dark path. There was no conversation. Ian walked absent-mindedly, staring into space. All she could do was walk beside him. How long had they been like that? She wondered if they really needed to talk to offer comfort. Would saying anything really help Ian? It was a fact that sincere empathy and comfort could help a troubled person. But sometimes, just silently being there was the best support. I think now is one of those times. Not knowing his family history or his current feelings, saying the wrong thing could have the opposite effect. Being there quietly might actually be better right now. Was it because the path was narrow? She felt the warmth of his body next to hers. Feeling the pleasant warmth, Leah recalled the recent events. I expected that the relationship between Ariel and Ian was strained, but it was far worse than I imagined. Ian had suffered so much. When she first saw the Volcanov family, she couldn't believe it was a count's household. Everything was in shambles. The only decent aspects were the agriculture and the night order. Even the agriculture only improved because Ian took an interest. It must have been worse before he got involved. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ian had saved the family. He created a new specialty product for the Volcanovs, who had none, drawing the nobles' money, and even organized the tournament. With successive successes, he not only garnered the nobles' attention but could soon elevate the Volcanov family to prominence. It might seem easy to say, but Leah knew how difficult it was from her experience in the Count's family. Our family took years to create new businesses. Ian did it all in a matter of days. If she were Ian's mother, she would be immensely proud and want to fulfill his every wish. However, Letitia was far beyond Leah's expectations. She makes food Ian can't eat. What kind of nonsense is that? How could a mother not know her son's allergies when someone she barely knew did? It means she simply doesn't care enough. Frankly, Leah couldn't understand it. She had been raised with boundless love from her siblings and parents. It was inconceivable by her standards. Naturally, she couldn't fully grasp how much Ian's heart must be aching now. Despite such a painful past, he overcame it to reach where he is now. Thinking that made her heart ache even more. How hard it must have been. She felt ashamed of herself for following Ian around, wanting to learn from him without understanding his dark past. It's not something you can learn just by following. No matter how many months or years she spent learning from him, she couldn't match the resilience he had built through hardship. From then on, Leah abandoned the idea of following Ian to learn from him. Instead, she made a firm resolution in her heart. Now, you don't have to suffer alone, Ian. It was her task to console him, painting over his painful memories with a brighter future. I don't ask for much. I don't even intend to take Irai's place. They were just squad leader and squad member on the surface, but she already knew their relationship was unusual. She had no intention of taking her place. She didn't need to be the first in the first place. All Leah wanted was one thing. Ian, because you saved me back then. This time, she would rescue him from loneliness on this deserted island. That was all. With determination, she intertwined her hands with Ian's. Leah? Is it too dark? It's a little scary. Can I hold on? Do as you please. It doesn't matter to me. Thank you. Feeling the subtle warmth in their clasped hands, Leah walked on. The oppressive northern temperatures and eerie forests that had troubled her just moments ago no longer hindered them. After parting ways with Leah, Ian didn't go to his room. Instead, he climbed the hill behind the Blue Moon Pavilion. It was already late at night, yet sleep eluded him. Is it because my mind feels heavy? But it's not like I can keep holding on to Leah forever. She was the one who suggested they walk first, but surely he couldn't keep holding on to her forever? After about 10 laps around the Blue Moon Pavilion, Ian didn't forget Leah's sleepy face. That was why. It feels refreshing. To have climbed the mountain alone in the dark night. Before him stretched a field of hyacinths shimmering beautifully under the moonlight. In the diary, it said Ian used to come to see hyacinths whenever he was feeling down. When he was cut off by Celia. When he was abandoned by Haley. Or when he felt sad because he couldn't eat certain foods, Ian said he spent time in fields full of hyacinths. Of course, it wouldn't be here, but rather near the Trishora mansion. But there were similar places here too. When Alex Volkanov proposed to his wife, he accidentally picked hyacinths nearby because he didn't prepare flowers. It was a shocking event to pick flowers on the roadside and propose, but the ancestors said they liked it, so they planted hyacinths all over the Volkanov estate so they could always see hyacinths. Even if you maintain it with magic, it's not gonna wither. Even now, in the middle of summer, he could still see the hyacinth he could see in March and April. Phew. Lying in the flower garden, feeling the cool breeze, Ian fell into thought. To be honest, it didn't feel like comforting him. Simply gazing at the swaying flowers didn't do much for him. While it might soothe someone more sensitive, it didn't offer much solace to Ian at the moment. Still, it felt somewhat refreshing, so he decided to be satisfied with that. Now, the remaining enemies are 5, or is it 4? He had personally confirmed the demise of Asmodeus, Mammon, and Beelzebub, the 3 great demon kings. So, what's left are 5. Sloth, envy, wrath, pride. And the demon god. He felt excluding the demon king of sloth from the list might be correct. From the reactions of his diary and Lilith, it didn't seem like the demon king of sloth held any enmity toward him. In reality, I've never seen the demon king of sloth in the original. When we went to kill the demon god, he just cleared the way. Originally, in order to face the demon god, one had to defeat the 7 demons. However, Strangely enough, the Demon King of Sloth did not reveal himself even when the demon god was being defeated. The reason is unknown. What exactly was he thinking? Was there really a transaction between them? But one thing was certain, he didn't seem to harbor the intense hostility that the other demon kings did. So, the enemies I should be thinking about are envy, wrath, pride, and the demon god. If they followed the order of appearance in the original work, envy would be next. Envy. Caught the most annoying one. Thinking of the demon king of envy, Leviathan, Ian furrowed his brow. Leviathan, the demon king of envy, was not an opponent to be taken lightly. If we only consider brute force, she's about on par with Beelzebub. The biggest problem is her underhanded fighting style. Leviathan. Ian called her a parasite. The reason? Simple. Her fighting style is parasitic. Normal demons reveal themselves and fight directly, but Leviathan is different. She possesses the bodies of intact characters and makes them fight each other. Yesterday's allies become today's enemies, as they say. Moreover, the Heroic Academy doesn't allow you to use characters again after they've died unless you reset the data, making her even more villainous. The only way to defeat her without killing the characters is to defeat her just before she dies, so Leviathan reveals herself. But that's not as easy as it sounds. I've accidentally killed my carefully nurtured companions more than once. Ian was already furious about her parasitic combat style, but the problem didn't end there. What's more annoying is that Leviathan might choose anyone as her host. Already a distasteful opponent, the situation of not knowing who she might cling to made it worse. There was a tricky veteran's method of ruining the favorability of one of the party members, making Leviathan choose them as her host, but that was only viable in a game. In reality, such actions could ruin relationships. The risk was too great to take lightly. What should I do? Just as he was pondering this, it happened. Crunch. Crunch. He started to hear footsteps approaching from behind. At this time of night, was someone else climbing the mountain besides him? Or are they here to target me? Maybe he was being paranoid, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Considering the possibility, Ian infused mana into his hands and shifted his gaze toward the direction of the sound. And then he saw her. A woman with brown hair approaching through the bushes towards the field. She was someone Ian knew well. You're... Oh? Senior Ian? She was the daughter of ordinary peasants, but through the teachings of the elves, she would become a divine archer in the future. Reina. Why are you here? At a time like this, she should have been beside Ariel, yet she stood there with a look as if she had lost her country. Chapter 53, Unworthy, 4. When the barbarian raid began, Reina headed to the Volcanova estate with Ariel. It wasn't as if she had to follow. Even if Ariel hadn't gone to the estate, Reina would have taken Dias and returned. The reason was simple. Our village should be fine if it's in the Sisyphus Mountains. But there could still be damage. She and Dias were also from the Volcanova estate. Although her family lived in a village on the outskirts of Ashland, and thus outside the immediate danger zone, one could never be too sure. Unless one was a noble with a private army or someone capable of defending themselves, the situation was dire. Her parents, who were fundamentally farmers, would be severely impacted if barbarians swarmed. This was why Reina had no choice but to take Dias and return to Volcanov. Still, it's fortunate that Ariel suggested going to the estate. Otherwise, we might not have made it in time. The northern region was quite far from the capital, and it cost a lot of money to rent a carriage, especially when the destination was the Volcanova estate, surrounded by rugged mountains. For her, who had to save every bit of her scholarship and monthly stipends to barely afford the trip home, it was a tricky situation. Fortunately, Ariel also expressed her intention to return to her family, allowing them to save money by traveling together. From there, things went smoothly. While Ian Volcanov stormed into the enemy camp and crushed them, she and Ariel took care of the remaining enemy forces. The Imperial family also quickly dispatched reinforcements, and as a result, the barbarian threat was swiftly eradicated. A clear success. Normally, at times like this, we'd rent a nearby shop and always have a toast. But this time, they couldn't do that. Reina recalled Ariel's expression when she heard that the barbarians had been annihilated. Am I really helping by not getting involved? Is it right to live like a puppet, only listening to my brother? Her friend's defeated look. Was it the shock from her mistake during the war game? She had been out of sorts lately, for reasons Reina couldn't quite understand. At first, Reina thought it was because Ariel was shaken by her mistake. But thinking back, that didn't seem to be the case. Ariel had never been one to be completely flawless. She tends to be a bit rough. She wants to take the lead, which has caused problems before. Hadn't Ariel caused trouble multiple times due to her impulsive nature? But every time, Ariel would stand back up and accomplish great things. That's why Reina admired her and became close friends with her. That was the Ariel I knew. So why was she so down now? It would be great if she talked about it, but no matter how much Reina asked, she only got vague answers. She was like that even when Celia asked her. Unlike Reina, who was just a close friend, Celia had been with Ariel since childhood, yet even she couldn't get through to Ariel. Eventually, Reina had to find a new way. The means of comfort she chose was food. Ariel liked winter strawberry smoothies, didn't she? If she made a smoothie using the winter strawberries her mother had sent, Ariel used to enjoy it. She hoped that making it for her would bring back Ariel's smile. So, Reina headed to her house on the outskirts of Ashland, but... Huh? This is definitely where my house was, right? The village she hadn't visited in a long time had changed too much. The house was gone. Reina's body trembled as she looked around. What is this? She hadn't taken a wrong turn. She had lived here her whole life, not long enough to forget the way just because she had been away for a bit. The ground still bore marks indicating a house had once stood there. This was definitely where her house had been. There was no doubt about it. So why is it gone? Where did her perfectly intact house disappear to? At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. She recalled the villagers who had said there was no hope in Volcanov and that they needed to leave as soon as possible. Of course, father remained silent on such matters. Her father was essentially the representative of the farmers in the village. What if the village's complaints about the Volcanov family had reached the ears of the estate managers? Could it be? What if father was punished? It wasn't a trivial matter for a commoner to insult a noble. Insulting the noble blood was an unthinkable offense. Especially since the Volcanovs were not an ordinary family. Insulting the count, the empire's shield, wouldn't end with mere punishment. Such a crime could only be atoned for with one's life. No. No. She ran madly. The village elders who widened their eyes at her and the children who begged her to play with them couldn't stop her. Nothing mattered to Reina at that moment. Unless she confirmed her family's safety with her own eyes, she felt she would lose her mind. Huff. Huff. How long had she been running through the village? Her relentless feet finally stopped in front of a respectable house. What is this? It was a house she had never seen before. Not as large as a mansion, but meticulously built. Even without any knowledge of architecture, she could tell that such a house was not something commoners like her family could afford. Clearly, someone of high status must live here. Could it be an estate manager? In that case, that person might know the whereabouts of her family. With that thought, she cautiously knocked on the door. Thud. After a short wait, someone opened the door. At the same time, Reina's eyes widened. Reina? When did you arrive? You should have let us know you were coming. Mom? It was her mother who came out of the house. Why was her mother here? Reina was too shocked to move. But the surprises didn't end there. Huh? Our daughter is home? Really? Her father appeared next, and Reina was utterly flabbergasted. Father, why are you here? What happened to our house? Please explain. I've been telling you, this is our house now. What? Are you serious? Even after returning home, Reina couldn't shake her doubt. This made no sense. How could her farmer father have acquired such a house? Though he was responsible for the village's farming, he wasn't wealthy enough to live in such a nice house. The exterior was impressive, and the interior is just as incredible. The cozy house had facilities to block the fierce winds, plush carpets, and exquisite interior design. There were even decorations that one would typically find in a noble's home. Was this really their house? It was impossible to obtain such a home even after a lifetime of labor. Her father, noticing her disbelief, chuckled and continued. A lot happened while you were at Arkansas. A lot? Yes. You must have heard that our region's potatoes have recently gained fame. I know that, but what does that have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? I'm the one in charge of the potato farming. What? In charge? How could a commoner like her father be in charge of such an important estate matter? That's absurd. Baron Oliver is in charge of the estate's farming. Although he's known for not discriminating against commoners, he wouldn't appoint someone like us as the head. I thought the same initially. But the estate decided that the person responsible for farming should be an expert in the field. That's why the Volcanov estate entrusted it to me. Baron Oliver, busy with sales, agreed. Then this house. Seeing Reina look around in disbelief, her father smiled proudly. Yes, young Master Ian recognized my contributions and built us a new house. It's not just our house, the entire village has been renovated. The entire village? She was astonished. Nothing made any sense to her. How could her father, a mere farmer, have become a person of responsibility, and why would the Count's family repair the village? The Volcanovs, who had always treated farmers with disdain, did such a thing. It was unbelievable. But the surprises didn't end there. Father. Why do you address Ian as if he were someone respectable? He is a bad person. Bad person? How can you speak that way about young Master Ian? Did I raise you to be so disrespectful? Father, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten? When I was young, during the famine, the Count came to our village. Don't you remember what Ian Volkanov said to you back then when he stood beside the Count? Ian Volkanov. Reina's opinion of him was anything but favorable. Besides being a rival to her friend Ariel, the primary reason was the deep wound he had inflicted on her family. During the famine, when the crops had failed, Ian, who had been standing beside Count Killen, he said the crops failed because you didn't put your heart into them. He said the failure was because we didn't try hard enough. Have you forgotten that outrageous statement? Reina still remembered the words her father had said to her mother in a bitter outburst after returning home. What happened, dear? The Count came because of the famine. But I had nothing to say. Why? What did he say? It wasn't the Count. It was the young master and young lady who said various things. Their words still haunt me. What did they say? The young master said the crops failed because I didn't put my heart into it. What nonsense is that? What nonsense does it mean to say that it is not sincere? Reina couldn't forget how Ian Volkanov had belittled her father's lifelong dedication to farming. She couldn't bear to see her father now honoring him with a respectful title. Have you forgotten that outrageous statement, father? Do you know how much that hurt us? She had cried through the night because of those words. Even though she wasn't the one directly affected, it had been unbearable. How could her father forget? Fuming, she tried to contain her anger, but her father just chuckled as if he couldn't understand why she was so upset. I haven't forgotten. Thinking about it still makes me angry. Then why do you call Ian young master with such respect? What are you talking about? The one who made that outrageous statement wasn't young Master Ian. He merely questioned why we insisted on wheat farming during a famine. What? What do you mean? The one who said the failure was because I wasn't sincere was actually Lady Ariel. It's truly concerning if someone so unqualified becomes the head of the family. Reina's pupils started to tremble at her father's words. Chapter 54, Stealing a Woman from Her Brother. 1. She always respected her father. To others, he might have seemed like an ordinary farmer. But in the desolate land of the Volkanovs, he was the first to successfully cultivate wheat. He devoted 40 years to farming, making him unrivaled in the north when it came to agriculture. He was a master of agriculture, a skill deserving the utmost respect. However, what Reina truly respected about her father was not just his farming prowess. My father was so dedicated. In a harsh land plagued by blizzards. For the wealthy and powerful, it was a beautiful spectacle. But for commoners, it was a disaster. Reina never forgot the words of the village elders, who spoke incessantly of the past. Even when they told us not to overexert ourselves and to flee. When they said this land was cursed and we should find somewhere else. Yet, her father went to the field every day with his farming tools. Even when people started to leave one by one, abandoning agriculture for hunting. He would smile and say someone had to farm. To some, he might have seemed foolish or out of touch with reality. But Reina admired him. He always worked hard for the Volkanovs. How could he? Despite the hard labor, he always smiled at her. The first time he was truly broken wasn't when the crops failed, but when his efforts were belittled. He was accused of not being sincere about farming. Upon hearing those words, her father wept secretly, and Reina clenched her fists under the covers. It was then she vowed revenge against those who had insulted him. Perhaps the gods heard her earnest plea. At 19, she experienced a miraculous moment. Phew. It's freezing. Really, if I had known, I would have stayed in the Viridis forest slacking off. Oh? Little girl? Do you know where Count Volkanov lives? It was at a nearby well, when she was fetching water, that she encountered an elf with long, pointed ears. This was her first meeting with Ilian Sigurd, a heretic of the Great Forest and a veteran of several hero parties. Learning archery from such a renowned elf was a rare opportunity. She clung tenaciously and eventually received his instruction. You're really working hard. Little girl, why do you want to get stronger? I heard that your boyfriend Diaz wants to woo all the beauties in the world. Do you have the same ambition? If so, I can introduce you to someone. He's a year older than you, incredibly handsome, and though he looks fierce, he's very kind-hearted inside. He's not my boyfriend. And I'm not interested in handsome men. So, Reina likes girls? That's fine. I respect that. Then, I'll introduce you to a girl your age. She's got a nasty attitude but a pretty face. I'm not interested in romance. I want to get stronger to take down Volkanov. There's someone you want to beat up? You mean him? Well, he does deserve a good beating. I'll teach you well then. Her master's training was tough. Her frail body screamed at her to give up, but she persevered. She was determined to succeed and humiliate Ian. That was also why she became close to Ariel. If Ariel became the head of the family, it would be easier to crush Ian. But what on earth was this? It was Ariel who insulted my father, and Ian actually acknowledged him? Once, she asked Ariel about it. She explained the treatment she received and her grudge against Ian. Ariel, looking as if she was hearing it for the first time, had said, "Really? Then let's join forces and drive Ian out." She had completely forgotten what she had done to her father. While Reina was tormented for a lifetime by a single word, Ariel had forgotten it entirely. How could she? She had truly liked her. She admired how she recognized her worth without discrimination despite her being a commoner, and she followed her faithfully. She had vowed to stay by her side forever after helping her fight demons with the archery skills she learned from her master. Reina had pledged her loyalty, but reality had only brought her misery. Damn it. Damn it. She wanted to run to Ariel and grab her by the throat, but as a mere commoner, she could do nothing. Consumed by betrayal, she wandered aimlessly and eventually arrived at the Blue Moon Pavilion. Since things had turned out this way, she thought she might as well get some fresh air and headed to the hill covered in hyacinths. There, she encountered an unexpected figure. "Is something bothering you? You don't look well." "Oh. It's nothing, Senior." At Ian's indifferent question, Reina hung her head between her legs. The current situation was unbearable for her. Not that she disliked him, but she felt too ashamed to face Ian. Whether he knew her feelings or not, her heart was pounding furiously. Just as she was about to curl up to hide the sound, "Is that so? Then be careful going back." "Hey, are you leaving? It's getting late. It's already 4 a.m. so it's time to head back. You should return soon too. Your parents and friends, especially Ariel, must be worried." Ian stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Ian wasn't really tired yet and wanted to stay longer, but he knew it was best to leave. "Reina must feel uncomfortable around me. Besides, if she's out here at this hour, she must be troubled by something." He didn't know why she was acting this way. But it was clear she was in distress. He didn't want to disturb her while she was trying to clear her mind. He had brushed off all the dirt and was about to leave when she spoke. "Ariel doesn't matter." "What did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing. Senior, could you stay a little longer?" Seeing her clutch her clothes tighter in embarrassment, Ian sat back down. She had asked him to stay, but they didn't talk much. She sighed, raised her head as if to muster determination, and sighed again. Phew. That was all she did for an hour. Reina kept sighing, but Ian didn't make any moves. He didn't know the details, and trying to comfort her might do more harm than good. Besides, they weren't close enough for him to be her confidant. So, he decided to focus on what he needed to do. "It seems like there's some trouble between her and Ariel." Reina had said Ariel didn't matter. Knowing how much Reina cared for Ariel, Ian recognized that her saying such a thing was unusual. In the original story, there were times when the heroines got hurt by Ariel's careless actions. Of course, they reconcile later and become closer. But for now, things were tense. Ian decided to focus on that point. Maybe I should consider making Ariel the host for Leviathan. Turning Ariel, whom he needed to protect, into a demon's host sounded crazy. But it was the best option. Leviathan is the trickiest enemy. It's better to deal with him as quickly as possible. Given the situation, the demons couldn't act as recklessly as before. They had already lost 3 demon kings, and the demon king of Sloth, their greatest force, wasn't cooperating. They can't go all out. They know 2 demon kings have already fallen to me. The demons realized that a head-on attack would backfire. Unless it was a perfect opportunity to kill him, they wouldn't come out of Astalgia. So what if I use Ariel as bait? If they believed it was a perfect chance to kill the hero, wouldn't they be eager? The Leviathan Ian experienced in the original story wasn't a calm one. He would think it was the perfect opportunity and show himself. Other demon kings might caution patience, but Leviathan wouldn't be able to resist. Yeah. I just need to make sure Ariel drifts apart from her friends for a bit. As an older brother, the thought of taking his brother's woman filled him with shame, but it was necessary for Ariel's sake. Once Leviathan was dealt with, they could reconcile and return to how things were. Just as he made up his mind, Reina finally spoke up. Senior. If you hurt someone by misunderstanding them, would it be too much to try to approach them again? A misunderstanding. Trying to mend things after causing pain. It's shameless, right? If someone was hurt because of a misunderstanding, that was possible. Being blamed for something you didn't do was tough to endure. It was indeed a difficult situation. Mending the relationship was hard. But that didn't mean it was impossible. When people encounter a badly tangled string, do you know what most do? A tangled string? Yes. When a string is so tangled that they doubt it can be untangled, people usually cut it or discard it and look for a new one. Doing that ends the relationship. They would never untangle it and grow distant forever. But if you take the time, you can always untangle a string. Whether it was a misunderstanding or something else that tangled the string didn't matter. As long as you don't cut it, you can always untangle it somehow. Of course, there's no need to rush. If you can't see a way, take your time and slowly work through it. Ian wasn't sure what had happened between Ariel and Reina. But if they took some time and attempted to reconcile, surely they could resolve any misunderstandings. Considering Ariel's usual behavior, she probably doesn't have many close friends around her. She'll likely accept Reina's apology. As long as Leviathan was dealt with, arranging a moment for reconciliation wouldn't be too difficult. Ian believed that Ariel and Reina could definitely reconcile. He intended his words to be taken in that context. But Reina interpreted them differently. I misunderstood and hated him, but he's giving me another chance. Knowing the truth, she had been troubled for a long time. How could she face him? Would he accept an apology from someone like her, a mere commoner? She had thought about giving up countless times, but she held her resolve and spoke up. And when she heard Ian's response, all her worries melted away. I still have a chance. But it wasn't just her worries that disappeared. Thunk. Ah. Perhaps due to her relief, the wooden container she had been holding fell and its contents spilled out. Red Baileys scattered on the ground. Those are winter straw Baileys, Senior. Winter straw Baileys. Near her village, winter straw Baileys grew, and she had been eating them as a snack since childhood. They were her comfort food, something she turned to in both good times and bad. Her mother had given them to her to cheer her up when she was feeling down. Watching Ian pick up one of the Baileys, Reina spoke cautiously. You can eat them, Senior. They grow near my home. And there's no one else I can give them to. She hesitated, looking uncertain. Truthfully, he didn't really want to eat them. He was just picking them up because he didn't know what to do with them lying on the ground. But seeing her like this, he couldn't refuse. She might cry if I don't eat them. Her self-esteem was already low. If he refused, it would make the situation even more awkward. Ian bit into the winter strawberry. He closed his eyes to savor the sour taste that filled his mouth. Reina watched him carefully. Why did I do that? Why did she offer him to eat? She wondered why she had made such a fuss. If it were her, food might be scarce, but Ian could have eaten his fill. Why did she act like that? He probably doesn't even like it. Especially since the winter straw Baileys near her home were a bit different, more sour than sweet. People usually added honey or milk to them or made them into drinks. Giving him something with such a polarizing taste. She sensed she had made a mistake. It's good. The strong sour taste suggests it's from a village on the outskirts of Ashland. Her worries were instantly washed away when Ian nodded, seemingly satisfied. How do you know that? I know it well. That area is part of my domain. Your domain. There are many good farmers there. I've always wanted to reward them. As you know, our family hasn't treated farmers well. Despite the lack of support, they remain dedicated. That alone made them worthy of respect. It might be too late, but I'm trying now. It's time to repay them. Although I don't know if they'll understand my sincerity. I'm sure they will. Turning to her voice, he saw it. I believe they are all grateful to you, Senior. The rising sun illuminated her brightly. Thank you for staying with me, Senior. Reina's face was now adorned with a bright smile, different from before. Chapter 55, Stealing a Woman from Her Brother, 2. During this time, Ian Volkanov had been staying at the Blue Moon Pavilion. His vassals were taking care of the miscellaneous tasks, so he didn't need to worry about them, and important matters like the tournament could be handled from the pavilion. If I return to the mansion, I'll inevitably run into Letitia. Shulkin had mentioned that she was crying and refusing to eat. Returning in such a situation would only lead to a series of awkward encounters. I could console her if I was idle and had nothing to do. But he didn't have that luxury. From the moment he resolved to deal with Leviathan, his rest was over. It might seem cold-hearted, but Ian had no time to spare for Letitia right now. He was too busy just thinking about how to deal with Leviathan. First, assuming that Ariel becomes Leviathan's host. I need to take away the women around my sister. Reina should be taken care of. There was only one left. A fallen noble but a future archmage, beyond Calamity. Of course, there's still Celiana Diaz. Ian decided not to consider them. According to Eri, the relationship between Celia and Ariel hasn't been good lately. From what he had seen, their relationship didn't look very good either. To be precise, it was Celia who was distancing herself from Ariel. Anyway, excluding Celia, the remaining one was Diaz. Ian didn't want to deal with him. I have no interest in getting close to a man. Let him be. If Diaz had been a crucial character, Ian might have had to win his favor reluctantly. But Diaz was not that important. He was just following Reina into Ariel's party as a childhood friend. He might have the talent to become a future mercenary king, but who cared? For now, He was just a commoner captivated by beautiful women. Ian wasn't the only one who thought this way. Even Ariel only saw Dias as a friend of tactical value, nothing more. That was why he decided to focus solely on Bianca. Tap. 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 The sound of Ian's fingers tapping on the desk echoed. Bianca Matip. A noble from the southern part of the empire, from a family known for their knowledge of black magic. The Matip family, having used black magic, often associated with demons, to sweep away demonic creatures, had gained enormous fame. Unfortunately, her parents and key family members had become demonic beings, leading to their downfall and loss of all their fame. It's no exaggeration to say her life was ruined after her family fell. Since she had always focused on training to develop black magic, especially necromancy, she had no real friends. And now she was labeled a traitor. Even when the Matip family was intact, discrimination against black magicians was still there. That atmosphere only intensified. Don't trust black magicians. They'll betray you anyway. How can the child of demons be alive? She should be executed immediately. Bianca had lived hearing such words countless times. Of course, she started learning ordinary magic after giving up black magic. Her parents' betrayal was not something that could be easily washed away. In the end, Celia was the only person left in the first platoon of the second year who was close to her. But they weren't really on good terms either. They were rivals over Ariel's favor. Even if they belonged to the same party, they couldn't be friendly. There are such relationships, aren't there? Hanging out together but feeling awkward when left alone. How have you been? Good, you? And then falling silent. That was exactly how it was between Celia and Bianca. The unfortunate part was that Celia, as a daughter of a duke, had many followers. But Bianca had none. Ultimately, she's alone. That's for sure. She's isolated. That was Ian's new problem. To build rapport, he needed a reason to approach her. She had always bristled at anyone other than Ariel, and her hatred for nobles was at its peak. How could he separate her from Ariel? Ian had agonized endlessly over the problem. He had come up with various plans and run simulations, but the conclusion was always the same. This can't be resolved at Arkansas. I have to make sure Bianca and Ariel grow apart before the end of the break. He had to finish the situation before the break ended. It wouldn't be easy, but fortunately, there was a perfect opportunity. According to the original story, during the break, Ariel would go on a trip to Brookers, the former territory of the Matip family, with her friends. Bianca, who always longed for the warmth of a family, envied the cadets who returned to their families during the break. Noticing this, Ariel decided to accompany her to Brookers, and that's when the event would happen. Remembering the original story made Ian frown automatically. It was the first point where the difficulty of Heroic Academy skyrocketed exponentially. Unlike the previous conflicts with demons and ARC's students, the enemies would increase from this point onwards. They would face opponents not easily defined by simple concepts of good and evil, but those driven by conflicting ideologies. The main enemies in the Brookers event are the Resistance. These were groups of oppressed commoners preparing to strike at the Empire. Now was the time they would start their full-fledged operations. Would those who opposed the Empire be friendly to Ariel? Perhaps if she were a hero of commoner origin, but as a count's daughter, Ariel would be seen as another target for their animosity. That's why. Emergency quest City of Disaster, Brookers has occurred, stop those who threaten Ariel's life. A quest to protect Ariel had appeared. The question was how to get there. Just going there would be suspicious. If he followed Ariel despite their strained relationship, it might raise her suspicions. She might even decide to go elsewhere just to avoid the discomfort of his presence. I need a way to get near Brookers without arousing Ariel's suspicion. He was contemplating this problem when... Thud. Thud. A large eagle was knocking its head against the window. What is this? It seemed wild at first, but upon closer inspection, it was well maintained, indicating it was a trained bird. As if confirming Ian's thoughts, when he opened the window, the eagle dropped the paper it was carrying in its beak and flew away. The paper read, I've heard reports of barbarian attacks. First, accept the Empire's deepest apologies. We will do our utmost to help restore the damages suffered by your people, and we will not forget the role you played as the Count of the Border. Here's a small gift to help you feel better. It was an elegant letter with the royal emblem, and inside was a small ticket. This ticket allows you to travel to Selin Beach in the east. It has a built-in teleportation spell, so tearing it will take you there immediately. Enjoy your time, we will ensure you have no disturbances. Bedon Arcana, a ticket to Selin Beach. Quite a gift. A letter from Bedon Arcana and a ticket to Selin Beach. A wonderful gift indeed. After all the hardship, nothing could be better than spending a holiday at the beach. But Ian was pleased for a different reason. Selin Beach is close to Brookers, where Ariel is headed, isn't it? It's less than 3 kilometers away, if I'm not mistaken. It was the moment when all his worries were resolved. Everyone has a bucket list at some point. For instance, someone might want to try a high-end course meal costing around 500,000 won per person. Or perhaps they'd dream of watching their favorite football team crush their rivals in a spectacular match. Ian, too, had a bucket list. Given his intense and challenging life, his wish was modest yet heartfelt. Going to the beach. Of course, it has to be deserted so the sound of the waves isn't disturbed. Setting up a parasol and a chair, sipping a cola while enjoying the view. Some might think such a wish was trivial, but it was truly his wish. Having lived his entire life in the mountains, even if there was a nearby sea, he never had the luxury to visit it. In the end, he never fulfilled his wish and ended up being possessed. But thanks to that, his wish was finally coming true. This is nice. He closed his eyes gently, feeling the sound of the waves and the cool breeze. He was the only person on this vast beach. To ensure Ian's perfect relaxation, Pendant had restricted access to Ceylon Beach, allowing him to enjoy his leisure time. And the others aren't here either. Eri had mentioned she had some matters to attend to at her family, and Igor also said he needed some rest and would be out of contact for a while. Leah also said she was going back to her family to spend time with them. It was a holiday, after all. They deserved some rest too. Although this was also a rest and a trip, knowing how this journey would change in the future. Bringing his comrades was not an option. When you think about it, there's no need to feel guilty. We can come back together later, right? He could consider this as preliminary reconnaissance for future trips. After justifying it to himself,